University Police Security, how can I help you?
I've been getting these texts from these numbers of different people. Hi, I would like to request some help from my daughter. I got a text about, asking if I wanted to go to his funeral, and I think they're trying to lure me somewhere. She started dating this guy like a bad person. I don't want her to go there by herself and have something bad happen to her.
Do you feel comfortable with him doing that? I know your mom was really concerned about it.
I'm worried because I've been working with the campus police and I haven't gotten an update. So I'm dealing with a situation where I'm being blackmailed for money. And I'm concerned there might be an insider who's letting them know about the case.
Trying to reach is not available.
The University of Utah, October 22nd, 2018. 21-year-old Lauren McCluskey is walking back to her dorm after an evening class. She's on the phone with her mom. Her voice is calm as they talk about school, her plans, and the ordinary events of the day. Then, in an instant, everything changes. A desperate scream shatters the conversation. No, no, no. The phone hits the ground. The sound of a struggle follows, then silence. Within minutes, the entire university campus is placed on full lockdown. Students report hearing gunshots. Police launch a massive search, but Lauren is already nowhere to be found. It doesn't take investigators long to uncover a disturbing pattern. For weeks, Lauren had repeatedly reported being stalked, threatened, blackmailed, and living in fear for her life. She identified one specific person. She begged for help. She warned that the situation was becoming more dangerous with each passing day. Her ex-boyfriend had been using a fake identity, had a criminal past, and had been following her around campus. According to Lauren, he had no intention of stopping. Every one of those reports had been documented, but not a single one was enough to protect her. And by the time the surveillance cameras captured Lauren entering her dorm for the last time, the man she had been desperately trying to escape was already standing right behind her.
Hi, my daughter, Lauren McCluskey, was talking to her mom, and then she just started saying, no, 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 no. And it sounded like someone might have been grabbing her or something.
All units attempt to locate a suspect involved in possible kidnapping. The victim is Lauren McCluskey. Her mother heard her yell, no, no, on the phone. Then the line went quiet.
At that point, Lauren couldn't have gotten very far from her dorm since she had only just called her mom. But if someone had forced her into a vehicle, she could already be miles away. Without her phone to track her location, time was quickly running out. As everyone scrambled to bring in as many people as possible and follow every possible lead, investigators suddenly heard an unfamiliar sound coming through Lauren's phone.
Oh, someone's talking on her phone. Hello?
But it wasn't Lauren.
University Police.
Hi, I just found a whole bunch of stuff spread out all over the ground and a phone that had an active call. I picked it up.
Okay.
This woman says...
Yes, I was just on the phone with her parents.
Okay.
I'm having officers responding up that way.
On that cold October night, as police officers, reporters, and students tried to piece together what had happened, Lauren McCluskey was nowhere to be found. But it only took a quick search of her name to realize just how serious the situation really was. And even more disturbing, it became clear that the warning signs had been there for a long time. From an early age, one thing stood out about Lauren more than anything else: her incredible determination, especially when it came to sports. Her mom said Lauren was climbing trees by the time she was just 2 years old. After that, she fell in love with just about anything that involved sports or being active, and not in the casual way most people do. For Lauren, sports became her passion and the driving force in her life. She was always pushing herself to improve and striving to be the very best. Even as a little girl, she was known for her remarkable perseverance and strong will. When she was 8 years old, her mom, Jill, signed her up for 3 track and field events: the 400-meter race, the high jump, and the long jump. Lauren didn't just win. She set new records in all 3 events. A few years later, she finished second at the Junior Olympic Nationals. She never complained. even when the weather was miserable or the workouts became especially exhausting. While many of her friends spent their weekends relaxing at home, Lauren, driven by extraordinary ambition, was out training hard, and she genuinely loved every minute of it. Despite her energetic personality, her father, Matt, said she was also an incredibly sensitive person. She poured her heart into everything she did, but she also thought deeply and carefully about every decision. Before long, Lauren had built such a strong reputation that people knew who she was far beyond her small school. Matt recalled introducing himself to people only to hear them respond, "Oh, McCluskey? You're Lauren's dad?" She also had a deep love for animals and volunteered at the Whitman County Humane Society, where she helped socialize cats so they would have a better chance of finding loving homes. Lauren was drawn to the University of Utah largely because of its outstanding athletic program. She earned a full track and field scholarship and chose communications as her major. One of her close friends, Diamond Jackson, described Lauren as incredibly intelligent and highly driven. She always knew exactly what she wanted and exactly how she was going to achieve it. Lauren was deeply devoted to her church, her friends, and her family, and she was determined to make the most of her college years. She ranked 10th in University of Utah history in the women's heptathlon and maintained a 3.77 grade point average while majoring in communications. Of course, photos and videos only capture a small part of who someone really is, just a handful of moments from an entire life. But even those moments are enough to show that Lauren McCluskey was living a full, successful, and genuinely happy life, October 22nd.
Hi, my name's Matt McCluskey. My daughter is Lauren McCluskey, and she went missing tonight, and we reported it to the University of Utah police. She's a student there.
Police cruisers flooded the campus with flashing lights, while an atmosphere of panic and chaos spread through the grounds. At roughly the same time Lauren was believed to have been abducted, students also reported hearing gunshots.
Shell casing and possible shots fired.
Were the two incidents connected? At that moment, no one knew, but the university immediately went into full lockdown. All evening classes were canceled. Students were ordered to stay inside, lock their doors and windows, and remain there until officials announced it was safe to come out.
I'm calling about my daughter, Lauren McCluskey, that's missing.
We do have officers on scene handling right now. We're actively looking for her. We're doing everything we can to track her down.
Campus police and the Salt Lake City Police Department began reviewing every report they had on file. What they found was a long list of incidents Lauren had reported over the previous several weeks. She had called the police so many times, it was difficult to keep count. Her ex-boyfriend had been stalking her, harassing her, threatening her, and blackmailing her. He used fake phone numbers, followed her around campus, and even disguised himself on multiple occasions. Every single incident had been documented, but no meaningful action had ever been taken. Lauren and everyone who knew her was genuinely afraid for her safety. According to her family and friends, the very first person police should have been looking for was her ex-boyfriend. The University of Utah posted his description on its Twitter account. Police described the suspect as a black male, 37 years old, approximately 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing around 250 pounds. He was last seen wearing a gray knit beanie, black pants, white shoes, and a white hooded sweatshirt. A massive manhunt began immediately. Lauren first met Shaw Fields on September 1st at a bar where he worked as a security guard. They hit it off right away. Lauren gave him her phone number, and the very next day, they went on their first date. Shaw told her he was attending Salt Lake Community College while also working at a call center. Lauren's friend Regina said it all felt like something out of a fairy tale. Everyone was happy for her. Lauren was completely taken with him. There were flowers, romantic dates, and thoughtful gestures. He seemed kind, attentive, and eager to meet all of her friends. He even tried to get to know other students in her dorm building, people Lauren barely knew herself. But the honeymoon phase didn't last long. Before long, Lauren began seeing a completely different side of Shaw, one that was controlling and possessive. At first, he constantly called her and got irritated whenever she didn't answer. Soon, He started demanding that she pick up, within just a few rings, wear clothing that covered as much of her body as possible, and he even gave her pepper spray because he insisted other men would inevitably try to bother her. Later, he began talking about guns and insisted Lauren should keep a handgun in her dorm room. That behavior alarmed everyone around her. Her friends noticed that the 21-year-old was becoming increasingly withdrawn, distant, and anxious. They didn't want to take any chances. One of them, Diamond, who worked in the university's student housing office, decided to report what was happening to her supervisors. She sent an email explaining her concerns about Shaw. But almost immediately afterward, Lauren discovered something that completely shook her. She found Shaw's identification card. That's when she realized he wasn't who he claimed to be. The man she knew as 28-year-old Shaw Fields was actually 37-year-old Melvin Rowland. And that wasn't even the worst part. When Lauren searched his real name, she learned that he was listed on the official sex offender registry. In 2003, he had been charged with raping and online enticement of a 17-year-old college student. At the time, he was enrolled in college himself and was allowed to continue attending classes while wearing an electronic monitoring device. But investigators and prosecutors ultimately concluded that putting the victim through a trial would be too traumatic, so they reached a plea agreement instead. Melvin pleaded guilty to online enticement of a minor and attempted forcible sexual abuse. He served his sentence from 2004 through 2013, but after his release, he repeatedly violated the terms of his parole and was sent back to prison several times. One of his parole hearings was recorded, and it provides a chilling glimpse into Melvin's past, his state of mind, and the many women he had harmed over the years.
They didn't tell me how many victims you have, so I'd like you to give me kind of a idea of what we're looking at victim-wise.
I would say every female that I came across dating or met on the internet, I'd say every woman I've met or that came across, that I used my manipulation tactics to get what I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So
how many did you out and out rape like the one young lady?
Well, not like that, but me being a womanizer, you know, I use other tactics to get what I wanted with them. I'd say some similar, so I'd say two.
Two others?
But I see it in general just how I manipulated and used women in general.
How many women in general did you convince to have sex with you by manipulation?
I got locked up at 22, and my sexual experience, I'd say about 50.
Okay. Hopefully, when you get out, you'll have learned from this experience. Only time's going to tell.
Yeah, I know I have that capability of reoffending, but again, it's something I'll have to prove.
Melvin had also been accused of attempted rape, and another woman had obtained a protective order against him. Just a few months after he was released from prison, his parole officer, Megan, gave him a stern warning. She described him as arrogant and overly confident, and she made it absolutely clear that she expected him to follow every condition of his release and commit no further violations. But only a few months later, Melvin met Lauren. Shocked by everything she had uncovered, Lauren went home for a few days. As she tried to process it all, she told her mom everything and said she couldn't continue the relationship. She decided to end it on October 9th. There was just one problem. While Lauren had been home, her car was still with Melvin, so she needed to get it back first. After returning to the university, she asked him to come see her. Melvin came up to her room, where the two of them talked. Lauren confronted him with everything she had learned. His explanation came almost immediately. According to him, it had all been one big misunderstanding. He claimed that years earlier he had met a young woman at a college party who had convincingly lied about her age. He insisted he had never assaulted her. The next morning, Lauren called one of her friends to tell her how the conversation had gone. Regardless of his explanation, she had made up her mind. The relationship was over. Melvin left, but he still had her car. Lauren's mom, Jill, was deeply concerned about that, so she called campus police and asked whether officers could be present while the car was returned.
Hi, I would like to request some help for my daughter, who's a student at University of Utah, and she started dating this guy there who's like a bad person.
Okay.
And she found out he's a bad person, and she broke up with him, and he has her car. Yep. He was lying to her, and he's actually a sexual offender. I don't want her to go there by herself and have like something bad happen to her.
About 20 minutes later, campus police called Lauren to discuss the safest way they could help her get her car back.
Hello?
Hi, this is Lauren. Your ex-boyfriend's dropping off your car. Do you feel comfortable with him doing that? I know your mom was really concerned about it.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
At first, Lauren said she would pick up the car on her own, but then she changed her mind and asked the officers to drive her there instead.
We have a security officer that's just in charge of escorts tonight. Do you want him to wait with you as well when the car's getting dropped off?
The car was returned without any problems. Lauren hoped that would finally be the end of her relationship with Melvin. But just 2 days later, she started receiving text messages from unknown phone numbers. The messages claimed that Melvin had died and asked if someone could pick her up and take her to his funeral. Then Lauren received another message, this time supposedly from Melvin himself. It claimed he was still alive but had been seriously injured in a car crash and that the accident was somehow her fault. Lauren blocked the numbers and contacted campus police once again.
I've been getting these texts from these numbers of different people. They were saying that he was in the hospital and then saying that that he passed away. But then I got a text from him and if he seems to be alive. I got a text about, asking if I wanted to go to his funeral. And I think they're trying to lure me somewhere.
Have you asked them to stop texting you?
I have not, but I've blocked a few of the numbers already.
All right. I will send this through an officer to give you a call. Is that okay?
The dispatcher told Lauren that a police officer would be contacting her, but that call never came. The next morning, Lauren called the police again. She had just woken up and found a new wave of text messages waiting for her. This time, the situation had become far more serious.
So I'm dealing with a situation where I'm being blackmailed.
Someone sent Lauren a message claiming they had intimate photos of her and Melvin. If she didn't pay, the photos would be shared across the entire campus. Soon after, Melvin texted Lauren, claiming that he had received the exact same message. Lauren was convinced that either Melvin himself or someone connected to him was behind it all. At the same time, she was terrified. She transferred $1,000 through Venmo to the unknown sender. Then the blackmailer demanded even more money. Lauren sent another $1,000. Frustrated by the way officers had handled her calls, Lauren and her friend Alex went to the police station in person. Alex later recalled how difficult it was to convince the officers that the situation was truly serious. They told them it was probably just another scam. Considering how common these types of extortion schemes are, that assumption wasn't unreasonable by itself. But Lauren explained that her ex-boyfriend had been using a fake identity, was listed on the sex offender registry, and had unrestricted access to the university campus. In her mind, all of it pointed directly to him. She filed an official police report. She was told someone would contact her on Tuesday. It was only Saturday, so she was expected to wait several more days. Lauren's case was assigned to Detective Kayla Doff, but she wasn't working that day. Her supervisor had instructed her to stay home, and she followed that order. No one checked Melvin's name in the police databases or reviewed his criminal history. None of his previous convictions or repeated parole violations were taken into account. Meanwhile, the messages kept coming. Lauren grew more and more desperate because she felt that no one was taking her seriously. Later that same day, at 5:45 in the evening, she was walking past the university police department when she decided to call 911 so she could speak directly with the Salt Lake City Police Department.
I've been blackmailed for money.
Let me go ahead and get you over. University Police will probably take the case in just 1 sec.
I've talked to them already. I just wanted to call you as well.
Usually we just take it where you live, and then that agency does a case.
Yeah, I was just concerned because I wasn't sure how long they were going to take.
Okay, let me get you up to them and so I can see what's going on with it. Just 1 moment.
Do you know when an arrest would be made?
You can talk to an officer if you want. I can arrange that if you want that.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
In the end, she was transferred right back to campus police. She found herself trapped in an endless loop. On October 16th, Melvin admitted what he had been doing to one of his coworkers and his supervisor. His employer knew he was on parole. Even so, no one reported what he had said to the parole officer responsible for supervising him.
He just told me that he had gotten into some trouble over the weekend and that he was dating a girl from university and he had lied to her about his age, and she had recently found out that he lied and she broke up with him. And so he got angry, and over the weekend he had sent her messages from another phone and that he wanted money so that he wouldn't release them. So he said that she sent him money through Venmo. He sent $1,000 is what he said she sent him. And then she sent him another $1,000. And the second time he said he kind of freaked out. He knew that he was going to be in trouble, so he tried to send the money back to her. He said that he had access to her email on his phone because she had logged into her email from his phone before. Mm-hmm. And he said that he could see that she sent messages to the campus police of screenshots of the conversation. So he knew that she had contacted authorities about it. And so he said he was afraid, he didn't want to go back to jail, and he knew he couldn't run forever. Melvin said, yeah, I don't want to resign. Can I just go on a leave of absence? And I said, I'm okay with that.
Melvin's parole officer later said she had no doubt about what would have happened. If she had known about any of this at the time, Melvin would have been sent straight back to prison. But she was never told. After all of her repeated attempts to get help, Lauren finally felt she had no choice but to step back. She told her friends that the right people were handling the situation now, so she was going to trust them and let them do their jobs. But there was one thing Lauren didn't know. At one point, she had logged into her email account on Melvin's laptop. Because of that, he still had access to her account. He could see everything, every screenshot, every email she exchanged with University Police and the Salt Lake City Police Department. He was always several steps ahead of her. A week passed, October 19th, 2018. 3:16 in the afternoon, Melvin was standing outside Lauren's dorm dressed as Deadpool. He wandered around the area looking for her. At 4:02 that afternoon, Lauren entered her residence hall. Just 1 minute later, surveillance cameras captured Melvin peering through the building's glass doors. Not long afterward, Lauren received another message from him. I know everything. Why did you go to the police? Terrified, Lauren and her friend Alex called the Salt Lake City Police Department once again.
I'm worried because I've been working with the campus police at the U. And last Saturday I reported, and I haven't gotten an update. So the case, it involves extortion, and those people are still reaching out to me. But someone contacted me today, someone who was harassed, and said that they know everything about the police.
Okay. So you already spoke to the campus police?
Yes, and they haven't updated or done anything.
And what prompted you to call Salt Lake City Police?
Well, I thought it was weird that there are people who know about the entire case, and the harassers seem to know about it more than me. And I'm concerned there might be an insider who's letting them know about the case.
Okay. With something like that, you would want to contact the campus police back and ask to speak to your detective.
How could he possibly know that? Lauren kept wondering, was someone on the inside actually feeding him information? But once again, she was referred back to campus police. Detective Kayla Doff apologized and told Lauren she hadn't had a chance to fully review the case yet. Lauren had to go through the entire story all over again. After listening, Kayla asked her to put everything into a single email. So, a little after 7 that evening, Lauren sent it. Later, she told her mom, Jill, that she felt like she had become a burden to everyone. She believed she was only getting in the way of the campus police. Jill responded, they're just doing their job. You have every right to ask for help, and they have a responsibility to help you. October 22nd arrived. At 6:06 that morning, Melvin left his apartment using a friend's car. he drove to Lauren's residence hall, about a 20-minute drive away. After parking, he began walking around the area near her building. Shortly before 9 that morning, Lauren received a text message that appeared to be from Assistant Police Chief Rick Mlennon, who was also involved in her case. Finally, she thought maybe something was finally moving forward. The message said she needed to come to the police department immediately. It claimed there was something very important she needed to see. But the more carefully Lauren read it, the more strange details she noticed. There were spelling mistakes, grammatical errors, even Rick Mlennon's name was misspelled. It looked nothing like the previous messages she had received from the police. Instead, it closely resembled the messages she had received during the extortion, along with Melvin's writing style. It came as no surprise when investigators determined that the message had not been sent from the assistant police chief's real phone number. Lauren was simply told to ignore it. But no one even attempted to determine where the message had actually come from. At 9:11 that morning, Lauren walked out of her residence hall. She was carrying her school materials, preparing for what she expected to be another ordinary day filled with classes and training. A few minutes later, Lauren met with her counselor, someone she had also been telling about everything she had been going through. Shortly after 10 o'clock, she headed to class. At that very moment, Melvin walked onto the university campus. They came within moments of crossing paths, but instead, Melvin spent the next several hours wandering around campus searching for Lauren. At around 2 o'clock that afternoon, he was already inside the residence hall where Lauren lived. He stepped outside briefly, then came back. Another student, someone he apparently knew, let him into the building. Melvin remained inside for nearly 6 hours. He wandered the hallways and tried door after door. That evening, Lauren finished class a little earlier than usual. She was happy about that. On her way home, she called her mom. She was already thinking about getting to bed early that night. The next surveillance video has never been released to the public. What is known is that Lauren reached the entrance to her residence hall at 8:17 that evening. Surveillance footage captured only Melvin's legs, hidden in the shadows behind Lauren as she was just steps away from the dorm entrance. Within seconds, he grabbed her and began forcing her away. And this is where we return to that tragic night. The campus was still in full lockdown, but police were no closer to finding either Melvin or Lauren.
It's looking like this might be kidnapping.
Lauren's father, Matt, later recalled sitting by the phone, staring out the window, and praying that every minute that passed without a police car pulling up to their house meant only one thing, that his daughter was still alive.
Hi, my name's Matt McCluskey. My daughter is Lauren McCluskey, and she went missing tonight. And I just want to make sure that you guys know about that.
So we wouldn't really need to, other than her being listed, she would be listed as a missing person on the national database if you made a missing persons report. But
okay.
Otherwise, I mean,
okay,
there's not anything else.
So this is more than that. She was abducted while we were talking to her on the telephone.
Okay.
So we heard her being assaulted, and we called the University of Utah campus police. And I'm just calling you to let you know that this just happened like an hour ago.
Was it that they were in that silver Buick Lancer?
I don't know anything about a silver Buick.
Yeah, university let us know about it. We had our units. We notified them as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
Meanwhile, at around 10 o'clock that night, a new call came over the radio on campus.
Hey, Sarge, can you come to my location? 2-1, we have someone bleeding from the mouth and the ear in the car. We need an ambulance.
It was Lauren's coach who found her in the back seat of a silver car parked near one of the campus residence halls. It was the same vehicle Melvin had borrowed from a friend. Lauren had suffered multiple gunshot wounds. Paramedics arrived within minutes. But there was nothing they could do. Lauren had died. Later, prosecutors reconstructed the sequence of events.
Roland confronted Lauren, who was on the phone with her mother, in the parking lot right outside of her residence hall where we had viewed him on camera several days prior. In the altercation, she dropped her cell phone and her belongings. He dragged Lauren to a different spot in the parking lot where he forced her into the backseat of a car. That he had driven to campus, and he shot her in the car multiple times.
It became clear that Melvin had come to campus that day with one goal: to kill Lauren. He waited for her with a gun. He forced her into the car. Then, almost immediately, he opened fire. Just 3 minutes later, surveillance cameras captured him running across a parking lot toward a nearby train station. After that, he met up with a woman he had recently met through a dating website. The two of them went out to dinner together. Later, Melvin went back to her house where he took a shower. Afterwards, she drove him to a coffee shop. Not long after dropping him off, she saw news reports about the shooting and the massive manhunt for the suspect. She immediately recognized the man she had just spent the evening with. Without hesitation, she called the police. At last, investigators had confirmed his identity. Officers tracked Melvin as he fled through the city streets. They chased him on foot all the way to a small church. To get inside, he broke the lock on one of the doors.
I have officers chasing your suspect on the shooting. He is in foot pursuit right now.
When officers entered the building, they found him.
We have the suspect inside the church. It looks like he has a gunshot wound, self-inflicted.
Melvin Rowland was lying dead on the floor. He had taken his own life by shooting himself in the head. Investigators later learned that he had borrowed the gun from an acquaintance. Melvin had told him he wanted to teach his girlfriend how to shoot.
Police in Salt Lake City, Utah say the man accused of shooting and killing a student at the University of Utah last night has taken his own life. Investigators say 37-year-old Melvin Rowland's body was found at a church in the city's downtown area.
They were chasing him on foot. They chased him to this location after making entry into the church, and officers then coming shortly thereafter and clearing the building. They found our suspect deceased in a room in the church.
The university identified the victim as Lauren McCluskey from Pullman, Washington. Police say McCluskey had previously been in a relationship with Rowland. They'd gotten into a dispute earlier in the evening. The campus was placed on a temporary lockdown, which was lifted shortly after 11 p.m.
Coming to a college, you never want to be in a situation like this, especially there's more and more every day, but this is insane.
Rowland was not a student at the university, according to police. He's currently listed on the Utah Sex Offender Registry for a 2004 conviction involving a minor.
News of Lauren's death spread across the campus almost instantly. The athletic director at the University of Utah delivered an emotional statement and paid tribute to her memory.
I don't really have any words. My heart and our entire department goes out to her family, who I've been texting with her mom. We're blessed every day, educators, and then in my role as director and all the coaches and staff, to be around an elite group of students and student athletes. So when something like this happens, it just defies any logic, any reason. Every single counselor that the university had showed up this morning. And there were some hugs and words, and they're trying to figure it out. Their kids, this doesn't make any sense. But our focus, my focus as leader of the department, will be making sure they're okay. The rest of our student athletes are gathering. We're not one team. We're not 20 teams. We're one team, and so we'll work really hard to make sure that they're okay. We'll honor her. We'll figure those things out. So we'll get through this. These are strong young people. They're resilient, and we're going to just do everything the rest of the year in Lauren's memory. Thank you.
Lauren did everything she possibly could. Despite her fear and the overwhelming sense that she was facing it alone, she handled every step with remarkable courage and dignity. Melvin worked for a security company that did not have the required license. His employers knew about the violations he had committed, yet they never reported them to the parole officer responsible for supervising him. Lauren put her trust in the system. But the system failed her.
Unbridled tears as students mourn a star athlete shot dead by her ex-boyfriend.
We'll always miss her. And we'll always love her. She was an amazing, genuine, and caring person. And she will be really missed.
After this tragic and entirely preventable loss, 2 separate investigations were launched. Both were meant to answer the questions Lauren's family, students, and the public had been asking since her murder. The first investigation was conducted by the state's Department of Public Safety. Its goal was to determine how Melvin had managed to use fake identification for years, repeatedly violate the terms of his parole, and still remain outside effective supervision. Investigators carefully examined his criminal history, the actions of government agencies, and every circumstance that allowed him to avoid proper oversight for so long. The second investigation was commissioned by the University of Utah itself. Its purpose was to determine how the university responded to Lauren's repeated requests for help, or why it failed to respond appropriately. Investigators closely reviewed every interaction Lauren had with campus police, along with every decision that was made after each report she filed about the stalking and threats. The officers who handled her complaints were found to have acted improperly. The investigation concluded that serious mistakes had been made throughout the handling of Lauren's reports, causing a credible and escalating threat to receive far less attention than the circumstances demanded. Those findings ultimately became the foundation for a sweeping overhaul of the university's internal procedures and the way it responds to cases like this.
It is very important that our students know that I have confidence in our Department of Public Safety and that our students and staff and faculty should not hesitate to reach out to our department as needed. I want to be clear that safety on our campus is a top priority for me and for my administration. This report does not offer us a reason to believe that this tragedy could have been prevented.
However, during a press conference, University President Ruth Watkins stated that, in the university's view, the tragedy could not have been prevented. That statement came only a short time after Lauren's death and immediately sparked intense criticism from her family and from people who knew the details of the case. Her words left Lauren's loved ones and friends stunned. To them, it sounded as though the university was refusing to acknowledge its own mistakes or accept any responsibility for the events leading up to Lauren's murder. Lauren's friend Diamond, who also worked at the university, was outraged. She understood how the system worked from the inside and believed the outcome could have been very different if Lauren's repeated requests for help had been handled properly. In her view, it was nothing more than an attempt to shift responsibility. Instead of honestly admitting where the system had failed, she believed the university's leadership was trying to portray the tragedy as something that was simply unavoidable. She said, "They lost their daughter, she's gone, and you still have the nerve to try to cover yourselves?" Detective Kayla Doff, who had been assigned to Lauren's case, was ultimately fired. Her dismissal became one of the consequences of the sweeping review of the University Police Department that followed the tragedy and drew national attention. Her career with the campus police came to an end after investigators identified serious failures in the way law enforcement handled Lauren's repeated reports. The investigation concluded that a series of decisions and failures to act at critical moments had significantly affected the chain of events leading up to the tragedy. Later, another case involving Kayla also came to light, in which she was accused of failing to take appropriate action to protect a student. That revelation only intensified public scrutiny of her work and prompted closer examination of other cases in which victims also claimed their reports had not been taken seriously. As more details emerged, concern continued to grow because it was no longer seen as a single isolated incident, but another case involving similar allegations. The existence of another comparable case deepened questions about whether these failures were isolated mistakes or evidence of much broader systemic problems. All of this placed even greater pressure on the university and law enforcement agencies, which were forced to answer an increasing number of questions about how they handled reports from students who had asked for help.
The former University of Utah detective who was warned about her handling of the Lauren McCluskey case and fired over her handling of another case now has a new job.
She unanimously lost her appeal, challenging her termination. The court's decision permanently upheld her dismissal, and every attempt to regain her former position ultimately failed. It seemed that would be the end of the story surrounding her time with the University Police Department. But later, she was hired by the Weber County Sheriff's Office. That decision raised a great deal of concern because someone whose role in Lauren's case had already been the subject of widespread public criticism was once again given a position in law enforcement. To many people, it sent the message that the consequences of those failures were far less significant than the public had expected. After that, the University Police Department began receiving a growing number of complaints from students. More and more people came forward to share experiences they had kept to themselves for years. Many said they had stayed silent because they feared they would be ignored or that no meaningful help would ever come. Students described how their reports of stalking, abuse, and mistreatment had also not been taken seriously. According to many of them, they repeatedly asked for help but were met with indifference, delays, or a lack of meaningful action. Some said that even after reporting situations that genuinely terrified them, they never felt safe. As more of these stories became public, it became increasingly clear that the problem may have extended far beyond a single case. One account after another began to paint a deeply troubling picture, raising even more questions about how the entire response system was operating. And then, the case took an even more shocking turn.
Published today, an investigation by our content partners at the Salt Lake Tribune uncovered that days before Lauren McCluskey was killed, Miguel Darris, one of the campus officers assigned to investigate her being blackmailed over explicit photos, showed off at least one of the images to a male coworker and bragged about getting to look at them whenever he wanted. According to the Tribune, the university confirmed that information.
Darris is currently working for the Logan Police Department. Today they posted on Facebook about this report, saying in part, "We are very concerned about this allegation and are starting our own internal investigation to determine the facts. At the end of the investigation, we will take whatever action is appropriate based on the facts we discover."
And also tonight, the University of Utah releasing a statement in response to the article and said after an internal affairs investigation, they, quote, found no evidence that a former officer had bragged or shared any image from the investigation that wasn't considered a legitimate law enforcement reason.
In June 2019, Matt and Jill McCluskey filed a $56 million lawsuit against the university. It was more than just legal action. It was an effort to hold the university accountable for a series of events they believed could have been stopped before the unthinkable happened. In October 2020, the University of Utah officially acknowledged its responsibility. The university agreed that Lauren's murder could have been prevented. It was a significant admission because, for the first time, the university publicly acknowledged that serious failures within its system had contributed to the tragic outcome. The case was settled for $13.5 million. Ruth Watkins said, "The University of Utah acknowledges and deeply regrets that we did not handle Lauren's case the way we should have. At the time, our staff failed to fully understand the seriousness of her situation and did not respond appropriately. As a result, we failed Lauren and her family." Those words became an official acknowledgement that the help Lauren desperately needed was never provided when it mattered most. The university also stated that if its employees had received better training and had clearer response protocols, it believes they would have been far better prepared to protect Lauren. In addition to the financial settlement, the university agreed to donate $3 million to the Lauren McCluskey Foundation. Because of that, Lauren's legacy continues to reach far beyond the tragedy itself. The Lauren McCluskey Foundation was established by her parents. Today, the organization works to improve safety on college campuses and support people affected by relationship violence. Its mission is to make sure no other student is ever left without the protection and support they need. A legislative initiative known as Lauren's Promise was also created to strengthen cooperation between universities and law enforcement while improving protections for students facing dangerous situations. It became another important step toward meaningful systemic changes designed to make college campuses safer for everyone. The University of Utah also established scholarship and memorial funds in Lauren McCluskey's name. They provide financial assistance to female track and field athletes helping young women continue their education while pursuing their athletic goals. At the University of Idaho, the running track was named in Lauren's honor. A dedicated room for cats at an animal shelter was also created in her memory. These very different but equally heartfelt tributes serve as a reminder of how many lives Lauren touched during her short life. During the summer before Lauren was murdered, another University of Utah student, Mackenzie Lewick, whose case we've also covered and linked in the description, was killed as well. Two high-profile tragedies in such a short period forced the university to take a hard look at its own safety system. In the aftermath, an independent commission issued 30 recommendations for improving campus safety. In less than a year and a half, the university implemented every one of them. Those changes led to a sweeping overhaul of both university procedures and the campus police department. The university invested significant funding in a new police headquarters, built modern interview rooms, appointed a new police chief, and hired a new detective specializing in domestic and interpersonal violence cases. All of those changes were intended not only to correct the failures of the past, but also to help prevent tragedies like this from happening again. To this day, Lauren's room remains exactly as she left it. It's as if time stopped the moment she walked out of it for the last time. Her medals still hang where she proudly displayed them. The trophies she earned through years of relentless dedication remain on the shelves. Her college keepsakes are still there too, reminders of her student years and of the dreams she never got the chance to fulfill. Every part of that room reflects just how deeply she loved the life she was building. It has become a place where time stands still. Every item tells the story of a young woman with limitless potential who poured everything she had into her dreams and worked tirelessly toward her future. Lauren was an exceptional athlete, a dedicated student, a loving daughter, and a loyal friend to the people who loved her. She was so much more than a talented track and field athlete. She was someone who inspired others through her kindness, her work ethic, and her genuine love of life. And even though her room remains frozen in time, Lauren's story did not end there. It lives on every time a student's plea for help is taken seriously, every time someone is believed before it's too late. And every time another young athlete walks onto a college campus with the same ambition, determination, and passion that once drove Lauren forward. That is how Lauren's legacy lives on, not only in the memories of those who loved her, but also in the changes that continue to protect others from experiencing the same tragedy. Before departure at Dallas International Airport, the same name echoed over the loudspeaker again and again, Maricela Botello Valadez. The 23-year-old woman was supposed to board a flight home to Seattle, but she never showed up at the gate. Her seat on the plane remained empty. A few days later, investigators obtained surveillance footage. The video showed Maricela walking through the Deep Ellum nightlife district alongside a man she had only just met. Then she got into his black Audi. At first, it did not look like an abduction. Security cameras captured them together inside a store. Maricela was smiling. She moved freely through the aisles. Nothing suggested that she was in danger. But after that night, no one ever saw her again. Her phone went silent. Her bank card stopped being used. No messages, no calls. When police identified the owner of the Audi and obtained a search warrant for his home, the case took a dramatic turn. In a bedroom, investigators found traces of blood that had been carefully cleaned away. The crime lab confirmed who it belonged to, Maricela Botello Valadez. But that was only the beginning, because there was not just one person living in that house. And before long, the 3 adult residents suddenly vanished, leaving behind an abandoned home, strange evidence, and questions no one could answer. The biggest question was a simple one. What exactly happened in that bedroom on the night Maricela was last seen alive? Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments, and now let's keep going. In the early morning hours of October 5th, 2020, surveillance cameras captured a 23-year-old woman leaving a popular district filled with bars and nightclubs alongside an unknown man. That woman was Maricela Botello Valadez. She was visiting from out of town and had only recently met the man whose car she was seen getting into on video. But Maricela was unable to get back into her friend's apartment because it had been locked from the outside. She had nowhere else to go, and the man she had just met seemed appealing. He was charismatic, calm, and never came across as pushy. What Maricela was about to discover was something she could never have imagined. And it was not just this charming stranger she needed to worry about. There were other dangers waiting inside his home, and other women in his life. On October 5th, 2020, Maricela Botelho Valadez was scheduled to board a flight from Dallas, Texas to her hometown of Seattle, Washington. The 23-year-old had just spent a long weekend visiting her longtime friend and former boyfriend, Raul Ortiz. But when boarding began that day, Maricela was nowhere to be found among the passengers. Throughout the airport terminal, a voice repeatedly echoed over the loudspeaker. Maricela Botelho Valadez, please proceed to your boarding gate. When the plane finally took off, the seat assigned to Maricela remained empty. Back in Washington, her parents and younger brother began to worry. Maricela was a caring and loving older sister, a cheerful, kind, and hardworking daughter. Her parents were incredibly proud of her. Concern over the missed flight quickly turned into fear that something terrible had happened. Meanwhile, her friend Raul woke up at his apartment in Dallas and realized that Maricela had never come back the night before. He had no idea where she was. Raul told police that he had drunk too much the previous evening, lost his keys, and eventually fell asleep outside his apartment door while waiting for his roommate to return and let him inside. Maricela did not want to sit outside and wait. At around 1 o'clock in the morning, she called a Lyft and headed back into the city on her own. She was dropped off in Deep Ellum, where the bars and nightclubs were still packed with people drinking, dancing, and enjoying the night. A surveillance camera mounted behind a club called Punk Society and aimed at a large parking lot captured Maricela walking alongside an unidentified man. Footage from another camera farther down the area showed the two of them again as they made their way toward a vehicle. Investigators later determined that the car was a black 2014 Audi A3. Maricela got into the vehicle with the unknown man. Because the footage had no audio and there was very little other evidence available at the time, it was unclear whether she entered the car willingly. Several days passed. There was no activity on Maricela's credit or debit cards. Calls and text messages from worried family members and friends went unanswered. Her family told Dallas County investigators that Maricela would never voluntarily get into a stranger's car outside a nightclub. As a result, detectives initially believed they were dealing with an abduction. But everything changed when they managed to track down the black Audi. At 1:28 in the morning, the driver of the vehicle and Maricela Botelho Valadez walked into a 7-Eleven convenience store. In one frame of the surveillance footage, Maricela can be seen near the entrance, smiling. She walked over to the refrigerated section and picked out a drink. Nothing in the video suggested that she was being held against her will or forced to go anywhere. Automatic license plate readers positioned throughout the city captured the registration number of the black Audi. When investigators identified the owner of the vehicle and compared his driver's license photo with the man seen in the 7-Eleven footage, the match was confirmed. The man was 31-year-old Charles Chuck Beltran. Chuck worked as a security guard at the entrance of a nightclub in Deep Ellum, not far from where he had met Maricela. He also had a criminal record. He had served 2.5 years in prison for aggravated robbery involving an unloaded firearm. During that crime, he struck a man with a pistol and stole his wallet. When investigators examined the GPS data from Maricela's cell phone, they discovered that her last known location matched the address where the Audi was registered. It was Charles Beltran's house. Maricela had gone there voluntarily, and from that moment on, no one saw or heard from her again. Special Agent Taylor Page of the Dallas FBI joined the investigation to assist Dallas County authorities. On the afternoon of October 14th, about a week and a half after Maricela was last seen alive, Agent Page, accompanied by patrol officers and a county detective, arrived at Chuck's home in Mesquite, roughly 20 minutes from Deep Ellum. After receiving no response to repeated knocks at the door, the agent decided to call the woman leasing the house, Lisa Dykes. When Lisa answered, she told Agent Page that she had not seen Chuck for several weeks. When he asked her to clarify the nature of her relationship with the young ex-convict, she refused to answer. Lisa also said that she had no way of contacting Chuck and knew nothing about where he might be.
He is not a suspect. He's just currently a person of interest regarding this case, because we know that he was the last person to have been seen with her and to speak with her. And we would just like the person to give us a call, let us know you're not a suspect. We just need some information.
Too much time is passing, and I'm afraid something has happened to her. If they could find it in their heart to tell where he is, I wouldn't want them to be suffering the pain I'm going through. It's very difficult not knowing anything. This hurts so much. I can't stop thinking about her and ask God to protect her and that nothing bad has happened to her. I pray every day for any news about her.
While law enforcement continued searching for Chuck, investigators also obtained a warrant to search the house where Maricela Botelho Valadez had last been known to be. The home looked as if it had been hastily emptied before a move. Belongings were scattered across the floors, closet and cabinet doors stood open, and trash was strewn across countertops and throughout the house. In the entryway, a box spring had been propped against the wall. It was unclear how long the property had effectively been abandoned, but it appeared that during that time, part of the ceiling above the primary bedroom had collapsed, covering a dresser and sections of the floor with insulation. The kitchen looked especially neglected. Food and cleaning supplies had been left out on the counters. It seemed as though the occupants had simply dropped everything and walked away with no intention of ever returning. During their search, investigators also documented a small statue that had been arranged inside the Mesquite home as part of what appeared to be a shrine. At the time, they did not consider it particularly significant. Later, it was identified as Santa Muerte, a female figure associated with death. She is regarded as a personification of death and is venerated within Mexican folk Catholicism as well as some modern pagan traditions. Crime scene investigators sprayed the entire house with Blue Star, a forensic reagent used to detect traces of blood. In what was believed to be a guest bathroom, a small section of the door frame and part of the bathtub glowed blue in the dark, indicating a positive reaction for blood. The area that drew the greatest attention from investigators was the guest bedroom. It was later confirmed to be Chuck Beltran's room. In that bedroom, a section of carpet beneath the window had been thoroughly cleaned. Despite obvious efforts to remove any evidence, reddish-brown stains were still visible through the carpet fibers. When Blue Star was applied to the area, the test indicated the presence of blood. Laboratory analysis of the carpet sample confirmed what investigators had suspected. The blood belonged to Maricela Botelho Valadez. 2 additional blood DNA profiles were also identified on the carpet, 1 male and 1 female. Investigators believed they could belong to the 3 people living in the home: Chuck Beltran, Lisa Dykes, or possibly Lisa's wife, Nina Morano. Finding the leaseholder of the property, Lisa Dykes, became an urgent priority for investigators. As they spoke with people who knew her, they began uncovering what many described as a highly unusual living arrangement inside the household. Lisa had spent more than 30 years working as a litigation and settlement negotiation paralegal. Over the course of her life, she had been married 3 times and raised 3 children. Her youngest child, 20-year-old Chelsea, had reportedly been pushed out of the house so that Chuck Beltran could move in. According to one of Lisa's coworkers at the law firm, she openly talked about wanting her children to leave home so she could live exactly the way she wanted. And that life apparently included sharing a house with a 31-year-old nightclub security guard and aspiring rapper. Chuck had his own bedroom as well as a dedicated workspace, including a recording studio. He even had a closet lined with acoustic foam for recording rap vocals. Lisa bought Chuck a car, the same black Audi A3. She also registered a company for him called Math Class and financed his music videos. One of those music videos was filmed in the driveway of the Mesquite home. Both Lisa's coworker and her longtime friend and hairstylist told investigators that the nature of the relationship between Lisa and Chuck seemed completely obvious to them. In their view, Lisa was Chuck's sugar mama, a woman who financially supports a younger partner, and she made no effort to hide it or appear embarrassed by the arrangement. She enjoyed talking about the financial support she provided Chuck, as well as other aspects of their relationship. That arrangement remained unchanged even after 56-year-old Lisa married her best friend in 2019, 48-year-old Staten Island attorney Nina Morano, who had recently been widowed. According to the same witnesses, Lisa's marriage also appeared to have a financial component. After her husband's death, Nina inherited a substantial amount of money. She also had a successful legal career in New York and earned a very good income. After the wedding, Nina continued working near New York and maintained a second home in Pennsylvania. It appears that Nina also became part of the arrangement involving Chuck. She moved into the house in Mesquite and began living there with them. Even more notably, when it came time to choose a shared last name, both she and Lisa gave up their own surnames and legally became known as Lisa Beltran and Nina Beltran. During the early morning hours of October 5th, 2020, the same day Maricela Botello Valadez disappeared, cell phone data showed that all 3 residents of the house were there with Maricela. Arrest warrants for capital murder were issued for all 3 individuals, Charles Beltran, Lisa Dykes, and Nina Morano. The house had been abandoned, their phones had gone silent, and the whereabouts of all 3 remained unknown. Phone records from the night of October 5th showed that both Lisa's and Nina's phones traveled from the house to an area south of Dallas near Hutchins, Texas. The region is heavily wooded and located near several bodies of water. Dozens of officers from multiple law enforcement agencies began systematically searching the area for any sign of Maricela's remains. Throughout November of 2020, search efforts continued in locations identified through the women's cell phone data. 5 months later, in March of 2021, a person reportedly tracking feral cats in a wooded area near Hutchins came across what appeared to be a human skull. The discovery was made not far from a location that law enforcement had already searched months earlier. Dental records confirmed that the remains belonged to Maricela Botello Valadez. Because of animal activity and environmental exposure, the medical examiner was unable to determine a cause of death from the partial remains that were recovered. 2 days later, law enforcement officers in Miami, Florida, tracked down and arrested Nina Morano Beltran. She and Lisa had been renting a house in the area. However, after Nina was taken into custody, Lisa disappeared once again. At that point, there was still no sign of Chuck either. During this period, Lisa remained in contact with Chuck. Text messages later revealed that the two continued hiding from law enforcement even while Lisa was trying to find an attorney for Nina, who was being held in a Florida county jail. "Can you send me some money? I need to switch vehicles. There are capital murder warrants out for all 3 of us." Apparently, they found her, but the attorney says they're just trying to build a case. They don't actually have any evidence. They're only guessing. "I hope she's holding up and doesn't break. I need to get out of this state as soon as possible. How much money do you need? How much can you send?" A few days after Nina was arrested in Miami, Lisa was located near Orlando. A heavily armed team of law enforcement officers prepared to take the 57-year-old paralegal into custody and return her to Texas to stand trial. Investigators had tracked the couple's movements as they continued driving vehicles registered in their names across the border into Mexico and then through several states before eventually arriving in Florida. After receiving Agent Page's phone call, Lisa took a series of steps to avoid arrest. She and Nina contacted their neighbor, who also worked as a real estate agent in Pennsylvania, and arranged to put Nina's house on the market. Investigators believed the proceeds from the sale were intended to help finance their flight from justice. They also arranged to have Chuck's Audi transported to Pennsylvania. Detectives suspected this was because the vehicle was being sought as evidence in the investigation into Maricela's murder. When law enforcement officers arrived at the door to arrest Lisa Dykes Beltran, she was in the middle of a phone call with her attorney. By May, both Lisa and Nina had been returned to Texas. Each posted a $500,000 bond and was released to home confinement with electronic ankle monitors. They were charged with capital murder as well as tampering with evidence. Chuck was eventually arrested as well. Authorities found him in Utah, where he was staying with the family of a former girlfriend, the mother of one of his children. For several months, Lisa and Nina complied with the conditions of their release. That continued from May through December of 2021. Then they decided to run. At 7:30 on Christmas morning, both electronic ankle monitors were disabled within roughly 4 minutes of each other. Taking advantage of the holiday and limited staffing within Dallas County's pretrial supervision department, the women managed to avoid detection for 2 full days. On December 27th, officials realized the monitors had been deactivated. But by then, Lisa and Nina had already boarded a plane and traveled approximately 9,000 miles. Airline tickets purchased in their names showed a route to Seoul, South Korea, followed by Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia. Cambodian immigration authorities confirmed that the couple had entered the country and had not traveled onward. The Dallas FBI office was once again brought into the investigation. Working alongside Cambodian authorities and the nation's largest bank, agents were able to trace cash withdrawals made by Lisa and Nina. An ATM camera captured the license plate of the vehicle that had driven the women to the machine. Following that lead, local investigators located the taxi and its driver. He provided the address where the 2 foreign women had been staying in the coastal city of Sihanoukville. Lisa and Nina Beltran were arrested for a second time. In February of 2022, they were extradited back to Texas. This time, they remained in custody. Their trials were scheduled for 2023. Both women pleaded not guilty to murder. By that point, it was clear that they were connected in some way to the death of Maricela Botello Valadez. What remained unclear was what motive they could possibly have had. It was also still a mystery what had actually happened that night inside Charles Beltran's bedroom. As the first of the planned trials approached, the trial of Lisa Dykes, Chuck decided to cooperate with prosecutors. He agreed to testify and tell the jury what he claimed was the truth about Maricela's death. According to Chuck, Lisa Dykes burst into his bedroom in a jealous rage. When she saw 23-year-old Maricela asleep beside him in bed, Lisa allegedly stabbed her. Chuck claimed he woke up during the attack. According to his account, Lisa was straddling Maricela and repeatedly stabbing her with a knife. After the attack, Nina entered the room. Realizing that Maricela was already dead, Chuck told investigators that he fled the house, leaving his 2 partners behind in the blood-soaked bedroom with the young woman he had brought home only a few hours earlier.
The conclusion of the evidence, I know the conclusion of the evidence. What you are going to decide is that this young lady right here, sweet, fun-loving Maricela Botello Valadez, that just came down here for a long weekend, was killed by Lisa Dykes. Her body dumped outside south of Dallas in Wilmer on a country road by Miss Dykes and her wife, Nina Morano.
Lisa Dykes' defense argued that she had absolutely no motive to kill Maricela. She had never even met her before. According to the defense, Lisa was not a jealous sugar mama who flew into a rage after Chuck brought another woman home. Quite the opposite. Lisa claimed that she and Chuck were not romantically involved at all. She insisted that she had never shown jealousy over his behavior, even though situations like this allegedly happened on a regular basis. Chuck was known by the names Chuck Gorgeous and Chuck 50/50. According to the defense, the 50/50 nickname meant that 50% amazing and 50% crazy.
Mrs. Dykes is going to tell you she's never met Marcellus. She's never met this young lady. And she could care less about the women that Charles was having at that house. He was a rapper that she was investing in. Yes, was there some twisted, what do you call it, love triangle between the, yes, yes. But you're talking about Chuck Gorgeous. That's what he calls himself, Chuck Gorgeous, because of the way he, he manipulates women, I don't know if Charles killed Ms. Paladez. I don't know what happened to Ms. Paladez. What I do know is that they will not be able to prove to you that Ms. Dykes committed this offense because she didn't.
In an effort to establish a possible motive, prosecutors called Lisa's longtime hairstylist, Kathy DeLon, to testify in court.
Told me that she had got home from work Friday and that she caught Chuck and Nina in bed together. When she was telling me this, she was like, I could just kill her. She goes, yeah. She says, I cannot believe that I caught them in bed together. And I told her, I said, Lisa, you invited this. I was like, you have let this trio thing go on. Did you not think that it was going to happen? I never saw Lisa like upset. She was always like, but this particular day, she was very, very upset.
Kathy also testified that after Lisa met Chuck at a bar owned by her son, she began making dramatic changes to her appearance. She started getting tattoos, cut her hair short, and began dyeing it in bright, bold colors. During that period, she lost approximately 60 pounds, underwent a lower facelift, and had cosmetic procedures on her thighs to improve the appearance of her chin and legs. According to witnesses, all of these changes were made in an effort to attract Chuck and transform herself into the woman she believed he wanted her to be. In a surprising and rather unusual turn during the trial, Kathy also described what she considered another extreme aspect of Lisa Dykes' personality.
I see an altar, and it had this big statue thing that to me resembled like a Grim Reaper. She goes, what's wrong? And I was like, and I pointed at it, I was like, are you into witchcraft? And she goes, well, I've dabbled in it. I just said, well, okay, girl, to each his own. Just don't put a spell on me. And I was like, come on.
Jamie Scarpa, a friend from Pennsylvania and a real estate agent, testified about the panic and urgency with which Nina and Lisa were trying to sell the Pennsylvania house. The women traveled to the property with Jamie to prepare it for sale and sign the necessary paperwork. While inspecting the home, they came across something unexpected.
Her house is bright and airy and open. All the windows and doors were covered with like black sheets. It was pitch black in the house when I walked in. And there was a closet that's next to the foyer. Inside that large closet, it was like a life-size, I guess you'd call it a statue of a skeleton. And it was wearing like a robe and it was holding something like this. There's like a mat on the floor in front of it.
And what did they do in front of that?
Kneeled.
What did you think about that?
I was ready to go. Yeah.
Were you terrified?
Scary.
In December, did you receive a photograph from a buyer's agent about some concerning things in the home?
Yes, we did. A buyer's agent had said that a buyer was concerned about something that they seen, and they sent me a photo. It was like a smaller, what I would call Grim Reaper statue, and it was on like a small side table with candles and like little cups of alcohol or money in the cups.
And what did that statue in your research represent?
The Santa Marta statue was Angel of Death that they had up.
Charles Beltran was the prosecution's key witness. Over time, he had changed his version of events multiple times. At first, he told a friend that Maricela got into his car, but the two of them never even went to his house. Later, he told police that she had been at his home but woke up and left unharmed. In a subsequent version of the story, he claimed that Lisa stabbed Maricela while Nina joined in the attack. Ultimately, when he testified before the jury, he placed the blame solely on Lisa Dykes.
Tell me what happened next.
I wake up to her screaming, saying, help me, help me. I guess just from all the movement going on in the bed, that's when I wake up and I see Lisa on top of her. She's like with the knife coming down like this. And once I noticed the knife, so I pushed Lisa off of her. Just my reaction was just to push her, and I pushed her hard. And her and Maricela like tumble over. Lisa still got a hold of her. As I get up, I'm still trying to process what the hell is going on. I see Lisa still grabbing her. I jump over the bed, and as I come over to the bed, I'm trying to pry Lisa off of her, pull her apart. And so as I'm pulling them off, it's like Lisa just kind of like let go, and she just tumbles over. I look towards Lisa, and I grab Lisa, and I pin her to the wall, and I'm like, what the F are you doing, you know? And she's like, I told you not to bring any more girls over here.
Well,
She's like, I'm getting tired of this.
and you can quote, if you need to say a first word quote, I want you to quote, tell the jury exactly what you remember Lisa saying to you.
She just said that I told you not to bring any more girls over here. Why are you disrespecting us? I do everything for you. And she was just like, you need to get your little bitch, and y'all need to leave now. Y'all need to leave. And Lisa's just still standing there, like just looking at her, just staring at her, just laying there.
Staring at Maricela?
Yes, and I could hear her saying something like I can't recall what she's saying, but it sounds like she's saying like what did I do? What did I do? What did I do?
What do you tell Lisa?
I'm like, Lisa, we have to call 911. She was like, no, like hold on, think about what you're doing before you do it. And to me, like registering that, I was just thinking about the whole scene. Like, I'm with her, I'm the last one with her. She's in my room. You know, it looks like I did something. So yeah, I was just like, you need to figure this shit out. You told me to fucking leave. Like, you did this shit. Like, you need to, I'm gone. You know what I'm saying? I can't deal with this. Like, it was just so much to deal with. And I put my clothes on and grabbed my stuff and left.
Cell phone location data supported Chuck's account of his movements. According to those records, he left the house and drove to the apartment complex where his former girlfriend lived. The following morning, he even stopped to get an oil change, a visit that was also documented. After that, he did not return to the house until Lisa called and told him it was okay to come back. By the time he returned a few days later, the room had already been thoroughly cleaned. About 10 days after the killing, when the FBI began visiting the house, Lisa and Nina started making preparations to flee. Chuck testified that he went with them because he did not believe anyone would accept that he was innocent.
You ever think about calling the police later down the road?
I've always had it in the back of my mind, but I always thought that it could be pointed to me. They're attorneys, they have good jobs, they don't have no record. Me, I look like the bad guy. I was scared.
The defense also focused on the 2 additional blood samples recovered from the scene. Investigators initially believed they might belong to Chuck, Lisa, or Nina. However, forensic testing revealed that neither sample matched any of the 3.
But the truth of the matter is, not only did you have girls, you had guys, you had people over there all the time, right?
Yes, sir.
The early morning hours of October the 5th, you had more than just Marcel over there.
No, sir.
We just have to take your word for it, right?
That's what happened.
No, we have to take your word for it, right? This version has actually led to your murder case being dismissed, right?
This is the truth.
That's not my question. You know your case is going to be dismissed based on this version, based on you cooperating with the state, right?
Yes, sir.
Lisa Dykes Beltran took the stand in her own defense. She told the jury that Charles Beltran was an aggressive and dangerous man whom she feared.
Charles was a lot more aggressive than what you have been told. He was really bad as far as aggression goes. One night in particular, he was trying to get a hold of me for money. Whenever I woke up in the morning, I had 99 missed phone calls from this man. 99.
She also firmly denied ever having a romantic relationship with Chuck, despite the fact that the trial included extensive testimony suggesting otherwise. During her testimony, Lisa insisted that there had never been any romantic involvement between the 2 of them. She rejected claims that their relationship went beyond a normal friendship and disputed the allegations that had been presented in court. At the same time, numerous witnesses who testified under oath described their relationship very differently. Throughout the trial, jurors heard from multiple people who claimed that Lisa and Chuck shared a much closer connection than the one she acknowledged. That conflict became one of the key issues in the case. The jury was left to weigh the competing versions of events and decide which account they found more credible. Despite all of the testimony presented during the proceedings, Lisa remained unwavering in her position. She continued to maintain that she had never been romantically involved with Chuck and that any claims suggesting otherwise were simply untrue.
No, Chuck was and continued to always be a business interest that went sideways.
Okay, so you hear all these women talk about how sweet he was. Is that the 50-50 he's referring to?
Well, it's not the 50 I got most of the time in the later days, but he could definitely appear to be. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Lisa also strongly denied claims that she worshipped Santa Muerte or had any serious interest in witchcraft, the occult, or similar practices. During her testimony, she rejected the prosecution's suggestions that linked her to those beliefs. According to Lisa, those allegations were simply untrue and created a misleading impression of her in the eyes of the jury. Particular attention was given during the trial to the shrine that investigators discovered inside the Mesquite home. The item was discussed repeatedly throughout the proceedings and attracted significant attention because of its unusual appearance. However, Lisa testified that the shrine did not belong to her. According to her account, it belonged to Chuck, and she had nothing to do with it. The statue found at the Pennsylvania home was also a topic of discussion. Prosecutors highlighted the item as part of the broader narrative of the case and questions surrounding possible occult interests. Lisa, however, insisted that the statue had no religious or mystical significance whatsoever. She testified that it was simply a Halloween decoration used as part of seasonal decor. In short, Lisa completely denied any connection to the worship of Santa Muerte and explained every item highlighted by the prosecution as either an everyday household object or a holiday decoration, unrelated to any religious or occult practices.
There was like a Halloween skeleton that's full size, like human sized, and he had put, because they were Mormon, a Mormon religious like piece of clothing on it. It's like a long white robe, but it was bundled up in like unfloored closet. It's not anything else. So it was just a bunch of stuff and storage that we had in there that we kept locked, including paperwork that we didn't want shown to people coming to look at the house.
Well, you heard the neighbor from Pennsylvania said you were kneeling to it, praying to it. Remember that?
I remember her saying that, and I also have no concept why she would have said it. We never did that.
Lisa also offered her own explanation regarding her physical condition at the time of Maricella's murder, claiming that significant health issues severely limited what she was capable of doing. During her testimony, she stated that she was still recovering from cosmetic surgery during that period. According to Lisa, the recovery process had been far more difficult than expected, and the effects of the procedure continued to impact her daily life. She told the jury that the surgery on her thighs had, in her view, gone badly and resulted in serious complications. Lisa claimed that she was experiencing intense, constant pain that affected her almost all the time and significantly restricted her physical abilities. According to her testimony, even routine everyday tasks had become extremely difficult. She said she struggled to move around and that nearly every movement caused discomfort. Lisa also stated that walking without pain was difficult and that even driving a car required considerable effort. These were the circumstances she pointed to when describing her physical condition during the period when, according to the prosecution, the events surrounding Maricella's murder took place.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I used to think having a baby was 10, right? With this particular injury, where this was, and pain factor involved, this is a 10, and having a baby is 5.
Okay.
So that gives you an idea of what that was in dealing with it.
However, evidence presented during the trial suggested that Lisa continued to provide substantial support to Charles Beltran despite her claims about the nature of their relationship. On October 3rd, just 2 days before the murder, Lisa made a 4-hour trip to Arkansas to attend one of Chuck's performances at a nightclub. The journey required a significant investment of both time and effort, something prosecutors highlighted during the proceedings. Even more notably, Lisa was the one who paid for the event. That fact was repeatedly referenced in court as an example of her involvement in Chuck's life and career. Her financial support did not stop there. According to evidence presented at trial, she also covered transportation expenses, paid for multiple hotel rooms, and bought drinks for Chuck and his friends. Witnesses testified that Lisa regularly took on a substantial share of the group's expenses during trips and social gatherings. When the group returned to Texas after the trip, the celebratory mood continued. Rather than heading home and spending the evening quietly, the aspiring rapper chose to keep the night going with friends. It was that evening that the encounter at the center of the entire case took place. While out socializing, Chuck met Maricela Botello Valadez. Later that night, he brought her back to his house. At the time, it may have seemed like nothing more than a chance meeting after a night out with friends. But those events would become the beginning of a tragic chain of circumstances that ultimately found itself at the center of a high-profile investigation and murder trial.
You and Nina there in your room asleep?
Yes, with the doc.
On that day, did you ever come in contact with Maricela?
No.
When Chuck arrived there with her, according to the phone records, in the early morning hours, did you ever know he was there?
No.
Anything unusual about him arriving at your house in the early morning hours?
No.
You heard him say that at some point you came into that room and you stabbed Maricela. Did you go into that room and stab Maricela?
No.
Did you struggle with Maricela?
No, absolutely not. No.
Did you argue with Chuck about Maricela?
No.
Had you ever met Maricela?
No.
Finally, Lisa offered her own explanation for the cell phone location data that investigators said placed her in the Hutchins area after the murder. Those records drew particular attention because Maricela's remains were later discovered in that same region. During her testimony, Lisa attempted to explain why her phone appeared in the area at that specific time. According to her account, the trip to Hutchins had nothing to do with Maricela or the events being investigated. She testified that she and Nina had driven to a FedEx distribution center in Hutchins that morning. According to Lisa, the purpose of the trip was entirely work-related. She explained that Nina was working on a legal case in New York and was expecting urgent documents that needed to be reviewed immediately. According to her version of events, the paperwork was important enough that they felt it was necessary to go directly to the distribution center to check on the delivery. However, Lisa claimed that when they arrived, the documents were nowhere to be found. According to her testimony, the trip accomplished nothing because the expected materials were not at the FedEx facility. That was how she explained her presence in the Hutchins area, a location that would later become one of the most significant places in the entire investigation after Maricela's remains were discovered there.
If you were in that area, would that explain why your phones were pinging in that area?
I would assume so.
Other than going to that wintergreen out 45 and moving back up to go to the distribution center, did you ever go to 3600 Pulse Oak and drop a body out?
No, sir.
The prosecution concluded its case by directing the jury's attention to what it believed was the central issue in the entire story. During the final portion of its presentation, the state argued that what it considered the biggest lie in Lisa's testimony was also one of the most important facts for understanding what happened and why events unfolded the way they did. Prosecutors maintained that this was not merely a minor inconsistency or an isolated contradiction in her statements. In their view, it went directly to the question of motive and helped explain the reasons they believed were behind the murder. At the center of that argument was Lisa's relationship with Charles Beltran. The prosecution described that relationship as a critical factor in the case. According to the state, it played a key role in the overall sequence of events and helped explain the motive that prosecutors had presented to the jury throughout the trial. As they wrapped up their case, prosecutors once again emphasized that this issue was, in their opinion, one of the most important considerations for evaluating the credibility of Lisa's testimony and understanding the reasons they believed ultimately led to the tragic outcome.
And in this case, she swore on direct and swore on cross over and over and over again that she had no romantic or sexual relationship with Charles Beltran. Yet in her phone that she is on talking to someone when she gets arrested in March of 2021, March 26th, his name is Lover. She chose that name for him. Yet she sat up there and lied to you. No, he was just a business investment. And what you see is the evolution of Lisa Dykes right there from when prior to when she met Charles Beltran all the way through to the bottom. Full tattoos, new haircut, platinum hair, makeup. The last hair appointment she had with Kat, she changes her appearance again, bright pink. She still has the scars from her facelift that Nina paid for. This is the willing evolution of a woman that was obsessed with a young, much younger man that was in the rap scene and in the bar scene, and this is what she thought he wanted her to look like. So that's what she did.
The jury reached its verdict with remarkable speed. After closing arguments concluded and the judge provided all necessary instructions, the jurors left the courtroom to begin deliberations. In cases involving serious criminal charges and a large volume of evidence, deliberations can often take many hours or even several days, but that was not the case here. The jury reached its decision in just 90 minutes. Such a brief deliberation suggested that the jurors came to a consensus relatively quickly regarding the evidence they had heard and the conclusions they were asked to draw. Not long after beginning their discussions, they returned to the courtroom, where their verdict was announced.
The jury unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. For the second case, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of tampering with physical evidence.
Guilty on both counts. That was the conclusion the jury reached after reviewing all of the evidence and testimony in a case that had drawn significant public attention for a long time. The charges involved murder and tampering with evidence through efforts to conceal Maricella's body in a wooded area near Hutchins. Those actions formed the foundation of the case that ultimately resulted in a conviction. The same jurors remained in court for the next phase of the proceedings, the sentencing stage. After determining guilt, they heard additional testimony and evidence that could influence the final outcome. Among those who addressed the court was Maricella's younger brother. His statement became one of the most emotional moments of the hearing. He described his sister as a kind, cheerful, and caring person who was always there for the people she loved. According to him, her absence remains a painful loss for the entire family, and he still misses her every single day. Maricela made a bad decision on the night of her death when she got into Charles Beltran's car. It was a choice that became part of a tragic chain of events. But she could not have known what would happen next, nor could she have predicted the actions that prosecutors said followed. After the sentencing hearing concluded, the court imposed its punishment. Lisa was sentenced to life in prison for murder. In addition, she received another 20 years for tampering with evidence. The court therefore found her responsible not only for the killing itself, but also for the efforts that followed to conceal its aftermath. Nina Morano and Charles Beltran both pleaded guilty to tampering with evidence. As part of their agreements, they accepted responsibility for those actions. In exchange, the murder charges against them were dismissed. As a result, the criminal cases against both of them concluded without a trial on the murder allegations, while the evidence tampering charges were resolved through guilty pleas. At around 10 that night, on October 12, 2023, Irina Garcia went to bed in her apartment at the Amelia Oaks complex in Hialeah, Florida. She was still recovering from a C-section she had undergone just 2 weeks earlier on September 29th, when she gave birth to her daughter, Ashley. Irina was also the mother of 13-year-old Derek Rosa. She was raising the newborn together with her husband, Frank Ramos, who had become Derek's stepfather. That night, Frank was not home. Relatives later said he was somewhere in Georgia working as a truck driver on the road. While Irina got ready for bed and cared for the baby, the night seemed to come to a quiet end. By all appearances, it was just a normal, peaceful evening. Doorbell camera footage showed Derek leaving the apartment earlier that night around 8 o'clock and then coming back a short time later. Near the front door, the two of them had a brief conversation in Spanish. Calmly, Irina told her son not to run out of the apartment again, and he agreed. The video also briefly captured Irina herself sitting near the entrance holding the baby in her arms. By 10 o'clock, Derek had also gone to sleep. What exactly happened over the next hour and a half is still unknown, but shortly after 11:30, Derek called 911.
Can you bring the police over here where I live?
What is your address?
I don't know my address.
Derek told the dispatcher that his mother had been stabbed. He said the knife was in his room, and when the operator directly asked if he was the one responsible, the boy answered that he had killed his mother.
Are you by yourself with your mom?
Yes, no, my baby sister's here too. She's sleeping.
I need to know if your mom is breathing.
She's dead, miss.
Okay, and what did you do then?
There's blood all over the floor.
I need to know that you don't have any guns or any knives with you.
There's a knife in my room and there's a gun in the living room.
Okay, I need you to stay away from them. Can you put them in a safe place away from where the officers can see them? I need to know, do you think we can help your mom?
Yes, she's dead.
The 8th grader told the operator he was searching through his mother's drawers looking for a paper with their address on it. And when he finally found it, he could barely read what was written there.
I need you to get me the address. Can you get me the address?
Yes. I'll go to my mom's and I'll try to find it in the drawer.
Okay.
Someone's calling my mom. What do I do?
Don't pick up. I need you to get me your address. That's what I need.
Okay. I'll try to find it. Wait.
Eventually, emergency responders got the full address to the apartment at Amelia Oaks. Meanwhile, Derek, still staying on the line, started saying things that sounded deeply disturbing and unsettling, even though nobody had asked him about them.
More family members. They can take care of my sister.
I understand. Your sister will be in good hands, okay? Let's just worry about you now.
Okay. I took pictures and I told my friends about it. Was that bad?
You told who about it?
My friends.
Your friends? Did you send pictures to your friends? So what you did?
Yeah.
Derek watched as law enforcement officers entered the apartment complex and then, as instructed, went back inside the apartment.
What do you mean? They're already here?
Do not go.
I see officers. Do I leave?
No, do not leave. Do not leave. Stay there where you are in your apartment. I'm going to tell you when you can come out, okay? Do not have anything in your hand, okay?
I'm going to stay in my living room.
Stay in your living room. Only have your cell phone, okay? Stay with me on the line.
Okay, ma'am.
When police gave the order, the 13-year-old boy walked out of the apartment and was immediately placed in handcuffs and taken into custody.
Howdy, police! Come on. Hands up! Come on, Kevin. Hands up!
Come here, come on.
Hands up.
Get on the ground, get on the ground. Go. Slow. Go. Slow.
The son is in custody. Any knife?
There's a knife in my room.
The knife is in the room.
There's a baby.
How's the baby? Did you do anything to the fucking baby?
No, I did not touch the baby.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Leave him.
Sit over there.
Sit.
Lay down. Lay down. All the way down. Face down. He's full of blood.
Yeah, sorry. It's okay.
Why, bro? Fucking shit.
No question.
Inside the apartment, in the bedroom, to the right of the hallway, officers found Irina Garcia dead in the middle of a bloody crime scene. The mother of two was lying face down on the floor between the edge of the bed and a large dresser. In the baby crib, Ashley was still asleep. She had not been harmed. Officers immediately carried the baby out of the apartment. Investigators later obtained a search warrant for the home, but some things were already clear from the beginning. Irina had been the victim of a brutal attack. Detectives believe she had likely been lying in bed asleep when it started. She had suffered multiple stab wounds. A blood-covered knife was left out in plain sight. The blade was more than a foot long, and the purple handle matched a knife set found in the apartment kitchen. The weapon had been left on the dresser inside Derek's bedroom. Irina's mother, Isabel, arrived at the scene with one of her grandsons. Panicked, they tried to get into Ina's apartment, but officers physically stopped them from entering the crime scene. Shocked and desperate for answers, Isabel was eventually placed inside a police vehicle so detectives could speak with her because law enforcement still had not told her what had happened. At the detective's request, Isabel explained that her son Derek's uncle, who also worked as a truck driver, had urgently called her and told her to go to Irina's apartment immediately. He said that Frank Irina's partner had seen through the apartment's ring camera that police had arrived and taken Derek into custody. After receiving the call from her son at around 11:47 that night, Isabel tried to contact Ina, but got no response.
El esposo de mi hija, que también es camionero, vio por la cámara que ellos tienen en la puerta los policías y que estaban.
Then, detectives asked the grandmother about Derek. Did he have any mental health issues? Had he ever shown signs of aggression or maybe depression? He's a good kid, she said. She described her grandson as a smart teenager. He was doing well in school and had made the honor roll.
¿Él tiene algún problema de agresión, algún problema de depresión? Que usted sepa, no.
No.
As far as she knew, he had not been struggling at all with the arrival of his baby sister. Just a normal kid, Isabel said.
¿Cómo estaba Derek con la baby nueva?
Feliz con su hermana.
Sí, okay.
Feliz.
As the conversation was coming to an end, the detective asked why Frank had not contacted Isabel directly to warn her about the situation, and instead passed the message through Derek's uncle. I don't know, Isabel replied. Maybe the grandmother had never noticed any outward signs of problems inside the family, but there may have been reasons for concern. Although Frank acted as Derek's stepfather and Irina's husband, it appears he legally could not actually be married to her. The reason was that back in Cuba, he already had a wife and daughters. His relationship with Irina was reportedly an affair outside of that marriage. Whether Derek knew about the situation remains unclear. It is also unknown how the teenager truly felt about his family overall. Derek was taken to the homicide division in Hialeah, where he waited for detectives to arrive. After he was placed in a holding cell, investigators continued processing the crime scene, now with a warrant to search the apartment. To someone who did not know what had happened inside the home might not have looked suspicious at first. It was clean, organized, and generally well kept. Baby supplies were spread throughout the living room and open kitchen area. A bassinet for the newborn sat on the couch. Against one wall was a manicure station where Irina's clients would come for manicures and pedicures. That part of the apartment still looked orderly, even though it was crowded with baby items. But with a closer look, disturbing signs of what had happened there started to appear. A handgun was lying on the couch. On the kitchen table, investigators found the sheath for a large kitchen knife. Small smears of what appeared to be blood were visible on the tile floor leading from the living room down the hallway toward the bedrooms. Near the entrance to the master bedroom, there was a puddle of a similar red substance. Open cases for 2 handguns were sitting on the bed while the weapons themselves had been moved to other rooms. Detectives also noticed signs that Derek had been going through drawers, documents, and papers searching for the apartment address. There was also a visible trail leading from the master bedroom to the bathroom. Someone appeared to have tried to clean parts of it up, but only in a very superficial way. The bedroom at the end of the hallway had many of the typical details you would expect from a 13-year-old boy's room. There were toys inside, including a teddy bear sitting on the dresser. The walls were decorated with cartoon drawings. Attached to the mirror was a badge that read Big Bro and hanging in a frame near the bed was an honor certificate for Derek Rosa from IMAT Academy, a local middle school. On the blanket, investigators found ammunition, and the bedspread itself had light stains from what they believed was blood. And then there was the knife. A closer examination revealed that the tip had snapped off. Later during the autopsy, investigators found a fragment matching the broken piece. The medical examiner concluded that Irina had suffered a total of 46 stab wounds. She had injuries on both the front and back of her body. Investigators believed the fatal wounds were most likely the ones to her chest. There were also signs that Irina had fought back. Defensive wounds were found on her hands.
There, come over here, there. Have a seat right there for me, please, if you can.
Derek Rosa was placed in an interrogation room with 2 detectives. The 13-year-old was read his Miranda rights and then waived his right to an attorney. Detective Joseph Arasagi from the Hialeah Police Department later testified that he believed the teenager understood those rights when they were explained to him, and that his statements were not made under pressure or coercion. Predictably, that claim would later come under scrutiny, but Derek did speak openly with detectives, and what he told them sounded deeply disturbing.
So you went to sleep around 10?
10.
Okay, and then what?
I woke up, and I went to the kitchen. I grabbed one of the kitchen knives, and then I went to our room, and then I ate.
It's okay, you can say it.
I killed her.
You killed her? All right. What type of knife was it? Do you know?
It was just a big size kitchen knife.
That big?
Yeah.
What color was the handle?
Purple.
Purple?
Yes.
Okay. Your mom was sleeping?
Yeah, she was sleeping.
Okay.
Derek explained that after killing his mother, he took pictures of her body. Then he texted one of his friends and told him what he had just done.
How many friends did you call?
Only one.
What's his name?
I don't know his real name. He's an online friend.
He's an online friend?
Yeah.
When you say online friend, what do you mean, from video games?
Yes, from video games. I know him real well.
Okay. How long have you known him?
Since I was 10. 3 years.
3 years? Have you ever met him?
No, I've seen his face.
You seen his face?
Yeah.
So how did you communicate with him?
My cell phone.
Through your cell phone, so you have his number?
Yes.
And you don't have him stored under a certain name, or you have him stored under a gamer tag?
I have him. I made up a name for him.
You made up a name for him?
Yeah.
What name did you make up from?
Sweden.
Sweden?
Sweden. SWEEDEN.
Okay. How often do you talk to Sweden?
Every weekend.
Every weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. So you called Sweden. And what did you tell Sweden?
Told him what I did.
What exactly did you tell Sweden when you say what I did?
I killed my mom.
Derek admitted that he sent Sweden 3 photographs. 2 pictures showed his mother and what had been done to her, and the third was a photo of himself. In the selfie, he was smiling and posing with one hand slightly stained with blood raised toward the camera. The real identity of Sweden, if investigators ever confirmed, it was never publicly revealed. Derek's cell phone, along with an iPad and a laptop, were taken from the crime scene. Because much of his communication involved other minors, many details from those devices were never released to the public. However, investigators did publish his search history. The final Google searches made from the 13-year-old's phone began around 6 o'clock on the evening of the murder. Among the searches were: what's the best place to stab someone? Carotid artery diagram. Is a small knife good for killing? Is it easier to kill someone with a small knife? Can a small knife cut through bone? And finally, machine gun images. Derek told detectives that after the attack, he took 2 of his stepfather's handguns out of their cases and loaded them. After that, he said he changed his mind about using one of them likely against himself, so he put the weapons down and called 911.
At first, I cut her right here.
And her neck?
It's like a type of vein that goes through your neck right here on both sides.
Okay.
And if you stab here, a lot of blood sprays out right
Do you know what that's called?
Like an artery or something.
An artery?
Yeah.
Okay.
The interrogation came to an end after Derek was asked the one question he seemed unwilling to answer.
So you were about to tell me the why. Why did you kill your mother? Do you know?
Do I have to say it now?
Yeah, get it off your chest. Absolutely.
You can wait for a lawyer.
Okay, at this point, you want a lawyer?
Maybe not.
We can't. No, listen. Just so you understand, okay? You have mentioned or asked us, should you wait for a lawyer? We're not here to advise you on whether to talk to a lawyer or not. That decision is yours, okay? But if you are requesting a lawyer at this point, we can't interview you any further. You understand? We have to stop the interview.
Okay.
Do you want us to stop the interview?
Yes.
If investigators still had any doubts about who was responsible for the brutal killing of Irina Garcia, those doubts disappeared after police gained access to data from Ashley's baby monitor. The device had been positioned directly in front of the baby's crib, and the camera also captured part of Irina's bed. The footage showed a gentle moment between mother and daughter at around 10:20 that night. But less than an hour later, another image appeared to show a figure believed to be Derek Rosa leaning over his sleeping mother. At first, Derek Rosa was charged with second-degree murder, and a Miami-Dade grand jury decided he would be prosecuted as an adult. Later, the charge was upgraded to first-degree murder. Derek pleaded not guilty. The honor roll 8th grader is being held in the juvenile section of an adult correctional facility while he waits for trial. The evidence against him appears overwhelming. Although parts of the 911 call were edited before release, reports say Derek admitted to the murder during that call, and then, of course, just a few hours later, he confessed again to detectives during questioning. Investigators believe nobody else was inside the apartment that night except for his 2-week-old baby sister. Police also found blood on his clothing. Data from his phone suggests he had been thinking about the attack and planning it for hours before the tragedy happened. And yet, his grandmother, other relatives, and a growing number of passionate supporters have all rallied around one central belief that Derek Rosa is innocent. At a hearing in April 2025, more than 50 supporters joined Derek's family after traveling to the courthouse from different parts of the country. Many packed the courtroom to hear the judge and attorney speak, and after the hearing, they gathered outside chanting slogans near the building. They wore shirts with Derek's picture and the words, "Free Derek," printed across them, claiming they were only a small part of his national and international support. At one point, several Miami-Dade police officers warned the crowd that people needed to move away from the entrance and remain on the sidewalk. These activists attended nearly every hearing, firmly insisting that the teenager was innocent.
I am here along with all these moms right here next to me, okay? So we're not affiliated with any source. We're here by our own selves, voluntary. We're here to support Derek Rosa's case. We want Derek Rosa's freedom. We don't want Derek Rosa's rights to be violated any longer. His constitutional rights is being violated as well. We want Derek Rosa's freedom. We want justice for Irina Garcia. We want the real person who committed this passion crime to be in charge fully. Derek Rosa did not do it. He's a child.
I'm here because I believe in Derek's innocence. And I like to see him free. I like to see justice for Irina. And this child, Derek Rosa, I believe in his innocence.
The support movement became especially visible on TikTok, where a growing number of mostly Spanish-speaking women started posting videos defending Derek Rosa. In their videos, they criticize what they believe is the way both the legal system and the public have treated the teenager since his arrest. Many of the videos are highly emotional. The creators focus on Derek's age, the circumstances of his interrogation, his mental state, and the fact that he became the center of a major criminal case while still just a child. Some users openly say they believe the way he has been treated is unfair and excessively harsh. Other supporters go even further, claiming that Derek may have been the target of some kind of conspiracy. Those kinds of theories have recently spread widely across social media, adding even more controversy, emotion, and public debate to the case.
Derek Rosa es completamente inocente. Derek Rosa es inocente.
I believe that he is innocent of all charges. He is a child. He can easily be manipulated by an adult. I believe there was more than one person in that scene. We hear noises in the background of the 911 call. I strongly believe that he's innocent and he was manipulated by someone else around that scene.
One of the biggest and most controversial issues in the entire case remains Derek Rose's confession. Much of the ongoing legal battle now centers on the circumstances under which it was obtained and whether it was truly voluntary and fully informed. During one of the pretrial hearings, Detective Arasagi defended the decision to interrogate 13-year-old Derek without an attorney and without any adult present in the room with him. According to the detective, there was no reason at the time to believe the boy was incapable of understanding the situation or his legal rights. While testifying, Arasagi stated that Derek told investigators he was an honor roll student and knew how to read. In the detective's view, that showed the teenager was fully aware of what was happening during the interview and understood the decisions he was making. But Derek's supporters strongly reject that interpretation of events. They argue that nothing the teenager said during the interrogation can be fully trusted because of the emotional and psychological condition he was in after the tragedy. According to them, Derek was escorted to the homicide division by armed officers and questioned by armed detectives. His supporters say that kind of environment could have been deeply frightening for a 13-year-old child, especially while dealing with the shock of his mother's violent death. No direct accusations of physical abuse or mistreatment by police have been made. However, in response to public attention and calls for transparency, the Hialeah Police Department later released video footage showing Derek's arrest and the time he spent in custody. The recordings show the period when Derek sat in the back of a police car outside the crime scene, his transport to the station, and the events leading up to the moment he sat across from detectives for questioning. Those videos later became the subject of intense discussion among people following the case. Still, the biggest concerns centered on Derek's decision to waive his rights before speaking with detectives. That moment has now become one of the defense's main arguments. While inside the interrogation room, Derek was unable to state his own home address or phone number. He also told detectives that he did not have initials, which drew additional attention to his condition and apparent understanding of the situation. In addition to that, he could not read or explain the meaning of the word coercion. And when detectives used the word attorney, Derek did not know what it meant or what a lawyer was. The defense is now using those moments as evidence that the teenager may not have fully understood his rights or the consequences of giving them up.
Derek, come over here, Derek. Have a seat right there for me, please, if you can.
Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights.
Okay, you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and initial this little dot for me. It means that you understand that. Yeah, just your initials.
I don't have initials. I just write my name.
Okay. Whatever.
What's your name?
Right here.
You have the right to remain silent.
Okay. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Write your name again if you understand that.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and to have the lawyer present with you during the questioning.
Okay, you understand that? Go ahead and...
I am willing to make the statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I'm doing. No promises or threats have been made to me. No pressure or
coercion. That's that we're forcing you to do something. Okay. You understand? Whatever you're doing on your own voluntarily basis, making an educated decision for yourself, okay?
Okay.
Keep on. And if you want a chance to explain yourself, the only way that we would be able to take your statement is if you agree to talk to us without the presence of an attorney. If you do, go ahead and sign right here.
What's an attorney?
An attorney is someone that can represent you in legal matters. Okay?
Do you know what a lawyer is? Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, same thing. By you signing that, You're wanting to give us a statement without the presence of a lawyer. You understand that?
Yes.
Is that your wish?
Yes, my wish.
Okay.
What's your address?
I have no address.
Okay. What's your telephone number? You don't know it either?
No.
Okay.
In June 2025, during a hearing at Miami-Dade Criminal Court, attorneys for Derek Rosa argued that his confession was obtained without a full and informed understanding of his constitutional rights. That issue has now become one of the central points in the latest stage of the legal battle surrounding the case. According to the defense, Derek did not fully understand the consequences of speaking with detectives without a lawyer present. His attorneys argue that because of his age, emotional condition, and possible developmental factors, the teenager may not have completely understood the meaning of his statements or the legal consequences of his actions during the interrogation. For that reason, the defense believes his procedural rights may have been violated during the process of obtaining the confession. The attorneys argue that this raises serious questions about whether some of the prosecution's most important evidence should even be allowed in court. Because of that, the defense team is now seeking to have Derek's confession entirely excluded from the evidence that could later be presented to a jury during trial. If the court agrees to that request, it could significantly affect both the direction of the case and the legal strategy of both sides moving forward. Derek Rosa is being represented by Jose Baez, who, according to reports, is handling the case free of charge. Baez is a well-known defense attorney in high-profile criminal trials and has previously represented major clients including Casey Anthony and Harvey Weinstein. His involvement in the case has only intensified public attention surrounding the upcoming trial.
My name is Attorney Jose Baez, and I'm the lead defense attorney for Derek Rosa. Derek would like to thank everyone for all of their well wishes and interest in his case. This has been an incredibly difficult time for both Derek and his family, and we would like to take this time to thank everyone for their prayers. Having said that, Derek faces a long fight ahead, and many people have offered to assist in his defense. And I'd like to inform you that we are currently working on setting up a defense fund on behalf of Derek that will be managed by a third-party attorney in their trust account to assist in his defense. Now, when I say to assist in his defense, I'm referring strictly to costs that may be involved. And the reason for that is that this is a case that my law firm is taking on pro bono. We have not taken one penny from the Rosa family or Derek or anyone else to represent him. We're doing this because this is a fight and a cause that we believe in. And it is a principle that the Baez law firm stands firmly behind.
When Derek Rosa's defense team shared a fundraising page on Fundly, the campaign had already received more than $23,000 in donations toward a stated goal of $100,000. The fundraiser quickly gained attention from people who supported Derek or believed the case deserved a deeper and fairer examination. The page is no longer active and now contains only a short message thanking everyone who contributed. At the same time, reports say the total amount raised eventually exceeded $140,000. That only highlighted how much public attention the case had generated and how many people continued following it closely. A petition supporting Derek Rosa's release also gained major traction. It collected more than 43,000 signatures from people urging the courts to consider his age, mental condition, and the circumstances surrounding the case. Online, a noticeable wave of support formed around Derek, and it did not disappear even long after his arrest. At the same time, there has also been strong reaction from the opposite side. A Change.org petition calling for Derek to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law in the interest of justice for Irina Garcia gathered a little more than 1,000 signatures. While that number was much smaller, it still showed that many people believe the brutality of the crime should carry the harshest possible consequences. As of now, there appear to be two main directions the defense strategy could potentially take. Both have already been mentioned multiple times during hearings and public discussions about the case. The first focuses on Derek Rosa's mental condition and the possible impact his diagnoses may have had on his behavior and perception of reality. The second centers on an alternative theory suggesting that someone else may actually be responsible for the murder. Those two arguments now appear to form the core of the defense strategy. Defense attorneys stated that Derek was diagnosed with ADHD while still in 3rd grade, and a few years later was also diagnosed with autism. Those details became an important part of court discussions as the defense tries to determine whether those conditions may have affected his behavior, emotional responses, or ability to fully understand his actions. According to his attorneys, it is currently impossible to say with certainty how much those diagnoses may have influenced Derek at the time of the tragedy. That is why they continue pushing for additional psychological and psychiatric evaluations before a full trial begins. The defense requested more time before trial so qualified psychiatrists could conduct several lengthy sessions with Derek over an extended period. His attorneys argue that only a detailed and comprehensive evaluation can provide a clearer understanding of his mental condition and whether it played any role in the events of that night.
Prosecutors questioned Rosa's attorneys if they plan to bring in mental health experts as witnesses. Rosa's attorneys said they weren't ready to provide details on that. The topic of mental health caught the judge by surprise and told Rosa's attorneys if they plan to raise insanity in trial, they need to let the court know as soon as possible.
Complicating an already incredibly complex case even further, defense attorneys recently introduced an alternative theory about what may have happened that night. The theory immediately drew massive attention because it directly challenged the prosecution's version of events and added even more controversy and unanswered questions to the case. According to this version, someone else may have been present at the crime scene, and that person, according to the defense, could have been Derek Rosa's stepfather, Frank Ramos. In recent months, a significant part of the defense strategy has started focusing directly on him. The theory emerged after Facebook messages and a recorded conversation between Frank and an unidentified woman allegedly contained details about the crime that, according to Derek's attorneys, could only have been known by someone directly involved in or present during the murder. The defense described those details as some of the most disturbing aspects of the entire case. In the messages, Frank allegedly described in detail Irina Garcia's reaction to the attacker, her movements after getting out of bed, and the exact way events unfolded inside the room. According to the defense, the conversation included descriptions of her screaming for help, struggling with the attacker, and even where she ultimately collapsed after the fatal assault. Those details became a central part of the defense argument because, according to Derek's attorneys, the description sounded far too specific and detailed for someone who supposedly was not present during the murder. Frank himself does not claim that Derek Rosa told him those details. Instead, he says he came to those conclusions on his own based entirely on his observations of the crime scene after the tragedy. The defense, however, pushed back on that explanation by pointing out that Frank has no professional training or qualifications in that area. His attorneys emphasized that he is not a blood spatter expert, has no experience processing crime scenes, and has never professionally investigated homicides. Because of that, the defense argues a major question remains. How could someone with no specialized training reconstruct the sequence of the murder in such detailed and consistent terms? That question has now become one of the defense team's main attempts to create doubt around the official version of events. According to Jose Baez, the level of detail in Frank's descriptions could suggest that he was actually inside the apartment that night or somehow witnessed the killing himself. That possibility now forms part of the defense's alternative theory. Naturally, both Frank Ramos and prosecutors strongly reject those claims. They insist the allegations are simply an attempt by the defense to create confusion around the case and distract from the evidence already presented. In fact, Derek himself repeatedly provided his stepfather with an alibi for the night of the murder. He first did so during the 911 call and later repeated the same claim during his official interrogation. According to Derek, Frank was not inside the apartment when the killing happened.
Okay, go ahead with his name.
It's Frank Ramos. No, he's a truck driver, and he's driving trucks far away. And my stepdad's calling me. Do I answer?
No, stay with me on the line until the officers get there, okay? I'm sending you help.
And since he's a truck driver, he was at home, he was far away.
Okay.
So I went into the closet. I found his book bag because he goes shooting at gun ranges.
Okay.
I grabbed the gun.
Jose Baez's team has continued trying to break apart Frank's alibi by closely examining every part of his timeline and version of events. The The defense is focused specifically on the movements of Derek's stepfather, trying to determine whether he truly was far away from the crime scene at the time of the murder. To do that, the attorneys requested work records and other documents that could either confirm or contradict Frank's claim that he was in Georgia when the killing happened. The defense has been trying to build the most precise possible picture of his route movements and communications that day. The legal team also pushed to re-interview one of Frank's coworkers whose testimony, according to the defense, could potentially cast doubt on his alibi. Reports say the man had previously been reluctant to fully confirm an exchange of trailers between him and Frank. Because of that, the defense considers him an important witness in their attempt to verify whether Frank's version of events is truthful. Prosecutors responded by stating that GPS data, travel records, and other evidence show Frank was driving along Interstate 95 and eventually arrived in Georgia around the same period of time when the murder occurred. According to the prosecution, the digital evidence and timestamps support his alibi rather than weaken it. At the same time, suspicions surrounding Frank began spreading online almost immediately after Derek Rosa's arrest. Across social media and online discussions, users started creating their own theories about the stepfather's possible involvement in the crime. Those theories quickly gained traction and became a major part of the public conversation surrounding the case. Most of the accusations centered around a supposed motive claiming Frank may have wanted to get rid of his second wife or partner in America so he could reunite with his other family in Cuba. No official evidence supporting that theory has ever been presented, but it still became one of the most widely discussed ideas among people following the case online. Those rumors intensified even more after Derek's defense team pointed to records which they say showed a strange purchase Frank allegedly made about a month after Irina Garcia's death. Attorneys used that detail to raise further questions about his actions after the tragedy. According to the defense, Frank purchased 3 airline tickets from Cuba to Florida. That purchase immediately sparked another wave of speculation and suspicion among people closely following the case. Many online users and supporters of alternative theories interpreted it as a sign that he may have been planning to bring his other family to the United States or invite them to stay with him. Then, just a few weeks later, photos allegedly appeared online showing Frank's Cuban wife holding baby Ashley in her arms. Those images quickly spread across social media, fueling even more controversy and emotional reactions surrounding the case. During one of the recent hearings, Derek's defense team argued that the images and materials already released to the public have created prejudice among potential jurors. According to the attorneys, the public is essentially being pushed toward believing a specific version of events before anything has officially been proven in court. When asked about suggestions that he may have been involved in the murder of Irina Garcia, Frank responded, "I don't have to explain anything. That's the prosecution's job." He also insists that he sees himself as a victim in this case. According to Derek, everything that happened that night permanently destroyed his own life as well. That remains the position he continues to publicly maintain while the case stays in the spotlight of both the media and the public. Derek Rosa, who is now 14 years old, is currently being held at Metro West Detention Center, an adult correctional facility, where he is awaiting trial on a first-degree murder charge. Despite his age, he continues to be housed in an adult detention center, which has repeatedly sparked debate and controversy surrounding the case. Several trial dates were scheduled and then later postponed. Because of that, the case continued dragging on, leaving the family, attorneys, and everyone following the investigation waiting for the next stage. Each new delay only intensified public attention around the disturbing and highly publicized story. Multiple attempts to transfer Derek to a juvenile facility were also unsuccessful. The defense tried to move him to a center for minors based on his age, but those requests were denied. As a result, Derek remained in adult custody while awaiting trial. At the time this was published, Derek's next court hearing was scheduled for July 2025, and the trial itself was expected to begin in September of that same year. However, because of the previous delays and postponements, nobody could say with complete certainty whether those dates would actually remain final. His many supporters will no doubt continue standing by him. A large group of people has formed around the Derek Rosa case, openly supporting the teenager and closely following every new development. Across social media and around the courtroom, that support remains highly visible even now. For more than 2 weeks, detectives quietly watched Daniel Stern's every move. Early one morning, he loaded something into the bed of his pickup truck, grabbed a shovel, and headed to a remote area known as the compound. Surveillance teams on the ground, along with a police helicopter, followed him the entire way. Officers watched as he disappeared into the woods over and over again, came back to his truck, carried different items deeper into the forest, and then walked toward a nearby canal, as if he was trying to get rid of the last remaining traces. When the helicopter was nearly out of fuel, the crew had no choice but to leave the area at the exact moment the suspect carried something else into the woods. The ground teams continued the surveillance. A few hours later, investigators made the decision to arrest Daniel right there at the scene. A police canine began alerting at multiple locations throughout the compound. Search teams spread out through the woods, and before long, they made a discovery that completely changed the course of the investigation. Among the ashes, the scorched ground, and scattered remains, investigators began finding human bones. There weren't just a few, there were hundreds. Forensic experts still had to determine who they belonged to, but even then, one thing had become painfully clear. The investigation into the disappearance of a mother of two had just become a brutal murder case. And everything pointed to one conclusion. The man police had been watching that morning knew far more about those remains than he was ever willing to admit. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now let's keep going. When a mother of two, Nancy Howery, suddenly disappeared without a trace, investigators considered several possible explanations for what might have happened to her.
I just think he's behind this because he could have paid off these guys. He knew that he would drive her crazy. He knew that.
I don't know what happened to her. I feel in my heart that I'm expecting her to show up. Okay. I am truly expecting her to show up. But I don't know.
In the end, the investigation narrowed down to just one suspect. What law enforcement uncovered after that was a nightmare no one had ever expected.
Is that I think it is.
Nancy and Todd Howery spent most of their 16-year marriage living in California. Todd worked in the tech industry and earned a very good living. Over the years, the couple built a real estate portfolio with properties in several states, including Florida. They had 2 children, a daughter and a son, who were about 2 years apart in age. The family often took vacations with Nancy's parents, who had immigrated from Brazil years earlier. Nancy also ran a YouTube channel where she mostly posted videos in her native language, Portuguese. Her content gave viewers a glimpse into what appeared to be a happy family life. She shared videos of her children playing, baking tips, and reviews of the best toys to bring along while traveling with kids. From the outside, it looked like Nancy and Todd were enjoying a comfortable and happy family life in California, but in 2019, cracks began to appear in their marriage. Todd became suspicious that Nancy was having an affair while she was staying at a duplex they owned near Pompano Beach. It turned out his suspicions may not have been unfounded. Their relationship quickly fell apart, and Nancy filed for divorce. Although the divorce was finalized in 2020, the hostility between them remained as they adjusted to their new lives in Florida. By 2023, they shared custody of their children, who were 13 and 11 years old at the time. Under their custody arrangement, they took turns driving the kids to school and picking them up afterward, and they split weekends with them equally. On February 16th of that year, Nancy never showed up to pick up the children from school. When school officials contacted Todd, he was surprised, but he wasn't especially concerned. In general, he didn't think very highly of his ex-wife's parenting. But on February 17th, for the second day in a row, Nancy again failed to pick up either her son or her daughter. On Saturday, February 18th, Todd filed a missing persons report with the Indian Harbor Beach Police Department, the agency responsible for the area where Nancy was renting a home about 10 miles northeast of Palm Bay. The following morning, investigators got their first real lead. Nancy's car was found abandoned on the shoulder of Oakleaf Street near Platt Avenue in the southeastern part of Palm Bay. Officer Press contacted the person who had reported the suspicious vehicle and learned that it had been sitting in the exact same spot, parked at a slight angle, for about 4 or 5 days. No one had seen who left it there, and there were no surveillance cameras nearby that could have captured when it was abandoned.
Do you know anything about this van down here?
No, it was down there for days.
Days?
Days.
Like how many days? Can you guess?
About a week.
About a week.
Yeah.
So over last weekend it's been there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has it moved at all, or just sitting in that same
Just
spot?
sitting in that spot. At the first time when I had recognized, I said, well, maybe somebody told somebody on our street that they, saying left it there. And it was like, but nobody, I talked with them and they said, no, nobody said nothing. And I thought maybe somebody was sleeping in there in the back. So.
Several days had already passed since anyone had last seen or heard from Nancy. As far as investigators were able to determine, on February 14th, Valentine's Day, Nancy exchanged text messages with her children and spoke with other members of her family. The following morning, on Wednesday, her cell phone connected to the mobile network for the very last time. Officer Press relayed that information to the Indian Harbor Beach police sergeant, who was leading the investigation at the time.
So we got a call about a suspicious vehicle, which comes back to your guys' Signal 8, Nancy.
Okay.
Basically what the complainant said is that the vehicle has been sitting here since Tuesday, February 14th, which I see was the day of the last contact with her.
Okay.
And it's basically just been sitting here unoccupied, untouched, unmoved since then. And nobody saw anybody get out of it, nobody in or around it.
At that point, nearly everything investigators knew about the case had come from Todd Howery. He didn't have many kind things to say about his ex-wife, but at the same time, he appeared to be genuinely concerned about what had happened to the mother of his children.
The ex-husband is the complainant, and she's a drinker. She's known to go on benders and kind of disappear. The kids have been with dad. The kids, when I tell you everybody comes in cool as a cucumber yesterday, you would have thought that mom was just down the street at Publix.
Okay.
But just in case, I don't want to be that agency on the local news. Officers sat on their hands for a week while this, was a hot incident.
Yeah. So are you feeling?
Additional officers arrived at the location where Nancy's car had been found to help search the surrounding area. With every new piece of evidence they uncovered, the situation looked more suspicious than ever.
No, the car's locked. I looked in it. It looks like there's a driver's license sitting on the front seat, but it's turned over. It's a bank card on the front seat.
She had a shit ton of food and water in here. Like a bunch. And a bunch of beans. She's definitely feeding the homeless? No. And she clearly ran away or got groceries and something has happened.
Yeah.
I wonder, this looks like that's
Because
a man's hand.
They said that it's, I talked to her. She said that she hasn't seen anyone in or around the car since it's been here.
Oh yeah, there's a separation and her bag is in there.
So,
yeah, it looks like she's went and got groceries and then something happened.
Yeah, that handprint is kind of weird.
Beans in there and everything. Dry beans, canned beans.
That handprint is kind of weird.
Yeah.
While officers continued searching the area and piecing together possible scenarios, detectives worked to learn as much as they could about Nancy. At that point, their primary source of information remained her ex-husband, Todd Howery.
She drinks like no one you've ever seen.
Okay.
And I'm sure you guys have seen a lot. And so when she didn't pick the children up for the second day, I went out to the Brevard County Sheriff's, the bookings site, because that's where she's been arrested twice. She's currently on probation. You know all this, okay? It's not out of the norm, almost. Maybe a little long, but out of the norm. I expected her to be passed out somewhere.
So when was the last time you spoke with her?
That would have been the day.
Same day?
We don't talk.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have to talk.
So you guys haven't-
Texting is, you can see our texting. Our texting is, you're old and fat, you're going to die soon, and I say you're drunk and you're unfit mom, you know?
So you guys haven't texted or talked since December, is that correct?
No, that's not correct. No.
Okay. So when was the last time you guys actually texted each other?
These are the last text messages, okay? You can see that. They're basically, you're old and fat. Those two are the ones that I'm basically saying, you know, please contact us.
Okay, so
It was
January 20th.
January 20th was the last time.
7:55 in the morning.
Right.
Okay.
And you can just see the hostility and vitriol between the two of us, you know?
Yeah, and then
She has-
February 16th, I see that you tried to text her saying contact them, it's not fair.
Right.
Okay, and then yesterday, again, please let us know what's going on, kids miss you. Okay.
I actually, this morning was the first time that as I was driving down the road, I was looking at homeless people to see if maybe somehow she's just.
Meanwhile, officers searched the wooded area along the road where Nancy's minivan had been found. Based on what Todd had told them about Nancy's drinking binges, combined with the fact that her vehicle had been abandoned near a well-known homeless encampment, investigators believed there was a chance they might find the mother of two there.
Just beware for needles and stuff. Hi, police. Just, you don't have to announce yourself until you see a camp.
What do you think happened to her?
At this point, I don't know. I don't know what happened to her.
I mean, in your gut, if you had to, you know her past, you know her better than we do. You know her. What do you think in your heart of hearts happened to her?
I'm at a loss what happened. I would like to say that I feel in my heart that I'm expecting her to show up.
Okay.
I am truly expecting her to show up. But I don't know. At this point, this is ridiculously long.
Hey, Sergeant, Officer Press again.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
I'm good. So they got no luck over at that homeless camp.
Damn it! That was my ace. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got my detective en route. He's got your number. I appreciate what you guys did today.
While detectives were interviewing Todd Howery, they also reached out to Nancy's mother, Maureen. She told investigators that if her daughter had become the victim of a crime, she knew exactly who they should look at first, her ex-husband, Todd. According to Maureen, their divorce had been extremely bitter, and she believed Todd was still trying to make Nancy's life miserable even after it was over. At the same time, Maureen acknowledged that Nancy had been involved with other men as well. During the conversation, two names came up, Matthew and Daniel.
When was the last time they were supposed to meet, Matthew and her?
That date, I don't know. One girl told me that she just went crazy and she got drunk and she said, I've got 5 meetings today. I'm going on my 3rd one right now. One of them was Daniel, one of them was Matthew, and then the other ones were some friggers off of Timber or whatever that station's called. Timber or Tinter, I don't know.
Tinder? Okay.
I mean, everyone's focusing on the fact that she drinks and there were men involved, but the real monster is her husband who drove her to crazy.
So you're thinking the husband and not Daniel?
I just think he's behind this because he could have paid off these guys. He knew that he would drive her crazy. He knew that she would go to the Timber. He knew the boyfriends that she had had before. Everything she got from working was going into lawyers, and he knew that. He's destroying her, that monster.
Well, ma'am, like I said, we've been looking into this. We're looking into everybody. I also don't want to look into the wrong people.
Todd Howery's alibi for the time of his ex-wife's disappearance was fully verified. Investigators examined his cell phone data and also obtained surveillance footage from several stores, confirming that he had been exactly where he claimed to be. Despite the undeniable hostility between the former spouses, Todd Howery was eliminated as a suspect. As detectives reconstructed Nancy's movements on February 15th, they learned that at around 11 o'clock that morning, she went to the home of her friend, Yana Ramos. The two spent some time drinking coffee and chatting in their native language, Portuguese. But Yana noticed that Nancy seemed unusually distracted. She kept receiving text messages from one of the men she had been seeing. His name was Daniel Stearns.
She said she was sitting here and her friend was over there,
and she made some coffee and stuff, and then the phone started to die. So she plugged it in. She stood there texting with Daniel while talking to her.
Okay, this is Nancy, correct?
Yes.
Yes, Nancy.
Okay, and what were they saying as they communicated?
On Valentine's Day, they were together and they got into an argument.
Okay.
And they were just trying to resolve the issues.
Her and Daniel?
Her and Daniel were just trying to talk it over and resolve the issues.
Okay.
Yana couldn't remember the exact details of the text conversation between Nancy and Daniel, but Nancy told her they had made up after an argument the day before. She said she was happy again and ready to continue celebrating Valentine's Day, plans that had been interrupted by their fight. Around noon, Nancy left in her minivan to meet Daniel. No one ever saw or heard from her again. Early in the investigation, on February 19th, the same day Nancy's abandoned minivan was found on Oak Leaf Street, investigators had already interviewed 32-year-old Daniel Stearns. At the time, Daniel told police that he hadn't seen or spoken to Nancy in several weeks. But Yana's account, along with the data recovered from Nancy's phone, told a very different story. Detectives from the sheriff's office decided it was time to pay Daniel another visit.
How are you doing? I'm Agent Tyler Peters with the sheriff's office. I think Palme came out to you and spoke to you previously about Nancy. Do you remember what that was about?
Yeah, just asked me where it was. Last spoken to her.
Okay. So we, the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, have since taken over the case. I'm the actual one working it, so I figured I'd come talk to you just to see what you know. I don't know what information you would have. From what I understand, I guess you guys are friends. Is that right?
Yeah, like I told last guys, we fallen out. We were, seeing each other, every once in a while.
Okay.
It would work a lot.
When did you guys have a falling out?
When I spoke to him, I said it was a week. I wanted to just, just completely fall out. I deleted numbers. I think I blocked the numbers as well.
Okay.
32-year-old Daniel Stearns, a U.S. Army veteran who had served in Afghanistan, met 44-year-old Nancy Howery, a mother of two, on Tinder more than 2 years before she disappeared. Their accounts of the relationship differed, but there was no doubt that the two had been romantically involved throughout that time. According to Daniel, they had ended the relationship several weeks before Nancy disappeared because, among other things, she had failed to follow the boundaries and rules they had established in their relationship.
It's not clicking, not following boundaries, rules, relationship rules like that. So I'm just like, I don't want to continue, because it's not good for me.
So she wasn't following rules, or both of you, or just her?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't want someone who goes and sees other men,
Yeah. Okay. And how did you guys speak? Over the phone?
Yeah.
Did you guys text, call, FaceTime, Snapchat?
It was a call, Snapchat, no. She calls me from different types of, it was either WhatsApp,
okay.
Snapchat.
Daniel was quick to tell detectives that after the breakup, he had deleted all of his messages with Nancy. He also said he had deleted his Snapchat account, although he later reinstalled the app and created a new one. According to Daniel, he did it because he was concerned about the privacy of his personal data, but that wasn't what concerned investigators the most. Earlier, Daniel had told detectives with the Palm Bay Police Department that he hadn't spoken to Nancy in several weeks. By now, however, they knew that on the very morning she disappeared, Nancy had been making plans to meet with him. So detectives once again questioned Daniel about his last contact with the mother of two.
So from the 19th, you said about a week before that?
Yeah, like I said, a week and some days.
When you say a week and some days, how many days?
Not more than half a week.
Okay. If you don't mind me asking, what was your Snapchat?
I don't know. Good vibe. Yeah.
Good vibe?
Yeah.
Okay. So you last saw her about a week prior to them coming out, or you spoke with her. Is that correct? Or did you see her?
About the Snapchat. Yeah, of course, the Snapchat's deleted, so yeah, we'll find that Snapchat.
Hers or yours?
Mine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I have a new one.
Detectives then asked Daniel the same question they had asked Todd just a few days earlier. What do you think happened to Nancy? Unlike her ex-husband, who seemed genuinely confused and couldn't understand where she had gone, Daniel immediately pointed investigators toward another possible suspect, one of Nancy's other boyfriends. He told detectives that one of Nancy's previous relationships had involved incidents of domestic violence and also claimed that she had continued meeting new men through Tinder.
Do you know what could have happened to her?
Well, like I said, before the guy who was registered, who very likely registered a domestic violence case against her, she would tell me that he would be stalking her.
Okay.
And I think I remember her calling, police, telling the police about it, saying she did.
Okay.
In that time, saying that she doesn't want to see me because he might be coming around and stuff like that.
Okay.
That's pretty much all I have about him.
And when did she tell you this information?
Yeah, it's definitely over a year ago from when I last saw her. Actually,
a year ago since you last saw her?
Yeah. That she told me about him. Year and some months, yeah.
I don't know if I understand what.
Like, the duration of the relationship. When she told me about him, he was, had a physical altercation with.
So she had an altercation with him over a year ago?
Yeah, that was his ex, and like I said, likely a run-in with the police.
22 all night.
I mostly think that's true.
Mostly think what's true?
That she had to run-in with the police over 50.
Oh, so the domestic violence right now? The Tinder, do you know if she was contacting anyone within the last maybe say few days prior to you guys kind of cut it off? Do you know if she was talking to anyone through Tinder or anything else?
I'd say she was definitely active through Tinder.
Why'd you say that?
Sorry?
Well, what makes you say that?
It's because she was showing me.
She was showing you?
Well, telling,
She was, how would she tell you?
Just saying, it's pretty much that she's gonna be on it because I'm not talking to her.
Did she mention specifically anybody she was talking to on Tinder to you?
Yeah, no names.
No names.
Not surprisingly, Daniel's interview with detectives from the Brevard County Sheriff's Office did little to ease their suspicions. If anything, it quickly made him the primary suspect in Nancy's disappearance. Investigators placed him under covert surveillance, hoping he would eventually lead them to Nancy. They also carefully reviewed everything he had purchased, examining surveillance footage from Walmart, Hobby Lobby, and several other stores. Detectives obtained cell tower records as well. They also tried to recover surveillance video from the CVS pharmacy, where, according to Yana, Nancy and Daniel had planned to meet on February 15th. But the cameras there revealed nothing of value to the investigation. Inside Nancy's vehicle, investigators found a receipt from a BP gas station confirming that she had made a purchase there earlier that same day. Unfortunately, by the time law enforcement requested the surveillance footage from the station, it had already been overwritten. Even so, footage from other surveillance cameras would prove critical in the search for the missing mother of two. Daniel's black Chevy pickup was captured multiple times by traffic cameras as it traveled toward a sparsely populated area in the southwestern part of Palm Bay, known as the Compound. Covering roughly 12 square miles, The area had carried a notorious reputation for decades as a place associated with criminal activity, drug trafficking, illegal dumping, and the concealment of homicide victims.
Today, a special workshop will be held to address an area of Brevard County known as the Compound. West 2's Tony Atkins is live in Palm Bay this morning. And Tony, this is an area that's drawn a lot of attention lately due to mysterious murders.
During the early morning hours of March 9th, investigators placed Daniel under covert surveillance. Law enforcement officers carefully monitored his every move, doing everything they could to avoid revealing their presence while documenting each of his actions. Detectives watched as Daniel placed an unidentified object into the bed of his pickup truck, grabbed a shovel, and repeatedly walked back and forth between the truck and the house. From their vantage point, they couldn't tell exactly what he was carrying, but his behavior immediately caught investigators' attention, and they continued recording every movement he made. A short time later, Daniel left his home and headed south toward the compound. Surveillance teams immediately began following him, carefully maintaining visual contact with his truck without letting him realize he was being watched. Officers also called in the Star Aviation Unit, which tracked Daniel's vehicle from a helicopter flying several miles away at an altitude of several thousand feet. Keeping that distance allowed the crew to maintain aerial surveillance without drawing Daniel's attention or creating enough noise to alert him that he was being followed. Meanwhile, ground units coordinated closely with the helicopter crew below, maintaining constant communication to ensure uninterrupted surveillance and to respond immediately if Daniel changed his route or did anything unexpected.
It's going to be going southbound, whatever that is. So he just turned southbound on Big Route. I'm directly in front of him. 10-4, I got him southbound on the group. Cars, what I'll do, I'll stay here to the east. Okay. Once he gets in the compound, if that's where he goes.
Officers watched as Daniel stopped his pickup truck at several different locations, getting out of the vehicle from time to time. Every stop was carefully documented as investigators tried to determine the purpose of his movements throughout the compound while making sure they never lost sight of him. On Alcova Street, which runs through the compound, Daniel got out of his truck and walked about 50 feet into a wooded area. He then disappeared among the trees for a period of time, leaving investigators able to track only his general path without seeing exactly what he was doing. For the Star helicopter crew, the surveillance was becoming increasingly difficult. They had to stay far enough away to keep the sound of the rotor blades from alerting Daniel while still maintaining visual contact with him at all times. It was a constant balancing act between remaining undetected and keeping the suspect in sight. Investigators soon faced another problem. The helicopter was running dangerously low on fuel. They now had to contend not only with the unfolding operation itself, but also with the aircraft's technical limitations, which threatened to interrupt the aerial surveillance at any moment.
He's in the woods just north of Alcova. What's that intersection? Alcova and 10. Star, just for 43, we're not going to be able to stay here much longer. We're running pretty low on fuel.
Just as Daniel appeared to take several items out of the bed of his pickup truck and carry them into the woods, the helicopter crew was forced to leave the area to refuel. Because the aerial surveillance had to be temporarily suspended, investigators briefly lost their ability to keep continuous watch over his movements from the air. Even so, the ground teams continued following Daniel without losing sight of him. They carefully tracked every move he made, maintaining constant surveillance until the helicopter returned. Thanks to their efforts, law enforcement was able to keep documenting Daniel's actions despite the brief interruption in aerial support.
So you're going to have to get out of here. You're directly over top of him. You got the vehicle. You need to get high or go. We're still 2 miles out and almost 3,000 feet. Yeah, but unfortunately this time of night, so we can hear you clear as day. All right, we're out here then. All right, Star, we're 10-4. We're going to have to head back for fuel. He's going to be right in the middle, parked right in the middle, but he's in the northward line. Looks like he just grabbed something out of the back seat. It might have been a shovel. And he's walking into the northwood line currently. Copy that. Looks like the second set of palm trees, maybe. Second set of palm trees. From his truck, he's about 55 feet into the wood line.
Daniel spent several hours in the woods. Throughout that time, investigators continued closely monitoring his movements, trying to figure out exactly what he was doing in such a remote area and whether any of it could be relevant to their investigation. While the helicopter was away refueling, the ground teams never stopped watching him. They followed Daniel to 2 more locations in the wooded area near Morey Court and Sawsell Avenue, carefully documenting the route he took and every change in direction along the way. By the time the helicopter returned, Daniel was standing near a canal and appeared to be carrying something in his hands. From that distance, it was impossible to tell exactly what he was holding, but his behavior caught the investigators' attention and became yet another incident they carefully documented as part of the surveillance operation.
Yeah, just had the male walk out of the woods to the south of there. Can't tell, but he's got something in his hand.
From a distance of about 3 miles, it was impossible to make out exactly what Daniel was carrying. The observers couldn't determine the size of the items or what they contained, but his actions caught the attention of investigators and struck them as unusual. It appeared that he repeatedly walked from his pickup truck into the woods and then back again. He made the same trip several times, giving investigators the impression that he was methodically moving something from his truck deeper into the wooded area. After that, he walked over to the water and, according to what investigators believed they were seeing, threw several objects into it. Because of the distance, they couldn't determine exactly what had been tossed into the water, but his behavior raised serious suspicions and became one of the reasons law enforcement decided to continue the covert surveillance.
All right, Star, he's out of the truck again. Looks like he's walking southbound into that wood line. Is that like a burn pit right there? I think it is. Kind of following the ditch line. It looks like he might be putting something in the water. It's really hard to tell because we're about 3 miles out.
After several hours of surveillance, investigators concluded that they could no longer afford to wait. Given the way events were unfolding, they decided it was time to arrest Daniel Stearns before he had the chance to get rid of any additional evidence that could prove critical to the investigation. In the investigators' view, delaying any longer could have resulted in the loss of physical evidence or made it significantly more difficult to recover. For that reason, they chose to move in immediately, leaving Daniel with no opportunity to continue what he was doing.
So we're coming in hot right now. Still got his in. 10-4. He's in the water right now. All right, I got you guys. He's going to be right at the end of that cul-de-sac right there. Where is he, guys?
On March 9th, a human remains detection dog named Tito alerted at 5 different locations throughout the compound. For investigators, this marked a major breakthrough in the search, since each alert suggested a place where human remains or traces of them may have been present at some point. The first alert came on Alcova Street, where Daniel had gotten out of his pickup truck for the first time. After Tito gave a clear indication there, investigators conducted a careful search of that area. Tito then alerted near Morey Court. After that, he signaled at a dirt embankment at the end of Sawsell Avenue, adding yet another location to the investigators' list of priority search sites. The dog also alerted along the bank of a canal, where investigators believe Daniel had rinsed out a bucket shortly before his arrest. In their view, that location could play an important role in reconstructing the sequence of his actions following Nancy's death. Finally, Tito alerted on the tailgate of Daniel's pickup truck. It was the 5th and final alert of the day, once again drawing investigators' attention to the vehicle, which they believed may have been used to transport Nancy's remains.
Yeah, the one that's suicide with the lead driver. Yeah, lead guy's literally going to be right off your nose. A little bit to your right there. It looks like he's got something. There's like something on the ditch line. I can't tell what it is, but something reflective to your, going to be your left. Yep, dead ahead right there. This is where he was, right in the water right here, rinsing something out.
Near the water, investigators found a sandal along with impressions in the sand that matched the round base of a bucket. Those discoveries immediately caught their attention because they suggested that someone had been at the shoreline after Nancy's death, carrying certain items back and forth. Investigators then brought in a team of divers to conduct a thorough search of the water. They carefully examined the bottom and the shoreline foot by foot, hoping to recover physical evidence or human remains that could help move the investigation forward. Despite their extensive efforts, they found nothing. The search of the water yielded no new evidence. At 4 different locations throughout the compound where Tito had alerted, investigators recovered more than 800 bone fragments, teeth, burned pieces of skin, and even a middle finger. The sheer scale of the discovery stunned even experienced investigators, as the remains were scattered across multiple locations and had been severely damaged. Many of the recovered remains showed extensive burn damage consistent with the burn site investigators had previously spotted from the air. According to the investigation, the condition of the remains indicated they had been exposed to extremely high temperatures. The remains had been left outdoors for several days, making DNA identification extraordinarily difficult. Prolonged exposure to the elements significantly complicated the work of the forensic experts and the identification process. Even so, the medical examiner was ultimately able to reach a final conclusion. After completing the necessary forensic testing, the experts positively identified the victim. The scattered remains belonged to 44-year-old Nancy Howery. That finding confirmed the worst fears of both her family and the investigators. The medical examiner ultimately determined that Nancy died from a gunshot wound to the head.
This is a horrific individual. We did a search warrant last night at his location, at his house, recovered multiple firearms. He'd actually burned the body in an effort to destroy any possible evidence.
Daniel Stearns was taken to the police station for questioning. It was there that investigators began their formal interview, trying to determine what had happened to Nancy and what role, if any, he had played in her disappearance. Just over 4 minutes into the interview, Daniel began giving his account. Right from the start of the interrogation, he launched into his version of events, answering the detective's questions and gradually describing what he claimed had happened in the moments leading up to the tragedy.
You're saying you have everything together?
We wouldn't be sitting right here if we didn't.
It was self-defense. I was taking her to the compound to teach her how to shoot. We got there in the middle of me showing her how to aim. She goes for my gun. She nearly gets a hold of it. She fails the first time and she goes absolutely berserk, not wanting to take a loss for an answer. Get into a grapple. She even spits on my hand. After multiple times, I couldn't take the chance again.
When you're saying she, who is she?
Why do I have to say the name?
Because I don't know who you're referring to. You're saying she. I mean, that could be anybody.
I'm referring to Nancy.
Okay. Is that Nancy Howery? Okay.
Daniel Stearns was 12 years younger than Nancy Howery. That age difference became one of the facts presented during the trial and was taken into account by both sides as they examined the circumstances surrounding the case. He weighed just over 200 pounds, while Nancy weighed approximately 150 pounds. That noticeable difference in size and physical build was also part of the case and was mentioned repeatedly throughout the trial. Daniel was a military veteran with professional combat training and had boxed regularly during his time in the Army. His military background gave him experience in physical confrontations and the strength, endurance, and discipline that came with that training. He also told detectives that he was familiar with Aikido, a martial art that teaches self-defense techniques, controlling an opponent, and responding to physical confrontations. He shared that information during his interview while describing his background and training. Even so, Daniel claimed he had no choice but to kill Nancy. That was how he explained his actions, insisting that, in his view, he had been placed in a situation where he saw no other way out. According to Daniel, he fired only one shot to her head. He maintained that the single gunshot was fatal and that it was the only shot he fired that day. He claimed it happened only after Nancy suddenly attacked him. That was the sequence of events Daniel described to detectives as he explained the circumstances under which, according to his account, he used deadly force. Daniel also claimed that the mother of two had been trained in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He argued that this supported his assertion that Nancy had hand-to-hand combat skills, and he pointed to that as part of his explanation for what he said had happened.
But you being a 5-pound guy with...
She was in my face. She was never far apart.
Mm-hmm.
She spat on my hand in the grapple.
Okay.
Tried to go for a fight, couldn't make it. That's why she did it.
What is the spit in the hand? Why do we keep referring to that? What's
It's
that?
like a slip.
Okay. So was your gun slipping?
It was.
Okay. So you were able to have your gun, it was slipping, but you had it the entire time during this physical altercation. And at what point did you decide, okay, you know what, I'm done? What made you feel like that?
It seriously felt like my last resort.
After Daniel shot Nancy, he began concealing her body. According to investigators, his actions immediately after her death were focused not on reporting what had happened, but on covering up any evidence of the crime. Because of his distrust of law enforcement, Daniel claimed he believed he had no choice but to hide her death, convinced that he would be accused of murder no matter what. That was how he explained his actions during the interrogation, describing what he said had motivated him after Nancy's death. Daniel said he first carried Nancy's body into the woods and left it on the ground. In the remote area, he temporarily concealed the body before returning later. After that, he went back to the same location and buried it. According to his account, he did this in an attempt to permanently hide the remains from both the public and law enforcement. Sometime later, he returned once again. This time, Daniel dug up the remains, loaded them into his pickup truck, drove them to another part of the compound, poured charcoal lighter fluid over them, and set them on fire. According to investigators, this was yet another attempt to completely destroy the evidence and make it impossible to determine the circumstances of Nancy's death. Several days later, while he was already under covert police surveillance, Daniel returned to the site once again. There, he collected the remaining fragments into buckets and scattered them across different areas of the compound, making them even more difficult to locate. Daniel claimed that the bucket he was seen rinsing out contained nothing but ashes. He insisted there were no other remains left inside. He also maintained that he had burned everything completely, claiming that nothing was left of the body after the fire. During a search of his pickup truck, investigators recovered 2 shovels, a pair of gloves, a headlamp, and a tarp. All of those items were collected as evidence and were later examined as part of the criminal investigation.
Your body's where you were looking. They didn't find anything.
What do you mean?
It's because I burned her. And then I buried remains.
Okay, so when you shot her, you put her into the woods originally?
I did bury her after some days, and then I unearthed her to burn her.
Daniel Stearns was charged with second-degree murder, abuse of a human corpse, and tampering with evidence. Those were the charges prosecutors relied on, believing the evidence they had gathered was sufficient to prove his guilt in court. Daniel pleaded not guilty. From the very beginning of the trial, he maintained that he had not murdered Nancy, while his defense team developed its own strategy aimed at challenging the prosecution's case. In the end, however, the defense abandoned its claim of self-defense. That argument was no longer presented in court, and Daniel's attorneys shifted to an entirely different strategy. Once again, Daniel's story changed. It was far from the first time he had altered his account of the events leading to Nancy's death, and those inconsistencies repeatedly became a focus during the trial. His attorney successfully argued that his constitutional rights under Miranda had been violated during his final police interview. According to the defense, investigators failed to follow the required legal procedure, meaning the statements he made during that interrogation could not be used as evidence at trial. As a result, everything Daniel told detectives, including his account of struggling with Nancy over the gun, shooting her in the head, and repeatedly trying to conceal her body, was ruled inadmissible. That meant the jury never heard those statements as official evidence against him. The issue was that investigators did not advise Daniel of his Miranda rights until after he had already disclosed most of those details. That procedural violation ultimately became the key reason the court excluded his statements. By the time the case went to trial in the fall of 2025, any confession was no longer part of the prosecution's case. Prosecutors were forced to build their case without relying on those statements, instead presenting other evidence gathered during the investigation. Daniel's attorney simply argued that his client did not kill Nancy. That became the central focus of the defense before the jury, denying Daniel's involvement in the murder and maintaining that he was innocent.
Nancy Howring, a 44-year-old divorced mother of 2 children, was last seen alive on February 15th, 2023. That was the day that this defendant, Daniel Stearns, murdered her. Ms. Howring had been dating the defendant on and off for several months. They had a volatile relationship that he wanted to be exclusive, but that was not.
Prosecutors told the jury that Daniel's internet search history became especially significant after the argument between him and Nancy on Valentine's Day. According to the prosecution, those searches provided valuable insight into what had captured his attention after the confrontation and the direction his actions appeared to take. They also pointed out that Daniel had searched the website alivedgore.com for uncensored videos of murders and executions. Prosecutors emphasized that these searches involved graphic, real-life scenes of extreme violence and argued that they were another important piece of the overall picture they presented during the trial. Among his internet searches were woman dying from stab wounds, uncensored murder videos, and what prosecutors considered especially telling was the fastest way to teach someone a lesson in Brazil. In the days following Nancy's death, Daniel also searched extensively for news about murders committed on the compound, as well as reports of bodies discovered in that remote area. Prosecutors argued that these searches were far from random and drew investigators' attention because they closely aligned with the events being investigated in the case. Even before his first interview with police, Daniel had already been looking up information about missing persons in Palm Bay. Investigators viewed that as another troubling piece of the overall picture, believing it showed an unusual interest in the subject even before the official investigation had begun. He also searched Amazon for butane torches. According to the prosecution, that search was consistent with his alleged plan to burn the body of his former girlfriend in an effort to destroy evidence and make it more difficult to determine the circumstances of her death. Prosecutors argued that after several months of dating, Daniel expected Nancy to stop seeing other men. In their view, jealousy and a desire to completely control her personal life were what ultimately fueled the conflict that ended in tragedy. According to the prosecution, Daniel unintentionally revealed his true motives when he told police that Nancy had failed to follow his relationship rules. Prosecutors pointed to those words as evidence that he was trying to control her behavior and impose his own expectations on their relationship. Whether Nancy went to the compound willingly that day was never conclusively determined. Investigators never uncovered definitive evidence that could fully answer that question. Even so, the way she appeared to have left her minivan in such a hurry raised serious questions. Groceries were still sitting on the back seat, while her personal belongings were scattered across the front of the vehicle. Investigators believe that could suggest she did not leave the van of her own free will, but under pressure or coercion. In any event, Daniel drove her to that remote location while carrying a loaded Glock 17. Investigators later recovered that handgun from his bedroom at his parents' house, and it became one of the key pieces of physical evidence presented during the trial. The defense chose not to deliver an opening statement and did not call a single witness. Throughout the trial, Daniel's attorneys presented no evidence of their own, focusing instead on challenging the prosecution's case. During closing arguments, however, the jury heard a new version of events. It was then that the defense publicly laid out its own explanation of what it believed may have happened that day. Daniel's attorney argued that Nancy could have shot herself. The defense maintained that this possibility could not be completely ruled out simply because there were no eyewitnesses to what happened. No one could say with certainty exactly how she sustained the fatal gunshot wound to her head. According to the defense, it was impossible to reconstruct the precise sequence of her final moments. There were no other witnesses, and the defense argued that the physical evidence did not provide a definitive answer. For that reason, Daniel's attorneys urged the jury to consider the existence of reasonable doubt and not reach conclusions they believed were not fully supported by the evidence.
One of the statements the state keeps saying is he shot her in the head. You've heard no testimony that he ever shot her in the head. You've heard nothing about him shooting in the head. You've heard that there is what Dr. Walsh-Haney says is consistent with a gunshot wound, a gunshot exit wound, but not that he ever did anything. Not a single witness has ever said that he shot her in the head, because it's consistent with her shooting herself. It's consistent with an accident. It's consistent with any number of other events. And the core problem here is that the state must prove what happened. And they haven't done it.
The defense acknowledged that after Nancy's death, Daniel cremated her body and scattered her remains, essentially not disputing what he did after she died. That became one of the central issues at trial. Even so, his attorneys argued that those actions alone did not prove he was responsible for the murder itself. At the same time, they strongly denied the prosecution's claim that Daniel had dismembered Nancy's body. The defense also insisted that, as shocking as concealing her remains may have been, it could not automatically be taken as proof that he was the one who killed her. That became the foundation of their strategy throughout the trial, drawing a clear distinction between Daniel's actions after Nancy's death and the act of killing her. After approximately 2.5 hours of deliberation, the jury returned to the courtroom. The tense wait came to an end with just a few words that brought the lengthy trial to its conclusion. The verdict was unanimous, guilty on all counts. Before the final sentence was imposed, Todd Howery addressed the court. Speaking directly to the judge, he shared his thoughts about the devastating impact this tragedy had on his family. He told the court that because of the extreme brutality of the crime, he firmly believed that if his children had been with their mother that day, their lives would have been in danger as well. In his view, the tragedy could have claimed far more lives, and that thought has continued to haunt him ever since.
What happened took away my children's mom, took away Nancy from her life, and took away Maureen's only child, her daughter. During that period of time, I have, without any doubt in my mind, that if my children were with Nancy at that time, which they should have been, she was supposed to pick them up from school that day, that he would have done the same thing to my children as to Nancy. I have, without a doubt. You don't slaughter a human being and say, oops, forgot about these two.
Daniel Stearns was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. That sentence means he will spend the rest of his life behind bars with no chance of being released early. In addition, the court imposed 2 concurrent sentences of more than 22 years for crimes committed after Nancy's murder. Those convictions were for abuse of a human corpse and tampering with evidence offenses that prosecutors argued were intended to conceal the crime and make the investigation more difficult. Daniel Stearns is currently serving his sentence at Suwannee Correctional Institution in Live Oak, Florida, where he remains in custody under the court's judgment. At around 6:30 in the morning, a 14-year-old girl called 911 after finding her mother unconscious on the patio outside their home in Farmington Hills, Michigan. 35-year-old Nada Huranaya was lying on her back directly beneath an open second-floor window. Her 16-year-old son, Muhammad, was performing CPR while the 911 operator tried to keep the children on the line. At first, it all looked like a tragic accident. Supposedly, Nada had been cleaning the guest room window, lost her balance, and fallen outside. A ladder, a bucket, and cleaning supplies were sitting near the window. But something didn't add up. There was almost no blood at the scene. The ladder hadn't even shifted, and the way Nada's body was positioned didn't match a fall from that height. Then investigators checked the security cameras around the house, and what they saw told a completely different story. The footage showed the shadows of two people inside the room. Seconds later, one figure dragged Nada toward the window and then pushed her out. Later, the medical examiner confirmed that the woman had already been dead before the fall. She had been strangled. But the worst part was still to come, because the cameras also revealed who had been inside the house that night. The only people there with Nada were her 3 children. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now let's keep going. In August of 2017, police in Farmington Hills, Michigan responded to a call in one of the city's wealthy neighborhoods. Officers were told that a mother of 3 had died in what appeared to be a terrible accident. But when they arrived at the scene, it didn't look like an accident at all. As investigators started searching the house and asking questions, a much darker picture began to emerge. A setup that suggested the crime had not only been staged, but may have actually been caught on camera. It was just after 6:30 on an August morning in 2017 when Officer Jordan from the Farmington Hills Police Department was dispatched to a large home in an upscale suburb outside Detroit. He was responding to an emergency call made by a 14-year-old girl named Antawi. That morning, the teenager had been searching through the house looking for her mother, Nada Huranaya. Eventually, Nada was found outside. She was lying on the patio along the side of the house, stretched out on the ground and completely unresponsive. It appeared that she had fallen from an open second-floor window above her.
We need an ambulance. What's going on there? I don't know. We were late for school, so I went to find my mom. And I looked out the window because it was open and it's never open. And she fell.
Your mom fell?
Like 2 stories, yeah.
She fell 2 stories? How old is your mom?
33, I think, and she fell on concrete.
Okay, and you said, all right, is she breathing?
How much is she breathing? Her knuckles just hit her on her neck, I don't know.
Is she breathing?
I'm gonna check if she's breathing.
Okay, and you said she fell over 2 stories?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, this was an accidental fall?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
In the middle of the call, Ya handed the phone to her older brother, 16-year-old Muhammad. He immediately started performing CPR on his mother as she lay motionless on the patio.
9, 10, 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You have to take up the pace.
Okay, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3.
So what happened to your mom there?
Looks like she fell off the building.
How did she fall?
I didn't go into the room. I just screamed. I couldn't look.
Okay, do you know how she fell or what she was doing?
Yeah, she was on the top floor. She was washing or cleaning the windows.
She was cleaning the windows?
Yeah.
Officer Jordan was called over to the side of the house, and Ya led him to the patio area. When he arrived, he saw Muhammad trying to perform CPR on his mother. The officer quickly took over. Sadly, once paramedics arrived, they confirmed that the woman had no pulse. The Oakland County Medical Examiner's Office took custody of Nada's body. She was pronounced dead at the scene under circumstances that were still unclear. The two teenagers, Ya and Muhammad, explained that their younger sister, who was only 12 years old, was still asleep in her bedroom. They said they were the only people inside the house, and as far as they knew, nobody else had entered the home during the night or that morning before police arrived. Ya told officers that she was supposed to leave for school at 6:30 that morning because her mother drove her every day. But when it was time to go, she couldn't find her anywhere in the house, and her mother wasn't answering calls to her cell phone.
When's the last time you guys saw your mom?
Last night.
What time?
Like maybe 7 or 8. She went to sleep early.
Okay. And when did you guys find her?
This morning, I called her twice at 6 on both her phones. She didn't answer, so I called her again at 6:30 because we're supposed to be at school by 6:40.
Eventually, Ya checked the guest bedroom and the upstairs bathroom, which the family referred to as the makeup room. It was the place where Nada usually got ready in the mornings. Inside the room, near an open window, there was a ladder, a bucket of water, and a container of Tilex cleaner. But her mother was nowhere to be found.
And there was like cleaning stuff, and she normally cleans like from the house in the morning because she wakes up early.
Okay.
So I went to look out the window, and I thought that like just in case maybe I doubt it was possible, but she was out there, and then I called my brother and we went outside.
Okay. So this was around 6:30 this morning, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like 6:35.
Okay.
The children's father, Basil Altawi, was living separately from the family. Their parents' divorce had not yet been finalized, even though the couple had already been living apart for more than a year.
Why don't you call your dad, okay? See if he can come over here, all right? Just to hang out with you guys while we continue figuring out what's going on with your mom, okay? All right?
I have a different story than her. I did see her this morning.
What time?
I took a shower around 6 o'clock and I heard her moving in her room maybe 5:50 before I took a shower.
You just heard her in her room?
Yeah, that's what.
Where's her room?
Downstairs. She has all her makeup upstairs as well.
When Basil arrived at the house, sergeants from the Farmington Hills Police Department officially informed him that his wife was dead. Basil collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed with shock and grief. But the scene surrounding Nada's supposed accidental death immediately raised serious suspicions for investigators. According to Ya, neither she nor her brother had moved their mother's body after finding her on the patio. Yet when paramedics arrived, Nada was lying flat on her back, which was considered a very unusual position for someone who had supposedly fallen accidentally from a second-story window. Officer Jordan was also troubled by the almost complete lack of blood at the scene, another major sign that the fatal injuries may not have come from the fall itself. Investigators also found the condition of the guest room suspicious. The bucket sitting beneath the open window had not been disturbed. The ladder that Nada was supposedly standing on before the fall had not shifted either. Even the bottle of cleaning solution sitting on the top step remained perfectly in place. A bandage had been taped along the lower edge of the window, and it appeared to have torn away at the exact moment of the fall. On the outside of the closed window to the left, investigators noticed streaks of dried opaque spray. They concluded that Tilex cleaner had been sprayed onto the glass, leaving visible drips running downward. Of course, Tilex is not meant for cleaning windows. Near Nada's body on the patio, investigators found a patterned towel. It carried a strong chemical smell, similar to cleaning solution or possibly something much more powerful. The towel was collected as evidence for forensic testing. There were no signs of forced entry anywhere in the house. However, detectives noticed that security cameras had been installed around the property. Basil told investigators that, as far as he knew, the DVR system was not even working, and that he had no idea how to access it. Even so, he gave detectives permission to review the footage. It turned out the cameras were fully operational, and one of them was pointed directly toward the side patio. The guest room window itself was not visible in the camera frame, but investigators could clearly see shadows being cast against the opposite wall. At first, officers recorded the screen using a handheld camera so they could immediately preserve what they were seeing. Later, a higher quality copy of the footage was downloaded and carefully analyzed. At 5:53 that morning, the light inside Nada's makeup room, the upstairs guest bathroom, suddenly turned on. The footage showed the shadow of someone opening the window, It quickly became obvious that there were two people inside the room. Moments later, one figure could be seen dragging Nada toward the window. The person appeared to lift her from the floor and pull her onto the windowsill. Then Nada was pushed out of the window. For a brief moment, the shadow of the person remained above her, as if looking down, before moving back through the room. The light switched off briefly and then came back on again. Investigators believed this was likely the moment when the ladder was moved into position beneath the window. The killer had staged the entire scene. When the medical examiner completed the autopsy, the results confirmed exactly what investigators had already suspected from the surveillance footage. Nada's cause of death was ruled to be asphyxia caused by strangulation. She was already dead before she was pushed from the window. Even more disturbing, investigators concluded that she had likely been killed hours earlier, long before her body was thrown outside and later discovered by her children. 35-year-old Nata Huranaya lived for her children. Friends described the personal trainer as compassionate, energetic, and deeply determined to give her kids a better life. She was also known for being extremely active. Neighbors often saw her out jogging in the mornings. According to people who knew her, Nada almost always seemed happy. No matter what was happening in her life, she usually had a smile on her face. But in reality, she did not have many reasons to smile. Serious problems had been building in her personal life for a long time. Nada died just 2 days before a scheduled court hearing in her divorce case. Her marriage to Basil Al-Tawi had lasted nearly 20 years. The couple had married in Syria back in 1999. Nada filed for divorce after a Valentine's Day incident in 2016, when her husband allegedly pushed her down a flight of stairs. Basil denied that accusation, but he still pleaded guilty to domestic violence. He was ordered to wear an electronic ankle monitor and was given strict conditions, including a complete no-contact order with his wife for 2 years and supervised visitation only with the children. At the same time, his professional life was also collapsing. That same year, he faced multiple charges involving Medicaid and healthcare insurance fraud connected to his work as an internal medicine doctor in Canton. In January of 2017, he was sentenced to 1 day in jail and ordered to pay nearly $280,000 in fines. According to documents from the divorce case, the doctor, who had once earned more than $350,000 a year, could no longer practice medicine and claimed he was unable to continue paying court-ordered financial support to his family. He argued that he could no longer afford to maintain the family's, in his words, luxurious lifestyle in Farmington Hills. Basil also complained that Nada constantly went shopping and built up thousands of dollars in credit card debt at expensive clothing stores. He also expressed concerns that his wife was Americanizing their children and pulling them away from their Syrian and Islamic roots. So naturally, after Nada's murder, investigators looked very closely at Basil, but none of the security cameras around the property captured anyone entering or leaving the home during the night. The only people inside the house were Nada and her 3 children, and because of the court order against Basil, he was forbidden from visiting the Farmington Hills home. His movements were monitored through the electronic ankle bracelet. The tracking data confirmed that he did violate the restriction and came to the house, but only after Nada had already been found dead and police insisted that he come support the children. At the time of the murder itself, Basil was nowhere near the home. Less than an hour after Nada was pushed from the window, Ya and Muhammad discovered her body and called 911. Surveillance footage captured Ya handing the phone to her older brother so he could begin CPR. She could be seen running back and forth between the scene and the end of the driveway, desperately trying to guide emergency responders to the side of the house where her mother was lying. The camera also captured Muhammad during the moments when he was supposedly trying to save his mother's life, or more accurately, appearing to perform CPR, or doing it extremely poorly. The 16-year-old barely applied any pressure during the chest compressions. Investigators later synchronized the surveillance footage showing Muhammad beside his mother on the patio with the audio from the 911 call. They discovered that at least twice during the call, the teenager noticeably stopped attempting CPR altogether. But one thing he never stopped doing was counting the compressions out loud. On the audio recording, it sounded as if he was desperately fighting to save his mother's life, while in reality, he was simply sitting next to her. When Ya and Officer Jordan approached him, The footage showed Muhammad suddenly beginning to press harder. However, Officer Jordan later recalled that when he first saw the teenager, it looked as though Muhammad was holding a cell phone in his right hand while lightly tapping his mother's body with his left.
3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. You're doing really good. Keep going. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
On the 21st, the same day Nada was found, investigators had already conducted an initial walkthrough of the home. Later, Farmington Hills Police returned with a search warrant and carried out a much more detailed examination. That morning, detectives noticed several suspicious items inside a front-loading washing machine that was displaying an error code. Through the glass door, they could see a beige bathroom rug inside. In the dryer, they found a pair of Muhammad's blue jeans along with a t-shirt. It was not a full load of laundry. Small white particles were also left behind in the water, possibly fragments from the backing of that same bath mat. The rug, along with a chemically scented towel found near Nada's body and several other towels collected from different areas of the house, were all sent out for forensic testing. Investigators suspected that one of those items may have been used during the murder, possibly soaked with some kind of toxic substance that first incapacitated Nada. And there was certainly no shortage of dangerous chemicals inside the home. Detectives found especially large amounts stored in the garage, including containers of weed killer, insecticides, and rodent poison. During the search, police also collected bottles of antifreeze, bleach, and various types of paint. Everything was sent to the lab for analysis. After reviewing the surveillance footage, detectives returned to the house and asked every member of the family to come to the police station for formal interviews. Basil refused. However, he did leave detectives inside the home while he went to pick up Ya from the school library. He also allowed investigators to speak privately with Muhammad inside the house.
So what time does she normally go to bed?
Normally, I'd say around 10, maybe. Late 9:30.
9:30 or 10? Do you recall what time she went to bed last night?
Around late 7, maybe early 8, I think.
You know why she would go to bed 3 hours earlier, or?
No. Like I said, we didn't really talk much yesterday, so.
Yes, you mean Sunday night? Sunday night going into Monday. Okay.
How are you? Do you and your mom get along well?
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty normal. We've been pretty normal for like a while. Like the only time I told you this morning, we kind of had issues, you could say, is at the beginning of like the divorce case, but that's about it.
How long has that been going
on? Nearly 2 years, a year and a half now.
Muhammad initially told the responding officer that he woke up around 6:30 that morning, but later, during questioning with detectives, he said he had actually been awake since 6 o'clock. He claimed that from the moment he went to bed that night until Ya called for him the next morning, he had stayed inside his bedroom the entire time.
Did you get up at all during the night? Were you walking around anywhere? Nothing. So you go to sleep at 11:30, you don't hear anything, don't see anything, don't come out of your room. Get up at 6:30, 6-ish.
Yeah.
And you go into the bathroom, you take a shower.
Yeah.
You're getting ready for school.
Yeah.
Okay, and then your sister, how should she knock on the door? She call you? What happened?
I heard her scream in the makeup room, and then I ran to her and she ran to me and she's like, I'm on the phone, we have to do this, and then I'm like, okay, so I'm outside.
Okay.
Detectives told Muhammad that the security cameras around the house had actually been working, something the teenager seemed completely unaware of. They also informed him that the footage had captured someone near the window with his mother. Several times during the interview, detectives suggested that what happened still could have been an accident. Maybe Muhammad had simply been helping his mother clean the window when she slipped and fell. Maybe he had been holding the ladder but got distracted for just a second, and that one moment turned tragic. If that was really what happened, investigators told him, then nobody would be blaming him.
Now, we noticed that, there's a security system here. Do you know how that works?
No, I wasn't even aware of that. We had more cameras in the back of the house.
We want to get a resolution to this. I know you do too.
Yeah.
The actions happen all the time. Mm-hmm. Somebody could be helping somebody with something, holding a ladder or something like that, and something happens. That's why we need to know what happened. And that's why we're looking to you, because you're the oldest and we've watched the video. We're trying to see what your input into this is as far as how your mother ended up falling out the window.
I mean, is there like any specific question you can ask me? Like, where should I go from?
I want you to start at the beginning. Tell me what happened.
Okay, so I woke up 6 o'clock, and then, you know, my sister's awake already. You know, she's also getting ready, and then I assumed my other sister was getting ready. So.
Did your sister see what happened?
Yeah, she's the one who found out. You could say.
I'm sorry?
She's the one who found out, like, the whole scene or whatever.
Was she there when it happened? Or were you there when it happened?
No, I don't know if I don't want to say anything about my sister, but I just know that she was awake before me.
Somebody was there. Yeah. We know that. It's on video.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to say anything about my sister, but I mean, if it comes down to it, then yeah, she was awake before me.
Detectives told Muhammad that the figure seen in the footage appeared to have short hair. It was a male, and that meant it had to be him. After that, the teenager gave two different versions of what happened. In the first story, he claimed that he had seen his mother that morning and brought her a spray bottle for cleaning the window. Then he said he left the room, and sometime after that, she fell. In the second version, he changed his story again. This time, he claimed he had been holding the ladder when his mother slipped, and that he watched her go over the edge, but insisted that he never pushed her.
We just need to know.
It's my mom's life, man.
Muhammad, I understand that. I understand that wholeheartedly. We just need to know why, so we don't look into this further, okay? What happened? Muhammad, it's all right.
Okay, so when I woke up, like I told you, she was going upstairs to clean the window and stuff like that. I didn't really overlook it. I was going downstairs to drink water first, so I thought she was going to do her makeup, and then I went back upstairs, and then she was cleaning the window, and then she's like, "Bring me, something to clean the window with." So I brought her the spray bottle, and then she already had a ladder in there, or the stool or whatever it's called. She was taking the window, the thing off, screen off, and then before I left the room, she was getting up on the window. She told me to just be there so I could help her with the ladder, hold on it because it was shaking a little bit. So I came over. She tried to. I don't know.
Just tell us. You've gone this far, bud.
She went on the ladder. She sprayed it already, and then she tried to lean over. I was standing there, holding the ladder, and just looking around. Not really. I mean, I'm holding it. I don't think I'm supposed to look at it the whole time. And then she leans over and she trips, and then something got stuck on. I don't know what it was. So I went over like that, and then that's when she fell, and I didn't know what to do. So I just went to take a shower because I thought I was dreaming or whatever. I wanted something else to happen.
About 40 minutes later, Basil returned to the house and quickly shut down the interview. Not long after that, the doctor hired an attorney for his son. When investigators obtained Muhammad's phone records, they discovered that on the day of the murder, he had made 50 calls to the same phone number, starting at 4:27 that morning and continuing throughout the rest of the day. In his contacts, the number was saved under the name Love. 8 of those calls were made before 5 o'clock in the morning. Detectives reviewed months of previous phone records and found no other day with anything close to that level of activity. Many of the calls lasted only a few seconds, and some were never answered at all, including one incoming call from an unknown number to Muhammad's phone at 5:55 in the morning, the exact same time surveillance cameras captured Nada falling from the window. When investigators later obtained a search warrant and unlocked Muhammad's iPhone, they discovered who the Love contact really was. It was his father, Basil Altawi. Inside the phone, detectives found months of conversations between Basil and his son, including photos, videos, and audio recordings that Muhammad had secretly sent him. Some of those recordings captured conversations involving his mother. Unlike his father, whose contact name was saved as Love, Nada's contact in Muhammad's phone was saved under the name Dog. The teenager had also been secretly recording conversations between Nada and her divorce attorney, then forwarding those recordings directly to his father. One screenshot taken about a month before Nada's death showed a text exchange between her and Muhammad. In the message, Nada claimed she had information about criminal activity involving Basil that could potentially send him to prison. She also wrote that the only reason she had stayed silent was because she feared how that information could be used. Muhammad immediately forwarded the screenshot to Basil. Investigators never publicly revealed what kind of damaging information Nada may have been referring to, but Muhammad's response made it clear that he viewed his mother's words as a threat against his father. One particular photo sent by Muhammad to Basil 3 weeks before the murder stood out to investigators. The image showed the second-floor guest room window. Detectives also uncovered a disturbing internet search with no confirmed date attached to it. How to remove a window screen. Investigators also uncovered another search made at 8:10 on the morning of Nada's death. While emergency crews were still working at the scene and the house remained surrounded by police and investigators, Muhammad was searching Google for information on how to erase data from a computer. To detectives, that detail immediately stood out as deeply disturbing. At the very moment paramedics and officers were still trying to determine how Nada died, the teenager appeared to already be looking into ways to destroy digital evidence. That search later became one of the details prosecutors considered especially suspicious. Not long afterward, the 16-year-old was arrested and formally charged with the murder of his own mother. News of the arrests spread quickly through the local community and shocked people who knew the family. For many, it was hard to comprehend that a teenager had become the central figure in such a brutal and complicated case. Police revealed very little about the possible role of his father. Investigators limited themselves to brief statements, saying only that there was not enough evidence to charge the older Altawi. Even so, questions surrounding Basil's possible involvement became one of the most heavily discussed aspects of the case. At that point, the case against Muhammad appeared extremely strong. The combination of phone records, messages, internet searches, and other digital evidence created what prosecutors believed was a convincing picture of what happened inside the home that night. Because of that, many people felt investigators had very little doubt about their theory of the crime. People close to the family later explained that Muhammad, unlike his sisters, was much more similar to his father and shared many of his traditional Muslim beliefs. According to those who knew them, arguments between Muhammad and his mother had become increasingly common because they viewed life, freedom, and the role of women in very different ways. While his sisters enjoyed spending time with their mother, going shopping with her, and generally embracing American culture, people close to the family said Muhammad saw things very differently. He disapproved of his mother's lifestyle and the growing independence she had gained after becoming a personal trainer. Witnesses also claim that Muhammad took his mother's decision to leave his father especially hard. To him, it was not just the breakdown of the family, but also a rejection of the traditional values he strongly believed in. Because of that, tensions between mother and son continued to grow during the final months before the murder. Witnesses further explained that Muhammad, who was deeply loyal to his father, worried that his parents' divorce would push their family even farther away from the local Syrian and Muslim community. According to people who knew him, the opinions of that community mattered greatly to Muhammad, and he struggled emotionally with the changes happening inside the family. In the months leading up to the tragedy, the tension between Muhammad and Nada became increasingly obvious. People close to the family said their arguments were happening more often and becoming far more emotional. The atmosphere inside the home gradually turned tense and hostile. After one argument about a week before his mother's death, Ya later told police that Muhammad screamed at Nada, "It doesn't matter because she's going to get what's coming to her anyway." Several years later, after lengthy appeals, procedural disputes, and delays caused by the pandemic, the case finally went to trial. Public attention immediately exploded again. What once seemed like a complicated family tragedy, had now turned into one of the most high-profile murder trials in the region. Inside the courtroom, prosecutors carefully reconstructed the final hours of Nada's life and presented their own theory of how they believed the killing happened. Prosecutors argued that Muhammad strangled his mother using a cloth soaked with a toxic substance inside her makeup room. According to their theory, that explained the strange circumstances surrounding her death and the lack of obvious signs of a violent struggle. Even after years of investigation, however, authorities were never able to determine exactly what chemical substance may have been used or where the teenager could have obtained it. That uncertainty became one of the defense's strongest arguments throughout the trial. Prosecutors claimed this theory also explained why the athletic and physically active 35-year-old woman had no defensive wounds. Investigators pointed out that there were no injuries on Nada's body, typically associated with someone fighting for their life. At the same time, the alleged killer also showed no injuries or marks suggesting a physical struggle had taken place between him and the victim. For prosecutors, that became an important part of the overall picture they were trying to present to the jury. At the same time, the room where the attack supposedly happened showed no obvious signs of violence or murder. There were no overturned objects, no significant blood evidence, and none of the physical chaos investigators would normally expect to find after a violent confrontation. Because of that, the case continued to spark major debate even years after Nada's death. Prosecutors based their claim that the attack occurred inside the guest bathroom largely on the surveillance footage. Investigators stated that the cameras captured the lights turning on in that room just minutes before Nada's body was dragged toward the window. Those recordings became one of the central pieces of evidence presented by the prosecution. But defense attorneys strongly criticized both the police investigation and the way the case had been handled from the beginning. They argued that detectives focused on Muhammad far too quickly, while effectively ignoring other men who could have potentially been involved in Nada's murder. According to the defense, investigators locked onto one theory almost immediately and failed to seriously explore alternative explanations. Defense attorneys also brought up one of the fitness instructors Nada had previously dated. According to them, the man had already demonstrated that he could enter the house without the children even noticing he was there. The defense argued that if someone familiar with Nada could secretly get inside the home, then the real killer could have done the same thing. That possibility became one of the key alternative theories presented during the trial. Another major issue for prosecutors was Muhammad's constantly changing stories. His statements repeatedly contradicted each other, and important details shifted throughout the investigation. That only fueled more debate about how reliable his statements really were, and under what circumstances they had been obtained. One of the biggest points of attention during the trial centered around the recorded interrogation in which Muhammad admitted that he had been inside the room with his mother. It later became clear that investigators had questioned him before reading him his rights. Legally, that process should only have taken place after he was informed of his right to remain silent, given access to legal counsel, and allowed to have an attorney present during questioning. Muhammad's defense team argued that the teenager was essentially repeating a version of events suggested to him by detectives themselves. They claimed he only agreed that he had been in the room with his mother because investigators repeatedly told him that was what the surveillance footage showed. The defense insisted the interrogation had been conducted improperly and that the statements obtained during it should not be considered reliable evidence. Eventually, the Michigan Court of Appeals ruled that most of Muhammad's statements could not be used as evidence at trial. The decision dealt a serious blow to the prosecution and triggered another wave of debate surrounding the case. Even so, after just over a week of testimony, it took the Oakland County jury only 2 hours to reach a verdict. The decision came quickly and without hesitation: guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. In that moment, the tension that had surrounded the case for years finally reached its peak. By the time of sentencing, Muhammad was already 20 years old. By then, the case had completely changed the lives of everyone involved and drawn widespread attention from people who had followed the story for years. During the sentencing hearing, the convicted killer chose to represent himself. He spoke for hours in what many later described as a rambling and chaotic rant. Throughout his speech, Muhammad repeatedly insisted that he was innocent despite the jury's verdict and the court's ruling against him. His words only added to the tense and emotionally exhausting atmosphere that had surrounded the case from the very beginning.
5 years ago, I got arrested for, as I said, the worst crime imaginable. MDOC's requested sentence for 40 to 80 years. I don't care. Oh man, and for her to die at 35 years old, a terrible death by any means, I wish I could change. Oh man.
His mother wasn't taken away, she wasn't killed. He murdered her. He murdered her.
When Bassel Altawi stood up to deliver his victim impact statement, the atmosphere inside the courtroom instantly became even more tense. People expected to hear him speak about his late wife, the pain of losing her, and the devastating impact the tragedy had on the family. But within the first few moments of his statement, it became clear that his speech was heading in a completely different direction. Judge Martha Anderson visibly began losing patience as Bassel's remarks slowly shifted away from grief and turned into an attempt to defend his son. Instead of focusing on his wife and the fact that his children had lost their mother, the disgraced doctor openly spoke in support of Muhammad, describing him as another victim of the tragedy. His comments immediately created tension throughout the courtroom. For many people in attendance, the remarks were shocking, especially given the circumstances of the case and the emotional weight of the hearing. It seemed as though the focus was once again being pulled away from the murdered woman and the consequences of the crime, and redirected toward defending the person who had already been found guilty. That moment ultimately became one of the most controversial and emotionally difficult scenes of the entire trial.
He's been convicted, wrongfully convicted, also that impacted me and his sister.
That's not what the victim impact statement is about.
He was a loving, and he's still a loving, caring, supportive human being.
I want you to be quiet. You are not the victim.
He, I said he, not I.
But if he's talking about you, sir, he's referring to you as a victim. You are not the victim here.
After Bassel finished speaking in court, the emotional tension inside the room reached a breaking point. His daughter Ya had to be physically escorted out of the courtroom because she could no longer control her emotions. The atmosphere became chaotic and incredibly heavy as everyone watched the family conflict that had been building for years finally explode in public during the hearing. Ya screamed at her father in anger, openly expressing her pain, frustration, and rage. Her reaction felt like the result of years of emotional pressure that had only intensified throughout the trial. For her, this was no longer just another courtroom statement. It was the moment when everything she had been holding inside finally came pouring out. Over time, it became clear that Ya had completely distanced herself from both her father and her brother. According to people familiar with the situation, the family relationships were permanently destroyed after everything that happened. She believed that both men shared responsibility for the murder, but only one of them was actually being punished. And according to those close to the family, that belief became one of the most painful parts of the entire case for her. Ya continued speaking out publicly, defending herself against the accusations and claims made by her brother.
I didn't kill her. I didn't.
In the end, after a long and emotionally exhausting trial and a full review of the evidence, the court handed down its final sentence between 35 and 60 years in prison. The ruling marked the end of one of the most high-profile and emotionally charged chapters of the case, which had been closely followed both by the family and by people shocked by the disturbing details of the crime. The atmosphere inside the courtroom was tense and heavy. For some, the sentence brought a sense of relief after years of pain and exhausting court proceedings. For others, it served as another painful reminder of a tragedy that had permanently changed so many lives. The court's decision became the final chapter in a long legal battle that from beginning to end had been surrounded by intense emotions, dramatic statements, and constant public attention.
So it is the sentence of this court with respect to the one count of homicide, murder in the first degree, premeditated, that you be sentenced to 35 years to 60 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections. You have 1,858 days of jail credit.
After the trial finally came to an end, Ya spoke with reporters and admitted that for a while she had tried to feel sympathy for her brother despite everything that had happened. She said those years had been incredibly difficult and emotionally draining for the entire family. According to Ya, the last 5 years had become a constant cycle of pain, tension, and endless attempts to come to terms with a tragedy that completely changed their lives. At the same time, Ya made it clear that throughout all those years, Muhammad never showed what she believed were any genuine signs of remorse. According to her, that became one of the most painful aspects of the entire situation for the family. She explained that despite the family bond and her own internal conflict, it became harder and harder to feel compassion for someone who, in her view, never truly understood the magnitude of what had happened.
He can die today and I would not go to his funeral. I would throw a party instead. Like, I don't care about him.
People who knew Nada Haranaya well said she would have been incredibly proud of her daughter, a young woman who managed to grow up strong, open-minded, and confident despite the tragedy and painful childhood she endured. Even years later, people close to the family said they could still see pieces of Nada in her daughter's personality, the same kindness, sincerity, and inner strength that so many people remembered about her mother. For many, that became a heartbreaking reminder of the life Nada could have continued living if the events of that day had never happened. The youngest of the 3 children is now in the care of her father. After everything this family went through, he ultimately became responsible for raising her and guiding the rest of her life. The details of this case left a deep impression on the people who followed the story from the very beginning. This was the tragic case of Nada Haranaya. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, the mother of 26-year-old Diana Duve walks into the Vero Beach Police Department and reports her daughter missing. The last message from Diana came in around 1:30 that night, just a few words in Russian saying she was not coming home. After that, nothing but silence. Her boyfriend, 31-year-old financial advisor Michael Jones, assures Diana's mother that Diana is asleep at his house. He says he'll have her call later, but that call never comes. Just a few hours later, Mike disappears too. Police arrive at his home. Inside, almost everything looks normal, but out in the garage, investigators find drops of what appears to be blood. Both vehicles are gone. Friends begin opening up about what had really been happening in the relationship over the past few months. Constant arguments, jealousy, threats, marks of violence on Diana's neck. One witness remembers Mike completely losing control in public over something as simple as a hug. Then detectives find Diana's black Nissan sitting in a Publix parking lot in Melbourne. When officers open the trunk, they discover the body of a young woman. And that is only the beginning of what police are about to uncover about Michael Jones. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now let's keep going. On Friday, June 21st, 2014, 26-year-old Diana Duve vanished without a trace. The last message she sent to her mother early that morning contained only a few words saying she would not be coming home. After that, there was nothing but silence. Investigators immediately began tracking down every clue connected to Diana's final night out. Friends and witnesses helped piece together the timeline and pointed detectives toward a possible suspect. Starting on Saturday, June 22nd, no one could get in touch with the young couple, and neither Diana, a dedicated nurse, nor Mike, a successful financial advisor, had shown up for work on Friday. 31-year-old Mike Jones had earned a law degree from the University of Miami. After beginning his career at the investment bank Merrill Lynch in Fort Lauderdale, he later accepted a position with PNC Wealth Management in Vero Beach. Mike managed millions of dollars in client assets, and according to most people who knew him, was well-liked and respected by both coworkers and clients. He was also a regular at local bars, and it was at one of those places that Mike met Diana about 6 months earlier. By the spring of 2014, the two were already living together at Mike's home on Square Avenue. Friends later said Diana never seemed as deeply in love with Mike as he was with her. 26-year-old Diana had always been outgoing and naturally made friends wherever she went. Mike reportedly had to work hard to win her over. Born in Moldova, Diana moved to Florida with her mother at the age of 13 after Lena married her stepfather, Bill Andrews. She arrived in the United States as a teenager without speaking a single word of English, but she learned the language quickly and adapted just as fast to her new life. Diana graduated from college with a nursing degree specializing in oncology. She worked with cancer patients at a local medical clinic, a job she genuinely cared about and was deeply committed to. But that Friday, she never showed up for work, and no one at the clinic had heard from her. Investigators obtained a search warrant for Mike Jones's home in Vero Beach. It was the last known location connected to both Mike and Diana. When officers entered the house, nobody was there. At first glance, it also appeared that almost nothing inside had been disturbed. Neither Diana's black Nissan nor Mike's gold Mazda was parked outside the house, although one neighbor later told police they remembered seeing Diana's car parked in front of the home on Friday evening. In the garage, investigators discovered drops of what appeared to be blood near the base of the door. At that point, finding the couple became even more urgent. Law enforcement agencies across the state were sent alerts in an effort to locate both vehicles and possibly trace Mike and Diana's whereabouts. Meanwhile, detectives started reconstructing the couple's movements leading up to those early morning messages on June 21st. On the evening of Wednesday, June 18th, just 2 days before the disappearance, Diana and Mike had dinner at Scampi Grill. Their waiter that night was Michael Major. The moment they walked into the restaurant, Michael recognized the couple immediately. Just a few days earlier, he and one of his coworkers had been hanging out at a bar called The Grove, where they happened to run into Mike and Diana.
I went up to the table to introduce myself. They seemed a little on edge.
Did you know him at that time?
No, we had seen him. Actually, one of the employees here, Kevin, and I had encountered him Friday
when
night.
When you say him, who are you talking about?
Michael.
Okay. You're talking about Michael Jones?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We were at the Grove having a couple beverages after work, and Kevin made contact with the girlfriend at the time, and just casual conversation, and he came up with attitude and stuff, and we were already a few drinks into the night, and we're like, it's garbage, so we're on a long day, let's just leave it at that and go home. So we did. We left it at that and went home. So when they came in Wednesday night, Kevin was working with me, and he goes, "That guy look familiar to you?" I'm like, "Yeah, he does." He goes, "That's the guy from the Grove that tried to get into it with me."
Michael later told detectives that a brief conversation between Kevin and Diana at the Grove triggered a jealous reaction from Mike, who suddenly became aggressive and started making threats for no reason. The waiters managed to calm the situation down before leaving, and just a few days later, they saw the couple again at Scampi Grill. This time, the atmosphere between them felt tense. Michael said there was obvious friction throughout the entire dinner, and it seemed like the two were in the middle of an argument, although they were speaking quietly enough that nobody around them could hear exactly what was being said.
You could visibly see that something was going on with her. The demeanor didn't change at all. And I looked through service window at the table every so often just to check on them, and you could see that there was agitation between the two of them. I was talking to Kevin about it too. I'm like, dude, that is not a happy table. I'm like, there's a lot of agitation going on. And he noticed it too.
Would you say that he's aggressive with her?
Oh, the way he was talking to her? Absolutely. His body motion was absolutely aggressive.
Mike and Diana left Scampi Grill at around 8:30 that evening. About an hour later, Mike returned to the Grove alone. One of the friends who saw him there later told detectives that Mike appeared extremely upset and was even crying.
I saw Mike Jones on Wednesday, and he was sitting by himself. He was texting on his phone, and then he left shortly thereafter. But I just thought it was really bizarre behavior for him to be so upset in public. I got the impression that he'd been given some really bad news.
By all appearances, Diana and Mike ended their relationship during dinner at Scampi Grill that Wednesday night. The next day, Mike complained to coworkers that Diana had left without taking all of her belongings from his apartment. He also told them he was planning to visit friends in Orlando, using that as the reason he would be away, but he never actually left right away. Despite what seemed like a clear breakup, the two were seen together again the very next evening. A bartender at What a Tavern later told investigators that after having a drink, Mike paid the tab with his credit card and the two left together shortly after 1 o'clock in the morning. That was the last confirmed sighting of Diana before she disappeared and stopped responding to anyone. She was seen getting into her car alongside her now ex-boyfriend. And this was not the first time the couple had split up. Diana's best friend, and at times her roommate Chelsea, told detectives that their first breakup had happened back in April. During a heated argument at their home, Mike's screaming and threats became so intense that one of the neighbors was frightened enough to call 911. Concerned for Diana's safety, Chelsea later recalled,
"She called me hysterically crying. She asked me where I was, and I said I was working. I'm still, at the bar closing up." She's like, "Okay, well, I'm coming up there." And she came up hysterical, talking about how they were in a fight, and at one point during the fight, he ended up choking her.
Chelsea said she clearly saw signs of an assault on Diana's neck. They even took photographs of the injuries. The very next day, Chelsea and her father went to Mike's apartment and helped Diana collect her belongings. Diana moved out, and at the time, it seemed like that was supposed to be the end of the relationship.
They went through a period of time of not really talking or speaking, and then I guess over time they ended up back together, and everything seemed fine. That night caught everybody off guard. No one saw that one happen.
Although Mike's outburst that April evening came as a shock to many of Diana's friends, it appeared that this kind of behavior was not unusual for him. Mike was described as jealous, extremely controlling, and difficult to deal with. One of Diana's friends, Kyle, later told detectives that he had tried warning her about Mike because he believed he was a dangerous person. On one occasion, the two happened to run into each other at a bar and greeted one another with a hug. The moment Mike saw it, he immediately stormed over to Kyle in a jealous rage. His behavior was strikingly similar to what Michael and Kevin had experienced just days before Diana disappeared.
Pursued again with aggression, more aggression, to try to
fight you.
Fight.
What exactly say you, Kyle?
Didn't really say nothing, just stared at me and started walking towards me like with anger.
Did he have his fists?
Yes, fists were clenched. He was ready to fight. Out of rage and jealousy, not much.
Okay.
I believe, it was a while back, but I believe he said, "Get that fuck off her," and it was a simple hug as a friend.
Okay, would you say he's got some jealousy issues?
Yes.
As detectives dug deeper into Mike Jones's past, they uncovered a criminal record. Back in Fort Lauderdale, he had previously been convicted of aggravated stalking involving a former girlfriend. It was a serious felony offense. On Sunday, June 22nd, just days after the last confirmed contact with Diana, Mike Jones's gold Mazda was spotted in the parking lot of a Hampton Inn on Reynolds Drive in Fort Pierce. Despite supposedly planning to visit friends in Orlando, surveillance cameras captured him checking into a hotel room just 25 minutes away from his home in Vero Beach. He paid in cash and gave hotel staff very specific instructions not to transfer any calls to his room and not to tell anyone he was staying there. Even so, detectives were eventually able to obtain a key card for his room and went to confront him there.
You have a pretty good reason why we're here, I'm sure. Basically, the reason why we're here. We're still trying to find Diana. Okay? That's the biggest reason why we've been doing the last couple days. That's what we're going to continue to do. Okay? I'd like to talk to you about her whereabouts. Okay? But I have to read you Miranda warning first, okay? You understand that so far? I know you got your law degree, so you're really intelligent.
Remember again why we're here, and that's to find her.
I'll tell you unequivocally, I don't know where she is. Before I waive my right, I'll tell you I don't know where she is. Just if that helps.
After making that brief statement, Mike invoked his right to an attorney, and the interview came to an end. Less than 12 hours after Mike's Mazda had been spotted in Fort Pierce, Diana's black Nissan was discovered in a Publix parking lot in Melbourne, nearly an hour away from her home in Vero Beach. When officers opened the trunk of the vehicle, They found Diana Duvay's body inside. She was wearing only underwear. Investigators believed she had already been dead for several days. The autopsy later revealed that Diana had suffered a severe blow to the head from a blunt object. She had also been strangled. It was a devastating end to the missing persons search, as Diana's family and friends had held on to hope until the very last moment that she would still be found alive.
Everybody that got a chance to meet Diana knows that she just brought a smile to their face and was a bright spot in their life. You get to know who people are, and she's one of those people that you won't find anybody that has anything bad to say about her. You could see from the outreach from the community that just speaks volumes of who she was. It's a devastating loss.
Detectives later spoke with a Publix employee who had arrived for work shortly before 5 o'clock on Saturday morning. She remembered seeing the black Nissan pull into the parking lot and park there. However, she was unable to get a clear look at the driver.
So I said, well, I seen when the cars pulled up, I was sitting in my car.
Okay.
And the bakery manager, she said, what, you seen the cars pull up? Which day? And I was like, so it was either Saturday or Friday. It was like 4:45 in the morning, because I get here like 4:45 and I sit in my car.
Did you see who was driving the black vehicle?
No.
The employee also mentioned that a second vehicle pulled into the parking lot just a few minutes after the black Nissan, and she believed the two cars may have been traveling together. Investigators immediately saw this as an important detail because if the vehicles had in fact arrived together, it could suggest that the person who abandoned Diana Duvay's car may have had an accomplice. At that stage of the investigation, detectives were considering nearly every possible scenario and carefully following even the smallest lead. However, the employee never saw any interaction between the drivers of the two vehicles. She did not notice anyone speaking to each other or leaving the parking lot together. Because of that, investigators could not confidently say the two cars were connected. Detectives then began focusing on another theory that seemed more logical, that the person who left Diana's Nissan in the parking lot may have used a taxi to leave the area afterward. Law enforcement contacted local cab companies, trying to determine whether any drivers had picked up a passenger near the Publix that morning. Their reasoning was simple. If someone abandoned the vehicle there, they would have needed some way to get away from the scene. That line of thinking eventually led detectives to a new and very important witness. And as it turned out, the theory was correct. Black Diamond Taxi told investigators that at around 8:30 on Saturday morning, one of their drivers picked up a passenger about a quarter-mile away from the Publix, near a Wendy's restaurant. The destination of the ride was Vero Beach. For detectives, this became another critical piece in building an accurate timeline of events. The cab driver later gave investigators a detailed account of the ride. According to him, he picked up a thin white male wearing a red hoodie from a bus stop near the road. The driver remembered the passenger clearly because it was the only ride he had that entire day. He also found it unusual that someone needed to be picked up from the side of the road for such a long trip. That strange situation was what made the memory stick with him. During the drive, the two exchanged a brief conversation. Even details like that mattered to investigators because they helped paint a clearer picture of the man's behavior after Diana's car had been abandoned in the parking lot. With every new witness and every new detail, detectives slowly began piecing together an increasingly disturbing picture of what happened that morning.
How did you get down here? And he said, well, he came down with a friend of his.
Mm-hmm.
And he said her car broke down.
Okay.
And he had no way to get back. So she didn't get her car fixed. And he said, oh, I don't know, yeah, she was pretty pissed anyway, so I doubt she would have gave me a ride back.
The cab driver dropped the man in the hoodie off at an address in Vero Beach, directly across from the home located at 1620 42nd Square. For investigators, that route became another major piece in reconstructing the events that followed Diana Duvay's disappearance. The driver gave detectives a detailed description of the passenger he picked up that morning, paying close attention to both his clothing and his behavior. According to the driver, the man acted reserved and seemed careful not to draw attention to himself. When police later showed the driver a photo lineup, he immediately identified Michael Jones without hesitation. That identification became another key piece of evidence helping detectives confirm Mike's movements after the events connected to Diana's disappearance. For investigators, witness statements like this were incredibly important because they allowed them to connect phone records, surveillance footage, and the timeline they were steadily building. On Wednesday, June 25th, exactly 1 week after Diana had ended the relationship with him, Michael Jones was officially charged with first-degree murder. By that point, investigators had already gathered a substantial amount of evidence and witness testimony that they believed pointed directly at him. For Diana's family, the day marked yet another painful chapter in a case that had turned their lives into a nightmare within just a matter of days. As the charges were announced, the atmosphere surrounding the investigation remained extremely tense. Public and media attention continued to grow, and every new detail only deepened the shock over what had happened. Michael Jones was taken into custody without bond. From that moment on, he would remain in the county jail awaiting trial, while detectives and prosecutors continued building their case in the murder of Diana Duvet.
This is a tragic case of dating and domestic violence by a weak, insecure, cowardly individual who felt the need to control his relationship with Diana Duvet by way of verbal and physical abuse. Quite frankly, Michael David Jones disgusts me and is very poor excuse for a man.
During Mike's arrest, officers discovered a second burner phone among his belongings, the same phone that had been used to call the taxi from the Wendy's in Melbourne. For investigators, the discovery was extremely important because that device helped directly connect Michael Jones to the movements that took place after Diana Duvet disappeared. Detectives also noted that Mike appeared to be using a separate phone intentionally, seemingly in an effort to avoid being tracked. If he had relied only on that burner phone and never turned on his primary device, it likely would have been much harder for investigators to trace his movements and determine his whereabouts. But according to the investigation, Mike occasionally activated his main phone, and those brief signals helped detectives slowly piece together the timeline of where he traveled after Diana vanished. For law enforcement, even short connections to cellular networks became critical clues in the case, but the trail did not stop there. Investigators were able to trace the purchase of the burner phone back to a Walmart in Palm Bay. Surveillance footage from the store helped detectives reconstruct the events of that morning in remarkable detail. At approximately 6:52 on Saturday morning, June 21st, cameras captured a black four-door Nissan pulling into the parking lot. That moment became another major piece of the investigation. Security footage from both outside and inside the store showed that only Mike Jones stepped out of the vehicle. Cameras recorded him walking into Walmart, purchasing a prepaid flip phone, then leaving the store and returning to the car. Detectives carefully reviewed every second of the footage, trying to establish the exact sequence of events and understand what had happened during those hours. One detail in particular deeply concerned investigators. Although Mike had arrived in Diana's vehicle, Diana herself was nowhere to be seen. She did not appear on any of the exterior surveillance cameras or inside the store. Given the timeline investigators had already established, that detail felt especially disturbing. And if the sequence of events detectives reconstructed was accurate, then by that point, Diana was already in the trunk of her own car when Mike drove to Walmart that morning. That possibility became one of the most horrifying parts of the entire investigation. Even experienced detectives working the case were deeply affected by the realization of what may have been happening during those hours. Michael Jones pleaded not guilty to the murder and remained in the county jail awaiting trial. Despite the growing amount of evidence and intense public attention surrounding the case, he refused to speak with detectives. Investigators never received any explanation from him about the events of that night or about his actions after Diana disappeared. His silence only added to the tension surrounding the case and left even more questions unanswered.
I want to point out to you, the first time we talked to you, we were there to talk to you about a missing person, okay? Now we're here to talk to you about the murder, okay? That being said, I'm going to go ahead and read you Miranda rights. You understand?
Yes.
Okay.
Using my right to silence and unequivocally requesting my right to counsel.
So you don't want to talk to us?
I request my right to counsel.
Okay. That's all you have to say to us.
During this period, investigators continued uncovering more and more about the dark side of the financial advisor's past. With every new interview and every conversation with people who personally knew Michael Jones, a far more disturbing picture of his life and behavior began to emerge. What at first may have appeared to be the image of a successful, charismatic, and confident man slowly started falling apart under the weight of witness statements from people around him. Former girlfriends described Mike as controlling and emotionally as well as physically abusive. According to them, relationships with him were often filled with constant psychological pressure, jealousy, and attempts to completely dominate his partners. Some of the women spoke about living in an atmosphere of fear and emotional exhaustion while they were with him. For investigators, those accounts became yet another disturbing layer in a case already filled with horrifying details. Detectives also learned that Mike had a habit of telling elaborate and completely false stories about his own life. Many people who knew him recalled how he constantly tried to present himself as wealthy, successful, and influential, even if that meant inventing facts to support the image. He spoke convincingly enough that, for a long time, many people believed the stories he told. In reality, Mike drove a 10-year-old Mazda, but he claimed he only used it because he did not want to damage his Porsche. Statements like that were part of the persona he carefully tried to maintain around other people. He also told stories about owning a luxury penthouse in Fort Lauderdale. To many acquaintances, these claims seemed to confirm his success and financial status. Only later did people realize that much of what he had been saying for years had little connection to reality. While attending law school, Mike took his fabrications even further. He told professors and some students that he was battling cancer, using that story to explain his difficulty attending classes regularly and completing assignments on time. Those claims earned him sympathy and support from people around him. At the same time, he worked hard to create the image of someone who had overcome enormous hardships and built his success entirely on his own. Mike also claimed that he had been adopted and raised in poverty. Stories like these helped him trigger emotional reactions from others and shape the image of someone who had endured a difficult life. According to investigators, fabrications like that may have helped him gain acceptance into academic programs, earn people's trust, and build credibility among coworkers and acquaintances. But over time, those stories began collapsing one after another. The truth turned out to be very different. Investigators discovered that his biological parents had actually provided him with a comfortable upbringing and paid for him to attend private school. Many of the claims Mike had repeated to people for years were completely false. For some who knew him, the revelations came as a genuine shock because they had believed the image he created for such a long time. After his arrest, most people in his life distanced themselves from him completely. Those who once supported Mike or saw him as successful and promising no longer wanted anything to do with him. His lies had been exposed and his reputation was destroyed. While awaiting trial, only one coworker continued visiting him, stopping by the jail just a handful of times. As the investigation unfolded and more shocking details became public, the life Mike had built around himself essentially collapsed right in front of everyone's eyes.
Can I ask you an honest question?
Sure.
Other than you and her,
do
you think I really have any friends left?
Don't consider that they're not your friends. They're just not in a good place, and I hope they still are your friends, okay? Have you seen your family at all, Michael?
No, you're the only person that has visited me, and literally I got one letter from Guy and one letter from you, and that's it.
Do you want me to contact your family?
No, my attorney talked to him.
The police detective has said to me that they've tried to talk with you and that you won't talk with them. And I guess I don't care for it's not what I want to know why you won't talk to them. I want the best for you, Michael. And I'm just wondering why you think it's beneficial to you not to talk to them.
Yeah, that's something I can't talk about.
Michael, they don't tell us details and stuff, and this is upset for you, I'm sure, but they tell us that they have lots of evidence. That if you don't weigh in at all, that your voice is not going to be heard, Michael, and the next thing you know, we'll be in the middle of some big sensational trial. I just don't want to see you. I just don't want to see you publicized or damaged further than you need to be.
Yeah, I don't know that I have much choice in that matter, though. Well, I think that in the next few days, I think they're going to decide whether they go with the death penalty or not.
I don't know what the facts are, but you can't change the facts, Michael. And if the facts aren't good, you need to find a place to... You don't want to die, do you?
No, that's a pretty scary thing.
The trial of Michael Jones for the murder of Diana Duvay began in October 2019. By that point, the case had already drawn major public attention because of the disturbing details and horrifying circumstances uncovered during the investigation. The atmosphere surrounding the trial was tense even before the first court session began. Prosecutors made it clear from the start that they intended to seek the death penalty if the jury found Michael Jones guilty. That decision raised the emotional weight of the trial even further for both the prosecution and Diana's family. Prosecutors argued that Michael Jones's actions after Diana's death did not point to panic or an accident, but to a deliberate attempt to cover up the crime. Throughout the trial, the court closely examined everything that happened after the fatal events, along with the defendant's behavior during the hours and days that followed. Those details became a major part of the prosecution's case. The defense, meanwhile, insisted that the evidence of murder was circumstantial. Attorneys attempted to create doubt about whether Diana's death had been intentional. They suggested that the fatal injuries could have been accidental and argued that Michael Jones's actions afterward were driven by fear and panic. According to the defense, Mike supposedly did not know how to handle the situation, which was why he placed Diana in the trunk of the vehicle, abandoned the car in the parking lot, and hid at the Hampton Inn while trying to avoid the consequences of what had happened. During the trial, a forensic expert for the defense testified in support of that version of events. The expert stated that the blow to Diana's head alone could have been fatal. He also suggested that Diana may still have been alive when she was placed in the trunk of the car. Those statements quickly became some of the most heavily discussed moments of the trial because they directly related to the circumstances of her death and the defendant's intent. However, during an intense and aggressive cross-examination, the expert's position began to fall apart. Prosecutors carefully challenged his conclusions and questioned him about the nature of Diana's injuries and the overall timeline of events. Eventually, even the expert himself admitted that Diana's death was most accurately classified as a homicide. For the prosecution, that moment became a major turning point that significantly strengthened their case before the jury. Michael Jones chose not to testify during the trial. Throughout the entire proceeding, he never gave the jury his own version of what happened. Whatever explanation or story he may have had about the events of that night, the courtroom never heard it. His decision only added to the tension surrounding the trial because many people expected him to at least attempt to explain his actions or respond to the accusations. After closing arguments, the jury needed only 45 minutes to reach a verdict. When they returned to the courtroom, they found Michael Jones guilty of first-degree murder. The speed of the decision showed just how convincing the prosecution's evidence and arguments had been to the jurors, but even then, the case was not yet over. The following month, the same jury returned to court for a separate sentencing phase to decide whether Michael Jones should receive the death penalty.
Michael David Jones can never be let back out into the public. He's a murderer. He stole the life from my daughter. And, I don't want him to even stay the rest of his life in jail. I want murder one sentence now.
Lena Andrews spoke extensively during the sentencing phase of the trial. Her testimony became one of the most emotional moments of the entire court process. The courtroom fell completely silent as she spoke about her daughter, their life together, and the pain she now had to live with every single day. Diana was her only child, and the bond between them was incredibly close. Family members and friends repeatedly said they were more than just mother and daughter, they were each other's closest person. Through tears, Lena talked about the plans Diana had for her future. She spoke about her dreams, her goals, and the life her daughter was only beginning to build for herself. Throughout her testimony, Lena kept returning to the heartbreaking reality of everything Diana would never get the chance to experience. She admitted that the thought of that stolen future would haunt her for the rest of her life. For everyone sitting in the courtroom, her words were especially painful because behind all the cold details of the criminal case was a real human tragedy and a family that had been completely shattered. Despite those powerful and emotional statements, the final decision on punishment was not what many people in the courtroom had expected. When the jury returned after long deliberations, it was revealed that one juror disagreed with the death penalty recommendation. The final vote was 11-1 in favor of execution. Because the jury was not unanimous, the court could not impose the death penalty. The atmosphere inside the courtroom remained heavy and tense, and for Diana's family, it became yet another emotional blow in a case that had already brought them unimaginable pain.
The jury unanimously find that the defendant, Michael Jones, should be sentenced to death. No.
Because of recent changes to Florida law, a death sentence could only be imposed if the jury reached a unanimous decision. That legal requirement became one of the most important factors during the final stage of the trial against Michael David Jones. Even with the severity of the charges and the horrifying circumstances surrounding the case, the law required every single juror to agree before the harshest possible punishment could be handed down. Throughout the deliberations, the atmosphere inside the courtroom remained extremely tense. Jurors had to carefully examine all of the evidence, testimony, and details presented during the trial before reaching a final decision. In cases like this, even one vote against the death penalty can completely change the outcome, which is exactly why the requirement for unanimity carried so much weight. For Diana Duvay's family, the court proceedings became yet another painful chapter in a long and emotionally exhausting ordeal. Every hearing forced them to relive the tragedy and confront the loss all over again. At the same time, public attention surrounding the case remained intense, as many people closely followed the trial and waited to see what the court's final decision would be after all of the shocking details revealed during the proceedings.
You came to my home, you sit at my table, and you took my daughter away from me. There is no punishment, no harsh enough for what you took from me. You know, if hate could kill, you would be dead now for what you took from me.
In November 2019, Michael David Jones was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For many people who had followed the case for years, the sentence marked the final chapter in one of the most disturbing and emotionally charged criminal trials in recent memory. The court's decision brought an end to a long investigation filled with shocking details, painful testimony, and heartbreaking moments for the family of Diana Duvay. Throughout the trial, jurors and everyone inside the courtroom were forced to hear the horrifying details of what had happened over and over again. Every new piece of information only deepened the sense of brutality and tragedy surrounding the case. For Diana's loved ones, the trial became months of emotional exhaustion as they were repeatedly forced to relive the events that had forever changed their lives. When the sentence was finally announced, the atmosphere inside the courtroom was heavy. For Diana's family and friends, no verdict could bring her back or fully erase the pain of losing her. But the ruling meant that Michael David Jones would never again walk free. That was how the case came to an end. A case that shocked so many people because of its cruelty, the disturbing details uncovered during the investigation, and the devastating consequences that followed.
It's all gone for me. I'm never going to have grandchildren. I'm never going to see my daughter getting old. Wise, get married, be happy.
And that was the case of Diana Duvay, a case that left behind more questions than answers and became permanently etched into the memories of those who followed the story from the very beginning. What started as the disappearance of a young woman quickly turned into a horrifying investigation filled with disturbing details, contradictions, and shocking revelations. For Diana's family, it was a nightmare unfolding right in front of them. Every new day without answers only deepened the fear and desperation. The people who knew Diana personally remembered her as kind, bright, and full of life, which made the news of what happened feel almost impossible to process. But as time went on, the pieces of the story slowly began falling into place, and the truth investigators uncovered turned out to be far more terrifying than many people could have imagined. The case drew widespread attention not only because of its brutality and disturbing circumstances, but also because each stage of the investigation revealed details that became increasingly unsettling. In the end, the story of Diana Duvay became one of those cases that stays with people long after the headlines fade, a case that is difficult to forget even years later. On February 4th, 2015, a police officer pulled into the parking lot of an abandoned shopping center in Bastrop, Texas. In the far corner sat a black Dodge Charger. Part of a woman's body was hanging out of the open door. 29-year-old Samantha Dean had been shot 3 times in the head. She was 7 months pregnant. There was a bag of marijuana sitting on the seat. 2 phones were inside the car. The back seat had been ripped out and thrown onto the pavement nearby, but something didn't add up. The drugs had been left behind. Some of the cash was still there too, and there wasn't a single drop of blood on the bag. Investigators quickly realized someone had staged the scene. Then they found out who the victim was. Samantha worked in victim services for the Kyle Police Department. She had survived cancer. She spent her days helping people after assaults and murders. And in just a few months, she was supposed to give birth to a baby girl. The father of the child was Austin Police Department officer Vontre Clark. Detectives found messages on Samantha's phone. She had told friends she was afraid for her life. In her journal, she directly named the person she believed wanted her dead. But the real nightmare started later. When investigators pulled the phone records, they uncovered a network of burner phones, fake meetups, friends with criminal pasts, and a murder plot that started falling apart because of one catastrophic mistake. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now let's keep going. Samantha Dean was 26 weeks pregnant when she was found murdered in the empty parking lot of an abandoned shopping center in Bastrop, Texas. A woman who had survived cancer and dedicated her life to helping victims of violent crime had now become a victim herself. The circumstances surrounding her murder were strange from the very beginning. The crime scene appeared staged. Anonymous messages had lured her to that location. The car was missing its back seat, but the killers made one major mistake. They left behind a critical piece of evidence that allowed investigators to unravel the entire plan and expose everyone involved one by one. Around 2 o'clock in the morning on February 4th, 2015, a police officer was patrolling commercial properties in Bastrop, Texas. During the patrol, he pulled into the parking lot of an abandoned shopping center. That's when he noticed a car parked far away from everything else on the empty lot. As he got closer, he saw the body of a woman. She was only partially inside the vehicle. It was immediately obvious that she was dead and had suffered a severe head injury. The victim was later identified as 29-year-old Samantha Dean. An autopsy revealed that she had been shot 3 times in the head. She was 7 months pregnant. The vehicle, a black Dodge Charger, was registered to Samantha. Officers discovered that the back seat had been removed and left lying nearby outside the car. It was clear that Sam had been shot while sitting inside the vehicle, but investigators could not find a single shell casing at the scene. Inside the car, police recovered 2 cell phones. One belonged to Samantha. The owner of the second phone could not immediately be identified. Sitting next to Sam was a grocery bag filled with marijuana. At first glance, the scene looked like a drug deal gone wrong, but several details didn't fit that theory. The drugs had been left behind, along with some cash. Maybe the most important detail was the white bag holding the marijuana. There was no blood on it at all. That told investigators the bag had been placed inside the car after the shooting. Detectives in Bastrop County quickly began to suspect they were dealing with a staged murder scene. The entire investigation changed once law enforcement learned that Samantha Dean was one of their own. The soon-to-be mother had worked in victim services for the Kyle Police Department for the past 3 years. Her family said it had always been her dream to help crime victims find support and peace after traumatic events. Sam earned a degree in liberal arts and public policy from the University of Texas at San Antonio. While she was in college, she was diagnosed with sarcoma in her elbow. Even during radiation and chemotherapy, she kept showing up to class every single day. At first, Sam wanted to become a police officer herself, but the sarcoma left her with a disability that forced her to change direction in life. Instead, she earned a master's degree in forensic psychology and later joined the Kyle Police Department. Samantha and her family were incredibly excited about the pregnancy. She was expecting a baby girl and had already chosen the name Madeline, or Maddie for short. Sam was especially close to her younger sister Taylor, who couldn't wait to become an aunt. She also maintained close friendships throughout her life and was deeply loved by her coworkers.
Wish I could have spent more time with her, but Samantha was an excellent person, and I think it's amazing that even after, she was strong because she beat cancer and she kept going and until now, but love her and miss her.
Every time that I saw her, especially with her baby bump now, I'm gonna miss her because everybody knew she was gonna be an outstanding mother.
Samantha was special. She was the most delightful and goofy person who consumed her body weight in sugar every day. She won't be remembered as a statistic. She won't be thought of as Kyle Police Department Victim Services Coordinator whose life was taken. She will be remembered as Samantha Dean, friend and family.
Everyone tells me as time passes it'll get better, but I'm just not feeling that right now. I miss her so much.
Investigators quickly identified the father of Samantha's unborn daughter as 32-year-old Austin police officer Vontre Clark. The two had been in an on-and-off relationship for 7 years. Later that same evening, after Sam's body was discovered, Vontre was asked to come in and speak with a detective from the Bastrop County Sheriff's Office.
Mr. Clark, like I said, first and foremost, my condolences. I know you told me a little bit on the phone that, and we'll clarify exactly what relationship y'all had or didn't have, but regardless of the fact, you told me something critical on the phone, and that was that, she was carrying your baby. So my condolences, but I'm very grateful you're here so that way we can figure out, one, I get to know her a little bit more, know more about her life, and hopefully find out what happened to her. So with that said, tell me, how long have you known her?
I've known Sam for 6 years, maybe 7 years.
Vontre and Sam first met and started dating while they were both temporarily working for the pharmaceutical company PPD Development. A few years later, their paths crossed again after they had both moved into careers in law enforcement. Vontre told investigators that their relationship was never really built on love or serious commitment. According to him, it was purely physical, and he had kept the affair hidden from his longtime partner, Laura Touton. Vontre and Laura were raising 2 sons together.
When you started when you started with APD, you said y'all kind of picked that back up. Did it cause, I know these are uncomfortable questions, did it cause any friction with your current relationship, or did you just keep that secret to yourself?
I just kept it to myself.
Yes. When did Samantha get pregnant, or when did she tell you she was pregnant?
Sam told me she was pregnant Saturday morning. I want to say early August.
Early August.
I believe so.
Are you in a relationship right now? Or you were in a relationship then in August as well?
I'm sorry?
In August, when she told you that you're in a relationship, did that cause you any stressors, or?
I haven't even said anything.
On the night Sam was murdered, Vontre told investigators that he had cooked dinner for his family. According to him, they finished eating at around 8:30 that evening.
And then at about 9:30, I left. I went to the school. We have a school right across the street. Mm-hmm. Actually, I live right across the street from Sam. I don't know if you know that, but we live fairly close together.
Okay.
So I left because in my current relationship, we're going through problems. So I left and just stayed out for a while, and I just chilled in my car, walked around for a little bit, and I ended up going to the police station.
Vontre said he made it back home around midnight. Surveillance cameras at the south substation of the Austin Police Department, where he claimed he had stopped to read reports, did confirm that he was there, but only for 23 minutes. However, cameras covering part of the elementary school property did not capture him near the building during the earlier hours, as he had claimed. Laura confirmed that he had not been home during that time either. She also told investigators something unusual. Vontre had left his cell phone at home.
Anything else? Can you think of anything else that you want to tell me that might help me? Or
The only
anything?
thing, there's nothing that I know about Sam that I can think of that would help. But when I was talking to Stephanie earlier today, she mentioned some things about Sam called the police on someone, I guess a neighbor or something.
Stephanie
Burgess. It's Sam's best friend.
Vontre was placed on restricted duty with the Austin Police Department, and an internal investigation into his relationship with Samantha was also launched. Trey, or Trezzy as some of his friends called him, attended college first in Oklahoma and later in Texas before graduating from the Austin Police Academy in 2012 and joining the Austin Police Department. While he was still in the academy, the young officer even gave interviews to local news outlets, speaking about how much he respected Austin Police Chief Art Acevedo.
It's incredible. I mean, this is the guy you see on TV. This is the face of our department. It means a lot for him to come out and run with us because it shows us that he's behind us 100%.
Vontre's 3 years in law enforcement had already been filled with dramatic moments. During that time, he received 2 commendations and 1 3-day suspension. In December of 2012, he was suspended after a vehicle pursuit ended with him crashing and rolling his patrol car. The driver he had been chasing had run a red light. But the following year, the young officer rebuilt his reputation after becoming the first responder at an apartment complex fire. Reports said he went door to door, evacuating residents as quickly as possible and leading them to safety while calling for backup over the radio. Just a few weeks later, he was recognized again. After spotting a known sex offender asleep inside a rental car in North Austin, Vontre quickly came up with a plan to take him into custody. In that case, he was credited with almost certainly preventing another assault. The day after Sam's body was discovered, investigators carried out a detailed search of her home in South Austin. They also examined the data from her cell phone. Text messages exchanged between Sam and Vontre in the weeks and months leading up to her death revealed that Vontre had been pressuring her to get an abortion. He openly told her he did not want the baby and believed the child would ruin his life. Investigators learned that after years together, he considered Laura to be his common-law wife, and in his mind, the new baby threatened that relationship. The house where the couple lived together belonged to Laura. During the search of Sam's home, officers also discovered her journal. In it, she wrote that she feared for her life and believed Vontre Clark was going to kill her. She described an incident in January when he tied her up, supposedly as part of a sexual role-play scenario. But Vontre had stayed in full police uniform and never removed his service weapon. Later, Sam told a friend that in that moment, she truly felt like he wanted to kill her. Even with all of that, Vontre was not immediately charged with her murder. Investigators in Bastrop County clearly considered him a suspect, but they were still building their case. As rumors about the investigation spread, many people close to Vontre Clark struggled to believe he could actually be involved. One of those people was Denise Hill, the mother of his closest and oldest friend.
Never heard her name before until I looked it up myself on the internet, and then I started reading everything, and I'm like, wow, I was just blown away. And I'm like, these people are crazy. They're going to let the real killer get away because they're totally going in the wrong direction.
Denise's son, Kevin Watson, had been so close to Vontre since their teenage years that the two considered each other brothers. Because of that, Denise saw Vontre as one of her own sons too. She was proud of both young men. Kevin had been an honor student who grew up to become an electrician, while Vontre was a standout athlete who went on to become a police officer.
They looked a lot alike at the time, and everybody thought they were brothers, so they just called themselves brothers. You know, Trey ate a lot of meals at our house. I got a police officer for a son, so I was very, very proud.
Over the following years, Kevin started struggling to keep steady work as an electrician and eventually began making money by dealing drugs. He also developed a criminal record. Even so, the two men, an Austin police officer and his so-called criminal brother, remained extremely close, and Kevin's mother continued supporting both of her sons.
My thought is, how much evidence would somebody have to show me to convince me that my son is heartless? Because that's pretty much what you're telling me. The Trey that I know, that I've known for 15 years, could not be capable of something this heinous. The Trey that I knew was, when I lived in Austin, he was just a sweet kid.
On February 8th, 5 days after Sam's body was found, one of her friends and coworkers received a threatening text message that referenced the murder. The message read, "I fucking got her, I'm gonna get him next, and then I'm coming for you. I'll show you what a real crisis looks like." Could that message have been sent by Sam's killer? At first glance, it seemed to push investigators toward a different theory. One focused on a man Sam had reportedly called police on just weeks before her death, at least according to Von Trey, instead of focusing on him, the father of her unborn child. Samantha lived in South Austin, just north of Kyle, where she worked. Investigators still didn't understand what had brought her to Bastrop, roughly 30 miles east on the night she was killed. Data from Sam's cell phone, which was recovered from her Dodge Charger, showed her traveling to William Cannon Drive, where surveillance cameras at a convenience store captured her walking inside at 9:37 that night. On the footage, Samantha never appeared to use her phone, yet activity logs showed that someone else was using it to place a call at that exact time. The number it contacted exchanged several messages with Sam's phone later that night. Those messages instructed Sam to bring $120 and arranged a meeting near the shopping center in Bastrop. Surveillance video showed Samantha using the ATM inside the store and withdrawing $100 in cash. After that, her phone began moving east toward Bastrop. The phone number messaging Sam after 9:30 that night had only been activated earlier that same day. It was a prepaid burner phone. That evening, the device communicated with two separate phones. One was Sam's phone, and the other was another burner device. Investigators traced the purchase of the phone to a Walmart in Stafford, Texas, where surveillance footage captured a man in a red hoodie entering the store. The entire time he was shopping, the man stayed on a cell phone call. He bought another prepaid phone, walked outside, got into a white Toyota, and drove away. Detectives were able to read the Toyota's license plate from the video and discovered the vehicle was registered to a woman named Kyla Fisk. Kyla was the common-law wife of Kevin Watson, the man Von Trey had considered his brother since childhood. It didn't take investigators long to confirm that the man in the red hoodie was Von Trey's closest friend. Once detectives identified the first burner phone, connections between other prepaid devices began exposing a complicated communication network that had been active for weeks leading up to the murder. The second burner phone that communicated with the first one had also been calling and texting a third unregistered prepaid number. On top of that, it had contacted Kyla Fisk's personal cell phone. One of those three burner phones was the same device police found inside Sam's car. At that point, every number connected to those three devices became a target of the investigation as detectives slowly uncovered what appeared to be a carefully planned conspiracy. At the time of Sam's death, her phone and all three identified burner phones were operating near the same cell tower close to the abandoned shopping center. After the night of the murder, none of those devices were ever used again. Kyla Fisk was eventually brought in for questioning. Investigators learned that one of the burner phones purchased by her husband had called not only her, but also Von Trey Clark before the number was later changed, likely in an attempt to cover up the mistake of contacting personal registered phones. But when detectives questioned Kyla, she claimed she didn't even know Von Trey Clark.
We'd like to ask about this other number that was called. Another person was called on that phone before that phone apparently changed numbers or something. We'd like to ask you about.
My phone changed numbers?
No, the 213 phone. Yeah, it called a Von Trey Clark. Yeah. Does that mean something to you all? You may go by Trey. This guy, he's an Austin police officer. Does that ring a bell?
Oh, no.
Okay. The number apparently called your number, and they called it Von Trey Clark, and then the number was changed to a different number on the same day. Whoever bought the phone and was using the phone, changed the phone number after he contacted you and his entree card guy. So I didn't know if those people.
Kyla received 2 calls from those burner phones on the night of the murder. One came earlier in the evening, while investigators could still confirm that she was at home. The second call came much later, close to 4 o'clock in the morning.
So it's been a kind of a late night call, you know, if you get calls late at night or not, but, I mean, it was about like 6. Well, you know, I mean, it was just after midnight, the second call from that other number, but, it seems a little unusual that, you know, 2 numbers that were, you know, that, we have reason to believe a little Bastrop was calling you. You can't think of what that might have been about or nothing rings a bell.
Yeah, I mean, a 4 or 5 number, I'm probably about to answer it.
Yeah, it appears you answered the call. Does anybody else use your phone? I guess we haven't asked you that. I mean,
3 burner phones had been used for communication between the people involved in the conspiracy, but investigators had only managed to identify 2 users. If one phone belonged to Vontre and another to Kevin, it still wasn't clear who had been using the third device. Kyla Fisk was at home in Houston, where she lived with Kevin Watson, when the murder took place, so it appeared that the third phone was not in her possession. However, her personal phone, along with the 2 other burner devices, had also been in contact with another personal number belonging to Freddie Lee Smith, a longtime friend of Kevin's. After receiving several missed calls from the burner phone believed to be used by Vontre, Kevin sent Freddie Smith a message saying that Trey, or Trezzy, as they called him, was trying to reach him. Freddie had an extensive criminal history. Reports also identified him as a member of the Hoover Gangster Crips. He seemed like a very likely candidate for the third burner phone, although investigators still lacked direct proof. Law enforcement set up wiretaps to monitor communications between everyone connected to the case. They listened to conversations for months. The wiretaps never produced the direct confession or smoking gun evidence that investigators in Bastrop County had hoped for. But the recorded calls did confirm many of the suspicions detectives already had. In one conversation between Kevin and Freddie, Kevin explained that he had made a mistake by placing calls from one of the burner phones and later changed the number in an attempt to hide the call history. It appeared that on the night of the murder, Kevin had driven from his home in Houston to pick up Freddie, but forgot the address of Freddie's house. Because of that, Kevin called Kyla from his burner phone and asked her to look up directions. The recordings showed that while talking to Kevin, Kyla was also calling Freddie at the same time, then relayed the directions to Freddie's house back to Kevin.
Yeah, what's up? Bro, I got it. What's up? The phone. Yeah, I already know. So we need to change numbers, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like anybody that called, which one number? I talked to Kyla and I talked to you. Yeah. All for that? Yeah, you remember? Because I was looking for your house. Fuck.
In July of 2015, investigators finally got a major break in the case. It came after they identified the phone used to send the anonymous threatening message to Sam's coworker just days after the murder. That phone had also been purchased at a Walmart, this time in Katy, Texas. Surveillance footage captured 2 men walking into the store, buying the phone, returning to their vehicle, and driving away. Once again, the license plate led investigators back to one of Kevin Watson's friends, this time a man named Aaron Williams. The 2 men had purchased the phone together. Investigators charged Aaron with intimidation for sending the threatening message. While he was being held in Bastrop County, detectives began pressuring him to talk. They already knew Aaron had been with Kevin when the message was sent. Now they wanted to know exactly what Kevin had told him about the murder.
We know that you know a lot more than what you're telling us. It's very apparent through the phone conversations you've had with Kevin, through your behavior, through everything else, that you know what's going on.
What we're asking today is we want to know what these other people did, what he saw them do, what he knows what they do. That's what we're asking.
What they told him.
What they told him, because he knows on the phone calls we recorded, he's mentioned their names. He's talked about, putting the pieces, they talked about it, they're not putting the pieces together yet. They're not linking you to these people yet. There's a lot of stuff that was talked about in phone calls that leads us to believe he knows about what happened 5 days prior to them going to Bastrop and sending that threat.
After repeatedly insisting that he knew nothing, Aaron eventually told investigators everything he had heard from Kevin about Vontre Clark and the officer's desire to kill Samantha Dean.
I don't know his real name, but that he was married, and I guess he got that girl pregnant, and she didn't want to give it up.
Okay, and when you say Treasy, I know you don't know his real name. What do you know about Treasy?
I don't know nothing about him.
You don't know where he lives or what he does, or?
I know he's a cop and lives in Austin.
Okay, so Treasy's a cop in Austin. It's a friend of Kevin's.
Yeah.
So Trey, the Austin police officer, was Kevin's friend. Aaron told investigators that, as far as he understood, Vontre had paid Freddie, and possibly Kevin as well, $5,000 to kill Samantha.
And he told me that they killed the girl. I don't know.
Did he tell you who actually pulled the trigger?
No, he didn't tell me who.
You just said they?
Yeah, they went out there and they went out there to kill that girl. And Tree was gonna pay him some money to do it. I don't know if he did or not.
Did he say how much he was gonna pay?
I think $5,000.
A piece or altogether?
I don't know.
I
don't know. And that's what he told me.
So they basically told you that they
just went out there.
They went out there and killed her.
Yeah.
They being Kevin and Freddie.
Yeah.
Aaron vaguely remembered Kevin talking about how they staged the crime scene to make it look like a drug deal gone wrong. He also said the group panicked after realizing they had left something behind at the scene, either a phone or a weapon. According to Aaron, he got the impression that the murder had been planned for a long time.
I would guess it would be planned out for a while.
What would make you think that?
I mean, I don't know how far along she was. Well, he told me she was close to giving birth. So, I mean, he told me that that Trees was he didn't want the baby, and I didn't know how far along she was. But he told me he kept trying to tell her not to have it, and I guess she didn't want to listen or didn't want to get rid of it. He told me that the girl said she was gonna ruin his life and stuff like that, but I never knew how far along she was, so I never knew how far back, if he was planning or doing anything like that.
After Aaron was arrested and began cooperating with police, it became clear that everything was starting to fall apart for Vontre Clark. That same month, the Austin Police Department ordered him to appear for a meeting with Internal Affairs, but Vontre refused to show up. Austin Police Chief Art Acevedo, the same man Vontre had openly praised just a few years earlier, held a press conference announcing that the officer had been fired because of confirmed ties to criminals and insubordination. The former officer failed to comply with the order to attend the Internal Affairs meeting because he had fled the country.
The department learned, actually earlier this week, the department learned that he had left the country. He is last known to have arrived in Jakarta, Indonesia, the city of Jakarta, Indonesia. It's a city of probably about 10 million people. It is a city in a country, or a city in a country that does not have an extradition treaty with the United States. I'm sure Mr. Clark will find this press conference. I have a message to you. If you have any dignity, if you have any semblance of humanity left in you, Mr. Clark, get back on that plane and come back here to Austin. If you're innocent, prove it. Come over here and face the music.
A few days later, a warrant was issued for Vontre's arrest, but carrying it out was impossible without coordination and approval from authorities in Indonesia. The FBI then began the long process of negotiating his extradition back to the United States.
I'm looking forward to the day that the Dean family gets justice. And I can tell you that I hope that that justice comes quickly because what happened to that beautiful woman and her baby, there's no excuse for it. It's despicable.
Meanwhile, investigators continued making new arrests as they worked to strengthen the case. Kevin Watson was taken into custody on drug charges while prosecutors pursued a capital murder indictment against him. Despite all the pressure from investigators, Kyla Fisk continued insisting that she knew nothing about the murder.
Our case on Kevin is made. I mean, you can ask me some questions if you like about that. I'll try to answer what I can if you're doubting that.
You're saying phones that we used in something like this.
Yes. They contacted the victim that night to arrange a meeting at the murder scene with very specifics about where to meet. And there's just no question in that. And we know he had the phone. There's still other information out there that could be valuable in this.
This is just not that person. This is not that person. I don't believe, like I read.
One of the biggest problems with Kyla's claims of innocence was that her actions after the murder directly contradicted what she was telling investigators. For example, she had already lied to police during her first interview. Later, during a recorded jail visit, Kevin asked her to get rid of some stained clothing he said he had worn during an electrical job a few months earlier. In reality, he was talking about the red hoodie and gray sweatpants he had been seen wearing on the day of the murder.
But if you're just some dumb person, don't know anything, you wouldn't be going to the extent to cover things up like you're doing. I mean, that's
because people are coming after me who have cases. People are asking questions. People are asking questions about somebody I love.
But see, the only thing we asked you in the interview was we asked you about 3 phones and if you knew Vontre Clark, and you lied about all 4 of them. Well, it sounded like when y'all talked from the jail and he talked about this electrician job he did 3 months ago and told you to get rid of that stained hoodie and sweatpants.
Mm-hmm.
Sound like you knew exactly what he was talking about on that phone call.
You got rid of it.
Yeah, I said you'd already got rid of it. Don't worry about it.
I did. I got rid of all this shit out of there.
What'd you do with it?
It's gone.
Where?
That's what I'm talking about, Kyla. You're not being completely honest with us.
Kyla Fisk was eventually arrested and charged with tampering with evidence for destroying Kevin's stained clothing. About 5 weeks later, the FBI secured Vontre Clark's return from Bali. He was initially detained for violating visa regulations, but far more serious charges were waiting for him once he got back to the United States. He was placed on a Department of Justice aircraft that landed in Austin, Texas, shortly after midnight on September 2nd.
Former Austin police officer Vontre Clark was taken into custody pursuant to an arrest warrant for the offense of capital murder at 12:03 a.m. on today's date.
Samantha was part of our law enforcement family here in Central Texas. We thought we had to go to great lengths to do what we could do to bring back Vontre Clark in the interest of justice.
Samantha Dean, wonderful individual. This should not have happened.
The indictments against Vontre Clark and Kevin Watson were handed down before prosecutors had fully resolved the case involving Freddie Smith. At that point, investigators still did not completely understand the exact role each of the 3 men had played in Samantha's murder. The prosecution's announcement that it intended to seek the death penalty only raised the stakes even higher. The first person willing to come forward with a believable and consistent version of events could potentially strike a deal with prosecutors, testify against the others involved, and possibly save his own life. Eventually, both brothers sat down for lengthy interviews with state prosecutors. Each man gave his own version of what happened, hoping to secure a deal. To almost everyone's surprise, Vontre began by claiming he was innocent and making unsupported accusations about Samantha and the circumstances surrounding her pregnancy.
Tell us what you want us to know.
I did not kill Samantha Dean, and that's where I'm at right now. That's what I'm charged with. That's what I'm facing. I remember the day. I wake up on a Saturday morning. I guess it was September. To a text from Sam, and it says something like, "I need to talk to you." Okay, tell me, what do you need to talk to me about? I'm afraid to tell you. Just tell me. She tells me she's pregnant.
No, actually, you guessed she was pregnant, right?
Was it me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. If you're saying it was, it was.
Yeah, I mean, we have the text.
Okay, well, so I guess she was pregnant. I don't want to have a child with her. I don't want to have that type of relationship with her. So I told her I'll come talk to her. And at that point, she tells me that how she got pregnant. She took the condom and she turned it inside out, and she used the condom to get pregnant. That's what set this whole thing off. That's when I said, I'm going to hurt this girl. I ended up telling Kevin that I got this girl pregnant and I wasn't going to let her have this baby. And I was going to do something to her. At the time, I didn't know what, but I had planned to kill this girl.
Yeah.
Vontre described 2 earlier occasions when he had allegedly planned to kill Sam but ultimately could not go through with it. One of those incidents was the same event Samantha later wrote about in her journal. Vontre said he tied her up while pretending it was part of a sexual game. He handcuffed her in the back seat of a car and planned to run a hose from the exhaust pipe into the vehicle, leaving her there to die. But at the last moment, he backed out. Eventually, Kevin offered to help. According to Vontre, Kevin said he would find Freddie Smith to carry out the murder.
He had talked to Freddie and that Freddie was willing to do it.
And Freddie is Freddie who?
Smith. He tells me, Kevin told me about the girl, and he says that if you want to get it done, I'll kill the girl for you. And he said, you pay me 15,000, 15 racks is what he said. And I'll get this to go away for you, or get her to go away for you.
Vontre denied ever agreeing to the arrangement, claiming he understood that if he did, he would become guilty of murder himself. But at the same time, he made it clear that he still wanted Sam dead. So on February 3rd, when Kevin was with him in Austin and asked for a ride to Sam's house, Vontre agreed. The former officer then gave investigators a version of events that shifted most of the blame onto his closest friend. According to Vontre, Kevin and Freddie Smith decided to handle the problem for him. Vontre claimed he watched Kevin walk up to Sam's door and convince her to leave with him in her own car. When the Dodge Charger returned sometime later, it did not pull back into the driveway. Instead, it stopped farther down the street. Kevin stepped out of the back seat. According to Vontre, someone else was now behind the wheel, not Sam. He assumed it was Freddie. By that point, Sam was probably already dead. Vontre insisted that he never witnessed the actual murder. He claimed he simply sat in his own car near the house, waiting for them to come back.
I'm not understanding this part at all. About why would she park somewhere other than her house?
It wasn't Sam that parked her car.
He's saying Kevin's in the car. If Kevin and Freddie in the car, that's what you just said earlier, right?
Yeah.
But the phone records directly contradicted Vontre's version of events.
On the 3rd, is your personal phone is geolocating at Bastrop the day before. So what were you doing down there then?
That's not possible.
That's what the records show. A couple of days, your phone is showing to be down there, and then that's when the text comes in. I thought you had a place picked out. Is what Kevin's asking you.
Phone. And it's your 1168 number phone.
So at some point, you were down there in Bastrop.
When it was Kevin Watson's turn to speak, he told investigators a completely different story. He described how Vontre's obsession with Samantha's pregnancy grew more intense in the months leading up to her death. According to Kevin, Vontre constantly talked about how the baby would ruin his life. Eventually, it became the only thing he could focus on, repeating over and over that she had to go.
At some point, she posted a sonogram on Facebook. And I think that this was around the time that he goes crazy and, becomes starts really pressing about this issue. You got Freddie's number? I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, look, man, I really need to, get rid of this girl. You think Freddie be interested? I was like, I can give you his number. He might be.
Kevin knew Freddie through his criminal connections. Kevin sold drugs, and Freddie was a thief who was rumored to have killed people before. That was how Kevin introduced his brother to his friend, the alleged killer, and the three of them began putting together a plan. The idea was to lure Sam to a predetermined location where Freddie would shoot her, then stage the scene to look like a drug deal gone wrong. They bought a bag of marijuana because, according to Kevin, it was cheap, and Vontre did not want to spend any more money than necessary.
People usually don't get killed over a little amount of weed. He doesn't know that. He watches TV.
Vontre convinced Sam to meet with a supposed seller of a new iPad for $120. He texted her from a burner phone and directed her to the shopping center parking lot to make the purchase.
How did Trey convince her to leave that house with him, 7 months pregnant, at that time of night, and go out to Bastrop for a ride? Yes, sir. I don't know. I don't know. As far as I know, he was meeting us under the guise of buying a tablet. That's what I do know.
Vontre drove with Sam to the shopping center parking lot. Once they arrived and parked, Kevin dropped Freddie off with a .25 caliber handgun. After that, Kevin drove around the surrounding area in circles while waiting for a call to return. According to Kevin, Freddie initially tried to shoot Sam in the back of the head, but the gun jammed. Freddie then told her that he had forgotten the charger for the tablet and needed to leave briefly before coming back. He called Kevin to pick him up. The two stopped at a gas station where Freddie fixed the handgun. After repairing it, he fired a test shot out of the car window. They then returned to Sam, who was still sitting in her vehicle, completely unaware that Freddie had already tried to kill her once before. Later, Freddie told Kevin that he climbed into the back seat and shot Sam twice in the head. Then he handed the gun to Vontre, who fired one final shot.
And Freddie's like, this fucking guy. And he, jokes about him, panicking and all that stuff a little bit. And he tells me about how he was in the back seat and he shot her twice. Bam, bam. And then Trey wanted the gun. And then he handed Trey the gun. And he said something crazy and then shot her once. And that's pretty much what happened. And he's like, that's why we couldn't find the third fucking case, because this guy can't even find a case. When you say said something crazy, any idea what that would be? Do you remember it all? Something like "fuck you, bitch" or something, some TV shit, something that people don't really do.
Investigators were only able to recover 2 shell casings from the car. The conspirators could not find the third one. They removed the back seat and moved Samantha's body around while searching for it, but they never recovered the missing casing. Afterward, they stopped along a rural road where Freddie and Vontre changed clothes and packed everything into a disposal bag, including the clothing, shell casings, gloves, and burner phones. Once it was over, everyone went home. Vontre drove back to Austin, while Kevin made the 2-hour drive back to Houston.
Let's go back to changing clothes. Right. Some point we got another case. Right. This is where we find. Okay. Wait for it. Wait for it. I'm sorry. So. Yeah, then the clothes changed. So when he pops up the thing, he's like, "Oh fuck, the casing. What the fuck was the casing that was in my pants? In your pants? Fucking moron." Right.
But their mistakes were far from over. After Kevin returned to Houston, he got a message from Freddie saying the gun was missing. They believed they needed to go back to Bastrop and search for it. At the same time, Vontre was focused on something else. He drove straight to the Austin Police Department, trying to establish an alibi for himself. Kevin went back to his car to head toward Bastrop, but around 4 o'clock in the morning, he realized he had locked his keys inside the vehicle. He called Kyla, hoping she had a spare set. She didn't. So Kevin smashed the window and started driving back toward Bastrop to look for the weapon. But by the time he arrived, sheriff's deputies were already processing the scene. Kevin turned around and drove back to Houston. That was when he discovered the gun had been in the car the entire time. For hours, he had unknowingly been driving around with the murder weapon wedged between the driver's seat and the center console. The gun had slipped from Vontre's waistband while they were leaving the crime scene. It remains unclear exactly when the group realized they had also left one of the burner phones behind at the scene.
on the side of the damn, on the driver's side from when Trey was driving the car.
Mm-hmm.
It fell like right here.
Oh, in your car?
Right. So when we hopped out the car at Freddie's house, I looked down, I'm like, fucking gun right here.
And you'd already gone to the bus stop?
I already gone to the bus stop and came back. Freddie's making fun of Trey because he's the worst fucking criminal anybody's ever seen. It's pretty much what it amounts to. He's like, this guy, he's fucking jumpy, he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. You know, he's just fucking scary. He's a really bad crook. You know, the reason why you're a cop and not a crook, because you're a really bad crook. You know, one of those things.
Kevin Watson personally walked county investigators through the route they had taken on the night of the murder. Step by step, he pointed out locations that he claimed were connected to the events of that night. For detectives, it became a critical part of the investigation because they were able to compare his account with the evidence and timeline they had already built. The atmosphere during the drive remained tense. Every stop forced investigators to revisit details of a crime that had haunted both detectives and Samantha's family for years. They drove past the shopping center connected to the case before heading toward a gas station. According to Kevin, that was the place where Freddie Smith repaired the handgun after it jammed. Investigators carefully documented every detail of the route, trying to reconstruct the exact sequence of events from that night. After that, Kevin pointed out a nearby location around the corner where he claimed Freddie fired a test shot from the weapon. That detail became another important piece of the overall case. For detectives, statements like these carried special weight because they allowed investigators to measure how closely Kevin's story matched the physical evidence and forensic findings. With every new stop along the route, the reality of what happened that night became even darker, reminding everyone involved how carefully investigators were trying to reconstruct every moment of the murder.
We're sitting right here at this light. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, because it doesn't look like we go anywhere. We're waiting to see if there's any cars, so we're taking a left. Shoes.
Kevin Watson's version of events was supported by the evidence, witness testimony, and the overall findings of the investigation. His statements matched the facts detectives had spent years piecing together. Vontre Clark's version, however, was not supported by the evidence. Investigators were unable to find proof that backed up his explanation of what happened, and that became a major problem for his defense. Eventually, Kevin Watson agreed to make a deal with prosecutors. He pleaded guilty to capital murder in exchange for a sentence that allowed the possibility of parole after 35 years in prison. The agreement became one of the most important turning points in the case. By cooperating with prosecutors, Kevin agreed to testify against both Vontre Clark and Freddie Smith. His testimony carried enormous weight because he had been directly involved in the events of that night. Prosecutors viewed his statements as a critical part of the case, something that could help jurors fully understand how the murder unfolded. Inside the courtroom, every detail of Kevin's story drew intense attention because so much of the trial depended on his testimony. With Kevin now cooperating, prosecutors formally charged Freddie Smith with capital murder as well. For investigators, it marked another major step forward in a case that had remained complicated and deeply tangled for years. Prosecutors believed the combined evidence and witness testimony directly connected Freddie to the crime. Even so, Freddie Smith continued insisting that he was innocent. Despite the arrest, interrogations, and court proceedings, he never admitted involvement in Samantha's murder. Throughout the entire process, his position remained unchanged, while his defense team worked to challenge the credibility and motives of the people cooperating with investigators.
Have you ever heard there's an old saying that 3 people can keep a secret as long as 2 of them are dead? You ever heard that saying?
I've heard it before.
Okay. So we didn't just by accident show up 4.5 years after a murder and arrest you. We obviously received information from somebody. So you have an opportunity to talk about this today.
Man, whatever information you receive is not, it can't be, if y'all are charging me for this, it can't be accurate because I had nothing to do with it.
Even though
Freddie Smith went on trial in June of 2022, nearly a decade after the events that led to the case. The proceedings had been delayed multiple times because of major disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. For Samantha's family, that meant even more years of painful waiting, uncertainty, and being forced to relive a tragedy that never truly faded into the past. During a search of Freddie Smith's phone, investigators discovered a photograph taken back in 2013. The image showed two .25 caliber handguns. At first glance, it may have looked like an ordinary picture of weapons, but for investigators, it became an important detail that would later be presented directly to the jury in court. A forensic ballistics expert gave detailed testimony about the bullets recovered from Samantha Dean's body. According to the expert, all of them had been fired from the same gun. The specialist also explained to jurors that one of the pistols shown in the photograph from Freddie's phone matched the type of firearm capable of leaving the rifling marks found on the bullets in the case. Those technical findings became one of the key parts of the prosecution's evidence and added an even darker layer to the story surrounding Samantha's murder. Kevin Watson and his wife, Kyla Fisk, also testified during the trial. The charges against Kyla had been dropped several years earlier. Investigators had long believed she knew far more than she admitted during questioning. At the same time, law enforcement ultimately concluded that any information she had about the crime came after the murder had already taken place. Because of that, prosecutors did not consider her part of the conspiracy itself. Even so, her name remained connected to the investigation for years as more details about the complicated case continued to surface. In the end, Freddie Smith was found guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For prosecutors, it marked the conclusion of one of the longest and most difficult chapters of a case that had remained in the spotlight for years because of repeated delays, hearings, and the complicated process of gathering evidence. Later, Vontre Clark also admitted guilt. For years, his attorneys had secured numerous delays while preparing for a potential death penalty trial. His defense team used nearly every available pretrial strategy in an effort to avoid the harshest possible sentence. Each new postponement dragged the case out even further after it had already stretched across years. His court-appointed defense ended up costing the county hundreds of thousands of dollars. The case involved complicated legal procedures, lengthy pretrial hearings, and constant procedural disputes, all of which highlighted just how massive and complex the criminal proceedings had become. In the end, the plea agreement spared Samantha Dean's family from having to endure another exhausting trial and listen once again to the details of the tragedy inside a courtroom. At the same time, Vontre Clark avoided the death penalty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, finally bringing an end to a years-long case that left a lasting impact on everyone connected to it.
I really don't like the word closure, because closure to me means that everything has been taken care of and we would go back home and Sammy would be there and Maddie would be riding around on her bike, but that's not the case. What this is a resolution. We have resolved from what we started with 7.5 years ago.
Officers stood in the parking lot of a student apartment complex in Kalamazoo, trying to make sense of the strange disappearance of 24-year-old student Ania Mack. No one had been able to reach her for several days. Her car was sitting in the parking lot without license plates. Nearby was another nearly identical Chevrolet Malibu displaying her plates. The lights were on inside her apartment. The television was still running. The bathtub was filled with water. A load of men's clothes was spinning in the washing machine. But Ania herself was nowhere to be found. Her friends were convinced she would never have disappeared voluntarily. Police searched the apartment, spoke with people who knew her, and tried to locate her boyfriend, Donovan Lewis. They came up empty-handed. Then, late that night, as officers were preparing to continue the search, a man with a backpack slung over his shoulder emerged from the darkness and walked toward them. It was Donovan. The officers asked him a few questions about Ania. What he told them was nothing like what they expected to hear. Within minutes, what had started as a possible missing person case turned into a homicide investigation. Donovan then began telling a story about an argument, messages on a cell phone, a married pastor, and the events he claimed had unfolded inside the apartment that Sunday. And the more he talked, the more disturbing the picture became of what had really happened to Ania Mack. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now let's keep going. During the early morning hours of Thursday, June 28, 2018, officers with the Kalamazoo Police Department responded to a call at Hunter Ridge Apartments in western Michigan. The complex consisted of a multi-story building with numerous apartments and a parking lot. It was used as off-campus housing, and all of its residents were local college students. Officers arrived there to look for 24-year-old Ania Mack, a psychology student at Western Michigan University. No one had heard from Ania since the previous Sunday. Mia, as her friends and family called her, was an extremely outgoing person who was always active and involved in a wide variety of activities. In school, she was an honor student, served on the student council, participated in the Health Occupations Association, performed in both the marching band and concert band, competed as a varsity cheerleader, and also played volleyball and softball. While attending college, she continued singing in her church choir and danced with a women's dance team at WMU. For Ania, it was completely out of character to go out of contact with so many friends for even a few hours, let alone several days. Her close friend, LaQuenta Watson, contacted the Kalamazoo Police Department. She explained that she normally spoke with Ania every day, and when she had been unable to reach her for several days, she began to fear that something was wrong. Every phone call went straight to voicemail. Her concern grew even stronger when she visited Ania's new workplace, the Great Lakes Alternative Research Center, where she worked with children who have autism. There, she learned that Ania had already missed 2 consecutive days of work. She had started the position only 3 months earlier and had been incredibly excited about the opportunity. There was simply no way she would have intentionally missed work unless something serious had happened. Childhood friend Dominic Thomas met with police outside the apartment complex after speaking with Ania's mother, Loretta, who lived in Louisiana, as well as with LaQuenta. All 3 of them were becoming increasingly worried because they had been unable to reach her.
It's unlikely
to just not answer the phone, it sounds like.
If anything is going on, I'm like pretty much the only person that she has here besides her family. But like me and her, we have been best friends for 24. I'm only 24, but we have been best friends our entire being, basically.
I got friends like that.
And it's driving me real crazy that if anything was going on, she would call me. If nobody, she would call me. I know for a fact.
She has any medical issues?
No.
No psychological orders.
Did she take any medication for anything?
As of right now, not to my knowledge. I didn't inhale when she needed.
Did she ever have any drug abuse issues?
No.
I mean, I'm not talking marijuana. That's almost legal, like harder stuff than that.
Police learned that Ania owned a white 2008 Chevrolet Malibu. They spotted it in the parking lot without any license plates attached. Not far away was another nearly identical vehicle. That second Malibu was displaying Ania's license plates, but the car itself was registered to a man named Gustavo. Both vehicles had 2 flat tires and appeared to be undrivable. The lights were on inside Ania's apartment, and it sounded like the television was still running, but no one answered when officers knocked on the door.
Roommate's room with the TV flashing.
So it looks like somebody is home at least.
Maybe not. He's working on getting a phone number for roommate right now.
6-1. Did you hear what I found out about the plates? Her car, her Malibu over there in the corner, the plates missing off of it. I found it on another Malibu a couple spots down. It's not registered to her, which is kind of strange.
So they swapped the plates on the cars?
Yeah. There's a white Malibu that comes back to her by the VIN. No plate. The plate that belongs on it is on another Malibu. A few spots down, another white Malibu. Somebody else's name.
Gustavo fella?
Yeah.
Hi, is this Cora? Cora, this is Ania's best friend. Are you at home? Ania has been missing for 2 days, to my understanding. I drove all the way here from Muskegon because yes, because the police are here as well.
Is she up there?
She's coming here. Okay, thank you.
Dominic told officers that Anya had experienced some problems in the past with her boyfriend, 25-year-old Donovan Lewis. Donovan, or Donnie, as his friends called him, was a former student at a local college. He had been a basketball player and also worked as a lifeguard at the YMCA. He had recently returned to Kalamazoo after spending a short time with his brother in Indianapolis, where he was completing an internship with a multimedia company. After coming back to Michigan, Donovan took whatever work he could find. For the past week and a half, he had been working the night shift as a janitor at a large local manufacturing facility.
Have there been any issues with them that you know of?
Yeah. There's been several occasions that they went back and forth and had arguments. I know one time the police was called.
Say they ever escalate to violence, really?
He threw water on her several times. He took off in her car when she came out. She was getting ready to talk to him. He rolled her arm up in the window, like to drag her down the street.
When Kaur arrived to let the search team into the apartment, she told officers Lockett and Lebret that it was not unusual for her and Anya to go several days without seeing each other. The two had been assigned as roommates less than a year earlier through a housing placement process managed by the Student Housing Administration.
When's the last time you were here before?
This morning I came back from work around like 6 and I went to the movies and I came back here.
When's the last time you saw her?
Not before Saturday. I left home for graduation. I graduated Saturday.
You come in.
And then this is her room right here. But someone was here today because they turned on the air and they put some clothes in the washer. So when I was gone, like I thought maybe she came. But
Have you seen her boyfriend around here?
I haven't seen anybody, honestly. But I left for the weekend, so I thought maybe she just went home. But I really haven't seen her.
Nothing looks out of the ordinary in here. Obviously, boyfriend probably just
This is Libretto. Go check boyfriend's mom's place. Do we have a phone number for boyfriend?
I don't know if there's probably one in the eyelids too, or from him.
Yeah, let's check with the roommate, see if maybe he's got something.
Okay.
Like if she was going somewhere, she would definitely pack her makeup. That's here. This looks like what would be her purse. A bag that she do her hair stuff with. That's here. Like, I'm just like, what the fuck?
There was no sign of Anya anywhere inside the apartment. A quick search did not uncover any immediate evidence that she had been in danger, but several details stood out as unusual. The bathroom Anya used was filled with water, as if she had drawn a bath but never actually gotten in.
Can you ask her to use the bathtub in here? Hey, Jerry. What's up? Can you ask her if she uses the bathtub? It's like full of water.
As Kaur pointed out, someone other than her had recently been inside the apartment. Someone had turned on the air conditioner and started a load of laundry. Inside the washing machine were men's clothes, along with 2 turquoise bathroom rugs. There were no matching rugs in the bathroom that Anya used.
Yeah, somebody definitely came in today, for sure. Because when I left, the air wasn't on.
Does her boyfriend ever come over here and do any laundry or anything?
Yeah, they always do laundry together.
Okay.
So it's not like out of the ordinary.
Does he have a key?
I don't think so. That's what I'm saying. Like somebody was here because I don't think he has a key. Usually if he's coming, like I'll leave the door unlocked. Like if I know he's here, or like she'll leave the door unlocked. I don't really see her keys.
Many of Anya's personal belongings were still in her bedroom, including items she would normally have taken with her if she had gone on a trip. The situation involving the 2 Malibu vehicles also remained unexplained. Neither car appeared to be in condition to drive. If Anya had left the apartment voluntarily, the obvious question was how she had gotten anywhere.
I think it's just a little fishy. He's the only person we haven't talked to.
Yeah, the wife. She's gonna end up calling in the morning.
I hope so. Where the hell's she been at though? Both of her cars are here. Boyfriend has no car. Her best friend, her parents, her god sister, her pastor, she's been at work.
And from what other people have said, has the boyfriend been around her the last couple of days?
Well, he claims he hasn't seen her since Sunday either.
What about talking with her?
Yeah, I need to get that from him.
Yeah, so she's been missing since Sunday?
Yeah, that's the last time I saw her.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
The officers left the apartment with mixed impressions about the seriousness of the situation. They had found no clear signs of a crime, but many of the circumstances simply did not seem right.
Do you think this is an actual?
An actual?
Like an actual missing person?
Well, nobody knows where she's at right now. She's missing.
Like, okay, well, I
do,
mean, like...
Do I think that she's endangered? No. Absolutely not.
Okay.
We've got nothing to lead us to believe that she's endangered other than the fact that her boyfriend was an asshole at one point.
Is that just a dispute that you were talking about, or like a DV?
DV, but they never find him.
Was, I don't know. There's still somebody coming and going from the apartment. That's the weird part.
Yeah.
But like roommate hasn't seen her in almost a week. Doesn't think anything of it.
Police were unable to make contact with Donovan Lewis. Everything they knew about him came from Annia's friends, who had been communicating with him. Both Dominic and LaQuenta told officers that Donovan had also been trying unsuccessfully to reach Annia since Sunday. Officer LeBret located the address of Donovan's mother's home, and officers later went there to look for him. However, no one answered the door. After the unsuccessful attempt to find Donovan at his mother's house, Annia's close friend and godsister, Lawenda, contacted Officer Lockett again. This time, she said she knew where Donovan was. He was finishing his shift as a janitor at Stryker, a company that manufactures medical equipment. According to the information she provided, he was expected to return to Annia's apartment at 3:30 in the morning. Later that same night, officers Aday and Lockett returned to Hunter Ridge Apartments to find him. By then, Cor and Dominic had already left. Once again, no one answered when the officers knocked on the door.
I guess we'll wait outside for a little bit, see if he shows up. I just feel like you'd be a little bit more concerned if your girlfriend's missing, don't you think? That's the one person who hasn't talked to us at all yet. So this is the other thing I thought was weird, but I think it's just plate fraud. That down here, the white car is actually hers, but they're both on flats. So those cars have not moved recently.
What the fuck?
I know, this is a weird one, I'm telling you.
That person that you're talking to, what is that?
That's her god sister, like her other best female friend.
She thinks the guy shady.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I tried to speak to mom. I gotta call mom back. Apparently, she just called me back. Her other male best friend, who I think he's, on the other side of the fence. He hasn't seen her or heard from her. Her roommate hasn't seen her or heard from her since Friday because she was out of town all weekend.
What about, you got any friends for this suspect? The boy?
We haven't got that far yet to get into his friends.
Yeah, I feel like this should almost just be into detectives.
Yeah. I definitely think this is detective worthy, like now, because I think something fishy is going on here.
Damn, dude.
Something fishy. There could be nothing. Maybe she's out with a new boyfriend, but why would she completely cut off everybody, all her best friends?
The officers were standing beside their patrol vehicle discussing their concerns about the case when events suddenly took an unexpected turn. Out of the darkness, a man approached them, wearing a black t-shirt, khaki shorts, and a backpack slung over his shoulder.
What's going on, sir?
Take me here and we'll talk about it on the way.
Just tell me now.
I killed my girlfriend.
6160. Will you come to the apartment, please? Where is she? We're out with boyfriend. He's reporting at 10:35. Where is she?
She's in the creek.
Where at?
Bang. Dispatch.
You got any weapons on you, Don?
I don't have anything, so.
You get pat down a little bit. All right, I gotta read some stuff to you real quick, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you before or during any questioning. If you want a lawyer but cannot afford it, tell me from the beginning what's going on.
I'm in Indianapolis. I left for long. Couldn't pay rent.
Hey, give me 1 second, okay? 612.
612 here, car note. So, my understanding.
Not sure if you record my last traffic. We got one in custody.
Fantastic. When I got back in town about a week ago, or 3 weeks ago, on the 16th, I found out, I went to her phone, and I found out they were messing around. I tried to get over it. Told her it's okay. I understand what you did. I respect that you took care of yourself. And we moved forward, and we had a great couple weeks. And recently, Sunday, we had an argument about because I just moved back, so I don't have a job. I don't have the money. The week before, Sunday, or maybe 2 weeks, I don't know, she told me, you're not doing enough. I told her I could call my dad, ask for some help, and whatever, and she just basically bashed me, told me all of this shit, told me everything about me.
All right.
Sunday came.
Let's have a seat in the back of my car real quick, man. Yep. Hey, sit tight, okay? So he's straight up admitted to it, everything. He said she's out in the river on the east side of the city somewhere.
East side of the city?
Yeah. Like, what do you say, East Main or something? He told me, he didn't tell me that much yet.
However, Donovan was willing to keep talking. The officers preferred to wait for detectives before questioning him any further. As he was being formally taken into custody and placed in a patrol vehicle, he continued sharing details in fragments. By the time Officer Lebret returned to the scene, the case that had been treated as a possible missing person investigation just minutes earlier had already become a homicide investigation.
Is she in the truck one of these cars?
No. He told us that he's in creeks around the east side. I think maybe on the east side of town too.
In the creek?
In the creek.
Okay. Well, that took a twist.
Yeah, I'm not thinking that way at all.
At that point, Officer Lockett became the primary point of contact in the case. He transported Donovan to the police station and kept up a casual conversation with him while they waited for detectives to arrive.
If he chooses to spontaneously utter things after the fact, then that's him, okay? You've already told him twice now, and then, you don't want to talk, you don't have to talk, those kind of things, okay? When you go back in, move his chair to the other side of the table, okay? And just tell him, I don't want you in that corner, I'd like you closer to me. My sergeant's gonna know all about safety.
So stay where I'm at?
Stay where you're at. Keep him, put him over in that little corner so we can see him.
Okay.
But other than that, doing great, man. Just keep up with the small talk.
During his conversation with Donovan, Officer Lockett heard several unexpected allegations. The 25-year-old told him that after looking through his girlfriend's phone, he had found intimate messages from her pastor. He was convinced that the two were involved in either a romantic or sexual relationship. Donovan also claimed that Ania had allegedly been blackmailing the pastor because of financial difficulties. According to him, while he was out of state, the pastor had been paying her rent, covering her phone bills, and had even provided her with a second Malibu.
What's been going on?
Just had a rough week. Last week, the car had the pastor bound it. That tire went flat.
Oh, is that what happened?
It was a slow week, so you had to keep refilling it and refilling it. And then on Sunday, when we found family lake house. She wanted to go to church. She went outside and the front tire was flat.
Think somebody's doing it? Or you think the car's just old and the tires are bad, or what?
I don't know. I found out that whatever she got going on with the pastor.
Oh.
And when she got the car, she told me a mechanic came to pick her up, and she told me, you know, she got a new car, like a loaner car from the church. And recently she told me, after I kind of gave her, I told her I want to have a sit down with her because he ended up picking her up and apparently threatened her.
The pastor threatened her over the car, or why?
Because she was using them. She told him she would tell. And he said, you can't do this to me.
How was he using her? Like they had a relationship or something going on, you mean?
I went through her phone.
Who's her pastor? What church she goes to?
Second Baptist, right there by the bus station.
Okay.
Across the street.
That Sunday, an argument erupted inside Annia's apartment. What began as another conflict between two people quickly escalated into a serious confrontation. Tension that had been building for a long time finally reached a breaking point that day. The atmosphere inside the apartment was strained, and the grievances and resentment on both sides only made the situation worse. One of the ongoing sources of tension was Annia's relationship with Pastor Strickland of Second Baptist Church. That subject had repeatedly become a source of suspicion and arguments. According to people connected to the case, issues involving the pastor frequently led to emotional conversations and misunderstandings. Over time, they became one of the major sources of strain in the relationship. The pastor, who was married, also served as the local president of the NAACP. He was a well-known and respected figure in the community. His influence extended far beyond his role in the church, and his name was familiar to many people throughout the area. Because of that, any mention of him tended to attract attention, both among church members and within the broader community. Annia had started attending his church earlier that year. She became involved in the church community and participated in its activities. As time went on, her name became increasingly connected to events that would later become part of the investigation. At the time, no one could have imagined that relationships and circumstances that began within the church community would eventually find themselves at the center of a high-profile criminal case.
And I went through her phone. She tussled with me about her phone. She died on her phone. Kind of got in like a fetal position with all her knees in her hands and saw that it was a pastor and saw what he said. And she kind of just gave up and gave her the phone. And the whole time she laughed and grinning. When she gave her the phone, she was grinning and laughing. Because you know, okay, if I do make that accusation, she could have that reaction that she had. Just to think about that after we find out it's fucked up.
After detectives arrived, Donovan Lewis provided a full written confession to the killing. His statement became one of the key documents in the case. In it, he laid out his version of events in detail, beginning with the circumstances he claimed led up to the tragedy and ending with what he said happened after Annia's death. In his statement, he wrote that the tires on Annia's Malibu were constantly being flattened. According to him, the problem happened repeatedly and created serious difficulties for her. The situation became so frequent that it required ongoing repairs and additional expenses. He claimed that Pastor Strickland paid for those repairs on at least one occasion. Donovan said this was one of the factors that fueled his growing suspicions about the nature of the relationship between Annia and the pastor. After that, Strickland allegedly offered her the use of a second Malibu, which he claimed belonged to him. However, that vehicle did not solve the problem permanently. According to Donovan, the car was given to Anya for daily use after issues with her original vehicle became more frequent. Eventually, that car also began experiencing problems with flat tires and ultimately became unusable as well. Donovan claimed the same pattern seemed to repeat itself. As a result, that vehicle also stopped being a reliable means of transportation. According to Donovan, the pastor began stopping by Anya's apartment more and more often to pick her up. He said those visits became increasingly frequent, which only deepened his suspicions about their relationship. Earlier that year, Anya had also traveled to Mississippi with the pastor and other members of the church choir. The trip was fully paid for. Donovan said that trip was another reason he began paying closer attention to the interactions between Anya and the pastor. He claimed that Anya admitted to him that she was using the relationship as leverage. According to Donovan, she allegedly discussed this with him during private conversations. He further claimed that she threatened to reveal the relationship to the pastor's wife and to other people. Donovan also alleged that Strickland responded by making threats toward Anya. He claimed the tension between them continued to grow and that the situation became increasingly hostile. Around the same time he provided her with the Malibu, Donovan said Anya told him the pastor had made it clear that he was willing to harm her. According to Donovan, those words made a lasting impression on him and stayed in his memory. That Sunday, Donovan had been drinking alcohol. Anya was drawing a bath. He claimed that he was intoxicated and exhausted from lack of sleep after spending the entire night going through her phone. According to him, he had barely rested and was under intense emotional stress. He said that certain messages from Pastor Strickland particularly enraged him. Those messages, he later explained, triggered the strongest reaction. An argument broke out between them. It began as a verbal dispute, but the tension escalated quickly and emotions intensified. During the confrontation, Anya told him that she wanted him out of her life for good. She pulled out one of his suitcases and began packing his belongings into it. According to Donovan, that moment became the turning point of the argument and pushed the situation to its most intense point. He stated that this was when he struck her and rendered her unconscious. He then admitted that he went into the kitchen, took a large knife, returned to the bedroom, cut her throat, and stabbed her multiple times. During questioning, he acknowledged that those actions caused her death. He also admitted that afterward, he pulled a trash bag over her head and placed her body inside the suitcase. According to his statement, that was the next step he took after the killing. He carried the suitcase to a dumpster near the guest parking area, where it remained for a period of time until he returned for it the following day. The next night, after dark, he came back in his mother's minivan. He drove to Comstock Creek on East Main near Sprinkle Road. According to his statement, he had chosen the location in advance and went there after nightfall. There, he left Anya in a deep section of the creek, weighing the suitcase down with mud and debris so it would sink to the bottom. That is how he described his actions in the written confession that later became a significant part of the criminal case file. One of Anya's friends later recalled,
"She walks into a room and you know it's Naya, like all eyes are on Naya. Like it's just always been like that. She was supposed to start summer school yesterday and it's just like heartbreaking to hear like how it happened. She didn't deserve it. She always said, if something happened to me, I don't want everybody to be sad. I don't want nobody to wear black. I want everybody to be in bright colors. Trust me, I've been crying, but that ain't what she wants. She wants us to be as happy as possible and give her the best homegoing we can.
Investigators questioned several details of Donovan's account. Although he provided his version of events and cooperated with certain aspects of the investigation, detectives did not simply accept his statements at face value. Every claim was carefully compared against the available evidence, forensic findings, and the facts established during the investigation. What concerned them most was the way the killing had allegedly taken place. That part of his story raised the greatest number of questions. Detectives wanted to determine whether the attack he described was consistent with the physical evidence recovered from the apartment. During their initial search of the residence, officers did not find the large amount of blood that would normally be expected in a fatal knife attack. That immediately caught investigators' attention. Given the nature of the injuries involved, they expected to see far more evidence supporting the sequence of events Donovan described. In fact, at first, they found no obvious signs that a fatal assault had even occurred inside the apartment. On the surface, the residence did not appear to be the scene of a violent homicide. Many of the indicators investigators typically encounter in cases like this were absent, prompting them to examine every detail much more closely. However, a more thorough search revealed small but recognizable traces of blood in the hallway, on the edge of Anya's bed, and on the bedroom carpet. While the stains were limited in size, they became important pieces of evidence. For experienced forensic investigators, even seemingly minor findings can help reconstruct what happened inside a crime scene. Investigators also determined that cleaning products already present in the apartment had been used to clean certain surfaces. That discovery drew additional attention from detectives. They considered the possibility that some evidence had been intentionally removed before police arrived. Donovan had thrown away a mattress pad in a dumpster near the apartment complex. Investigators believed the item could have contained important evidence, but they were unable to locate it in time. By the time officers reached the dumpster, the trash had already been collected and removed. As a result, what may have been a significant piece of evidence was lost and could no longer be examined. He also placed the bathroom rugs in the washing machine and got rid of his clothing at his mother's house. Those actions became another part of the timeline detectives worked to reconstruct during the investigation. Anya's personal belongings, including her purse, identification, and bank cards, were discarded in a dumpster near Donovan's workplace. To investigators, those items were particularly important because personal belongings often help establish a victim's last known activities and the sequence of events following a crime. Only some of that evidence was ever recovered. Other items were lost permanently, making the investigation more difficult and limiting what could be examined later. Physical evidence was not the only part of Donovan's story detectives sought to verify. They also carefully reviewed statements from people connected to the case and examined claims that could affect their understanding of both motive and circumstance. Pastor Strickland told Kalamazoo police that Anya Mack was simply a member of his church and a participant in the church choir. According to him, there had never been any romantic relationship between them. He insisted that their interactions were strictly related to church activities and never went beyond the normal relationship between a pastor and a member of the congregation. Furthermore, during questioning, Donovan acknowledged that Anya had never directly admitted to having an affair with the pastor. He said she had only claimed to be using him for financial assistance. That detail became important to investigators because it related directly to the motives Donovan had discussed during interviews. Strickland confirmed that Anya had traveled with him to Mississippi as part of the church choir. According to him, the trip was connected to church activities and events. He said that while there, Anya met a young man she liked and began a relationship with him. The pastor claimed that because she already had a boyfriend in Kalamazoo, she kept the relationship secret. According to his account, she saved the young man's phone number under the pastor's name in her contacts in order to conceal his identity. That way, if Donovan saw the messages, he would assume they were coming from the pastor and would not suspect anything else. This was how Strickland explained the messages and contacts that later drew attention during the investigation. About a month after giving his statement, Strickland contacted police again. This time, his request was not related to the progress of the investigation, but to property that remained in law enforcement custody. He wanted to recover the white 2008 Malibu. However, a problem quickly emerged. He was unable to properly prove ownership of the vehicle. The lack of documentation immediately complicated the process and raised additional questions. Strickland stated that the car belonged to his wife, Jasmine. He claimed that he had purchased it from a man named Gustavo, but he had neither the vehicle title nor a bill of sale. Without documentation to support his claim, investigators could not establish legal ownership in a manner that would allow the vehicle to be returned.
Hello, I'm looking to speak with Pastor Strickland.
This is he.
Hi there. This is Sergeant Charles Trepp at Kalamazoo Public Safety. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. How about you, sir?
Not too bad, sir. I got a voicemail message from Chief Boyson saying that you had some questions about an automobile.
Yes, sir. One of the automobiles that was taken related to the Anaya Mack murder.
Yes, sir.
One of those vehicles belonged to my wife.
Okay.
And we are trying to recover it. We had actually misplaced the title prior to going out of town.
Okay.
And Anaya had reached out to us while we were out of town and told us that she had found the title.
Okay.
And that the title was supposed to be in the console, which I had looked in the console, I know 20 times. But anyway, she said that the title was folded up really small. So I'm thinking that this is going to be the car that you all find. It's the one that doesn't have any tinted windows or any rims on it. It's just factory.
Okay.
And it's in the console you should find, I'm hoping that she didn't take it out or put it anywhere. You should find the title in the console. Like I said, I don't know how much information that the guy had filled out on the title, because he gave me like a bill of sale, which had all the information on it.
Yes.
But I misplaced that and the title.
Yeah, I know how that goes.
In the end, ownership of the vehicle was never proven, and the car was not returned to the pastor. Despite his efforts to recover the vehicle, the question of legal ownership remained unresolved. Because there was not enough evidence to establish that the car belonged to him, it was never released back to the pastor. The dispute became yet another consequence of the events that had drawn law enforcement attention to his activities. Before long, however, that became the least of his concerns. Events began moving in a far more serious direction. New allegations that later surfaced carried much greater consequences and threatened to completely change his situation. Later that same year, 3 teenagers from his church accused him of sexual abuse. Their allegations led to a separate investigation and attracted significant attention from both law enforcement and the local community. The accusations involved incidents that, according to the alleged victims, had taken place over a period of time in circumstances where the pastor held authority and influence. Both the pastor and his wife were accused of using their positions within the church and the local school to pressure teenagers into sexual activity. Investigators examined claims that their social standing and the trust they had built among young people and members of the community may have been used to exert influence over minors. Those allegations became one of the central focuses of the investigation. One of the alleged victims said he felt unable to refuse the pastor because he depended on a vehicle the pastor had provided for his use. According to his statement, that dependence created significant pressure and greatly affected his ability to make decisions freely. He explained that this was why, in his view, he found himself in a situation where he did not feel capable of saying no to someone who held considerable influence over him.
Pastor Strickland is here. He hasn't gone anywhere. He's been here throughout this. He remains pastor at Second Baptist.
3 different things: banging teens for sex, CSC, and pandering. Can Mr. Strickland or can someone respond as
No, and no. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Didn't do it, didn't do it, didn't do it.
But given your role at the church, is it typical for you to give teens, boys in the community money?
Well, there are a lot of programs through the church that help kids out.
But does Pastor Strickland personally give kids money himself?
I don't know of any situation where that has happened.
The Michigan State Police investigation determined that the alleged crimes took place between January and May of 2018. After reviewing the evidence, witness statements, and digital records, investigators identified that period as the key timeframe in the case. Over the course of several months, law enforcement worked step by step to reconstruct the events and establish a complete picture of what had occurred. Electronic evidence played a significant role in the investigation. Text messages and photographs recovered from the victims' phones supported their accounts. Those materials became part of the evidence and allowed investigators to compare witness statements with information stored on the mobile devices. According to investigators, the content of the messages and the available photographs were consistent with the circumstances described by the alleged victims. After the major stages of the investigation were completed, the case moved closer to its legal conclusion. In February of 2023, a plea agreement was reached with prosecutors. That decision eliminated the need for a full trial on all charges and established how the case would proceed through the court system. Under the terms of the agreement, Strickland pleaded guilty to one count of using a motor vehicle to facilitate prostitution. After reviewing the agreement, the court issued its final ruling on the sentence. He was sentenced to 1 year in prison. With that, the criminal case came to an end through a conviction entered as part of the agreement reached between the prosecution and the defendant.
That is, during that time within the county, did you knowingly offer to sell transportation services to TH and or TJ that facilitated travel for the purpose of engaging in what would be a violation of the laws governing prostitution?
Yes.
During sentencing, the pastor continued to deny any wrongdoing. Even as the legal proceedings were coming to an end and the court was preparing to issue its final decision, he did not back away from his position. Standing before the court, he insisted that he did not consider himself guilty of the offense that had been the subject of years of investigation and legal proceedings. His comments were made during one of the most significant moments of the entire case. For those in the courtroom, it was yet another indication that he continued to reject the allegations against him, despite the agreement he had reached with prosecutors. He stated that he accepted the plea agreement solely for the sake of his family. According to the pastor, concern for his loved ones was the primary reason behind that decision. He said he did not want his family to endure further hardship caused by lengthy court proceedings and continued uncertainty about the future. As a result, even while the sentence was being handed down, he maintained his version of events while explaining that his decision to enter the plea agreement was motivated by a desire to protect his family.
I'm not here today to be pious and to pretend as though I am innocent and without fault. However, I am not guilty of what I was accused of. I am glad that the 10 most heinous charges were dismissed, and eventually the prosecutors, with their backs against the wall, made a deal that I believe was too good of a deal to put my family through the risk of going through a trial. And I know that they'll use their imps in the media to try to pretend that they won in some way, or that this is some win for the prosecutor's office. This is not a win for the prosecutor's office, and it's certainly not a win for the cause of justice.
Meanwhile, Donovan Lewis agreed to show Kalamazoo police the location in Comstock Creek where he said he had left Anya. This became an important development in an investigation that had already been underway for some time and involved the careful collection of evidence. For investigators, obtaining the exact location was especially significant because it could help confirm key details of the case and reconstruct the sequence of events. Accompanied by law enforcement officers, Donovan pointed out the area of Comstock Creek that he claimed he had used to leave Anya. That information directed investigators' attention to a specific location and allowed search efforts to be focused within a defined area. For Anya's family and everyone following the case, this stage served as another painful reminder of the tragic circumstances at the center of the investigation. At the same time, it gave detectives an opportunity to verify Donovan's statements and compare them with the other evidence that had already been gathered as part of the criminal case.
It's a little bit sloped right there.
Now, Donovan, did you have her on this side of the guardrail first? In a suitcase, or did you bring her all the way down here?
All the way down.
All the way down here? Okay, so you wheel her in the suitcase all the way down here? Okay. And you park back up by where the SUV is? And how do you
Where the white truck is?
10 feet that way. And how do you get her in the water? You just threw her in the suitcase into the water. Okay, and this is the right spot? Okay, where do you want these guys to go?
Straight.
Straight down?
Switch sides. The sun's not in my
Sure,
camera.
no problem.
Donovan was a strong swimmer, That fact drew investigators' attention during the investigation because it could help explain some of his actions after the crime. Unlike most people, he was comfortable in the water and possessed the skills necessary to move through difficult conditions, even at night. After analyzing the available evidence, investigators concluded that he had dragged the suitcase much farther into the creek toward a deeper section filled with mud and sediment. In their view, the suitcase did not end up there by accident. Its location suggested that it had been deliberately moved as far from the shoreline as possible, into an area where it would be much harder to discover. The muddy bottom, murky water, and challenging terrain created additional obstacles for anyone searching the area. Because of the depth of the water, search crews could not safely reach the location on foot and were forced to use a rescue boat instead. Conditions in that part of the creek proved too difficult for a standard ground search. The water became deeper, and the creek bed was unstable and heavily covered in mud. As a result, investigators brought in a boat that allowed them to reach the hard-to-access area and carefully search the location where they believed the suitcase might be.
We're on camera, guys.
Yep, we're on camera.
Where are we headed?
In there. Well, I don't think we're gonna get in there. Okay, we're on camera.
Body cam.
We're on camera.
All right. Well,
What, are we gonna be able to get this thing back there, Terry?
no, we're looking to try to somehow get the rope, and you guys, and then you're going to try to figure it out.
Yep.
Here's a rope bag. Tie that off on the boat.
Yeah. Oh, I could probably rope.
At 0920 hours, we have connected to the suitcase evidence.
All right. Would you want to get it closer? Yeah. You guys open confirm already? Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that recorded?
Yeah, that's recorded. Yep. It just buzzed, but it was just a 4-minute buzz or whatever.
Okay. Now, when we get out, do we want to anchor that off to the back so we're not backing up upstream?
Did it stick?
Around. I think all the way out, and then probably hand the rope back to someone in the back.
Yep. I'll tie it off.
All right. We're almost back out in the stream.
See, that tag is loose sitting on top of there. Just keep
going back a
It's
little bit.
just laying there.
Tag? What tag?
The luggage
That
tag?
Luggage tag.
Oh, okay. Okay.
John, you want to pass?
Yep.
Can you get that, Mark? You got it? And then
After recovering the suitcase, investigators continued searching for the murder weapon, a large kitchen knife with a black handle. Donovan claimed that he had stuck the knife into the bank of the creek near the location where he left the suitcase. Despite clearing a substantial amount of vegetation and conducting an extensive search of the area, investigators were unable to locate the knife. However, the primary objective of the operation had been achieved. Annia's family was finally able to bring her home and lay her to rest.
Giving to other people, being about other people, was her legacy and is her legacy. And that's what we want people to focus on.
We got a lot of love for everybody. Yeah. Oh, God.
Naya was a person about other people. Naya was about, mental health awareness. She was about autism research. She loved kids.
3 days before he was scheduled to stand trial on a charge of first-degree murder, Donovan Lewis was in the recreation yard at the Kalamazoo County Jail. He was playing football with several other inmates. After about 30 minutes, he suddenly dropped the ball and sprinted toward the perimeter fence. Donovan climbed over 2 15-foot walls, cleared a fence topped with barbed wire, then crossed another barrier lined with razor wire, and finally scaled a third fence that separated the jail grounds from Business Loop Interstate 94. He was captured a little more than 30 minutes later.
It appears that he was able to just find a spot and get over it without injuring himself. The first level is a barbed wire fence. The second level is razor wire. The person in custody was able to get over both of those. Then they went over the barbed wire fence that contains the Business Loop of I-94, and the jail jumpsuit was found approximately 100 yards south of that spot.
Donovan's jail uniform was found approximately 100 meters from the point where he escaped. That discovery became one of the first clues investigators used to reconstruct what happened after he fled. The short distance suggested that part of his plan had been carried out almost immediately after the escape. Later, Donovan claimed that he had not been trying to avoid punishment for the killing. According to him, the real reason he escaped was concern for his family's safety. He said he had received death threats and believed that his loved ones could be in danger. However, no evidence was ever presented to support those claims. Investigators found no information that could verify his statements or indicate the existence of a genuine threat. As a result, those allegations remained only his version of events. Eventually, Donovan also pleaded guilty to the escape charge. That decision eliminated the need for a lengthy, separate trial related to the incident and brought another criminal case connected to him to a close. Meanwhile, Anya's family continued to live with the consequences of the tragedy. Her loved ones did not want to endure the additional emotional trauma that a full murder trial would inevitably bring. For them, it would have meant revisiting painful memories, sitting through hours of testimony, and once again facing public discussion of the details of the case. For that reason, near the end of 2018, prosecutors offered Donovan Lewis a plea agreement on a charge of second-degree murder.
I can't imagine the hurt that I've caused. I don't even know the beginning. I just want to say sorry to the family. That's all.
When I sentence you, Mr. Lewis, I balance the principles of punishment, rehabilitation, protection of society, as well as deterrence. Particularly, you being cooperative, taking full responsibility, not minimizing your role in this, and expressing a level of remorse, a decent education. There are a lot of good things here that you had developed over your life, Mr. Lewis, and you threw all of that out the window back on June 24th. Nia Mack didn't deserve any of these things. She didn't deserve to be hit to begin with. She didn't deserve to be put unconscious. She didn't deserve to be stabbed and murdered. And her body didn't deserve to be treated less than garbage. And all of that happened because of you, nobody else.
Donovan Lewis was sentenced to a prison term of 25 to 40 years. For him, the sentence meant decades behind bars and the effective end of the life he had known before his arrest. The court found him guilty, and the sentence marked the conclusion of one of the most significant chapters of the criminal case. It was a decision that followed months of investigation, legal proceedings, and intense scrutiny of the events surrounding Anya's death. However, his legal troubles did not end there. For his escape from jail, he received an additional sentence of 17 months to 4 years in prison. That separate conviction increased the amount of time he would spend in custody and served as an additional punishment for attempting to avoid accountability. Together, the sentences ensured that he would remain incarcerated for many years to come. Once the sentence had been announced and the courtroom proceedings came to an end, attention shifted to Anya's family. For her loved ones, the case had been a source of grief, uncertainty, and emotional pain for a long time. They had endured months of waiting, countless developments in the investigation, and repeated reminders of the tragedy that had changed their lives forever. While the verdict brought a measure of legal closure, it could not undo the loss they had suffered. After the sentencing hearing, Anya's sister was asked,
How do you feel now with the sentence?
I feel good because my sister is okay with the sentence, and so I'm okay with it.
You spoke about forgiveness, not wanting to take pain for pain, but hoping that he can live with what he's done. Can you talk about that?
Well, he have to live with it for the rest of his life. You know, whether he was sincere with what he said in the courtroom or not, he has to live with it. And I hope he can. And I meant that. I haven't forgiven him. My sister, I haven't. And in time, I'm sure I will, but not now. I'm not ready.
And talk about Anaya, because I remember when the story broke, everyone had beautiful things to say about her.
Clearly, she was one of the most loving people. She loved a monster, so that says a lot about her personality and her as a person.
I will keep your secrets. Just think of me and the pages in your diary.
The story concludes by noting that after serving his sentence, Strickland returned to life outside prison and eventually resumed his involvement in religious ministry. According to information referenced in the case materials, he now goes by the name Dr. Floyd Strickland. Under that name, he later became the pastor of Galilee Baptist Church in Mount Olive, Mississippi. This detail attracted the attention of many people who had followed the story over the years. For some members of the public, it served as another reminder of the events that once brought him into court and made him the subject of a widely discussed criminal investigation. Although the criminal case is now part of the past, the mention of his current role illustrates the path his life took after his release. Based on the available information, he is now known as Dr. Floyd Strickland and serves as the pastor of Galilee Baptist Church in Mount Olive, Mississippi. The body of 44-year-old Karen Swift was found hidden in thick brush at an old cemetery less than 3 miles from her home. 6 weeks earlier, she had simply vanished. The night before, Karen picked up her 9-year-old daughter from a sleepover at a friend's house, returned home, and went to bed. No one ever saw her alive again. The next morning, the children were found in another room. Their mother was gone. Her car had been abandoned on the side of the road not far from the house. A rusty screw was lodged in one of the tires. It looked as if she had driven away in the middle of the night and disappeared without a trace. But it didn't take long for strange details to start emerging. Karen had recently filed for divorce. Friends described her husband as controlling. In the woods between the house and the abandoned vehicle, investigators found Karen's 2 cell phones. One of them had been permanently switched off before dawn. The other suddenly powered on several hours after she disappeared, checked voicemail, and then vanished from sight again. Meanwhile, the prime suspect was getting around on crutches because of a serious knee injury. It was so severe that many people believed there was no way he could have carried out a murder. There was no DNA, no witnesses, no murder weapon. And yet investigators were convinced they knew who was responsible for Karen Swift's death. The problem was that they couldn't prove it for more than 10 years. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now let's keep going. On October 30th, 2011, the vehicle of 44-year-old Karen Swift was found abandoned on the shoulder of a rural highway near Dyersburg, Tennessee. The mother of 4 had last been seen at home the previous evening while putting her 9-year-old daughter to bed. When the girls woke up the next morning, their mother was gone. To the frustration of investigators in Dyer County, there were very few clues pointing to what might have happened to Karen. Although detectives suspected from the very beginning that they were dealing with a homicide, they had no witnesses, no DNA evidence, confusing cell phone data, and a prime suspect who appeared physically incapable of carrying out a murder. When Karen Swift's 2 youngest daughters woke up on the morning of October 30th, 2011, their mother was nowhere to be found. The night before, 9-year-old Ashley had called her mother from a friend's house where she was supposed to spend the night with 2 friends. She wasn't feeling well and no longer wanted to stay. Could her mom come pick her up? Karen had also been spending the evening with friends at a Halloween gathering and had not planned on returning home. But as a devoted mother, she picked up her daughter, brought her home, and sometime after 2 o'clock in the morning, the 2 went to bed and fell asleep together. Karen's husband, David, was at home. He was upstairs in a bedroom with 6-year-old Key. When Ashley woke up, she was no longer in her mother's room. Instead, she found herself sharing a downstairs bedroom with her younger sister. Sometime during the night, the girls had been moved into the same room. Their mother's vehicle, a white 2004 Nissan Murano, was also gone. At around 3 o'clock that afternoon, the Dyer County Sheriff's Office received 2 calls reporting Karen Swift missing. The first came from David Swift after his attempts to locate Karen through her friends had failed. The second call came from 2 concerned friends, Bill and Kathy Bona. Karen's Nissan had been spotted abandoned along Millsfield Highway in the northern part of Dyer County, roughly a quarter of a mile from the Swift family home. It appeared that the SUV had a flat tire. Deputy Alexander arrived at the scene, followed shortly afterward by Sergeant Walker from the Dyer County Sheriff's Office. they discovered that David was already there. He unlocked the vehicle and quickly searched the interior for Karen's personal belongings, including her keys, purse, and cell phone. Karen's phone was missing. A rusty screw was sticking out of the damaged tire. It appeared that Karen had accidentally driven over a sharp object at just the right angle for it to puncture the tire. Neither the deputy nor the sergeant found any signs that something suspicious had taken place inside the vehicle. Neither reported seeing any blood, either inside or outside the SUV. Later, forensic testing conducted by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, or TBI, also failed to uncover anything significant, aside from the fact that no one had been able to reach Karen through her phone. Deputy Alexander noticed another unusual detail. When he got behind the wheel to have the vehicle towed, he was surprised that, despite standing 6 feet 2 inches tall, he did not need to move the seat back to sit comfortably. It seemed unlikely that Karen Swift, who stood only 5 feet 5 inches tall, had been the last person to drive the Nissan. The search for Karen began immediately, starting from the location where the vehicle had been found and gradually expanding across the surrounding rural countryside.
My missing mother of 4 here from Dyer County, Tennessee. Today we've intensified our search by once again utilizing an aerial search with a Tennessee Highway Patrol helicopter. Also, approximately 16 members of the Tennessee Highway Patrol strike team, which is an advanced search team that they have.
Not far from the vehicle, investigators found a pair of jeans and a top that were later identified as belonging to Karen. The costume she had worn to the party the night before her disappearance was still inside the Nissan Murano. The vehicle had been abandoned only a few minutes from the Swift family home. During conversations with David, investigators learned that he had last seen his wife at around 2 o'clock in the morning when she returned home with Ashley. After that, no one saw her again. Detectives also discovered that Karen had filed for divorce from David 3 weeks before she disappeared. Even so, the two continued living together in the family home in an effort to provide stability for their children. The relationship between David and Karen Swift had always been complicated. They were first married in 1989 and had 2 sons together, Preston and Dustin. Less than 10 years later, serious problems began to develop in the marriage. In 1996, David started an affair with a coworker. The relationship lasted 3 years and resulted in the birth of a child. According to available information, Karen learned about her husband's infidelity after the child was born and filed for divorce. The divorce was finalized in 2000. However, not long after the paperwork was signed, the couple began reconciling. In September of 2000, on the anniversary of their first wedding, they married each other again. After their second marriage, they welcomed 2 daughters, Ashley and Key. Later, Karen herself became involved in an affair. In response to his wife's infidelity, David decided that the family needed a fresh start. At the time, they were living in Arkansas. David quit his job, accepted a new position in manufacturing management in Dyersburg, Tennessee, purchased a new home, and told his wife to start packing. According to reports, the decision to move was made entirely by David and happened very quickly. The relocation was so sudden that their oldest son, Preston, stayed behind to finish the school year while the rest of the family moved into the new house. Karen did not even see the home until the day they arrived and began unloading their belongings. Despite the rushed move to rural Tennessee, Karen adjusted quickly. Friends later said that David was not particularly supportive of her working outside the home. Even so, the mother of 4 found ways to earn her own income. She cleaned houses, worked on landscaping projects, and as a fitness enthusiast, began teaching aerobics classes. Through those activities and her naturally outgoing personality, Karen built a large circle of friends. Those who knew her described her as cheerful, open-hearted, and incredibly selfless, perhaps even to a fault. She cared so deeply about the comfort and well-being of others that she often felt uncomfortable asking for help herself, even when her marriage was once again falling apart. This time, according to people close to her, her husband's behavior had begun making her fear for her own safety. There were reports that David would sometimes keep track of Karen when she was away from home or unexpectedly show up while she was spending time with friends. Even so, Karen usually insisted there was no reason for anyone to be overly concerned. She acknowledged that David could be unpredictable, but she often felt that she might be exaggerating the situation. After her disappearance, the people who knew Karen Swift best most often described her as an exceptional mother.
We want her to come home. We know her family needs her and her kids need her, and she's a wonderful mother, very strong woman. And I know that if she's out there, that she will find her way home.
After reporting Karen missing, David agreed to speak with investigators. He was escorted into the interview room on crutches, just as he had been when officers encountered him at the location where the vehicle was found. He explained to detectives that an old knee injury he had originally suffered in the spring had flared up again only a few days earlier.
Well, it was Easter morning. I had to have knee surgery. I had to have a total quadricep patella tendon ruptured. Yeah. I was at my daughter's soccer game, and had to be taken by ambulance and had to have surgery the next morning. And about a week ago, it's been giving me a lot of problems. I had stairs and stuff like that because I had to pull sutures and drill holes in the kneecap. It's restricted, but about a week ago, I at work and turned wrong, and so I had an appointment today with another specialist to get a second opinion on all this.
As investigators continued gathering information and contact details from David, he shared another important piece of information. He told them that he had only recently learned Karen was using a second cell phone, which he described as a secret phone. According to David, the phone had been provided to her by Bill Bona, the husband of her friend Kathy. He also stated that he did not know the phone's number.
Is that her primary? Well, yes. I'm finding out that she's got other phones, but that's the one that we've had, that she's had on the Verizon account that I pay for. Right. And, any other ones that she has, that she would have? Well, I found out yesterday that Bill and Kathy Bona had given her another cell phone. She'd been using it for, any idea what that number is? I'd suspected because...
And although David suspected that the phone existed, he claimed there was nothing unusual about Karen keeping it hidden from him. From there, he quickly shifted the conversation toward portraying his wife as someone who enjoyed partying and drank excessively. He repeatedly suggested that Bill and Kathy Bona had in some way behaved inappropriately toward Karen.
Bill and Kathy's neighbor, Janie, she was talking about the situation. And that everything that was going on with Bill and Kathy, she said, if you want to know what's going on, meet them in my backyard and you'll see what all was going on.
Okay, explain to me what the situation. We don't know.
You don't know?
We've done heard that about 3 times, I guess. So
from other people.
No,
from me. Yeah.
You keep kind of hitting on it.
Okay, well.
David went on to tell detectives story after story about what he described as Karen's increasingly strange and unstable behavior. According to him, she had begun to change not long after the family moved to Dyer County. He blamed those changes on the new friends she had made there, especially the Bona family. He claimed that on one occasion he found Karen unclothed in the Bona family's hot tub. He also described another incident in which he arrived at the Bona home and saw his wife unclothed in bed with Kathy.
She was over there, all the time. Karen started, sneaking out of the house, and she would go to be with Kathy and Bill. And I know even this past summer.
And when you say go to be with them, when you go to party with them,
go party, and I find them naked in the hot tub in the backyard. I found Karen naked in bed with Kathy one night, which Kathy has a master's degree in psychology, but she has a dance studio. And I think that's been a lot of the stuff that's been messing with Karen's head and stuff, and then with the excessive drinking and partying that, there's been times during the day that, I'd come home early from work or something, and Karen would be, she was so drunk once that she was, had passed out on the porch in her own vomit.
After listening to a series of largely unsubstantiated and far from flattering stories about his wife's behavior, the detectives were beginning to lose patience. They attempted to steer the conversation back to the facts directly related to Karen's disappearance.
When she came home with Ashley was your daughter, correct? Was there any kind of argument or anything there?
No, I just, it was very brief. I wanted to make sure that Ashley was okay and that she was okay, because I questioned Karen about driving. Again, I said, if you can't drive, I'll get Ashley. And that was all the conversation was.
Okay. How close did you get to her? Could you tell whether she'd been drinking?
Oh, yeah, you could tell. I could always know she drinking, and that was, but that was it. As soon as I realized that Ashley and they were unsafe, I went back upstairs and went to bed. And then I that's all I know until we got up about 10 Saturday morning. At 3:10, I woke up.
If Karen had decided to leave the house sometime during the night or early the next morning after David went to sleep, where could she have been headed? Investigators asked David what he personally believed had happened to his wife. Once again, he shifted suspicion toward Kathy Bona. David claimed that police had informed Kathy about a signal from Karen's phone that had supposedly been detected near the Mississippi River. According to him, Kathy later passed that information along to him.
Has to be a guess right now. Where do you think she is?
I don't know. I'm so worried about her. I mean, she could be anywhere. With Kathy telling me that at this point in time, if she knows that there was a ping on the Mississippi River, then that's where my mind's going now. Is she somewhere?
Do you think that she may have just told you that to throw you off? What if she's at her house?
Why would she be putting us through this and the girls?
Why have she done the things that she's done before and lied to you?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore. With all the lies, the deceitfulness.
What if she has left with somebody? How are you going to take that?
I just want her to come home and to be a mother. If she don't want to be a wife, that's her decision. I can accept that. But if there's someone else, as long as they're not hurtful or harmful, but to the girls or whatever, I just have to accept it. But
After the interview concluded, David picked up his crutches and agreed to let investigators inspect the house. During their walkthrough of the Swift home, detectives found no signs of violence or any indication that a struggle had taken place. The house was somewhat cluttered, particularly Karen's downstairs room, but that could easily be explained by the everyday mess of a large family with 2 young children. Just as with the forensic examination of Karen's vehicle, the detailed search of the home produced no clues about what had happened to the 44-year-old mother. Outside the house, investigator Terry McCree photographed 7 gallons of bleach. David Swift explained that he had purchased it because of a recent incident involving the family dogs. On the same day Karen disappeared, their neighbor, John Hogshooter, was arrested on animal cruelty charges. He was suspected of poisoning the Swift family's dogs as well as other dogs in the neighborhood. Hogshooter later claimed it had all been an accident. He said he did not even know what the Swift dogs looked like and explained that he had placed fly bait around his property because of a large number of flies gathering near construction materials in his yard. Following that incident, David said he had used the bleach to clean up the dog's vomit. The bleach was not collected as evidence. However, investigators were skeptical of the neighbor's explanation and began considering John Hogshooter a person of interest in Karen's disappearance. Karen herself did not believe the poisoning had been accidental and was understandably upset about what had happened. During the search, McCree also discovered the divorce papers that had been served on David Swift. They were found tucked beneath a tire in the back of his vehicle. Meanwhile, the search for the missing mother continued.
Today is November the 4th, 2011. It's approximately 9 p.m. We conclude our 6th day of searches for Miss Swift.
Days passed, but no new trace of Karen was found. David was asked to return to the sheriff's office for another interview. By that point, he had already told investigators several versions of the last time he saw his wife, and each account had changed slightly. At first, he claimed that he never actually saw Karen at all and had only spoken to her from upstairs. Later, he said that he did see her but could not remember what she was wearing. In his most recent version, however, he recalled her appearance much more clearly and was able to describe her clothing in detail.
Did you actually physically see her?
Yeah,
What part of the house did you see her in?
it was in the kitchen.
In the kitchen?
Yeah.
Did y'all have any conversation?
It was very, very limited. She sat with Ashley met me, and that was briefly it.
You remember what clothing she had on?
She had, they were blue jeans, I believe they had holes in them, and then a gray coat.
At the end of the interview, David asked investigators how the case was progressing. They told him the investigation was still ongoing. The search continued for many more months. Eventually, a few important pieces of evidence were recovered. The most significant discovery was made by patrol officer Jason Page. He found 2 cell phones, Karen's regular Verizon wireless phone, and a second device, a Voyager phone that had been given to her by Kathy and Bill Bona. Both phones were located about 145 feet from Hardness Road in a wooded area, only about 500 feet from the Swift home and directly between the family's house and the spot where Karen's vehicle had been abandoned. The data recovered from the phones proved highly revealing. Part of that was possible because David Swift had installed a cellular signal booster in the house. Its purpose was to improve mobile phone reception, something especially useful in rural Tennessee in 2011. Whenever a phone entered the booster's range, it would automatically connect, and that connection was logged. Investigators were therefore able to determine that Karen's Verizon phone connected to the home's signal booster shortly after 2 o'clock in the morning on October 30th. That matched the time she returned home with Ashley after picking her up from the sleepover. At 4:38 in the morning, the phone left the range of the home booster. At 5:09, it disappeared from the network and never powered on again. When it was eventually recovered, the phone was partially crushed, as though it had either been run over by a vehicle or deliberately destroyed. Karen's SUV was first reported parked along the roadside just minutes later. At 5:15 that morning, the second phone told an even stranger story. The Voyager phone also connected to the home booster, but it did so at 9:55 that morning, roughly 5 hours after the first phone had been switched off and likely destroyed and discarded. During that brief period, a single call was made from the so-called secret phone to check voicemail. After that, it somehow ended up in the woods along Hardness Road beside Karen's other phone. Bill and Kathy Bona told investigators that they had given Karen the Voyager phone so she could communicate privately with her divorce attorney. According to Bill and Kathy, David was an overly controlling husband who tried to monitor nearly every aspect of Karen's life. In addition to providing the phone, they had also loaned her the money she needed to hire an attorney and file for divorce. On December 10th, 2011, Minister John Robinson of the Boga Church of Christ and his friend Mark Rickman were leaving Bledsoe Cemetery around midday when they made a grim discovery. Hidden among thick kudzu vines, they found human remains. The cemetery was located less than 3 miles from the Swift family home. An autopsy later confirmed that, after 6 weeks of searching, Karen Swift had finally been found. The mother of 4 was discovered almost completely unclothed. Her underwear had been pulled down below her knees. Experts concluded that this most likely happened after her death, when her body was dragged from a gravel path across the cemetery grounds to the location where it was eventually found. There was no indication that Karen had been killed there. Instead, the evidence suggested that her body had been moved and concealed among the dense vegetation after the attack. Because so much time had passed since her death, the medical examiner was unable to determine the exact cause of death with certainty. However, it was clear that Karen had suffered a severe blunt force injury to the head. The pathologist concluded that the injury would have been fatal if she had been alive when it was inflicted. She had been struck with an unidentified heavy blunt object while positioned against or near a hard surface. Following that discovery, the case was officially reclassified from a missing person investigation to a homicide investigation. The murder weapon was never found. David Swift remained the primary suspect.
Didn't really have the reaction that normally what somebody would have if you said that you found your loved ones. But
what do you mean by that? What did he?
If my memory serves me correct, I'm not really sure if he even called her by name. And I'm not going to get into the details of it, but it just wasn't the right response to investigators. He has never assisted us in searching for her.
Despite all the suspicion, there was no hard evidence. Neither the house, the property, nor any of the family's vehicles revealed a single clue pointing to where the fatal blow had been delivered. During both of David's interviews, investigators did not observe any scratches, injuries, or other signs that he had recently been involved in a physical struggle. Examiners also found no foreign DNA beneath Karen's fingernails that would suggest she had fought back against her attacker. There was another problem as well, David's leg injury. It was firmly established that in April of 2011, he had suffered a serious injury to his left knee and undergone surgery. One of his coworkers later recalled speaking with him in an office hallway just 3 days before Karen disappeared when David's left leg suddenly gave out beneath him, causing him to collapse to the floor. In the days leading up to Karen's death, and for a long time afterward, David relied on crutches to get around and appeared unable to fully support even his own weight on the injured leg. For investigators, this created a major dilemma. They suspected him, yet at the same time, he did not appear physically capable of carrying out such a crime.
I believe that her husband is innocent, and if that is so, if I'm correct about that, then what he's been through is, far worse than anybody could imagine, because on top of losing his wife, he's been the prime suspect. The plot has thickened, and there's a lot more players involved than, what we thought.
The years passed, but no arrests were made. Investigators continued to closely scrutinize David Swift, Bill and Kathy Bona, and neighbor John Hogshooter, the man who had distributed the fly poison. Their actions and movements during the period surrounding Karen's death were carefully examined. Particular attention was focused on events that had taken place at the Bona residence. One gathering that drew significant interest was Kathy's 40th birthday celebration. According to witnesses, several people had removed their clothing and spent time in the hot tub, including Karen. While that behavior may have had nothing to do with the murder, some people believed it suggested that Karen may have been involved in intimate relationships with others at the party. David repeatedly hinted at that possibility during his conversations with investigators. Others, however, speculated that such circumstances could have fueled feelings of jealousy and anger in her husband. There were still other unanswered questions. Investigators learned that around the same time the Swift family's dog was poisoned, another dog in the neighborhood had also been poisoned. Sheriff's deputies responded to that incident. It was during that confrontation that Karen reportedly became involved in a dispute with John Hogshooter on the very same day she disappeared. After Karen vanished, residents began reporting other unusual events in the area. David and Karen's son, Dustin, recalled an encounter with a stranger near Bledsoe Cemetery not long before his mother's body was discovered there. The man was carrying a metal detector. When Dustin asked what he was doing, the stranger replied that he was getting some exercise. Dustin found the answer odd. He then asked why the man was carrying a metal detector. The stranger responded that he was searching for his watch. The problem was that Dustin could clearly see the watch already strapped to the man's wrist. What was the real reason this individual was spending time near an almost deserted cemetery? Because investigators had so little physical evidence and so few answers surrounding Karen's murder, countless theories and rumors circulated for years, both among local residents and throughout the media.
So what do you think happened? Do you think David killed her? You don't.
I don't know. It could have been a lot of people, I guess.
Do you know that it really could have been or not? Or if you don't want to talk about it,
I really don't know.
What do you think about the way the investigation's going?
Well, at first I thought it was going really well. They were picking up all this evidence and they were finding these things here, there, and yon. But, and I was given hope that every time something came back from the lab, that this is it, this is it, this is it. But I don't know what they're looking for. There's not a smoking gun. I don't know what they have to have. See, they interviewed Ashley once early on, and David will not allow her to be interviewed anymore. So.
And what do you think about the fact, and David won't talk to them either, so what do you think about the fact that he won't talk and he won't let Ashley talk?
Silence says a lot.
In the years that followed, the Swift family left the Dyersburg area. David eventually remarried and settled in Jefferson County, Alabama. Even so, public pressure in Tennessee never faded. People continued demanding that someone be held accountable for Karen's murder. As investigators revisited the case over the years, including lead investigator Terry McCree, they gradually developed their own theory of what had happened. In their view, all of the available evidence pointed to David Swift. Detectives believed that an angry husband, enraged by Karen's decision to file for divorce and determined to maintain control over her, had begun planning the murder several days before her death. According to their theory, the first step was staging the apparent re-injury of his knee in front of a coworker. On the evening of October 29th, David allegedly made one final attempt to save the marriage by inviting Karen out to dinner. Instead, she chose to attend a Halloween gathering with Bill and Kathy Bona. Investigators believed that rejection only fueled his anger. Because Karen's body showed no defensive injuries, detectives theorized that the attack began while she was asleep. However, they did not believe the fatal blow was delivered in the bedroom. Instead, they suspected Karen was first strangled. That night, she had been sleeping beside 9-year-old Ashley. Investigators believed David moved Ashley into her younger sister's room before carrying out the attack so he would not wake the child. According to the theory, Karen was then dragged into the garage where she suffered the devastating blow to the head. Detectives believe David then placed her body either in his own vehicle or in Karen's vehicle. From there, he allegedly drove roughly 3 miles to Bledsoe Cemetery, where he dragged her body into the dense vegetation and concealed it. Investigators even reconstructed the route they believe David traveled that night in an effort to build a precise timeline of events. According to their theory, after returning home, he devised a way to make it appear that Karen had left the house on her own during the night, but had been interrupted by a flat tire. Detectives believed he took an old screw from the garage, drove it into the tire of the Nissan, and released the air. Then, at approximately 4:40 in the morning, when Karen's phone disconnected from the home's signal booster, he allegedly drove the Nissan far enough away from the house to support the idea that she had left on her own and suffered a flat tire along the way. At the same time, the vehicle remained close enough for him to walk back home. Along the route, investigators believed he disposed of Karen's primary Verizon phone by throwing it into a wooded area. The second phone, however, the so-called secret phone, was allegedly hidden in Karen's downstairs room. Detectives theorized that David searched for the device, which could explain the disorder found in the room. According to their theory, he then examined the phone's contents, including checking the voicemail. That would account for the call recorded roughly 5 hours after the first phone had been switched off. Afterward, knowing where he had discarded the first phone, investigators believed he returned to the woods and threw the Voyager phone nearby. Detectives also theorized that before calling Karen's friends and acting concerned about her disappearance, David may have cleaned the garage using the bleach that was discovered during the search of the property. In July of 2023, more than a decade after Karen's death, David Swift was arrested in Alabama and extradited to Tennessee. He was formally charged with first-degree murder. What remained unclear was exactly what finally convinced prosecutors to move forward with the case. No new witnesses had emerged during the intervening years. The analysis of the phone data had changed very little since 2011. Forensic experts had also failed to uncover any new DNA evidence.
See this and I think, it's been almost 11 years. What was the thing that made things change? What made them all of a sudden indict him? What can you tell us?
I can't talk about specifics of the case, so I can't at this time divulge any information about that.
When the trial finally began, the prosecution's case relied largely on circumstantial evidence. Karen's friends were called to testify. They described what they viewed as David's controlling behavior and recounted incidents in which they believed he had monitored or followed his wife.
Tell me about other examples you saw of his controlling behavior.
He came over to the house and told her to come home.
How often did that happen?
Almost every time she came over to the house. If it was after dark. She drinks a lot. She parties a lot. She's never home. She's with Kathy and Bill. She's involved in this sex ring. She wanted to see other men, just.
Did he have anything good to say about her?
Just that he hopes she's okay. Is
that it?
That's it.
A neighbor of Bill and Kathy Bona also took the stand during the trial. She testified that she once discovered David on her property while he was watching the Bona residence. David had previously told investigators that the woman herself had invited him to observe the neighbors from that location. In court, however, she described the incident very differently.
One night I had come out. It was real late, probably around 11, 12 at night, and I was going to walk over to probably Kathy's house. I was on the side of my house, and I walked out, and there was a man standing there, and I screamed. It scared me. And I looked, and it was David standing there. And I said, David? And he said, shh. I said, what? And he said, I'm trying. I have a restraining order. I can't be in Kathy and Bill Bona's yard. And I wanted to know if I could use your lot or inside your yard to watch over there.
Okay, what did you tell him?
I said, there's the fence.
You said what?
There's the fence.
Okay, so you allowed him to go and look?
I said, there's the fence.
Okay.
I was scared.
Okay.
Kathy Bona also testified about what she described as David's pattern of controlling behavior. According to her, he frequently called Karen, kept track of her movements when she traveled, and often reacted with jealousy over her friendships and interactions with other people.
Oh, well, there was one night we were hanging out on my porch and he called 25 times.
In what period of time?
30 minutes.
Okay. Was that typical?
That was a little excessive that day, but it was typical for him to call often, yes.
Okay. Do you know why he did that? Why he was calling so often?
Because he just wanted to know where she was. He yelled at her in the parking lot and slammed his hand against the car window and was accusing her of things, that she was sneaking around and doing all kinds of things. You're sneaking around, you're lying, you're doing this. And was very angry that he had, found her car in Walmart and then she had gotten back to it and didn't know where she was.
Okay. Did he say anything to you?
He was mainly yelling at her and she was trying to de-escalate the situation because, again, she didn't like me to be uncomfortable. So she was like, just go on, it's fine, And so he didn't really say anything to me. He was just yelling at her.
Okay. How'd you feel after that incident?
That again creeped me out because I knew that he knew where her car was. So he had been watching her or stalking her.
Okay. Was there another time that Karen was at your house and that Mr. Swift showed up?
Yes.
Okay. What did she do?
She was, again, feeling a little lightheaded, had a towel wrapped around her and laid down on the other side of the bed in a towel wrapped around her on top of the covers.
Okay. You were under the covers?
I was.
And was she under the covers with you?
She was not.
Okay. And did Mr. Swift show up at your house?
Yes.
What was his demeanor when he showed up?
Well, when he came into the room that we were both in, he was, again, enraged.
Okay. And what did he do?
He accused her of lots of things, sleeping with me, being a whore, being drunk, lots of things, was very angry.
A significant portion of the testimony focused on events that took place during Kathy Bona's 40th birthday celebration. Bill Bona told the jury that he found Karen unclothed and unconscious in his living room. According to his account, he and one of Karen's friends covered her with a towel and called David to come pick up his wife. However, Karen's friend Robin described the events very differently.
See Karen Swift
leave the hot tub and go into the house?
I did. I witnessed her get up. She looked to me as if she was hot, woozy kind of feeling. And I saw her go inside. And it wasn't but a few minutes later, I saw Mr. Bona go in as well.
Can I ask this? Was Miss Swift, was she wearing her outfit or?
That's vaguely something I'm trying to remember. I know when I walked in and I witnessed her laying on the floor, she didn't have anything on her. I walked in, I said, "What's going on?" And I got a towel and immediately covered her up. And I said, "Go get her husband right now."
Well, when you walked in, what did you see?
I saw him standing over her, gawking with a creepy look on his face.
Was she clothed or did she have a towel on her?
I put a towel on her.
Did you see Mr. Bona put a towel and cover her before you walked in?
No.
Prosecutors also argued that David had repeatedly lied to investigators. They discovered the number of Karen's so-called secret phone in his call records. Before Karen's death, David had called the Voyager phone numerous times, despite telling detectives during his interviews that he had only learned of its existence after she disappeared. Prosecutors also pointed to David's claim that he had been asleep from around 2 o'clock in the morning when Karen returned home until approximately 10 o'clock later that morning. However, phone and computer records showed that someone had been viewing and downloading photographs of Karen at around 3 o'clock that morning. Among the files accessed were several photos of her new tattoo. Investigators also learned that after Karen's disappearance, David viewed women's profiles and dating websites more than 250 times. The physical therapist who treated David's knee after Karen disappeared testified that he would have been physically capable of dragging a body. In addition, a neighbor who had loaned the family hay for a holiday hayride told jurors that on October 29th, David helped move hay bales weighing roughly 65 pounds each and did so without using crutches. Yet the very next day, at the sheriff's office, he appeared unable to move around without them. Prosecutors argued that the theory of Karen voluntarily leaving home required believing a series of unlikely coincidences. First, she supposedly left to meet someone, yet there was no evidence that any such meeting had been arranged. Second, before leaving, she would have had to move Ashley from her own bed and move Key out of her father's room. But why would she do that, risking waking David, if she intended to leave secretly? Finally, toxicology testing revealed that Karen had taken Benadryl before going to sleep.
We can surmise by the toxicology report and the bottle of PM cold medicine in a half-empty water bottle by her bed, she took a Benadryl and went to sleep. Benadryl on top of alcohol, what did Dr. Ross say about that? Greatly enhanced sedative effects. Karen, after all of that, the defense will have you believe, gets up to meet someone on 2.5 hours of sleep.
The defense, meanwhile, worked to challenge the prosecution's theory. David's attorneys emphasized that his injured leg was in such poor condition that he required additional surgery. Ashley, who was an adult by the time of the trial, also testified on her father's behalf. She told the jury that she was absolutely certain it was her mother, not her father, who carried her into her sister's room that night.
Yes, I remember her moving me in the middle of the night to my sister's room, in the bed with her.
In the bed with your sister?
Yes.
Is that on the same floor as your mother's?
It is. It's the bedroom right beside.
Do you recall it being your mother that moved you?
I know it was her. It was just instinct to know what your mother feels like and how that felt.
Okay. That's your best recollection?
Yes, sir.
The greatest weakness in the prosecution's case remained the complete lack of physical evidence. Nothing found inside the house, in any of the vehicles, or on David himself directly linked him to Karen's death. Investigators were never able to prove that the rusty screw found in the tire of Karen's Nissan had come from the Swift family's garage. The murder weapon was never recovered either. Prosecutors suggested that David may have delivered the fatal blow using his foot. The problem with that theory, however, was that the leg in question had been seriously injured.
There's no evidence of a struggle in that room. You heard her daughter, who was there, and their son who came the next morning, it didn't look out of the ordinary. Is it an untidy place? There was a headboard and everything was tested. There's nothing indicated that anything occurred in that room, I submit. The prosecutor is saying to you that he took her out in the garage with a knee injury on his left leg and stomped her head in the garage. He's not going to do it with his injured leg, I would think. And is it possible that if he's going to use his right leg, that he can put enough pressure on his injured leg and stomp her head in, and she's just going to sit there and take it, a strong woman? There's no physical evidence in the garage. There's no blood in the garage. They imply that later they went out there and there's a picture showing bleach near a pool. This is October. Pools get closed. Bleach is used for pools. You heard?
When the jurors finally returned to the courtroom, after a lengthy deliberation, the tension was almost unbearable. Everyone in attendance was waiting for a decision that would mark one of the most significant moments of the trial. Every eye was fixed on the jury box, and the silence in the courtroom only deepened the sense of uncertainty. Yet when the verdict was announced, it came as a surprise to many of those present. David Swift was found not guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and attempted first and second-degree murder. For the defense, it was a major victory after a long and exhausting legal battle. For others involved in the case, and for those who had followed it closely over the years, the outcome was unexpected. However, when it came to the charge of voluntary manslaughter, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision. Despite extensive discussions and careful consideration of the evidence presented during the trial, the jurors could not come to a final consensus. As a result, that charge remained unresolved, and at that moment, David Swift's legal story had not yet reached its final chapter.
Is there an agreement, or has the jury found the defendant not guilty of voluntary manslaughter?
There was no agreement.
No agreement? Is that the level of the offense at which there is disagreement?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct, ma'am?
Throughout the trial, David's attorneys repeatedly suggested that the case was politically motivated. That argument surfaced again and again during the proceedings and remained a central part of the defense strategy. Prosecutors strongly rejected those claims, but the defense continued to stand by its interpretation of events. According to David's attorneys, investigators never uncovered a single piece of direct evidence linking him to the crime. They argue that the case was built largely on circumstantial evidence and assumptions, rather than clear, undeniable proof of guilt. For that reason, the defense maintained that the decision to bring charges against David was driven by more than purely legal considerations. The attorneys also argued that the sheriff and the district attorney were preparing for upcoming elections and were facing significant public pressure. Given the intense public interest in the case and the growing demand for someone to be held accountable, the defense claimed that local officials felt compelled to produce results. According to their argument, that pressure ultimately led to the decision to prosecute David, despite what they described as a lack of direct evidence connecting him to Karen's death.
It's very difficult because I think juries like to see direct evidence. They like to see DNA, blood, fingerprints. So, it's a uphill climb from the very beginning. So it's always difficult to put those cases together.
Because the jury was unable to reach a verdict on the voluntary manslaughter charge, county officials were left facing an important decision. Once the initial trial proceedings had concluded, they had to determine whether to pursue that unresolved charge and take the case back to court. The matter had not been fully resolved, and the future of that accusation remained the subject of ongoing legal debate. Ultimately, prosecutors decided to continue pursuing the charge. Despite years of litigation and numerous procedural battles, authorities chose not to abandon their effort to obtain a final resolution in court. As a result, the legal fight was set to continue. David's attorney argued that the renewed prosecution was unlawful. According to the defense, the statute of limitations for voluntary manslaughter had long since expired, meaning there was no legal basis to continue pursuing the charge. The defense maintained that the case should never have returned to court and sought to have it dismissed on procedural grounds. However, On July 11th, 2024, a judge declined to dismiss the case. The ruling marked another significant chapter in the long-running legal battle. Despite the defense's objections and arguments regarding the statute of limitations, the court allowed the proceedings to move forward, leaving the charge in place and clearing the way for further litigation.
I think if I could know for sure, if I could know who to be angry at, I think I could start to heal. But as it is, it's just an open wound every day.
Yeah.
People just don't know what you live through every day. And, like for 6 weeks, we didn't even know where she was.
Right.
6 weeks, we didn't. And it was agony every day. Agony every day. And then after they did find her, it was like, okay, who did this? And it still hurts every day to know that somebody took my baby, killed her, and took her down to the kudzu and threw her out like a rag doll.
Yeah.
It just breaks my heart.
At that time, no date had yet been set for a new trial. The case had not been dismissed, but there was still no final decision regarding how or when the remaining charge would move forward. The uncertainty continued to hang over the entire situation, leaving important questions unanswered and forcing everyone involved to wait for the next step in the legal process. In addition, David Swift was facing separate criminal allegations in Alabama. Those accusations were connected to the alleged stalking of his second wife, who later chose to end the marriage and formally divorce him. As a result, while the unresolved proceedings related to Karen's death continued, David's name was also tied to another criminal case, drawing additional attention to his past and his personal life. Before dawn, on February 6th, 2017, a resident of a small town in North Florida headed to her daughter's home after the young woman failed to show up for work and didn't bring her toddler son to relatives as expected. There was no car in the driveway. The front door was locked. When the woman finally managed to get inside, she found her 29-year-old daughter in the children's room. Her hands were tied with shoelaces, and her body had been secured to a dresser with a makeshift rope. She had a gunshot wound to the head, but she was still breathing. While paramedics fought to save her life, law enforcement was already searching for the person believed to be responsible not only for this attack, but for a series of escalating crimes. Less than a week earlier, 2 women had been shot and killed inside a motel room. A few days after that, another woman was murdered in her own driveway. Police believed all of these cases were connected. The main suspect was a 44-year-old man with a long history of violence who was now on the run. But there was someone else involved too, a woman who was initially believed to be a hostage. Yet, the more evidence investigators uncovered, the more they began to ask a different question. Was she truly just trying to survive alongside a killer, or had she been helping him stay free the entire time? As law enforcement searched the forests of Florida and tracked the pair across state lines, no one knew how many more lives might still be in danger. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now, let's keep going. During the week at the beginning of February 2017, communities across North Florida, as well as southern parts of Georgia and Alabama, lived in fear of a killer who was still on the run. One local sheriff described the case as exactly the kind of situation law enforcement dreads most, a known murderer who selects his victims in a random and unpredictable way. As the suspect continued to evade capture, it increasingly appeared that he might not be alone. Police were tracking the movements of a couple crossing state lines. As investigators followed their trail, they began to ask themselves a difficult question. Was his companion actually a hostage, or was she an accomplice? Milton is the administrative center of Santa Rosa County in the state of Florida, located just north of Pensacola. It sits close to the coastline and not far from the border with Alabama. In its early years, Milton had a reputation as an extremely dangerous place. Judges from Escambia County would often sentence offenders to serve their time in Milton, which led local residents to nickname the town Helltown. On January 31st, 2017, Milton was under a bright sun with clear, cloudless skies. In the early morning hours, a guest at the Emerald Sands Inn motel contacted security after hearing about 6 gunshots coming from a nearby room. A front desk employee went to check on the situation and approached the room door. After stepping inside and seeing what had happened, she immediately called 911.
Hello, what's going on? I had a desk call me and tell me that they thought they heard multiple gunshots. So I grabbed my key and I went down there and I knocked 3 different times like I was supposed to. And all I did was put the key in the door, open the door, and I see her laying halfway in the bathroom, him laying in the bed, and everything's covered in blood.
How many gunshots did you hear?
They said like 5 to 7.
Are they dead?
I don't know, ma'am. I didn't walk in.
When police arrived at the scene, they discovered 2 victims. 30-year-old mother of 3, Alicia Greer, and her close friend, 39-year-old Jacqueline Moore. Both women had been shot inside the motel room with the same firearm, likely by a single shooter. It didn't take detectives long to identify the main suspect. When checking into the room, which was registered under Jacqueline's name, Alicia had told motel staff that she was hiding from a dangerous ex-boyfriend. Alicia's father, Wayne Lane, explained that a few months earlier his daughter had started dating a man named William Billy Boyette. Billy was already well known to local law enforcement, with a long history of violence, especially against women. The grieving father couldn't understand what his daughter had seen in him at first. They had met and begun dating right before Thanksgiving. Friends had warned Alicia that Billy was far from the charming prince she thought he was. Unfortunately, she didn't recognize the red flags her friends saw immediately. About a week before her death, Alicia was violently assaulted by Billy during a jealous rage, leaving her hospitalized with head and neck injuries. According to the police report she later filed, Billy accused her of cheating, physically restrained her inside her own home, and then stole her vehicle. She pressed multiple charges against him. Fearing retaliation, Alicia left the hospital and initially moved in with her mother before later relocating to Emerald Sands with her friend Jacqueline. But less than 36 hours after being discharged, Billy tracked her down. Police suspicions about Billy Boyette's involvement grew stronger after a witness reported seeing a man matching his description outside the women's motel room just before the shots were fired. Investigators also discovered that his mother had rented a black SUV, which was also seen near Emerald Sands that same day. Later DNA analysis from the motel room confirmed that Billy had been there. At that point, this was no longer a whodidit case. The only question left was where Billy Boyette had fled.
Alicia Greer and 39-year-old Jacqueline Moore. Their bodies were found Tuesday morning inside a motel room at the Emerald Sands Inn. Deputies are looking for William Boyette Jr., a person of interest in the case. He's considered armed and dangerous.
Public outrage quickly erupted over how such a dangerous offender had been allowed to remain free. 44-year-old Billy Boyette had previously faced multiple accusations of violent crimes, including domestic abuse and a knife attack for which he ultimately never served time. Prosecutors were repeatedly forced to drop cases because victims either refused to testify or simply could not be located to appear in court. In June 2015, a woman in Pensacola called 911 and whispered to the dispatcher that her boyfriend was trying to kill her. She said he had been choking her and had taken her phone so she couldn't call for help. Somehow she managed to make the call while hiding in another room. When deputies from the Escambia County Sheriff's Office arrived, the woman led them to a bedroom where the suspect had fallen asleep holding a large kitchen knife in his hand. That's where they found Billy Boyette. He was arrested and taken to the county jail, facing charges of kidnapping, battery, aggravated assault, and several other offenses. However, he spent less than a year in custody before being released. Prosecutors were ultimately forced to drop the charges because the victim could not be located.
It's very frustrating. That problem with prosecuting domestic violence cases and other cases as well depends on the cooperation of not only the victim but the witnesses, and determined that she just, although she talked to us, she just was not going to cooperate, wasn't going to show up for court. So it's extremely frustrating.
Over the previous 3 years, Billy Boyette had been arrested at least 3 more times in Escambia and Santa Rosa counties, but he never spent more than a year behind bars. Alicia's family was convinced that her refusal to drop the charges was exactly what led to her murder. After the double homicide in Emerald Sands, another local family began to worry seriously. Reports started circulating that after his most recent release from jail, about 4 months earlier, Billy had been spending a lot of time with another woman, a 37-year-old mother of 2 named Mary Rice. On the day of the killings, multiple friends began calling Mary's mother. If Mary wasn't one of the victims, they feared she might still be in danger. Mary had left her 2 young children in the care of her mother. Her last text message was sent on February 1st, the day after the murders. In it, she said she was okay, that she had briefly left town and would be back home by February 3rd. When 2 days passed with no further contact, her relatives filed a missing persons report with the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office. Police then released Mary's photo to the media. Investigators believe she was in danger and likely with Billy Boyette. Just under an hour's drive southwest of Milton lies the small town of Lillian, Alabama. Lillian is a quiet, close-knit place where people often leave their doors unlocked and neighbors know each other well. That calm was brutally shattered on the morning of February 3rd, 2017. Local resident Peggy Brose was returning home after a night shift. She had spent 30 years working as a respiratory therapist at Baptist Hospital, dedicating herself fully to her profession while also caring for her disabled husband. She loved her job, but just a day before the tragedy, she told her sister Gina that she was planning to take early retirement. Her son and daughter-in-law were expecting a baby within a week, which would have been Peggy's second grandchild. She was looking forward to spending more time with her growing family. But that morning, Peggy never made it inside her own home. After she parked her white Chrysler in the driveway, she was shot and killed right in her yard. The rented black SUV used by Billy Boyette was later found abandoned in a parking lot just a few hours afterward, about 3 miles from Peggy's home. Surveillance footage from the day of the murder showed Billy and Mary Rice moving through the town of Lillian. They first traveled in the black SUV and later in a white Concorde that belonged to Peggy. They were also seen in those vehicles near her home. Neighbors reported hearing a loud bang and then seeing both the Concorde and the SUV leaving the area. Peggy's father-in-law found her body on the ground near where she had parked. She had died from a gunshot wound to the head. Police believed Peggy was killed simply because she was a lone woman and because she had a car Billy wanted to take. After that, he continued fleeing from law enforcement across Florida.
Crazy devastating to know that something like this happened here. Somewhere where you don't, it's like, this is Mayberry. To us, this is our Mayberry.
Everybody's a tight-knit community. We all look out for each other. And it's just sad because she had no enemies. She was a loving person, and just, I hope they catch him.
When police searched the abandoned black SUV, they found several receipts from purchases Billy and Mary had made over the previous days. Investigators then obtained surveillance footage from the stores listed on those receipts. That allowed them to reconstruct, almost step by step, the couple's movements after they left Milton. And it was exactly those recordings that made law enforcement start looking at Mary Rice in a completely different light. She might not have been an innocent hostage after all. On February 2nd, security cameras at a Walmart in Crestview, just northeast of Milton, captured Mary buying 2 boxes of .38 caliber ammunition, chemical hand warmers, and a sleeping bag. At that time, investigators already knew that Billy only had one firearm with him, a .38 caliber revolver that had been used in the killings. Police believed that while Mary was inside the store, Billy was waiting for her in the vehicle in the parking lot. The receipts also led investigators to other purchases made a few days earlier. One of them came from a CVS pharmacy in Longwood on January 31st, the same day as the first 2 murders. Longwood is located roughly 6.5 to 7 hours away from Milton. It appeared that Mary had been on the road with Billy since that very day. Surveillance cameras captured them again just 1 hour after Alicia and Jacqueline were killed in their motel room. After reviewing all of this footage, both county and state authorities stopped referring to Mary as a victim. From that point on, she was treated as a possible accomplice in a multi-state killing spree. For her family, it came as a complete shock.
heart-wrenching to find out that she's even involved in all this stuff. At first, I thought they were just friends. Somebody later told me that they had just started dating. Okay. I don't know if that was credible or not. This meaningless, senseless killing and rampaging, no, it's nothing like her. We just want to see her home safe and find out the truth of what's going on.
In Beulah, Florida, Loretta Crocker lived just a short distance from her 29-year-old daughter, Kayla. On the days she was scheduled to work, Kayla would drop off her 18-month-old son with relatives before starting her shift at a local McDonald's. On February 6th, around 6:30 in the morning, Kayla still hadn't brought her son over, even though she was supposed to be at work by 6 o'clock. Worried, Loretta decided to drive over to check if everything was okay. When she arrived at the house, she immediately noticed that Kayla's car, a 2006 Chevrolet Cobalt, was missing from the driveway. The front door was locked. Loretta quickly went back home to grab a spare key. When she returned and went inside, she found Kayla in the children's room. Kayla had a gunshot wound to the head, but she was still breathing. Her hands had been tied with shoelaces. On top of that, her body had been secured with a homemade rope to a dresser, making it impossible for her to leave the room. Loretta managed to free her daughter from the bindings and tried talking to her, trying to keep her conscious, but Kayla wasn't responding. Kayla was immediately rushed to the hospital.
We're obviously not going to reach a lot of information on Miss Crocker. She is currently in one of the local hospitals. She did sustain a gunshot wound. There was additionally, she had a 2-year-old son who was also present in the house. He is unharmed. To the best of our knowledge, he did not witness this. He seems to be relatively calm. He's with his grandmother right now. Imagine we don't want to give you all the techniques that we're going to employ here, to find Mr. Boyette and his accomplice. Miss Rice, we believe, is the lady that is with him. So for the family members of Miss Rice, you'd be concerned about whether or not she's still alive. To the best of our knowledge, she is. I want to assure the public that we've called in all of our available resources. We have the Florida Department of Law Enforcement engaged, U.S. Marshals are engaged, of course ourselves, Santa Rosa, any law enforcement agency in our area, and of course out of state with Baldwin County and the appropriate police departments and Alabama Highway Patrol. Again, we need your assistance. He cannot hide unless someone does not report something that they have seen. We don't care how small your information is or how insignificant you may think it is at the time. Please, please pick up your phone and give us a call. Do not, I repeat, do not attempt to contact or engage with Mr. Boyette. This gentleman has gone far and above, what we normally deem as incorrigible. This gentleman is a killer. He's shown that proclivity time and time again.
Later on, police discovered an abandoned Concorde vehicle that belonged to Peggy Bros. It was parked about 3 miles from Kayla's home, and one of the tires was flat. Later that same morning, witnesses reported seeing Mary Rice behind the wheel of a Chevrolet Cobalt that belonged to Kayla. Trail camera photos taken in a wooded area of Escambia County captured a couple moving items through the forest. The camera was located not far from the area in Beulah where Kayla had been injured. Taking into account the purchases made at Walmart along with the images from the forest camera, investigators concluded that Billy and Mary were hiding out in that exact area. For law enforcement, this created even more complications. According to people who knew him, Billy Boyette was extremely familiar with those woods, practically knowing them like the back of his hand. Police issued a warning to residents on both sides of the state line. Do not travel alone unless absolutely necessary, lock your doors, stay alert to your surroundings, and if you see Billy or Mary, do not approach them.
It is difficult to speak about this, ladies and gentlemen, because these are the cases that we in law enforcement fear, where we have what is apparently, with the last 2 victims anyway, a random selection. And so therefore, much to our disappointment and much primarily to our frustration, we're chasing a lot of shadows and a lot of rumors. We've asked our citizens from our first press conference, again, to practice situational awareness till such time that we get Mr. Boyette and Ms. Rice in custody. Again, practice some common sense. When you go to work, when you come home, make sure a friend or family member knows where you are, what your expected time of arrival is. Again, these may seem like measures in the extreme, but we're dealing with an extreme situation here. And let me tell you just how extreme. We've received information from more than one source on Mr. Boyette. He is a member and has been a member for a long time of the drug culture. He's known to be a heavy user of spice. These people stay awake for 4, 5, 6 days at a time. So again, he's made this statement to many, many people that he will not be taken alive.
It is hardly surprising that in an atmosphere filled with fear and uncertainty, social media quickly became flooded with rumors and misinformation. Posts spread across Facebook and other platforms claiming to track the pair's movements, often presenting unverified information as established fact. Reports also began circulating about additional murders supposedly committed by the fugitives. Throughout the region, the number of applications for concealed carry permits increased sharply as concern and anxiety continued to grow.
When you put out information that this murder was as a result of a Craigslist post, which turns out to be completely false, or when you put out information on your different social media platforms and groups that you have formed that Mary Rice was shot and killed or someone has been arrested, then understand something, that requires a reaction from us in law enforcement. And I will tell you that some of these rumors have been fueled by the media.
Tragically, Kayla Crocker died at the hospital less than a day after her mother found her. As her family and friends mourned the loss, communities across North Florida, South Alabama, and far beyond were living in fear. Law enforcement agencies received hundreds of tips from people across the country reporting possible sightings of the fugitives. Almost none of those leads proved to be credible. That continued until a call came in at approximately 2:30 in the afternoon on February 7th. An anonymous caller reported spotting Kayla's 2006 Chevrolet Cobalt in West Point, Georgia. The caller saw the vehicle near a local store and recognized it from news reports as the car that Billy and Mary had recently been using. The witness then followed the pair to the West Point Motel. They watched as the two got out of the vehicle and entered one of the motel rooms. Deputies from the Troup County Sheriff's Office confirmed that it was the stolen vehicle. Federal, U.S. Marshals and the Georgia State Patrol SWAT team were called to the scene. The building was quickly surrounded. What followed was a standoff that lasted approximately 3.5 hours. Police had every reason to believe that Billy still possessed the .38 caliber revolver that had been used in the murders. Whether he had access to any other weapons remained unknown. Even so, law enforcement was not focused on negotiating a voluntary surrender. They made it clear that they intended to take Billy Boyette into custody by whatever means became necessary. Just one day earlier, Santa Rosa County Sheriff Bob Johnson had publicly stated that there were only 2 possible endings left for Billy: prison or the cemetery. According to the sheriff, the choice belonged to Billy himself. When the pair refused to come out voluntarily, SWAT officers eventually forced their way into the motel room. During the entry, Mary Rice surrendered. Moments later, a single gunshot rang out from inside. Billy Boyette was found dead in the room from a gunshot wound to the head. He had chosen not to return to prison.
Weeks of searching for them. Billy Boyette, Mary is dead. Mary Rice is in custody, and it all happened here. They weren't coming out, is what he said.
And he even said that at one point they were opening the curtains and waving. I said, is that a form of taunting? And he said he's not going to speculate, but essentially, yes, it could be. He did say that Mary Rice looked very shaken, visibly shaken, when she did come out of the hotel room, and then it was, like you said, after that they did hear a single gunshot in the hotel room.
Inside the motel room, investigators discovered additional receipts documenting purchases Mary had made throughout the week, along with handwritten shopping lists of needed supplies that were believed to have been written by Billy. In advertisements for firearms that were found among their belongings, several weapon models had been circled, suggesting attempts to acquire additional guns. The fact that Billy allowed Mary to surrender to police instead of harming her and appeared to wait until she had been safely taken into custody before pulling the trigger further convinced investigators that she had not been a hostage, but rather an accomplice. During questioning, Mary denied any direct involvement in the murders. She told detectives that after the double homicide at Emerald Sands, Billy arrived at her home in the middle of the night carrying a firearm. According to her account, he ordered her to gather her belongings and leave with him. Mary recalled that he had a head wound at the time and repeatedly insisted that everything had happened by accident. When officers searched her trailer, they found evidence suggesting that she had indeed left in a hurry. Valuable possessions had been abandoned, personal belongings were packed carelessly, and no arrangements had been made for the care of her pets. Her children were already staying with relatives at that time. Mary maintained that from the moment Billy appeared at her trailer covered in blood, she became an unwilling participant in the events that followed. According to her, he repeatedly threatened to kill both her and her children if she failed to obey his orders. She later described the entire ordeal as a real-life manhunt.
Everything he says is serious. Okay. He never told me he was going to kill my kids. All he had to do was make a phone call. He was going to kill me if I didn't do what he said. Only by God's grace am I sitting here today.
After her arrest, Mary received medical treatment. She had numerous cuts on her arms. She also reported that Billy had sexually assaulted her earlier that day. A medical examination was conducted, and the results did not rule out the possibility of non-consensual sexual contact. Investigators needed to determine the true extent of her involvement in the murders. However, inconsistencies began to emerge in her account. She claimed that Billy would not allow her to eat and had kept her confined in the basement of an abandoned building for several days. Yet surveillance footage and witness statements indicated that the two had been together continuously throughout the week. Mary also claimed that Billy constantly smoked spice and forced her to roll drugs for him, even though she said she never used them herself. Later, Billy's autopsy revealed that no narcotics were present in his system at the time of his death. Following the murder of Peggy Brose in Alabama on February 3rd, investigators obtained surveillance footage showing a woman stepping out of a black SUV near Bower Road and US 98 before getting into Peggy's white Chrysler. Investigators believed that woman was Mary Rice. The footage appeared to show her driving the black SUV on her own. Detectives concluded that if she truly had been with Billy against her will, this would have been an ideal opportunity to escape. Detectives with the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office reached a similar conclusion after reviewing surveillance footage from Walmart. In the video, Mary exits a black Ford Edge while another person, believed to be Billy, remains inside the vehicle. Mary entered the store by herself, took her time shopping, never asked employees or customers for help, and then calmly returned to Billy afterward.
To your knowledge, did the incident at the Emerald Sands Inn, did that happen before he picked you up?
Yes. Yes. To my knowledge.
All right, where did you go from there?
From there, we were riding, and he made me go into a Walmart and a gun place.
Did he stay out in the car?
No, he was in Walmart. He was watching me, he was listening.
What did you get at Walmart?
Ammunition, 38.
Okay. How much?
Two boxes.
Okay. Now, at this point, when you were staying in the woods, were you guys still in the SUV, the black SUV, the darker SUV?
Yes.
Okay.
So, because I gotta get another ride. I gotta get another ride. I don't know where we're going.
Let's go back here in your early morning hours. He's talking about getting another ride.
Yes.
What happens then?
I don't know. He comes back with white car. He was gone like 5 minutes.
So he goes off with the dark SUV and comes back with a white car?
Yes. Yes.
Where did he leave you?
He left me duct taped to a tree. He had somebody with him. He had a gun on me. They're in the back. I didn't even get a good glimpse of who they were or anything. I know they're laying on in the floorboard and they got a gun to my side. I had to follow him in this white car to a parking area.
Which car were you driving?
I had to drive the black one. He was in a white one. When we got the black one, the other person stayed with it. He took me by the hair and I ended up in the white vehicle with him.
This other guy you're talking about, where did he come from?
I don't know, and I've never seen him after.
However, no witness ever reported seeing a third person, and none of the surveillance footage collected from the many locations visited by the pair showed another man accompanying them. Mary continued to deny any involvement in the murder of Peggy Brose. She insisted that she was not at the crime scene at all. Instead, she claimed that Billy had taped her to a tree in a wooded area on the outskirts of town, and that sometime later he returned driving Peggy's vehicle.
If I were to tell you that numerous people saw you and Billy following the person in the white car to her home, where the white car was taken, it was just you and Billy.
Right. Right.
And then when you guys got to it's actually a food tiger where the parking lot was. There's surveillance of both you guys, Billy getting out of the white car and unloading stuff out of the black car. You getting out of the black car and helping to move stuff from the black car to the white car as well, and then you both getting in the white car and leaving.
Yeah, and you see where he gets mad at me.
So like I said, there was never a third person up there. Okay. Why did you tell me that?
Because I'm scared.
Well, I understand you're scared, and I mean, the truth makes more sense than the story.
Yes,
this
it does.
You know, and
That's the truth.
Okay. Well, thank
And
you.
that's the only thing that Bella's honest.
And thank you for being honest.
I'm scared.
I know you are.
Eventually, Mary admitted that she was present when Billy shot Kayla Crocker. She acknowledged that she entered the house and, at Billy's direction, tied the young mother up with rope. However, Mary insisted that she was not the one who fired the shot that killed Kayla. She claimed that she was outside the house when she heard the gunshot. Mary Rice was charged with being an accessory after the fact in connection with the murders of Alicia Greer and Jacqueline Moore. In addition, she faced a capital murder charge in Alabama in connection with the death of Peggy Brose, a charge that carried the possibility of the death penalty, as well as a first-degree murder charge in Florida for the death of Kayla Crocker.
Mary, do you have anything to say at all? To anyone in Northwest Florida, to your family?
Were you fleeing or were you a hostage? Your side of the story, man?
Mary was extradited from Georgia to Florida, where she was set to stand trial on charges of aiding and abetting as well as first-degree murder. In Alabama, where she could potentially have faced the death penalty, prosecutors were also seeking justice, but those proceedings had to be postponed. Mary remained in custody in Florida with bail set at $750,000. Meanwhile, her attorneys prepared their defense, arguing that Mary had been a victim for most of her life and that the cycle continued after she became involved with Billy Boyett. Investigators determined that Mary and Billy met just a few months before the crimes took place. They first communicated as pen pals while Billy was still in prison. After his release, he moved into Mary's trailer in Milton, and the two began a romantic relationship. Mary had a long history marked by violence and hardship. The first allegations involving her stepfather surfaced when she was only 11 years old. By her teenage years, she was already struggling with drug and alcohol addiction. Court records show that by the age of 16, she had undergone psychological counseling and had attempted to leave her family home. Time and again, people she trusted betrayed her. In recent years, close friends whom she had allowed to live in her home had repeatedly stolen from her. During one such theft, nearly everything she owned was taken just before Christmas. Just as Billy was well known to the local court system as an offender, Mary was well known as a victim. To some, her past made her especially vulnerable to manipulation by a man like Billy. To others, it appeared that years of living as a victim had ultimately broken her, and that she eventually crossed the line and became a criminal herself.
First impression is she was scared to death. She was lucky to be alive, very grateful to be alive. She was not a willing participant in anything. She was there because of threats and abuse from Mr. Boyett. She is as much of a victim in this case as anybody. If someone's life is threatened and their family's life is threatened, they might be willing to do things that they wouldn't otherwise do. I look forward to representing Miss Rice. I think she's got a good case.
When the trial began in 2018, defense attorney Kenneth Brooks portrayed Mary as a woman paralyzed by fear. He argued that Billy had manipulated her for many months before the crime spree began, giving her the attention, affection, and sense of love she had been longing for in order to gain control over her.
The evidence will show that she was basically tortured. And if she didn't do exactly what he wanted to do at exactly the time he said to do something, he would use pain to bring her back in line. You'll hear about evidence of cigarette burns on her body, cut wounds on her hands, wounds across her forehead from pistol whipping.
It started in Florida and it ended in Georgia, and there was a whole lot going on in between. You are going to see traces of Billy and Mary's whereabouts, some of the places they traveled, some of the things that they purchased, and you will see this through receipts that they left behind. She actually went inside Kayla's home and helped tie her up. Kayla Crocker's hands were bound in front of her tightly with some shoelace type strings.
Prosecutors argued that Mary not only purchased ammunition but also bought camping gear so she and Billy could hide out in the woods after the first two murders. During their attempt to evade law enforcement, she made multiple stops at gas stations, filled up their vehicles, and even purchased a road map. According to the prosecution, those actions directly assisted Billy in avoiding capture. Mary also arranged a meeting with a man who was selling a rifle. She paid for the firearm in cash, and the transaction took place in the seller's front yard. During his testimony, the seller stated that he had a clear view of the vehicle Mary arrived in. He said he did not see anyone else inside. According to his account, while Mary handed over the money and took possession of the rifle, she never once asked for help or indicated that she was in danger. The seller testified that if she had done so, he would have immediately stepped in to protect her.
If this lady had asked you for help or to call 911, would you have helped her?
Of course.
Did you have a firearm on you at that time?
Yes, I did.
And were you on your property?
Yes, I was.
Prosecutor Jensen also presented the jury with hours of surveillance footage collected during the investigation. In the videos, Mary Rice could be seen at a Walmart browsing through cosmetics, at a GNC store purchasing a dietary supplement and signing up for a loyalty card, and at a gas station where she bought Bud Light beer. The testimony from store employees, however, was far from consistent. Some witnesses said they noticed nothing unusual about her behavior and saw no signs that anything was out of the ordinary. Others believed she may have been under the influence of some substance or simply appeared as though she had not slept all night.
Scared?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem like she was in distress?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Reinhardt, if Ms. Rice had passed you a note or asked you for help, would you have helped her?
Yes, I would have.
Receipts discovered by investigators inside Kayla's vehicle, as well as in a motel room in Georgia, became another important lead in the investigation. At first glance, they may have seemed like a minor detail among the large amount of evidence that had already been collected. However, detectives carefully examined every purchase, every date, and every store listed on those receipts. That painstaking work allowed them to reconstruct part of the route the suspects had traveled after the crimes were committed. The receipts eventually led law enforcement to surveillance footage from a Dollar General store in Alabama. For investigators, this provided an opportunity to obtain independent confirmation of Mary and Billy's movements during one of the most critical periods of the case. As they reviewed the video recordings, they were able to see something that had previously been known only through circumstantial evidence and witness statements. The footage showed Mary shopping alongside Billy inside the store. According to investigators, the pair purchased additional supplies as they continued their journey. Those images became another piece of evidence that helped detectives establish the sequence of events and confirm facts that had already been uncovered during the investigation. Testimony from a store employee later drew particular attention during the court proceedings. She explained that over the years, she had learned to recognize signs that someone might be a victim of domestic abuse. According to her, she often paid close attention to customers' behavior, emotional state, and the way they interacted with the people around them. Looking back on that day, She said Mary gave her exactly that impression. The employee testified that Mary's behavior and overall appearance concerned her and reminded her of other people she had previously believed might be victims of domestic violence. While those observations did not answer every question surrounding the case, they became another detail that caught investigators' attention and was ultimately presented during the trial.
How did she appear to you?
Scared.
Did she have any words with you?
No.
Did you try and strike up a conversation with her?
I asked how they were doing, which is part of our customer service. How are you doing today? And he said to me, I just killed my girlfriend.
Okay. What was your response to that?
I thought he was joking.
Okay.
And I said, I've done a lot of things in my life, but I've never done something like that.
Were there any mannerisms that you noticed? Was it matter-of-factly? What was it?
It was a matter-of-factly, yes. It was just straight out. That was just a statement. Like,
your experience with abused women is partly your experience.
Yes, sir.
And you were also with other women who had been abused.
Yes, sir, and I've been through therapy.
Okay. You've seen what abused women look like.
Yes, sir.
When they've hit rock bottom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
She didn't look scared. I mean, I wasn't knowing what the situation was.
Well, that's my question though. So you have this man who just said, I just killed my ex-girlfriend, and he's with a girl who looks scared to you, and there's not some thought there to maybe call 911?
No. I thought he was joking.
But you just said he said it very matter-of-factly.
He did.
And you said he's motioning to her. Was he laughing at all? Was he smiling?
No.
Later, the text messages exchanged between Mary and Billy before the crimes ever began became one of the most important pieces of evidence used by the prosecution during the trial. Investigators carefully reviewed those messages, and prosecutors presented them to the jury as a key part of the overall picture of what had happened. According to the prosecution, the contents of those conversations helped explain the nature of their relationship and the motivations that may have driven the events that followed. Particular attention was drawn to messages in which Mary and Billy told each other they were in love several months before the murders. For prosecutors, those messages supported their argument that Mary was not acting under coercion, but was instead willingly supporting a man to whom she was deeply emotionally attached. The prosecution maintained that the correspondence showed her willingness to follow him and do whatever was necessary for the person she loved. However, the letters Mary began writing to friends and family after her arrest painted a very different picture. They lacked the tone and emotions that prosecutors had highlighted in her earlier communications with Billy. Instead, those letters reflected despair, resentment, and repeated attempts to explain her situation. In one such letter, dated February 14th, Mary wrote words that would later draw attention as well. I truly met a real monster. I do not deserve to be sitting in this cage. That brief statement clearly reflected her position after her arrest. She tried to convince those close to her that she had become a victim of both circumstances and the man with whom she had chosen to build her life. Prosecutors, however, viewed the case very differently, arguing that the evidence pointed to her knowing and voluntary involvement in the crimes. When it came time for the defense to present its case, Mary made the decision not to testify before the jury herself. She did not take the witness stand and did not answer questions from either side. Instead, her mother and brother testified on her behalf. Before the jury, they attempted to present a different side of her character. They spoke about the Mary they had known throughout her life and insisted that she would never willingly harm anyone. According to them, such behavior was completely inconsistent with her character and the person they had known for many years. The trial itself lasted 5 days. During that time, both sides presented their arguments, evidence, and testimony, while the jury listened carefully to every detail of the case. Once the hearings concluded, the moment arrived that would determine Mary's future. The decision, however, came surprisingly quickly. The jury needed only 2 hours of deliberation to reach a conclusion and deliver a verdict on all charges. The speed of that decision suggested that after reviewing all of the evidence presented during the trial, The jurors formed their opinions relatively quickly and did not require lengthy debate behind closed doors before reaching their final verdict.
Verdict as to the charge in count 1, we the jury find the defendant Mary Rice guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. As to the charge in count 2, we the jury find the defendant Mary Rice guilty of accessory after the fact to first-degree murder as charged in the indictment.
Not long after that, Mary Rice heard the court's final decision. For the murder of Kayla Crocker, she was sentenced to life in prison. The verdict marked a major turning point in one of the most high-profile chapters of the case and meant that she could spend the rest of her life behind bars. For the victim's family, the ruling represented an important moment after a lengthy investigation, numerous court hearings, and many months spent waiting for justice to be served. In addition to that, the court sentenced Mary to another 30 years in prison for her role as an accessory after the murders of Alicia Greer and Jacqueline Moore. That additional sentence was added to an already severe punishment and reflected her involvement in a series of events that had drawn the attention of law enforcement agencies across multiple states. Even so, the case was not entirely over. Authorities in Baldwin County continued to pursue Mary's extradition to Alabama, where she could potentially stand trial for the murder of Peggy Brose. At that time, however, the chances of that happening remained highly uncertain. Attorneys and law enforcement officials noted that her transfer was unlikely to take place in the near future because of the complex legal procedures involved and her existing legal obligations in Florida. Legal experts explained that before any possible extradition could move forward, all appeals related to Mary's current conviction would first have to be resolved. Another possibility was that she would need to serve at least 80% of her sentence, which would effectively amount to roughly 30 years in prison. Until one of those conditions was met, the question of transferring her to another state remained unresolved. Only after that could Florida consider turning her over to Alabama for a new trial. But even then, there was another major obstacle standing in the way. The situation was made even more complicated by the fact that prosecutors in Alabama could seek the harshest possible punishment for Mary, the death penalty. That possibility alone made any future legal decisions especially complex and potentially lengthy.
One source in Florida told us it could be decades, and we're hoping that that is wrong. We're doing our due diligence and trying to make sure we get everything done so that we can get her back here as quickly as we can. When this process gets drawn out, as long as it can sometimes, it is not justice for our victims or their families.
In 2019, Mary filed her first appeal in an effort to challenge the sentence handed down by the court in Florida. Her defense team hoped to secure a review of the case and persuade the judicial system to take another look at arguments they believed could have affected the outcome of the trial. However, after examining the case records and considering the arguments that were presented, the appellate court found no grounds to overturn or modify the original ruling. As a result, Mary's first appeal was denied, and the sentence that had previously been imposed remained in effect. May 9th, 2019. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a quiet neighborhood in Kenosha, 15-year-old Kay Jugga had just gotten home from school with her mother. Music was playing through the house. They were joking around, dancing, and just going about their normal day, but someone had already been watching the house. Later, security cameras would capture a figure in a hoodie, dressed completely in black. The person left a bicycle near the park, walked along the neighboring houses, and entered through the open garage door. Just over a minute passed. Then the gunshots started. First one, a few seconds later, another, then another, and another. 7 shots in total. Kay's mother hid inside the bathroom and called 911, convinced the shooter was still inside the house. But before that, she managed to see the person clearly, and she recognized him immediately. Her daughter's ex-boyfriend, she begged him to stop. He gave only one response: "No, I have to." And then he pulled the trigger again. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now let's keep going. A doorbell camera across the street captured the sound of the gunshots. 7 shots echoed through what was usually a quiet, peaceful neighborhood. Moments later, the hooded figure ran from the scene. Inside the house, mother and daughter were left fighting for their lives. Around 2 o'clock that Thursday afternoon, on May 9th, 2019, Stephanie Jugga left her home in Kenosha to pick up her 15-year-old daughter, Kay, from school. Stephanie ran a photography business out of their home, which meant she was usually able to drive her daughter to and from school herself. She and her husband, Nick, had 3 children. Their oldest son, Tyler, had already moved out. Their youngest, 11-year-old Mason, was attending a local elementary school. At around 2:20 in the afternoon, Stephanie and Kay pulled into the driveway, opened the garage, and went inside. Once they got home, they turned on music. It was their time together. That part of the day, when the house belonged only to the 2 of them, they danced, laughed, and joked around. A few minutes after getting home, Kay went to her room to get ready for her shift at her part-time job. Stephanie went into the master bathroom to finish drying her hair. Then, exactly at 3 o'clock, the sound of gunshots broke through the noise of the hairdryer, followed immediately by screams. At 3:02 p.m., Stephanie called 911. Locked inside the master bedroom, Stephanie had no idea how badly Kay had been injured. She was too afraid to leave the room, believing the shooter could still be somewhere inside the house. But one thing she felt certain about was who had pulled the trigger: her daughter's ex-boyfriend.
You said it's her ex-boyfriend? Yeah. Do you know where he is? No, I don't think that you must be forward. Please. Okay, how old are you? I'm 38, 39. Oh my God. I need your help. Right away. Please. I'm getting you help. You don't know where he is? No, I'm not going to Okay, you think he took off running? I don't know where he is.
Stephanie couldn't know for sure, although investigators would later determine that the shooter had already fled the house before the 911 call was made. The attack was already over. Not knowing that, Stephanie finally left the safety of the bathroom and ran back to Kay's room. There, she found her daughter lying on the floor.
Okay, where is your daughter? She's in the bedroom? Okay, what is his name again? Monkey Phillips. F-U-L-L-E-R. Monkey Phillips. You're going to be a Florida, he come on foot, you know? There's a lot of people coming. A lot. They're going to come help you, okay? Oh my God. How old is this Marquis? 15. 15? Yes.
Deputies from the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department arrived at the house within minutes, along with EMTs. They found Stephanie Jugga inside the bedroom next to Kay. Stephanie had been shot in the left arm just above the wrist. Another bullet had struck her in the right side of her body. Even with those injuries, she was desperately trying to save her daughter's life by performing CPR. Kay was carried out onto the front lawn so emergency crews could begin treatment, while Stephanie was rushed to a nearby hospital just a few blocks away. But despite how quickly paramedics responded and how close the hospital was, Kay's injuries were far too severe. She was pronounced dead at the scene. The Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office later found that she had suffered 4 gunshot wounds to the chest and a 5th to the head. Medical staff would later say that even if a full surgical team had been standing inside Kay's room the exact moment the shooting started, there still would have been no way to save her. Stephanie Jugga survived the attack after undergoing multiple surgeries to her arm, chest, and abdomen. As soon as she was physically able to speak with detectives, she described what happened in the final seconds before she was shot. She said she first heard a horrifying scream, followed by a loud gunshot coming from her daughter's room. Stephanie ran to see what had happened, and standing in the doorway, she saw her daughter's ex-boyfriend, 15-year-old Martis Fuller. Then she begged him, "You don't have to do this." He answered, "No, I have to." After that, he raised the gun toward her chest and fired. Stephanie managed to retreat behind the bedroom door, but the shooter followed her and kicked the door open. Then he fired again. Backing farther into the master bedroom, she was finally able to lock herself inside the bathroom. From there, Stephanie made 2 phone calls. The first was to her husband. The second was to 911. Inside the house, investigators initially recovered 6 shell casings. Later, they determined there had actually been 7 shots fired, and the final casing was eventually found beneath a console table near the bottom of the stairs. There were drops of blood on the staircase, along with a single bullet. At the upstairs landing near the bedrooms, shattered furniture became part of the crime scene after officers forced open one of the locked bedroom doors to make sure the shooter was not hiding inside. He wasn't there. Martis Fuller, if he was in fact the gunman, had already fled before police arrived. Inside Kay's bedroom, a cluster of shell casings near the mirror, partially buried in the carpet, showed investigators where the shooting had started. The downward angle of the gunfire led detectives to pull back a section of carpet near where Kay had collapsed. Underneath it, they found a bullet lodged deep in the wooden floor. Investigators believe the final shot had been fired at close range while the shooter was standing directly over her. On the sidewalk between the Jugga home and Horizon Park, detectives found a single bullet matching the type used in the shooting. They believed it had accidentally been dropped on the way to the house before the attack. 15-year-old Kay Jugga was a member of her school's cheerleading team. She also played softball and was an honor student at Bradford High School. Kay excelled at everything she did. She loved life, and she was passionate about music and dancing. In the middle of their grief, friends and family kept coming back to one thing: Kay's unforgettable laugh. She would start telling a joke, then completely lose it halfway through and burst into uncontrollable laughter so hard that everyone around her would end up crying from laughing before she even finished the story. It was impossible not to get pulled into Kay's joy and laughter.
She would always make a room light up with her smile anytime, or her laugh. Her laugh is, you can always remember her laugh. I can hear it all the time. You know, it's very memorable.
She was such a loving person. Kaylee loved cheer. She loved being with her friends. She was just a bubbly person. She made everything a great time.
The cheerleaders who had performed alongside Kay wanted to honor their friend with a special routine followed by a moment of silence. At first, the local school board blocked the memorial, saying they could not allow it for legal reasons. The situation was complicated because 2 students from the same school were connected to the case, Kay and Martis, and school officials did not want it to appear as though they were taking sides.
My wife was shot, trying to give CPR to my daughter who was murdered. And they can't do a moment of silence or a 5-minute cheer? Ridiculous.
After a wave of backlash over the decision, the school changed its position and the memorial was ultimately allowed to take place.
Glad this was able to happen, and I'm glad to see that everyone came out for Kaylee and that I love her and that I'll always miss her.
Right after the murder, the shooter, believed to be Martis Fuller, fled the scene. Even though everything happened fast and in complete chaos, Stephanie Jugga had every reason to be confident in her identification. Martis had become part of the Jugga family's life about a year before the tragedy. When Kay first brought her new boyfriend home, he was generally welcomed by the family. Stephanie later said he seemed like a good kid at the time, an athlete with plans for college, and what looked like a stable future ahead of him. Martis played basketball and was the quarterback for his school's football team, while Kay had joined the cheerleading squad. To everyone around them, they looked like the perfect young couple. Over the next 10 months, Martis ate dinner at the Jugga house 2 or 3 times a week. He stayed over to watch movies with the family, attended football games for Kay's younger brother Mason, and even spent major holidays, including Christmas, with the Jugga family. But over time, the relationship between the teenagers started becoming unhealthy. Martis seemed to want constant control over his contact with Kay. Even when she was home, she would keep him on video calls while doing homework, watching TV, or texting friends. If she went anywhere without him, he would repeatedly call and message her nonstop, even after Stephanie sat him down and explained that his behavior was disrupting the peace inside their family. He brushed her concerns aside, laughed it off, and kept calling anyway. At the same time, typical teenage rumors were spreading all over social media. Kay heard accusations that Martis was spending time with another girl. And from there, it seemed like Martis started accusing Kay of doing the exact same thing. During the summer before the murder, one of Martis's friends messaged him saying, "Weren't you hanging out with another girl just yesterday?" Kay deserves better. On X, which was still called Twitter at the time, Kay posted, "I didn't even do anything. You never believe me. I swear to God, I'm so sick of this already." The alleged third party later replied, "Me or Kay?" And then she added, "Wait, seriously? You were cheating on both of us. And the crazy part is he was with me at school yesterday." Martis's controlling behavior kept getting more aggressive. One incident inside the halls of Bradford High School took a disturbing turn when Martis blocked Kay's path and demanded that she hand over her phone. School security had to step in to calm the situation and physically restrain him. Afterward, Kay was left in tears. Following that incident, the school ordered Martis to stay away from her. Their class schedules were changed, and an official agreement was put in place. One more outburst like that, and he would be expelled. No sports teams, no chance at a scholarship. He was forbidden from having any contact with Kay Jugga. In February, he violated that agreement. Martis cornered Kay again, and this time teachers witnessed the incident themselves. Everything was captured on surveillance cameras, but Martis still denied it happened. He was expelled from school, and according to witnesses, he was furious. By spring, Kay had completely ended the relationship. At first, she downplayed what had happened at school because she did not want to drag him deeper into trouble. But after the expulsion, she finally reached her breaking point. She posted online about someone believed to be Martis, writing that he was taking advantage of her. "Start respecting yourself and stop letting people treat you like this," she wrote. In response, her ex-boyfriend began obsessively following almost every move she made. On X, Kay posted, "Keep watching, baby." People saw him pacing back and forth outside the Jugga house after school. Sometimes he would quietly stand outside late at night, staring through Kay's bedroom window while the family slept inside, and the phone calls never stopped. Eventually, Kay blocked his number. Martis started calling her from his friends' phones instead. Sometimes the friends would briefly talk to her first, then hand the phone over to him. Kay started blocking those numbers too. Whenever she went out with friends, they agreed not to post selfies online or reveal where they were. They stopped sharing plans on social media because they were afraid Martis would see it and show up uninvited. At just 15 years old, Kay ended up quitting her first job at a local laundromat because she no longer felt safe being there alone. The business owner tried to help however he could. Martis's number was blocked on the work phone, and Kay was allowed to keep the doors locked whenever she worked by herself, only opening them when customers knocked. But even with all those precautions, she lived in constant fear. In April, she sent a message to her first employer saying, "Brian, thank you for giving me the opportunity to work here. I really appreciate you hiring me for my first job. Unfortunately, because of a situation happening in my personal life, I need to find work somewhere with more people around and somewhere he won't know where I work for my own safety." Kay eventually found a new job and hoped her ex-boyfriend would never figure out where it was. Immediately after the shooting, police in Kenosha launched a large-scale search for the 15-year-old suspect. Investigators learned that he had not been living at his mother's house for several weeks. Instead, he had been moving from one friend's home to another, staying wherever he could. When detectives spoke with his mother, Elise Fuller, she insisted her son could not have been the shooter because he had supposedly been at her house from noon until 3 o'clock that afternoon, the exact time the murder took place. But Martis's girlfriend, Alexis, gave police a completely different version of events. She told investigators that Martis had spent the night at her house. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, she dropped him off near another friend's home, only about 10 blocks from the Jugga residence. Later, Martis asked her to pick him up from roughly the same area around 3:30. When she did, he was wearing the same clothes, but his white sneakers were now extremely dirty, and he looked visibly shaken. The following morning, Kenosha Police Department received a call from Martis's cousin, Anise Andrews, who lived in Racine. She said that to her surprise, her younger cousin had suddenly shown up outside her home late the night before, around 9 o'clock. She let him stay for a few hours so he could see family members, but when he still refused to leave, she finally turned him into police.
You gotta do, you can't keep waiting, you can't keep standing around here. I know you want to see your family and everything, but the time is almost up. Anything could happen to you at this point. He really didn't want to speak on the situation. I was just trying to calm him down and just trying to figure out what was going on in your mind that you did something like that. Because I know my cousin, he's 15 years old. He is not that type of person. I wouldn't wish this on nobody, and I feel like how I am with both sides of the family. I wouldn't want my 16-year-old daughter getting shot and killed in her own home, and my 15-year-old cousin might get sentenced for life. So right now, it's just, my head is everywhere.
At first, Annalise told police only that she knew authorities were searching for her cousin, which was why she turned him in. Even then, she said she did not believe he was capable of what he was being accused of. As detectives walked her out of the station, they spoke to her not just as a witness, but as a mother. They asked how she would feel if it had been one of her own children, if her 6-year-old son or her 4-year-old daughter had been murdered inside their own home. Those words stayed with Annalise. After thinking about it, she told detectives she had more to say. They went back inside the station and sat down for another interview. That was when she revealed that her cousin had essentially confessed the entire crime to her the night before. Surveillance cameras around the neighborhood captured a timeline on the day of the murder that closely matched the information Annalise had already given police. Shortly before 2 o'clock, Alexis dropped Martis off near his friend's house in a neighborhood not far from the Jugga home. An indoor security camera captured him standing near the front door wearing dark jeans, a gray hoodie, white sneakers, and a black backpack. Not long afterward, he was seen leaving the house on a bicycle. Between his friend's house and the Jugga residence was another home equipped with a doorbell camera. That camera recorded someone riding a bike westbound toward Kay's house, wearing a gray hoodie, dark pants, white sneakers, and a backpack. Across from the Jugga home sat Horizon Park, a large open park with playgrounds, walking paths, and sports fields. Trees lined the road nearby. Hidden among those trees, someone would have a clear view of the front of the Jugga house. According to Annalise, Martis left the bike among the trees, changed clothes, and began watching the house. She said he later admitted that his original plan had only been to go inside and shoot Kay once, maybe twice. He told his cousin that he watched Stephanie and Kay arrive home and enter through the garage. He knew their routine. He knew Nick would still be at work and that Mason would still be at school. Another security camera across the street later captured a figure now dressed entirely in black and no longer carrying the backpack, although the white sneakers remained the same. The person moved along the sides of neighboring houses and walked directly beneath a camera mounted near the corner of the Jugga garage before entering through the open garage door. Even if the Jugga family's home security system had been working that day, which it was not, investigators believe the route chosen by the attacker would likely have kept him out of view of their cameras anyway. Just over a minute passed after the person entered the house, nearly 90 seconds before the gunshots began. First came a single shot. 16 seconds later, another. Then the remaining shots came rapidly one after another, 7 shots total. The attacker spent about 3 minutes and 40 seconds inside the house altogether. Cameras then captured the figure running out through the garage and speeding back down the street toward Horizon Park. The same Nest camera that had recorded the hooded rider calmly passing the house earlier that afternoon, taking about 8 seconds to move through frame, captured the cyclist again. This time, the rider flew past in the opposite direction in only 2 seconds. The returning figure was once again wearing the gray hoodie, leading investigators to believe Martis had changed back into his original clothes before escaping. Just as Annalise described, the return trip was captured at 3:04 p.m., only 2 minutes after Stephanie managed to call 911. Martise Fuller was charged with first-degree intentional homicide and attempted first-degree intentional homicide. His trial was scheduled to begin in February of 2020. But even before the case reached court, Martis found himself facing new trouble. Prosecutors claimed that, with help from certain family members, he had attempted to interfere with potential jurors.
We were monitoring some jail phone calls from the defendant. The allegation is that the defendant got the names off of a chart of the potential jurors, that the defendant then memorized those names and made some assumptions about who was related to those individuals, and then began to try to contact people to get in touch with them. The supreme seriousness of something like that is that it really deals with the whole integrity of a jury trial.
Around that same time, during one of the pretrial hearings, Martis's mother, Elise Fuller, was arrested after an emotional outburst inside the courtroom. Following a heated confrontation, authorities planned to charge her with obstructing an officer. Exactly what she yelled during the incident was never publicly released. The murder trial eventually began in May.
On May 9th of 2019, the unimaginable happened to the Juga family. A person that they shared Christmas Day with, that they opened their home and their hearts to, and let him share time with their precious daughter, took her life. And he looked at Stephanie Juga in the face after all their time together and tried to take her life too. And when she tried to reason with him, he told her, "Yes, I do," and shot her twice.
Between March and May of 2019, Martis Fuller's life was in chaos. He had been expelled from Bradford High School, unable to play football, and ultimately, due to a fight with his family, he found himself homeless. He was transient. He didn't have a cell phone that had a cellular connection. He was forced to rely on using Wi-Fi when he could have internet at various locations. He found himself begging, relying on friends for rides because he was 15. He couldn't drive. He didn't have a car. During this time period, Martis was frequently frantic. He was overwhelmed. He was a 15-year-old child trying to survive.
Prosecutors built their case around two stories unfolding at the same time. The first was Kay's reality, her attempts to escape a toxic relationship and protect herself. The second was the story of Martis, who was becoming increasingly angry over losing control, first over Kay and then over his own life. According to the prosecution, that anger led to a series of decisions during the week leading up to the murder. First, Martis began talking to several friends about where he could get a gun and ammunition. Eventually, he managed to obtain both. 7 days before the shooting, someone photographed him holding the newly acquired handgun. He showed the weapon off to friends and bragged about it. 3 days before the murder, he told one of his friends that Kay had ruined his life and that he wanted to kill her. 2 days before the crime, he was searching through her Facebook page trying to figure out where she was. Around the same time, he borrowed a bicycle from one friend and then hid it at another friend's house near the Juga residence. He also started watching the neighborhood during the day and at night, staring through the window of Kay's bedroom. On May 9th, the day of the murder, Martis messaged his friend Desiree and asked her to do this job with him. She understood exactly what he meant. Earlier that same week, he had already brought it up twice before he wanted Kay dead.
Make any suggestions about what he wanted to do to his ex-girlfriend?
Yes.
What did he say?
That he wanted to kill her.
What did you say to that?
I listened.
And do you remember what his message to you was?
To do the hit with him.
What did you understand that to mean?
The obvious, to kill her.
To kill the ex-girlfriend like he had talked about the day before?
Yes. It says, "I'm so mad, you need to do that to her."
Say that again?
"I'm so mad, you need to do that to her."
And what is the day and time that that message was sent to you?
Thursday at 11:52 a.m.
Thank you.
Desiree refused to take part in the plan, but she did not tell anyone about the conversation with Martise until after Kay's death. By the time she testified in court, Desiree was already serving time in a juvenile facility for several unrelated crimes. Investigators were eventually able to recover the murder weapon with help from another one of Martis's cousins, a man named Dantrell Seymour. Dantrell led police to a storm drain in Racine where 15-year-old Martis had wrapped the handgun in a baby diaper taken from a relative's house and thrown it inside. Detectives later admitted they likely never would have found the weapon without that information. The same was true for the clothes Martis allegedly changed into before the attack, the black hoodie and white sneakers believed to have been worn inside the Jugga home. Police never recovered them. After learning how he disposed of the gun, investigators believed the clothing had probably also been dumped somewhere in a sewer system between Kenosha and Racine. There were simply too many locations to search. However, detectives did recover other clothing belonging to Martise, along with the black backpack seen in surveillance footage. Those items were still with him when Ananise turned him over to police the following day. To explain Martis's mental state and possible motive, prosecutors called an assistant principal from Bradford High School to testify about the behavior that eventually led to his expulsion. Jill Schwensen worked in student discipline and regularly dealt with troubled teenagers. But according to her testimony, Martis Fuller stood out from the rest. Even after years of working as a social worker with difficult and sometimes aggressive teens, she said Martise genuinely frightened her. She described his anger over being separated from Kay at school. Then, after he violated the no-contact agreement and learned he was going to be expelled, he began repeatedly calling every office in the school, desperately trying to reach the assistant principal and convince her to reverse the decision. He refused to accept her answer. Eventually, she stopped engaging with him altogether and simply hung up the phone.
He was very angry with me. He called me a liar. He told me that I didn't know what I was talking about or what I had seen. He put his finger in my face. We had to take a break for him to take a walk. Ultimately, we had to call Dad to convince him to sign it.
Did his father come or did he just talk to him over the phone?
He spoke to him over the phone. I had told both students that I was going to split them up. They had several classes together, and Martise did not want that to happen. And there was a day during his suspension that he was calling every office in the school building, trying to get to me so he could convince me not to change their schedules. Students are usually not very happy with me when they meet with me because it's my job to do discipline. However, this was an extreme case for me. I was scared.
You were scared of Martise?
Yes. I explained to him that this is what was going to happen. He kept trying to tell me that that's not what Kaylee wanted, that that's not what he wanted, that it wasn't as bad as what I thought. I ultimately had to hang up the phone on him because he would not stop talking.
Martis's defense attorneys tried wherever they could to find weaknesses in what appeared to be an almost airtight case. One argument raised by the defense was that in the middle of the chaos and trauma of the attack, Stephanie Jugga may have mistakenly identified her daughter's ex-boyfriend as the killer. According to the attorneys, because of the long-running conflict between Martis and the family, it would have been natural for her to immediately assume the person standing outside Kay's room was him, even if it had actually been a complete stranger. They also argued that once investigators focused on Martis, they stopped seriously considering other possible suspects. But Stephanie Jugga's testimony came across as powerful and confident, leaving very little room for doubt.
And I went running out of my bathroom, through my bedroom, and stopped in the doorway of my bedroom. Facing me was Martise with a gun.
Did you say anything to him when you saw him?
I did. I stopped in my doorway and I looked at him and I said, "Oh my God, Martise." I said, please, you don't have to do this. And he looked at me and he said, yes, I do.
Stephanie described how she tried to help Kay, but by then it was already too late.
So then I tried to start doing CPR as best as I could.
And was that, were you able to do that having been shot in your own wrist?
At that moment, it was very painful, but I didn't care. Trying to save her was more important.
Did your daughter die as a result of those shots?
She did. Yes.
Annalise told the jury about the confession her cousin made to her the night after the murder. According to her, the fact that he showed up at her house at all already felt unusual. They were family, but they had never been especially close. When he started explaining what had happened, she simply listened. Then early the next morning, she called the police.
The detectives was telling me to put my daughter in their shoes and to see how I would feel about, something happening like that to my daughter.
Do you remember what additional things you told the officer at that time? So what did you say that the defendant, Martise Fuller, had told you about what happened at the Juga house that day?
Well, he told me that he was watching her house for quite a while, and that he knew when she would be alone at her house. And then he said that when he walked in, they were listening to music, and her Kylie was in her room, and what, the door cracked or something like that. And he said that he shot at her once, and he freaked out and he snapped and shot at the mom twice.
The defense did not call a single witness. Throughout the trial, Martis's attorneys chose not to present anyone who could testify in his favor or seriously challenge the prosecution's version of events. Martis himself also chose not to testify, remaining silent during some of the most important moments of the case. For the jury, that meant the closing arguments carried enormous weight, because those final statements were meant to pull every piece of the story together into one complete picture. In closing, prosecutors carefully walked the jury through what they described as a series of absurd coincidences that all would have needed to happen at the exact same time for Martis to actually be innocent. They spoke slowly and methodically, step by step, reminding jurors of every major detail in the case, while arguing that the defense's theory simply did not make sense. Prosecutors said that, under the defense's version of events, Stephanie would have had to somehow mistakenly identify the person she saw that day. According to the state, this would not have been a simple misidentification, but a mistake that unbelievably lined up with countless other pieces of evidence. Prosecutors also focused heavily on the fact that Martis's own cousin seemed to know far too many details about the crime before investigators had even obtained the surveillance footage or completed their analysis of the scene. To the prosecution, that was one of the most disturbing parts of the entire case, because the information she described had not yet been publicly known at the time. And as prosecutors pointed out, the confession she recounted was later backed up by an overwhelming number of facts, pieces of evidence, and matching timelines. In the prosecution's view, all of those details fit together into one clear and consistent story, one that could no longer be explained away as coincidence.
What a horrible coincidence if you're an innocent person. And then, here's a horrible coincidence. It's a cousin of yours who takes the police, who otherwise are never going to find this gun, to a sewer in Racine where they find the very gun that is the murder weapon. Okay, so you didn't kill her, but your cousin is able to lead police to the murder weapon, which looks identical to a picture we have of you with the same gun and to what your friend says is the gun you showed him, just days before the murder.
The defense's final major argument centered on timing. Attorneys claimed the shooter simply would not have had enough time to carry out every action within such a short window. According to the defense, it was impossible for someone to leave the Jugga house around 3 o'clock, run back to the park, change clothes, and then be captured riding a bicycle in the opposite direction only 4 minutes later. That became one of the key pillars of their case as they tried to challenge the entire sequence of events presented by prosecutors. They argued that the timeline was physically impossible and that the timing just did not add up. According to the defense, prosecutors were trying to cram far too many actions into far too little time in order to make their theory appear believable to the jury. Prosecutors pushed back hard against that claim, arguing that the timeline actually lined up almost perfectly. They broke down the route and movements minute by minute, insisting that every action fit comfortably within the established time frame. That portion of the trial became one of the most intense moments in court because both sides were essentially arguing not just over evidence, but over seconds. The distance from Horizon Park to the Jugga house was roughly 320 meters. Prosecutors pointed out that a high school athlete could cover that distance in well under a minute, especially while running on adrenaline and panic. In their view, that part of the timeline was completely realistic. Riding a bike from the park to the house with the doorbell camera a distance of about 0.17 miles could be done in roughly 30 to 40 seconds at the speed seen on the surveillance footage. Prosecutors argued that the camera recordings actually supported their timeline rather than contradicting it. By their calculations, that still left another 2 to 3 minutes available for the clothing change. And according to the prosecution, the outfit believed to have been worn by Martis could be removed quickly and easily, a black tracksuit designed to be worn over other clothing and stripped off fast afterward. For prosecutors, that became yet another piece of evidence supporting the realism of their timeline. The jury returned with a verdict only a few hours later. After all the arguments about timing, routes, and evidence, their decision would finally determine which version of events they believed was more convincing.
The verdicts read as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 2 of the information, dated today and signed by the foreperson.
After the verdict was read, Martis slowly turned his head toward his family sitting inside the courtroom. A heavy silence filled the room, broken only by quiet movement and the restrained emotions of the people witnessing the end of a deeply tragic case. His relatives kept their eyes fixed on him as the court officially decided his future. The realization that at 16 years old he would likely spend the rest of his life in prison seemed to hit him gradually, almost in waves. At first, Martis tried to remain composed, keeping his emotions under control, but the tension inside the courtroom became impossible to ignore. A minute or two passed after the verdict, and eventually the emotional pressure became too much. He suddenly pulled off his face mask, broke down in tears, and began crying openly in the courtroom. During the sentencing hearing, Martis asked his attorney to read a prepared statement on his behalf. The atmosphere inside the courtroom remained tense and heavy. Family members sitting in attendance listened closely to every word, hoping to hear some kind of explanation or at least an acknowledgement of responsibility for the tragedy that had permanently changed their lives. In the statement, Martis wrote that he was sorry for what happened to Kay and described her death as tragic. At the same time, however, he continued to maintain his innocence in the murder. His words were calm and restrained, but for many people in the courtroom, they became yet another painful moment in a case that had already left behind far too much grief, too many unanswered questions, and memories that would never fully fade.
Truthfully, I am sorry about the pain you've all suffered through, but more importantly, the loss of my ex-girlfriend, Kaylee, that I loved too. So I am sorry. Despite the hatred that is against me, I still am sorry. but I have to continue to stand innocent because I am. And I know that I've barely showed emotion throughout my time, but in all honesty, it is because it's hard to have tears left to cry knowing my mom lost a son, one of her children too.
You sat emotionless until the verdict was returned. You seemed to have no ethos, no regret, no sorrow, no empathy. You are for you and no one else. You are a very dangerous and a damaged human being.
Martise Fuller was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The decision brought a final legal ending to a case that had shocked many people because of its brutality and heartbreaking circumstances. The trial left a lasting impact on everyone who followed the story, and for Kay's family, that day became another painful reminder that nothing could ever undo the loss they suffered. Today, Martis is serving his sentence at Green Bay Correctional Institution, where he is reportedly visited often by family members. Behind the prison's high walls, life continues under a strict daily routine. But for the people who loved Kay, none of it brings real closure. Even after the sentence was handed down, the pain left behind by the tragedy never truly disappeared. A little more than 5 years after Kay's death, on what would have been her 20th birthday, Stephanie spoke publicly about her loss and the emotional weight the family still carries every single day. She talked about how deeply Kay is still missed by everyone who knew her, how often her name still comes up in conversations, and how painful it is to think about all the moments in life she never got the chance to experience for her family. That date became more than just a memorial. It became another reminder of the future Kay was permanently robbed of.
Today we celebrate Kaylee, even though it's not the same. And this is our 5th birthday without her. I mean, how can it be 5 birthdays without her? And it just seems like everything happened yesterday.
On October 11th, 2025, a young musician from England sends her friend a series of disturbing messages from Florida. She says a man is taking her phone away. She says she's been locked inside a house in the middle of nowhere. She says he keeps talking about murder. And then one more message comes through. I'm so scared. I feel completely broken and I'm in so much pain. A few days later, police would find 32-year-old Sonia Exelby buried in a shallow grave deep in the woods of Marion Oaks. Her body had been covered with dirt right next to the label from a shovel. She had stab wounds, bruises, and clear signs of violence across her body. But the most disturbing part of the case was still waiting for investigators. Sonia had flown to Florida for what was supposed to be just a 2-day trip. She had no friends there, no family, no obvious reason to travel across the ocean in the first place. But as detectives dug deeper, they uncovered hidden conversations, 2 years of online messages, fetish forums, chats about kidnapping, torture, and death, and a man using the name Dark Wolf. When police finally confronted him, he started telling a bizarre story about a mysterious client, a secret storage barn filled with expensive cars, and celebrities who supposedly hid their vehicles in Florida. But investigators found something very different on his phone. A video of Sonia. She's sitting in a chair inside a rented Airbnb. Her hair is a mess. She looks terrified, and she's barely holding back tears. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now let's keep going. In the fall of 2025, a young musician from England suddenly boarded a flight from London Heathrow to Gainesville, Florida. Just 2 days later, she missed her flight back home. What happened to Sonia Exelby was both shocking and tragically predictable at the same time. The disturbing truth would eventually come to light through her secret messages. Plans that had been taking shape in the shadows, hidden deep within the darkest corners of the internet.
And I'm gone. Bitch is gone. Sorry. But
did you say bitch is gone?
Yeah.
During the afternoon of October 17th, 2025, law enforcement officers in the Marion Oaks area of Florida made a horrifying discovery in the woods. Focusing on a patch of ground that appeared to have been recently disturbed, officers uncovered a shallow grave. Buried there was the body of 32-year-old Sonia Exelby. Just days earlier, she had been reported missing. Sonia had suffered 4 stab wounds to her torso, bruising on other parts of her body, and an abrasion on her neck. Her death was officially ruled a homicide. Exactly 1 week earlier, Sonia had flown from her home in Portsmouth, England, to Gainesville, Florida. Her return flight was scheduled for only 2 days later, but she never boarded that plane. The city of Portsmouth sits along the southern coast of England in the county of Hampshire. Known as the birthplace of Charles Dickens, the city is rich in culture and history. Its historic dockyard attracts visitors with preserved naval ships, while its commercial ferry port remains one of the busiest in the United Kingdom. In the fall of 2025, Portsmouth was home to Sonia Exelby. Sonia studied music. As a pianist and singer, she wrote her own compositions and performed live. She also shared much of her music online. Sonia made a living teaching music, giving lessons in several instruments including piano, guitar, and flute, and above all, she truly loved to sing.
Hi, so the piece that I'm going to play you today is a bit different to what you might used to be hearing, but I hope you enjoy. If it's true what they say, I will hear them, I pray unto
Sonia had been in a relationship with her boyfriend, an artist named Stevie, for nearly 15 years. The two lived together in South Sea with their beloved cat, Meryl, whom they absolutely adored. It was Stevie, along with other members of Sonia's family, who first raised the alarm when she failed to board her flight home from Florida. Hampshire police were notified about her disappearance, and before long, Interpol became involved in the case as well. Calling Sonia the love of his life, Stevie pleaded on social media for help finding her. He wrote that he was deeply worried about her safety, explaining that she was vulnerable and had been struggling with serious mental health issues. Sonia had originally planned a trip to London, but without warning, she boarded a flight at Heathrow Airport and flew to the United States. As far as anyone knew, Sonia had no connections to anyone in Florida.
I cannot run away from the things that they say. I will stay.
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement contacted Interpol after Sonia's family in Hampshire officially reported her missing. Investigators began tracing Sonia's movements after she landed at Gainesville Regional Airport on the evening of October 10th. As they dug deeper, they discovered several unusual transactions linked to her bank cards. Just after midnight on October 11th, within a span of only 10 minutes, at least 7 attempts were made to charge her debit card. Every single one of them was declined. Then, at 1:10 in the afternoon on October 12th, another payment finally went through, this time using a different debit card for an amount of $1,200. Both the failed payments and the successful transaction were connected to a company called Solver Wolf's Roadside Assistance. That immediately gave investigators a lead. Detectives reached out to the owner of the business, a man named Dwayne Hall.
Hello, this is Dwayne with Solver Wolf Roadside. How can I help you?
Hey, my name is Calvin Lee. I'm a special agent with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement out of the Gainesville area. And here, we got a weird request. So, we are helping out the United Kingdom police with a missing person. And looking through her banking records, it looked like she called your business for assistance probably 2 or 3 days ago, and the payment was declined. Her name would have been Sonia Exelby. Is that ringing a bell?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yeah, she broke down, needed a tire change,
Okay.
and was requesting to be transported the rest of the way to her location, but declined payments. We ain't gonna touch that.
Okay. So
We have to pay for our services.
right. So she did. So you did change the tire, and the payment got declined, or that payment went through and
We never showed up.
Oh, okay, okay. So she said she had a flat tire.
Yeah.
And so before y'all show up there, y'all do. They have to pay over the phone.
Yeah.
Okay, and that declined, so y'all never actually showed up.
Right.
Did she say where she was wanting to go to, her final destination?
Did not say.
Okay.
She was very, very secretive about everything. I don't know.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. You said you're Dwayne, right? The owner?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your last name, just for my record, so I say I spoke with you?
Hall, H-A-L-L.
H-A-L-L.
Dwayne Hall was not only the owner of the roadside assistance company, he was also its only employee. Dwayne told detectives that because Sonia's payment had been declined, he never responded to the service call. But that explanation obviously did not answer the bigger question why the very next day, $1,200 had been charged to Sonia's second card and transferred to his company. At the very least, investigators believed Dwayne could be involved in credit card fraud.
I've got just a ridiculous amount of money coming out this month for everything, and we haven't even gotten to taxes yet. That's next month probably. So it's like I'm struggling really hard. I'm struggling financially and emotionally. So does anybody possibly want to help me save my company, my future, and pretty much everything that goes along with that? Because if you do, I could really use about $10K right now. Otherwise, it looks like this might be the end of my company.
Dwayne and his longtime partner, Ginger Stein, whom he often referred to as his wife, had been going through extremely difficult times. The two first met when Ginger was only 16 years old. At the time, Dwayne was 26. About a year later, their relationship turned romantic. According to Ginger, once she turned 17, they remained together on and off for nearly 3 decades. They were living together in Ocala while raising Ginger's son. Financial problems kept piling up. Ginger had been diagnosed with a rare disease that caused scarring on her lungs. In 2025, she underwent a double lung transplant that ultimately saved her life. But the surgery also left the couple buried in massive medical debt. Their attempts to raise money online to help cover the costs failed badly. One of those efforts included a GoFundMe campaign for Ginger, where they hoped to collect thousands of dollars. In the end, the fundraiser received just $50 from a single donor.
I need to ask for everybody to try to donate to me and my wife. We're trying to offset about $12,000 worth of medical expenses and moving expenses and everything else because she's trying to get a transplant. And of course, if anybody's out there that's been through the process before, you know that involves about 10,000 doctor's appointments, and I can't do doctor's appointments with my wife and work, and I'd rather be with my wife than work any day of the week. And we're asking everybody out there that sees this to try to do what you can to help donate to offset that $12,000 expense that we need help with.
While speaking with detectives, Dwayne Hall conveniently left out the fact that $1,200 had been charged from Sonia Exelby's account the day before she was supposed to fly home. He also could not provide any real details about Sonia's vehicle or the location where she supposedly needed roadside assistance. Meanwhile, investigators were able to track down the bookings Sonia had made for the trip, including her plane tickets, her transportation to Heathrow, and an Airbnb rental in the small town of Reddick. When detectives arrived at the Airbnb, they discovered the property had never been cleaned after Sonia's stay. Inside the trash, they found a receipt for a shovel, even though the shovel itself was missing from the house. There were also food wrappers, a Dunkin' Donuts coffee cup, sandwich packaging, and a container of strawberries from a gas station, all purchased using the same bank card. One neighbor told investigators they had seen a black SUV parked outside the house during the weekend of October 10th through the 12th. On the back of the vehicle was a sticker that read "Emergency Roadside." Every transaction connected to the Airbnb purchases led back to the same name, Dwayne Hall. On October 11th, the same day those debit card transactions were being declined, Sonia sent a message to one of her friends. Panicked, emotional, and at times barely making sense, she wrote, "I'm sorry, he keeps taking my phone away. He doesn't trust me to have it. He made it very clear there's no way out unless I shoot him. He questioned me yesterday. I can't kill anyone. He's in the shower right now, but I'm locked inside, and there's no signal out here in the middle of nowhere." I thought he was going to do it quickly and not give me time to think about everything or realize that this could be the last thing I ever say to anyone if I don't agree to his offer to shoot him. I'm so scared. I feel broken, and I'm in so much pain. All I can do is lie here and do what he wants. I'm sorry, I don't even know what I'm writing anymore. I'm trying to hurry. My time is running out.
Air 1 units on track. We got the vehicle. It's I-75 northbound. Just got on.
LG, I think you're in the number 2 lane, we're in the number 1 lane. That's a black Jeep.
On October 17th, Dwayne and Ginger were driving to a medical appointment when deputies from the Marion County Sheriff's Office pulled them over.
So if you just want to pat him down, search, make sure he doesn't have any weapons, and then we may have to take the wife as well so she can arrange for a ride or something to get to the hospital.
Yeah, she's got to be for a bronchoscopy. She just had a double lung transplant.
Oh, geez, okay. All right, let's walk.
You guys are really like, this is up.
Y'all good? All right, let's walk up here to my car. I'm not going to make you stand next to the interstate. We're just going to go up to this side of the car right here, okay?
Whatever you guys need, I guess.
Right up here to this door. All right, go and face the car for him. I'm just going to pat you down, make sure you got nothing else.
Sorry, babe.
Officers drove Ginger to the hospital so she would not miss her post-surgery treatment. While they were there, investigators also questioned her about where her husband had been during the weekend when Sonia was being held at the Airbnb in Reddick. 43-year-old Ginger explained that during the weekend of October 10th through the 12th, Dwayne had been away from home working on what he described as a secret project. From what she understood, he had been restoring cars for an unnamed client who allegedly overpaid him and later made him sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement.
Is this the first time you know of him talking to the police or anything?
Yeah. Well, no, not the first time regarding this. But
he'd been talked to before?
He had a big...
This is about the credit card stuff? Mostly?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
He had a big job, I think in Gainesville. They wanted him to stay overnight and work on a whole bunch of different cars.
Okay.
And I guess they made him sign a non-disclosure agreement because they had a bunch of really expensive cars.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And while he was gone is when he got the stolen credit card.
Okay.
Tried to go through and everything.
Ginger told detectives that the only thing she knew about was the issue with the credit card her husband had used to process payment for the work he supposedly did during those dates. Even after officers personally came to their home in the following days, nobody explained anything else to her. At the time of the visit, she was in the hospital, and Dwayne never gave her any additional information. She said,
Anything about what all the cops were asking him or what they were talking to him about?
Just the card.
Just about the card being declined and stuff?
I guess there's some, I guess it was reported stolen.
Oh, okay. Oh, this might be, okay. And he didn't have any...
Or he thinks it was reported stolen.
It thinks it's stolen because it was declined and stuff. That's something.
Yeah. And usually if a card's declined, the cops don't necessarily get involved. So, I mean,
Although Ginger may not have had any idea why detectives were so interested in the credit card transaction, Dwayne already seemed to have his own theory, one that was incredibly hard to believe and unnecessarily complicated. When he sat down with investigators from the FDLE and the sheriff's office, he started with the exact same story he had told Ginger. According to Dwayne, a client he knew only as Harold, which investigators suspected was probably a fake name, had hired him to do mechanical work on several expensive cars.
Okay, you look like a Middle Easterner. In my brain, this is how I remember what he looked like, okay? He was a tall Middle Easterner. but his teeth were too big for his face and his smile was too big for his teeth.
Teeth were too big for his face. Smile was too big for his teeth.
Dwayne suggested that the expensive cars may have belonged to celebrities who wanted to keep their business private. He specifically mentioned Tom Cruise and John Travolta, wealthy and famous Scientologists who, according to him, were extremely protective of their privacy. He claimed he had been staying at the house in Reddick, which he believed belonged to Harold. Each morning, someone would supposedly drive him to an unknown location where he worked on different vehicles inside a plain-looking storage barn. Dwayne said he was not allowed to bring his cell phone with him, and he claimed he could not remember where the barn was actually located.
I was out there on a different type of job.
Okay.
I'd gotten hired. Now I ain't telling you anything about this because I signed an NDA for the client.
Okay.
Okay. But if it comes down to it, and we need that information, and we desperately need that information, I'll break that NDA. But the reason why the NDA was there is because there's a high-profile client that has cars for people like Travolta and like that on his property.
Tell me more about that. It's pretty important.
I can't tell you more about that. Tell me why it's more important.
Because it's different from what you told before.
Yeah, because I wasn't asked these questions before.
Well, now we're asking them, so that's why.
Okay, so basically what happened was dude had a bunch of cars out there. My favorite one was the 33 rat rod with the big 355 sitting down in it. Okay. And all cranked out. And he basically had me out there doing maintenance on them. And he said he chooses a different company every year. And basically, if he goes through Yelp or whatever to find a small company. And then if they know what they're doing, because he'll sabotage his car on purpose to see if they know what they're doing. And I had his car fixed when he did that for me in like 2 minutes. Okay. I walked up, try it now.
Do you remember what he did to sabotage it?
He just unplugged the wire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he unplugged the wire that was kind of hidden down in there.
Yeah.
And I said, I'll try it now. And I hooked my box up to it. Box said everything was good. And I reached out and I started looking and just come unplug. Try it.
Okay.
Yeah,
What wire? And I'm not as familiar with cars. What wire would cause the whole car not to start like that? Was it
ground wire?
Oh, okay.
If you unground the vehicle, you can't start the vehicle.
Okay.
Don't forget about it.
Gotcha.
The new cars are a little bit different. You have to unhook about half a dozen of them, but the old school ones, they have one major ground. And if you unhook it just enough or make it loose in there, it won't ground and it won't go.
Okay.
And it'll cut off while you're driving.
Gotcha.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah. I've been doing mechanics since I was 5.
Yeah.
So almost 50 years of history and experience. So anyway, he had me come out there and then he had me sign the NDA and he paid me a ton of money. Mm-hmm. And basically he was getting all his cars ready for like the big car shows that happen this time of the year for like the spooky Halloween drives and et cetera, et cetera. At least that's what I was told.
Dwayne claimed he stayed at the house and continued working in the mysterious barn until the evening of Sunday, October 12th, when he was told the job was finished. According to him, he was then given a bank card number to process a payment of $1,200 for the work he had completed over the weekend. After that, he headed back home to Marion Oaks. But on the drive home, Dwayne said he noticed someone following him. That immediately raised his suspicions because of several other strange things he had already noticed during his dealings with the mysterious Harold. Somehow, every trace of communication connected to that weekend call logs, text messages, and emails had completely disappeared. There was absolutely no digital evidence left of the work he supposedly performed or the time he spent at that barn.
When these transactions and interactions with this individual were taking place, they disappeared. I didn't delete them.
Okay.
I literally have 3 calls listed for, I think it's Sunday. 3. It's either Saturday or Sunday. There's 3 calls compared to 20, 30 a day that come into my phone.
So did the calls come in and you were having those conversations and it wasn't logged, or you weren't getting calls at all?
Calls were coming in. They vanished. They vanished out of the call log. text messages, emails, everything regarding and relating to that service that I did out there vanished, gone, like it never happened.
How did he pay you?
The card.
Okay.
Paid with my card.
Okay.
Read card numbers off to me, and I programmed them in, and I got paid.
Okay.
I got paid $1,200 for like 36 hours of my time.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went home that Sunday. Or I tried to go home that Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
But I was being followed.
How so?
I was being tailed.
Tell me more about that.
It was, I can't really tell you too much because they never got close enough. But it was it was along the lines of, because they got these stupid ass new colors nowadays. They can't just be silver and gray. Okay. But it was on color spectrum type from like a silvery tan color. And you know what I'm talking about, right? When the vehicle color that gets out of that tan cream color and more into the charcoal color, the gray color. It was something like that, or maybe a silver color sedan.
So it kind of depends on how the light's shining on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
To make sure the grayish-beige car was really following him, Dwayne claimed he intentionally turned off the main road and drove down a remote dirt trail. During the interrogation, he described it as an attempt to test his suspicions and figure out whether the vehicle that kept appearing nearby was actually tracking him or if it was all just a coincidence. His story was becoming more bizarre and tense by the minute, while detectives carefully listened to every detail and compared it against the evidence they already had. Dwayne said he stopped in an isolated area and watched the road while the vehicle circled nearby. According to him, this went on for about an hour. He seemed determined to paint himself as the target of some mysterious surveillance, as though he had no idea who might be following him or why. But to investigators, his explanation was sounding less believable with every new detail, especially because of the contradictions already appearing throughout his statements. About an hour later, Dwayne claimed he got back on the road and continued driving. That was when, according to his story, he saw the same grayish-beige vehicle pull into the wooded area behind him, the exact spot where his own vehicle had previously been parked. That part of his account only added even more strange and confusing details to the version of events he was trying to sell to investigators during the interrogation.
Tell me more about that.
I got off like I was going to get off to go home, and I went past the entrance to where I would normally turn to go to my house, and I came back. I U-turned and come back because it's like, there's no way. There's coincidence, and maybe he's just getting off. Maybe he's going out through here. And I went and I came back. And then I noticed that they U-turned too, so I dipped into a side little spot. I sat there for a few minutes until they left, until I thought they left. And then I zipped and took some back roads, and I sat there and waited. And I seriously sat there, and no, I don't know what the address is. I don't have my phone. But at the same time, I sat there and I waited for an hour. And they kept making passes on the main road. I know they could see the back of my vehicle, but I didn't care about that. Mm-hmm. They kept making passes on the main road, and then I left. And when I left, they pulled in and stopped right where it was.
What day was that again?
Sunday morning.
Sunday morning, okay.
Sunday morning.
Where were you parked for an hour?
I was out in the back of Marion Oaks.
Okay.
Because I live in Marion.
While Dwayne continued his long and increasingly contradictory interview with investigators, another team of officers was searching through the wooded areas near Marion Oaks. The atmosphere during the search was tense because law enforcement already suspected that critical evidence connected to Sonia Exelby could be hidden somewhere there. At the same time, detectives obtained warrants to search the 53-year-old man's phone and home, determined to verify every part of his story and uncover anything that could tie him directly to Sonia's disappearance. Inside Dwayne's garage, investigators found a shovel matching the same model purchased on October 10th. For detectives, that immediately stood out as an important detail, especially considering the timeline they were already reconstructing. As they continued reviewing purchases and seized items, investigators also discovered that Dwayne had bought paracord, 50 feet of rope, and gun cleaning supplies. Inside his SUV, detectives additionally found a handgun. Taken together, Those discoveries only deepened the disturbing nature of the case and pushed investigators to examine every aspect of Dwayne's behavior before and after Sonia disappeared. But the biggest question still remained. How exactly did Sonia fit into this bizarre and constantly changing story Dwayne kept telling? At first, he claimed Sonia had contacted his roadside assistance business for help, but that he canceled the service call after her bank card was declined. That was his original attempt to explain why her name was connected to him at all. By the time detectives sat face to face with him, though, investigators already knew far more than Dwayne realized. Law enforcement had confirmed that he was the person who picked Sonia up from Gainesville Regional Airport on the evening of October 10th. Automatic license plate reader cameras captured his Jeep at the airport, directly contradicting his earlier statements. To detectives, that became yet another sign that Dwayne was hiding the true circumstances of how he met Sonia and what happened afterward. Once confronted with that evidence, he changed his story again. This time, Dwayne claimed Sonia may have actually been Harold's client. According to him, he had supposedly been told that she came to Florida to buy one of the vehicles. He insisted that all he did was drive her to the Airbnb, where she later met another man. Dwayne claimed Sonia hugged the man before leaving with him in a different vehicle. When investigators showed Dwayne a photo of Sonia, he identified her as the same Harold client he had just been describing. But to detectives, his explanations were becoming less believable with every new version of events. Each retelling created even more contradictions, and the suspicions surrounding Dwayne Hall only continued to grow.
We have to make sure that we're talking about the right person because we don't want to accidentally think that we're looking for the wrong person. So once you started to describe her, I was like, okay, I think we're talking about the same person.
I could have saved you a lot of hassle.
Yeah, that's her. I dropped her off up there. Then took her.
Well, you were talking about cars, and you were really excited about talking about cars.
What if, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if they do this every year? What if this Harold guy does this every year? What if he does find some small company? What if there's a different person that goes missing every year that is related to that? Because that's f***ed up. That's f***ed up. And then there was a big thing and a phone call about money and this, that, and the other. And we start connecting the dots like me and her did. What if this is some kind of underground thing where they get unsuspecting people, especially like Calvin told me she was suicidal anyway. What if she signed up for something and they predator these young women or men and then just they vanish? Bunch of declined transactions. There's a big blow up on the property. All of a sudden my contract is finished. Here's the payment. And if I was going to do something like that to somebody, that's exactly what I'd do. I'd use this other person's card to pay the money that I promised. And now they're not looking in my direction. I didn't have to spend any of my own money. Nobody's looking my way. Nobody even knows who I am. And I'm gone. Bitch is gone. Sorry. But
did you say bitch is gone?
Yeah.
The one that was rude to you?
Yeah.
I want to make sure we're talking about the same person.
Yeah.
The bitch from the picture.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I can't prove the other side of this. Any digital footprint that I had is missing. What am I supposed to do with that? How am I supposed to, how am I supposed to make you guys believe my part of the thing in this when everything looks like I had something to do with this right now, And
After Dwayne finished laying out his tangled conspiracy theory in an attempt to explain Sonia's disappearance, the atmosphere inside the interrogation room grew even more tense. Investigators already had enough information to spot countless contradictions in his statements, and they were becoming increasingly convinced that he was trying to hide what had really happened. His explanations sounded chaotic and unnatural, as if he were desperately piecing together a story that could somehow steer suspicion away from himself. That was when detectives revealed that they already knew the Airbnb had been officially booked under Sonia's name. On top of that, they had analyzed her messages and digital activity, which confirmed that she had been staying inside the house. For investigators, this became a key moment in the interrogation because they were slowly making it clear to Dwayne that his earlier explanations no longer matched the facts uncovered during the investigation. Once again, Dwayne changed his story. This time, he claimed that both of them had indeed been at the Airbnb, but according to him, they were never there at the same time. That new version immediately raised even more questions for detectives because it contradicted not only his previous statements, but also the evidence investigators already had in their possession. With every new revision of his story, suspicions surrounding Dwayne only continued to grow, and the case itself became even more disturbing and complicated.
Was she ever there at any point? Did she ever go in at any point, spending
She was
time
not
there?
there at the same time I was.
Okay.
Okay, when I was there, period.
Okay.
She was never there when I was there.
Investigators were already speaking extensively with Sonia's family and friends back in England, trying to understand as clearly as possible what emotional state she had been in during the months leading up to her disappearance. Through those conversations, detectives gradually learned more and more about the difficult period she had been struggling through in recent years. From her partner Stevie, investigators discovered just how serious Sonia's mental health struggles had become and how deeply they had affected both her life and her behavior. Even a year earlier, Sonia's Telegram messages had already raised alarm among the people closest to her. Those conversations revealed disturbing plans to meet with someone who, according to Sonia, was willing to hurt her. In the chats later reviewed by investigators, there were discussions with people online who openly claimed they were prepared to kill her. For her loved ones, it was a horrifying realization of just how dangerous the online relationships she had become involved in truly were. One planned meeting in 2024 was successfully stopped after her alarming messages were discovered. Following that incident, Sonia sought treatment, and for her family, it became a sign of hope that things might finally be improving. Her relatives and friends tried to support her, believing she was slowly pulling away from the dangerous online spaces and the people who may have posed a threat to her. According to those close to her, Sonia actually seemed to be doing much better during the months and weeks leading up to her disappearance. She appeared emotionally more stable, and her condition no longer seemed as severe as it once had. That was why many of her loved ones genuinely believed the worst was finally behind her and that she was beginning to return to a normal life. But at the same time, throughout those 2 years, Sonia continued visiting fetish websites and communicating with a user known as Dark Wolf. Their conversations revolved around disturbing scenarios in which Dark Wolf would abuse Sonia and eventually kill her. For investigators, those messages became one of the darkest and most disturbing parts of the entire case, especially after they eventually discovered that the person behind the online alias was Dwayne Hall.
You know, I've been speaking with people who know her and know things about her, and we know that she was communicating with people over here. We also know that you were one of the people that were communicating with her.
What was her screen name?
What does that matter?
I communicate with a lot of people.
Okay. Do you communicate with a lot of people about suicidal ideations?
I used to communicate with a lot of people that it was a porn site.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a lot of fantasy role play that happened there. But if you tell me your screen name, maybe I'll have a better idea what you're talking about.
Which porn sites?
Motherless.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you communicated with her on Motherless?
I don't know, but if you're saying that I communicated with her, there's a good possibility that's where it was. And if you tell me which one it was, then if you tell me the screen name, I'll be able to confirm or deny.
You have
us at the same time. You have witnesses that we were there at the same time.
And devices that put you there at the same time.
Okay.
We have processed that house, And when those results come back,
Yeah.
because again, forensically, and you've already told us you were all over that house. We know that she was.
Yeah.
We are going to put you guys at that house. And so she came over here with the intention of carrying out these role-playing scenarios. We know that she documented it. She actually sent a letter to herself while she was on the airplane, talking about meeting somebody and what the outcome of that meeting was going to be.
After that, Dwayne's version of events changed once again. His new statements were now dramatically different from the ones he had given earlier, and investigators noticed that with every new interview, his story became less and less consistent. This time, Dwayne admitted that he and Sonia had in fact been together at the Airbnb. More than that, he acknowledged there had been physical contact between them, despite previously trying to distance himself from that fact. According to Dwayne, during their long online relationship, he had supposedly tried to act as a kind of mentor for Sonia. He claimed he helped her deal with personal struggles and problems in her relationship with her partner. In his version of events, he insisted that he had been emotionally supporting her and simply wanted to help her through a difficult period in her life. That was how he attempted to explain the nature of their years of conversations and close online connection. Dwayne also claimed that by the time Sonia arrived in Florida, his feelings and intentions had supposedly changed. According to him, he no longer wanted anything physical between them. He explained that his wife's life-threatening medical condition had forced him to rethink his own behavior and the direction his life was taking. During the interrogation, Dwayne even claimed that the dark and violent side of himself, the same side he had previously expressed in messages and online conversations, had supposedly gone quiet. To investigators, those explanations sounded especially contradictory, considering the evidence they had already gathered in the case. Despite all of that, Dwayne continued insisting on one central point. According to him, Sonia was still alive when he left the Airbnb. He held to that version of events even as the evidence and witness statements surrounding the case continued to grow, and as more details from the investigation directly contradicted his claims.
Is that what you want?
No, we want you to be honest with us. We want you to tell us the truth. We don't want you to make anything up or just tell us what you think we want to hear.
She did get in the vehicle with somebody else. There's a certain point that she did get in the vehicle with somebody else that happened after.
Okay.
Okay. The fact that I didn't want to have anything to do with the whole thing to begin with is the whole reason I tried to sleep in a separate bed.
Okay.
Okay? I did end up being in the same bed as her, on the other side of the bed from her.
Okay. And what happened?
And what do you think happened?
Well, I know what happened. But I need you to tell.
Happened?
I can't read minds.
On Dwayne Hall's phone, investigators discovered a video recording that would later become one of the most disturbing and psychologically difficult pieces of evidence in the entire case. According to detectives, the footage offered a horrifying glimpse into Sonia's condition during the final hours before her death and revealed more about the atmosphere inside the Airbnb that weekend. In the video, Sonia was wearing the same floral dress she had worn while boarding her flight at Heathrow Airport in London. For investigators, that detail carried particular significance because it helped firmly establish the timeline of events after her arrival in Florida. In the recording, Sonia was sitting in a chair inside the Airbnb. She looked disheveled, exhausted, and showed visible signs that she may have been physically assaulted. She rarely looked toward the camera. Her head stayed lowered, tears filled her eyes, and she spoke in a quiet, uncertain voice as if she was afraid of saying the wrong thing. In the background, Dwayne's voice could clearly be heard as he repeatedly questioned her. Investigators believed the recording was one of 3 so-called disclaimer videos that, according to their theory, Dwayne Hall created during that weekend. Throughout the video, he repeatedly asked Sonia whether she had personally requested this kind of treatment and whether she truly wanted what was happening to her. Detectives later described the atmosphere in the recording as deeply disturbing and emotionally oppressive. Clearly traumatized and terrified, Sonia reluctantly nodded in agreement. Her reactions appeared subdued and uncertain, which only intensified investigators' concerns about the condition she was in at that moment. For detectives, the video became far more than just digital evidence. It became one of the clearest indications of the fear and control that likely surrounded Sonia during the final days of her life. According to investigators, the footage was recovered from Dwayne's phone only after a full forensic extraction of the device. The video itself had been deleted almost immediately, just 3 seconds after it was saved. In the recording, Dwayne reportedly explained his decision by saying Sonia had behaved not the way he wanted on camera. That statement later became yet another deeply troubling detail that drew intense attention from investigators during the case.
I just don't believe you.
Okay, that's fine.
I think that
I already told the wife that nobody had ever believed that this happened. I already know. I already knew, which is why until the direct questions were asked, I didn't even bother bringing it up. Why would I? Why would I? I'm going to get
because
the same
if you know
response from you.
because if you know what the end result is of this whole thing, just be upfront with the information that you know. You indicated that you didn't know her at all, that you had never even met with her when this first came up, and now you're talking about having sex with her, recording things, and then deleting them. And I guess from my perspective, if you can try to understand it, it doesn't look great.
I already know it doesn't look great. I leveled it to you about what happened.
Right. So, same thing goes for a body, right?
Did you find her?
What I'm saying is...
Did you find her? No, I mean, but at the same time, as I said, I don't really know what happened to her.
I think when you give that story about you leaving Sunday and a car following you and you ducking in the woods for a set amount of time and a car driving by, I think that's you accounting for your phone that you already knew at that point that we had your locations and such. And I think that you did something with her there at that spot.
The search teams, combing through the wooded areas near Marion Oaks, eventually did find Sonia. The atmosphere during the search remained tense as investigators carefully matched every discovery against digital records and Dwayne's movements on the day she disappeared. Using geolocation data from his phone, detectives were able to pinpoint the exact area where Dwayne himself claimed he had spent about an hour on October 12th while driving home from the Airbnb. From the very beginning, that unexplained stop had already seemed suspicious to investigators, but the reality turned out to be far worse. Inside the shallow grave next to Sonia's body, investigators discovered the label from a shovel, the same shovel Dwayne had purchased at Walmart just days earlier and later kept in his garage. That discovery quickly became one of the most significant physical pieces of evidence in the entire case. During forensic testing, blood was found on the blade of the shovel, and DNA analysis confirmed it matched Sonia Exelby. For detectives, it became yet another indication that the events surrounding her death appeared far more planned and deliberate than Dwayne had tried to portray during his interrogations. Investigators also discovered that on his drive home, Dwayne made another stop he never once mentioned during nearly 6 hours of questioning. Detectives learned that he had gone to a Lowe's home improvement store where he purchased a large plastic tarp. That detail only deepened investigators' suspicions, because the hidden stop and the purchase of an item potentially connected to concealing evidence looked extremely disturbing alongside everything else already uncovered in the case.
Hey, Dwayne.
Hey.
Did you need us for something?
Yes.
What's
you got a minute? I'd like to talk to you. Well,
okay.
More from you than you, I think.
Okay.
But
What would you like to talk about?
I want to recant basically my entire statement.
You want to recant your entire statement?
Yes.
Okay. Well, before we talked about...
The final version of events told by Dwayne never included a direct confession to the murder of Sonia Exelby. In his statements, he carefully avoided clear wording and never openly described what actually happened during the final hours of her life. But by that point, investigators no longer considered a confession necessary. The amount of evidence, witness testimony, and digital traces had already started piling up so quickly that the overall picture was becoming impossible to ignore. Piece by piece, detectives were reconstructing what they believed had happened, and every new detail only strengthened the case against him. One particular detail that drew serious attention from investigators involved messages exchanged between Dwayne and his friend Rick from Ohio. While reviewing those conversations, detectives uncovered a disturbing reference. Just days after Sonia's murder, what was described as a special package had allegedly been shipped from Florida. That phrase immediately raised concern among investigators because the context of the messages felt dark and deeply suspicious. For detectives, it became yet another piece of a growing collection of evidence that was slowly forming an increasingly horrifying picture surrounding the death of Sonia Exelby. We're going to need it back in 6 months if the storm passes without any problems. Please, for the love of the shadows, do not lose that box. You don't even need to open it. Inside, investigators found a bracelet along with a knife featuring a 7-inch blade. The knife immediately drew special attention from detectives, not only because of its appearance, but also because of the words engraved into the blade itself. It had been given to Dwayne as a gift, and the engraving read, "Dark Wolf, pointy end goes in the other guy." The phrase came across as both a dark joke and a twisted play on his longtime online nickname, Dark Wolf. For investigators, the knife quickly became one of the most disturbing pieces of evidence in the entire case, especially after further forensic testing was completed. During a detailed examination, investigators discovered Sonia Exelby's blood and DNA on the blade. That finding became one of the key pieces of evidence, tying Dwayne Hall even more directly to the events that unfolded that day. As the investigation continued, the atmosphere surrounding the case grew darker and darker, with each new detail adding to the horrifying picture detectives were slowly putting together. Rick later told investigators that although Dwayne had phrased it as helping Sonia die, there was no ambiguity in how he personally understood those words. According to Rick, he believed Dwayne had killed her. That statement became another major element in the case and added even more weight to investigators' suspicions about the true circumstances surrounding Sonia's death. Dwayne Hall pleaded not guilty to charges of first-degree murder and kidnapping. He is currently being held without bond, and, unless a plea agreement is reached, it is expected to stand trial in 2027. The case continues to receive significant attention from both American and British authorities because of its brutality and international impact. Prosecutors believe the evidence shows that Dwayne used Sonia to act out dark fantasies after meeting her online. According to investigators, during their 2 years of communication, he was fully aware that Sonia struggled with severe mental health issues and, prosecutors argue, deliberately exploited her vulnerable condition. That detail sparked especially strong reactions among people following the case because it suggested the possible manipulation of someone who was psychologically unstable and deeply vulnerable. British authorities reportedly refused to transfer evidence to prosecutors in Florida until the possibility of the death penalty was formally removed from the case. Because of that, additional legal negotiations and procedures took place between both sides. If Dwayne Hall is ultimately convicted, he could face life in prison, a punishment investigators and prosecutors believe reflects the severity of the circumstances surrounding Sonia Exelby's death. Sonia Exelby is deeply mourned by her family, her friends, and everyone who knew her personally. For many of them, her death became a painful shock that remained difficult to accept even long after the tragedy itself. Memories of Sonia live on not only through photographs and messages, but also through the small moments she shared with the people around her, ordinary pieces of everyday life that after her death took on an entirely different and heartbreaking meaning. In December of 2025, her partner Stevie still chose to take part in the Portsmouth Marathon, though the event now carried a completely different emotional weight for him. He dedicated the marathon to Sonia's memory, hoping to honor the woman he loved and lost under such tragic circumstances. The run also became a fundraiser for Cats Protection, an organization that had meant a great deal to Sonia and was especially close to her heart. For Stevie, it was far more than just a physical challenge. It was an intensely personal and emotional tribute to someone he had never stopped grieving.
How much more will it take till I finally break or surrender? I cannot run away.
And that was the truly tragic story of Sonia Exelby, a case that shocked many people because of its brutality and the endless stream of disturbing details that surfaced one after another. What began as an ordinary trip eventually turned into a horrifying investigation filled with fear, pain, and questions that investigators would continue trying to answer long afterward. For Sonia's loved ones, this tragedy became not only an unbearable loss, but also a constant reminder of how dangerous hidden circumstances and the people who seem trustworthy can sometimes be. Her story left behind a deep emotional scar and became yet another chilling case that stayed in the minds of those who followed the investigation for a very long time. On January 7th, 2015, police walk into an apartment in Mount Laurel. In the bathtub, there's a 3-month-old baby, fully dressed, sitting in a dirty diaper, alone. The rooms? Total chaos. A shattered window, glass all over the floor, furniture flipped upside down, food and trash everywhere. Erica Crippen Crosby is gone. Her purse still at home, her keys still there, all her coats untouched even though it's freezing outside. There's just no way she left on her own, and no way she would ever leave her kids. Her husband, Kyle Crosby, is inside the apartment. He looks disoriented, says he hasn't seen her since New Year's night. A few days earlier, he had called her family saying she was about to go somewhere. Then he said everything was fine. Then suddenly he couldn't reach her anymore. Messages start coming from Erica's phone, but they don't sound like her at all. She stops posting on social media. For the first time in a long time, no one picks up her older daughter from school. That's when police start searching, and pretty quickly they realize this isn't just a missing person case anymore. But while the search is still going on, Kyle suddenly disappears. Along with his wife's car, when they finally find him, he runs, and in the car he leaves behind, after he's caught, they find a few things. Duct tape, a shovel, a bag of cement. And at that point, the entire investigation takes a sharp turn. Hey guys, I'm going to steal just a quick minute of your time. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love it if you could drop your city in the comments and tell me what time it is for you right now. Thanks so much for your attention. Go ahead and write that in the comments, and I'll keep going. 26-year-old Erica Crippen Crosby was living in Mount Laurel with her family. She lost her mom when she was 13, and after that, she was raised by her 2 aunts, and they were incredibly close. For Erica, family meant everything, and everyone who knew her said that being a mom was like the thing she loved most in the world. She had a daughter, Amira, from a previous relationship that lasted almost 10 years. And then there was her 3-month-old baby, Kaylee, with her new husband, Kyle Crosby. Erica's family said Kyle treated Amira like his own, and overall, their family dynamic looked pretty perfect from the outside. Friends described Erica as fun, energetic, smart, and just a little bit bold. She had this habit of exaggerating things, like in a playful way, and she'd even joke about herself just to make other people laugh. She loved entertaining people and being in the middle of everything, but at the same time, she really valued those quiet nights at home with her little girls. On top of being a busy mom, Erica was also working hard toward her dream of becoming a doctor, and she was working at a hospice, caring for people, which says a lot about who she was. She was always on the move, always pushing herself, never really slowing down, always chasing the next goal. Now, Erica and her husband, Kyle, they had actually known each other since high school, but they didn't really reconnect until years later. In 2012, he messaged her on Facebook, and there was an instant spark. Erica said she liked how ambitious he was. When they started dating, he seemed driven, hardworking, the kind of energy that matched hers. He had founded a fitness company, and they even enjoyed working out together. About 2 years after reconnecting, they got married and moved into a new apartment. Not long after that, Erica found out she was pregnant with twins, and they were like over the moon. Her uncle even said something like, all they need now is a white picket fence and a puppy. But sadly, one of the twins didn't survive. Their baby Kaylee did, and Erica called her little miracle princess. A few months passed, and that's when things started to crack. Erica and Kyle began having serious problems. Kyle started using drugs heavily, and he would disappear for stretches of time. Erica kept trying to get him to stop, to be there for the family, but every time it felt like things were getting better, it would all fall apart again. Police were called to their home multiple times because of domestic disputes, but it never led to formal charges. Eventually, Erica even spent her savings to pay for his rehab, and people close to her said that despite everything she did to try to save her family, she was completely exhausted emotionally and physically. Erica had this tradition she always spent New Year's Eve with her daughters. So she and Kyle decided to celebrate a little early, like go out the night before, have dinner, grab a few drinks. Erica shared pretty much everything about her life online. And around 11 p.m., she posted a photo on Facebook and even made it her profile picture. They're smiling, they look happy, just enjoying the night together. The next day, on New Year's Eve, Erica's aunt, Sonia, gets a call from Kyle. He says Erica is planning to go out somewhere again and asks if she could help watch the kids. That already felt off because everyone knew Erica always spent that night with her family, and none of the people she would usually go out with had heard from her. Later, Kyle calls back and says, everything's fine now, no need to come over. A few hours pass, and Erica's uncle gets another call from Kyle. This time he says he's starting to worry because he's called Erica several times and she's not answering. Her family starts calling too, but there's just silence. Hours go by. It's already January 1st. And when her aunts don't get a single message or call from Erica to say Happy New Year, they realize something is seriously wrong. On January 2nd, 2015, Kyle makes a post on Facebook asking if someone can help take care of the girls. Not long after that, Erica's family starts receiving messages from her phone, but something feels off right away. Everyone gets this uneasy feeling. The messages just don't sound like her at all. She still isn't answering calls, and her social media basically goes quiet. And that's not like Erica. She posted every single day where she was, what she was doing, who she was with, everything from workouts and school assignments to late night snacks. But after that post, the night before New Year's, nothing. Then Amira isn't picked up from school, and when the police are called to check on the situation, people's hearts just drop. On January 7th, when officers arrive at the couple's apartment, they find baby Kaylee alone in the bathtub, fully dressed, sitting in a dirty diaper. Right away, police suspect neglect. Soon after, Erica's relatives arrive too, and they say the place is a complete mess. A broken window, glass all over the floor, food and trash scattered everywhere. Furniture flipped over, like everything is just turned upside down. Erica's purse and keys are still there. And despite the freezing weather, all of her coats are still at home. Everyone says the same thing. She would have been shocked to see her home like that. There's just no way she would have left on her own. And absolutely no way she would leave her kids behind, especially in that condition. Kyle is sitting in a chair, looking like he's under the influence of something. Given the state of the apartment and the fact that baby Kaylee was found in the bathtub, police ask Kyle to come down to the station and give a statement. Amira's father, Hameen, comes to pick her up, and Kaylee is taken in by Kyle's mother, Jo. Hameen later says that Amira is very smart and perceptive, and it's heartbreaking because she understands that something bad has happened to her mom, but like everyone else, she has no idea what exactly. At the police station, Kyle is speaking incoherently. He tells officers he's been taking painkillers. He claims he hasn't seen his wife since New Year's, that he's tried to contact her but couldn't reach her, and that he has no idea where she might be. He files a missing person report, and that's when the search officially begins.
The young mother of two from South Jersey has been missing since December 30th. She was last seen with her husband at a restaurant and bar in Cherry Hill. Action News reporter David Henry has the latest.
Yeah, 26-year-old Erica Crippen Crosby lived here with her husband, Kyle Crosby, and her two daughters. She has not been seen since just before New Year's Eve.
We're just trying to get Erica back home, back to what we know. Like, this is too much. Too much.
Erica was last seen with Kyle Crosby at this pub in Cherry Hill the night of December 30th. She posted a profile update on her Facebook page later that night, and that's her last post. Previously, she posted just about every day, several times a day. That's when the family reported her missing. They say she would never leave her kids behind if she up and left.
She would never do that to her own children. She would never.
We're worried. Wherever she at, come home. Let us know something. Anybody that knows something, let us know. I mean, we're very sick here.
Tonight, loved ones gathered outside of Erica's apartment in Mount Laurel to pass out flyers and to pray for her safe return.
We need Erica to come home safe to us right now, Father God.
It's not like Erica to just walk out the house and leave her kids. She loved her kids.
Erica's family believes something is terribly wrong.
Erica's friends and family didn't just sit back and wait for the official investigation. They organized their own search because, like, every hour felt critical. This wasn't just initiative, it was desperation. A real need to find something, anything, that could lead them to answers. People came together, coordinated their efforts, talked through routes and places that needed to be checked, and they went out searching with this constant, heavy anxiety that just wouldn't let go. In the harshest, coldest conditions, day and night, they kept going. They searched through areas without stopping, ignoring exhaustion, the cold, just pushing forward. Hours blurred into each other, turning into one long stretch of tension and waiting. Her best friend made a decision that really shows how serious this was. She quit her job just to dedicate every single day to the search. For her, it wasn't even a choice anymore. It was the only way to do something, to not just stand by and feel helpless. And when you look at everything people knew about Erica, how close she was with her family, how devoted she was as a mom, how active she was online, her sudden disappearance just didn't make any sense. It was deeply alarming. What really stood out was that her keys and her purse were still at home. Those were things she never left without. And that alone raised a lot of serious questions. Law enforcement, after going over all of this, told the family that the situation had escalated quickly. They were no longer treating it as a typical missing person case. At that point, they started classifying it as a possible homicide. And hearing that it hit hard, it made everything feel real in a way no one was ready for. A few days later, police returned to the couple's apartment to take another look, this time with a much higher level of suspicion. And that's when they realized Kyle was gone. And not just him, Erica's car was missing too. A Ford Taurus, which now became a key part of the investigation. That disappearance only made things worse. It raised even more questions and almost no answers. Investigators tracked down Kyle's mother, Jo, hoping she might be able to shed some light on where he could be. There was still a chance, at least at that point, that maybe he had gone somewhere for work, or even that he was out trying to find Erica himself. Jo was open when speaking with them. She said she hadn't talked to her son in about a week, and just like everyone else, she was worried about his safety. She explained that he had been under a lot of stress, the kind that could affect how someone thinks and acts. Then another detail came out. Kyle's boss confirmed that he hadn't shown up to work for several days. And that was completely out of character for him. He didn't just skip work without a reason. All of this added another layer of uncertainty and suspicion. At this point, it was becoming clear. This was no longer just a disappearance. There was something much more serious going on.
Law enforcement sources say they are also actively looking for Crosby. He may be in Erica's car, a cranberry red Ford Taurus with primer paint on the front passenger door and fender. Her family says the car had been parked outside her home Wednesday night when the police showed up to investigate.
The car was right out front. I told the officer, I said, I have a bad feeling. Every time I go by this car, I have a bad feeling that she is in that trunk and y'all check it. Oh, we waiting on a search warrant.
The car is now gone. Erica's family is convinced she was killed. When they went into the house Wednesday night, they found her coat, her pocketbook, and car keys.
Did see rubber gloves inside the sink. The shower curtain is tore down. There's no sheets on the bed. The house is tore up. The girl don't live like that.
Erica's family says they will be organizing a search party tonight. In the meantime, the police are putting out a news release describing Erica's car, a missing red Ford Taurus with a multicolored door. If anybody sees that, the police want you to call them right away.
One of Erica's aunts decided to use the Find My app, hoping that maybe, just maybe, technology could give them any kind of lead. She carefully checked the data and pinpointed the last known location of Erica's phone, and that location led them to a restaurant. On the surface, it looked like a completely ordinary place, but in this situation, it felt like it might be hiding answers. Family members and investigators showed up there with this tense, almost heavy anticipation. They carefully searched the area, checking trash bins, walking around the property, paying attention to even the smallest details. But pretty quickly, it became clear Erica wasn't there, and neither was her phone. And that only made the anxiety worse. Her cousin Barbara, barely holding back her emotions, pleaded with the restaurant manager to let them see the surveillance footage. You could hear it in her voice, that mix of desperation and hope, like maybe, just maybe, the answers were on those tapes. After some hesitation, they were given access. They started going through the footage, watching every second, every frame, but Erica never appears. And that was a hard hit. What the cameras did show, though, was Kyle with Kaylee and Amira, but that footage was from a few days earlier. At first glance, it looked normal, just everyday moments. But in the context of everything happening, it felt completely different, disturbing even. The footage was immediately handed over to detectives. By that point, investigators were already in a state where every detail raised suspicion. They were seeing red flags everywhere in behavior, in statements, in small inconsistencies. And they were already convinced Kyle was hiding something. From the very beginning, he had been evasive, avoiding direct answers. His version of events kept changing every time it was checked. And that only reinforced the feeling that the truth was much darker than what he was trying to present. Then another detail came out, and honestly, it was shocking. It turned out Kyle had been on a drug binge with a sex worker he brought into the apartment he shared with Erica. That alone raised a lot of questions. But what came next was even more disturbing. According to sources, he let her go through Erica's wardrobe and even told her she could take whatever she wanted. And in the context of Erica's disappearance, that just felt eerie. Like the line between someone being there and being gone had already been erased. And her personal belongings suddenly didn't seem to matter at all. It only deepened the suspicion and made the whole situation feel even more unsettling.
Erica and Kyle got married last summer. Her friends and family say they later found out he had just recently gotten out of jail. Court records show Crosby has a lengthy rap sheet for drug offenses and aggravated assault.
At that point, police didn't have enough direct evidence to arrest him for murder, but at the same time, the overall situation looked so disturbing that there was just no way to ignore it. What they did have, though, was enough to charge him with child endangerment, and that became the first legal step that allowed them to move forward. On January 10th, 2015, based on the condition of the apartment and the fact that the girls had apparently been left on their own for 8 days, a warrant was issued for his arrest. And that detail, 8 days without proper care, in an environment that already raised serious concerns, it just made everything feel even more alarming. Then, kind of unexpectedly, the case took a turn. Detective Rayner, who had been leading the investigation and working with very few solid leads, received a call. It was Kyle's father. According to investigators, his voice sounded tense but controlled. He said that earlier that morning, Kyle had called them from an unknown number. It was a short call, but it might have been exactly what they needed. He gave that number to the police, and it led them to a small store in Maryland. From there, investigators quickly started piecing things together. Using that location, they were able to track Erica's car, the same vehicle that had already become a key part of the case. The car was spotted in motion, crossing the Francis Scott Key Bridge. And that was a big moment because up until then, the investigation had been moving slowly, carefully, and suddenly it had direction. It finally felt like they were getting close to Kyle Crosby. A bolo was issued right away, basically an alert for all units to be on the lookout for the vehicle. Tension was building because now it all came down to who would spot it first and when. And then it happened. An off-duty officer driving through Maryland noticed a car that matched the description. Kyle was behind the wheel. Everything unfolded fast. The officer tried to stop him, but before he could fully do that, Kyle suddenly jumped out of the car and took off running. And that only made things look worse. When police caught up with him, there was no more room for hesitation. He was officially charged with 2 counts of child endangerment. And that moment really marked a shift in the case from searching to direct confrontation. Because now, every next step could bring them closer to the one question everyone was asking. What actually happened to Erica?
The husband of a missing Burlington County woman is in police custody and being questioned this morning. Kyle Crosby was taken into custody in Brookline, Camden County near Route 130. This happened last night after police spotted his wife's car. NBC 10's Jesse Gary's live outside the Mount Laurel police station with more.
Via Erica Crosby's family members were here at the police station during the overnight hours, but they have since gone home. Kyle Crosby is still being held here by police, but investigators won't say if he has been charged. Crosby was handcuffed and put in the back of a police car overnight in Brooklawn. This after he tried to run following police questioning about his wife's disappearance. Erica Crippen Crosby last seen late last month with her husband at a Cherry Hill restaurant. Her family says they found her coat, purse, and keys inside her apartment.
We going through my sister's stuff and we just find so much stuff that she didn't tell us. And it just hurts me because I can't hold my sister. I can't tell my sister I love her.
Police seized the Ford Taurus and began a detailed forensic examination. What once looked like just a normal car suddenly became a potential crime scene, a closed space where like every tiny detail could matter. Investigators worked carefully and methodically, checking every compartment, every surface, every single item that might help explain what happened. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone understood that the answers could be right there, just hidden in the details. Inside the car, they found several items that immediately stood out and were considered important pieces of evidence. Duct tape, a shovel, a bag of cement, and several used air freshener cans. Now, on their own, Each of these items might seem ordinary, maybe even random, but together they painted a very unsettling picture. What especially raised concern was the fact that the air fresheners had been used that could suggest an attempt to mask certain smells that might have raised serious questions. And when you look at all of it combined, it didn't feel random at all. It looked like a set of items that could have been used for a very specific purpose. Investigators carefully documented everything, the placement of each item, every detail, and sent them off for further analysis. None of these findings gave a direct answer to the main question, but piece by piece, they started forming a bigger picture, and that picture was becoming more and more disturbing. At this stage, detectives were no longer looking at these items as separate things. Now it was all part of a chain of circumstantial evidence pointing in the same direction. In the end, investigators concluded they had enough indirect evidence to charge Kyle Crosby with the murder of his wife. This wasn't a rushed decision. It came after careful analysis, comparing facts, and really examining every detail. Kyle was taken into custody, and bail was set at $1 million. That didn't mean the case was over, not even close. But it marked a major and intense turning point, one that made it clear just how serious the accusations were and how heavy the suspicion against him had become.
Her family last night was relieved that Crosby had been taken into custody, but we're still looking for answers.
I'm glad that they got him. I just want him to come forward. I want him to come forward and tell who she is. I'm so glad that you guys got him.
But Erica's body was still missing, and that created this heavy, almost unbearable uncertainty. No one knew where to even begin looking, and every hour without answers just made the anxiety worse. During a careful search of the car's glove compartment, investigators found a GPS device, small, almost unnoticeable at first. But suddenly, it became incredibly important. There was this cautious hope that if it had been active, if it had been tracking, it might help reconstruct where Kyle had gone when, and exactly where. In a case with almost no direct leads, even the smallest digital trace could make all the difference. And this device, it held over 8,000 data points scattered across hundreds of miles. At first, it looked like chaos, just random locations, but in reality, it might have been a pattern. Each point marked a stop, sometimes brief, sometimes longer. Detective Rayner described it as digital breadcrumbs, like something you could follow if you were patient enough. So, investigators focused on stops that lasted 10 minutes or more. Their reasoning was simple, but chilling. If Kyle had really been moving Erica's body, it wouldn't have taken just a couple of minutes. So, those longer stops, they mattered. Going through all that data became exhausting. Honestly, it was a massive task. Every single point had to be checked, compared with maps, filtered out, revisited again and again. It was slow, meticulous work that demanded total focus. Because missing even one point could mean missing everything. At the same time, investigators were digging into Kyle's phone, trying to piece together his actions and even his state of mind during those critical hours. And that's when they found something else. 15 deleted messages between him and his mother, Jo. And that alone raised suspicion. Messages don't just get deleted for no reason in a situation like this. According to Detective Rayner, the content of those messages was disturbing, to say the least. There was tension there, way beyond a normal family conversation. On December 31st, the very day police believe something happened to Erica, Kyle was texting his mom almost in real time. And this was happening right as a conflict between him and Erica was unfolding. You could feel it in the messages, the tension building, the situation escalating. And then at 3:20 in the morning, a message comes in from his mother. And it said, Please don't touch her in any way. 13 minutes later, Kyle responds.
I'm not that stupid.
About 4 hours later, around 7 in the morning, when the city was just starting to wake up and the first signs of a new day were slowly pushing out the silence of the night, Joe's phone connected to a cell tower near the couple's apartment. At first glance, that signal might seem routine, but for investigators, it carried real weight. It fit right into the timeline and added another piece to this complex puzzle of movements and possible actions during those critical hours. Joe hadn't mentioned this when speaking with police. So when that information came to light, she was brought in for questioning. The atmosphere during that conversation was tense. Every question mattered. Every detail could mean something. And then she said something pretty direct. She told them that if they checked her phone, they would find even more deleted messages between her and her son. And the way she said it, calm, almost casual, it didn't sound like she was trying to hide anything, or maybe like she felt there was no point hiding it anymore. She even suggested that investigators had probably already found those messages anyway, so she didn't think it was necessary to mention it earlier. But from the police perspective, that didn't sit right. Investigators believed she knew more than she was saying, that her silence wasn't accidental, it was a choice. And to them, it started to look like she might have been trying to help her son hide what really happened. Just another unsettling layer in a case where every new detail only made things more suspicious and made the truth feel even harder to reach.
Of a South Jersey murder suspect has been charged with helping her son conceal his wife's body. 67-year-old Joe Crosby was arrested at her Sicklerville home this morning. She has been charged with hindering apprehension and tampering with physical evidence. Though Burlington County prosecutors wouldn't elaborate, they maintain Crosby helped her son hide his wife's remains.
Police raided the parents' home of a South Jersey man who was charged with killing his still missing wife. Police, along with the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office and Child Services, removed the couple's 2-month-old from Kyle Crosby's parents' home in Gloucester Township late last night. They also removed bags of evidence. Police also searched the house and a backyard shed.
Joe Crosby was also charged with evidence tampering, a serious offense that suggested a possible attempt to interfere with the investigation or hide important details of the case. And that added another layer to an already tense situation, expanding the circle of people involved and reinforcing the feeling that the truth might not have been hidden by just one person. She was held on a $12,500 bail. That amount reflected how serious the allegations were, but it also meant she had the option to be released before trial. She posted 10% of that as required and was released. So now she would be waiting for the next steps in the case outside of custody, but still under the close watch of the justice system.
Well, it's been over a month now. We know she had a heart condition, so, we can only expect the worst as our family. So what we want is her body.
Just tell us where Erica is. We just want Erica's body. We know that he's committed a crime. There's enough evidence to state that he has done that, and I just want him to tell us where she is.
Neighbors said sometimes they heard a couple fights.
She never shared that with us. She's always kept him positive.
He was gone for 5 days, and we verified by various surveillance and other means that he was as far away as Baltimore, Maryland, and places in Delaware.
Erica's family says they are willing to forgive Crosby. They just want him to let them know where the body is, but law enforcement sources tell us he is not cooperating. Crosby is now being held on $1.2 million bail.
The GPS data was analyzed alongside Google Maps and Street View, trying to figure out if any of those points could be a place where Kyle might have tried to hide Erica's body. And one location stood out right away: It was in Maryland, along a long rural road in a quiet wooded area. Kyle's car had stopped there for 5 minutes one night, and then again a few days later for 14 minutes. That was enough to raise serious concern. Not far from the road, right near where the car had stopped, under a pile of branches, they found Erica's body. She was wrapped in a blanket. Her hands, her legs, and her neck were bound with an electrical cord, and her mouth and nose were sealed with duct tape. Even though the cold weather made the search much harder, police later said they were actually, in a way, grateful for it. Because despite investigators believing that Erica had most likely died on New Year's night, her body had been preserved. And so, had the evidence around her, all because of the freezing temperatures and the snow.
My sister was a remarkable woman. She cared. She was a good mother. She was intelligent.
In her heart, Janiyah Crippen knew her sister was gone. Domestic violence also killed their mother years ago. She's just thankful her sister will get a proper burial.
She always said that if God was ready to take me, he would take me. Unfortunately, it was like this.
Well, her family can now get some type of closure as her body, which was found in Maryland, was transported up to New Jersey for a proper funeral.
Tomorrow starts without me. Don't think we're far apart.
After a long, exhausting wait for some kind of closure, a wait that, month after month, only deepened the pain and tension for the family, there was finally an update. In December 2015, Kyle Crosby pleaded guilty, and that moment, it was a turning point, not because it brought relief, it didn't, but because for the first time, there was at least some certainty, something real to replace all those months of not knowing and all the painful questions. He pleaded guilty to aggravated manslaughter and obstruction of justice, basically acknowledging that his actions led to irreversible consequences and that he later tried to hide the truth. It didn't undo what happened. Nothing could, but legally it finally established responsibility, something that had been uncertain for so long. As part of the plea deal, the charges against his mother were dropped and the child endangerment charges were also dismissed. So a portion of the accusations that had once surrounded the case were officially set aside, and that shifted the focus entirely onto Kyle. For the family, though, this outcome was complicated. On one hand, it brought the case closer to an end, but on the other, it left behind questions that honestly may never be fully answered.
A Mount Laurel man has been sentenced to 31 years in prison for killing his wife. 29-year-old Kyle Crosby pleaded guilty to strangling Erica Crippen on New Year's Eve last year.
One day, you will find in your hearts to forgive me. I ask God to forgive me. I'm sorry for my actions. I miss Erica, my wife, terribly.
Kyle, to be honest, the choices that you made caused Erica's death, and you have taken someone so precious from us. But I will continuously raise Kaylee with the same love and passion that Erica would have raised her with.
Crosby got 28 years for aggravated manslaughter and 3 years for hindering police. He has to serve 85% of that sentence.
Detective Rayner said he wanted to believe that Kyle's tears were real, genuine, coming from somewhere deep inside. But at the same time, he couldn't shake this feeling that those emotions might not have been directed outward, toward others, but inward. More for himself than for anyone else. You could hear it in his voice, that restraint, that professional caution of someone who, over the years, has learned to tell the difference between real pain and something that just looks convincing. He'd seen scenes like that before, and he knew how easily tears can mislead, leaving behind more questions than answers. After the sentencing, Erica's aunt, Sonia, spoke. She tried to hold it together, but her voice still trembled just a little. We can finally move forward. We can just be there for each other, support one another, and help the kids put everything back together, step by step, day by day, even if it's not easy. She spoke slowly, carefully, choosing her words, like each one really mattered. And there was no sense of relief in what she said. It felt more like quiet acceptance, like understanding that the road ahead was still going to be long. Today, he really did show remorse, she added after a brief pause, almost like she wasn't fully sure herself. He cared about her. He loved her in his own way. And that line just kind of lingered in the air because it didn't sound like an excuse. It wasn't a defense. It felt more like an attempt to make sense of something that doesn't really make sense, to somehow reconcile a brutal reality with the memory of who Erica was.
God has a plan for us all. We don't know when we're going. We know when we come in, but we don't know when we leave. All I can say is I'm glad I have my family's support and the love, and we will always remember Erica.
Never heard him speak and say anything about her, positive. And it was just awesome to be able to hear him say that. Yeah. We knew it the whole time.
And what was it like seeing him break down and sob? I don't know if you guys could see him sobbing.
I was actually glad because that's the Kyle we know. Yeah. The Kyle that we've been seeing here for the past year in courts is not the Kyle we knew.
Sonia said that the best thing people can take from this story is not just to remember Erica, but to learn something from it, even if that lesson is painful. She said it's about being honest with the people you love, not shutting down, letting them in, letting them help you even when it feels uncomfortable or just really hard. She emphasized that problems in relationships don't usually appear out of nowhere. Most of the time, they show up early quietly, almost unnoticed. And that's exactly why it's so important to pay attention to those signs, to react in time, and not be afraid to step back and walk away before it's too late. She also shared that Erica's older daughter, Amira, now lives with her father, Hameen, and is slowly trying to adjust to a new life, one without her mom. Meanwhile, baby Kaylee was adopted by Sonia and her husband Kanye. They took on not just the responsibility of raising her, but also the responsibility of preserving Erica's memory for her. Sonia mentioned something that Erica had once said about what she would want after her death. If anything ever happened to her, she wanted to be cremated and for her ashes to be placed into lockets so her daughters could wear them close to their hearts. Like, staying connected to her even after she's gone, Erica's family never gave up. Day after day, they kept searching for the truth. They didn't let time erase what happened, and they didn't let themselves give up. They kept asking questions, kept pushing, kept standing together despite the pain, despite the uncertainty. Detective Rayner later said, "I've been a homicide detective for almost 10 years, and in all that time, I've rarely seen a family as deeply involved in the search for their missing loved one as Erica's family. Their dedication, their persistence, and their belief that the truth had to be found, it left a real impression on me. I have a huge amount of respect for them, and I'll never forget their strength, their resilience, and their ability to keep fighting until the very end." Erica was a loving, caring, incredibly hardworking mother. She gave everything to her children, her husband, her family, always putting them before herself. She lived with purpose, and she truly believed in her dream of one day becoming a doctor, putting all her time, energy, and hope into building a better future. Barbara said that she feels Erica is always with us. And part of that is because her daughters are so much like her. Amira remembers more and more every single day. She becomes more like her. She laughs the same way. And it feels like Erica is right here with us again. It was almost midnight when residents of Malakote Road in Northport were suddenly awakened by a woman screaming for help. She was pounding on her neighbors' doors in complete panic, begging someone to call the police. But by the time people stepped outside, someone was already dragging her back toward the house. Just minutes later, the first police car pulled onto the street. That was when an officer spotted a young man covered in blood rushing into a black Chevrolet Sonic. The officer ordered him to stop. Instead, the driver slammed on the gas. A high-speed chase tore through the streets of Northport that night, with the car swerving into oncoming traffic while dispatch kept receiving new emergency calls during the pursuit. Back at the house where the suspect's car had been parked, officers discovered two people inside, Robbie Tower and Jennifer Tower, husband and wife. They were lying in pools of blood in their own living room. Their son was gone, the same son they had adopted years earlier from a Ukrainian orphanage. At that point, detectives still didn't know the full story. But even then, one thing was already clear. This was not some sudden argument that spiraled out of control. And when the suspect was finally taken into custody the next morning, detectives would hear a story so disturbing it shocked even seasoned investigators. But the most horrifying part was what he said about his mother. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments, and now let's keep going. It was close to midnight in late August in Northport when the sound of a woman screaming for help echoed all across Malote Road.
And bang on our door and rang the doorbell, screaming, "I need help, I need help."
But by the time the neighbors woke up and stepped outside to see what was happening, she was already gone. Her killer had dragged her off the street and back into the house by force. Police arrived just as the suspect was trying to escape. Sadly, for two of the most beloved people on that street, it was already too late. Officers made a horrifying discovery, the beginning of a story that would have been almost impossible to believe if it hadn't been real. Northport is a fast-growing city along Florida's Gulf Coast, known for its natural springs, freshwater canals, and easy access to the beaches. Just before midnight on August 31st, 2023, a Northport resident named Jana Walton woke up to noise coming from her front door. First, she heard the doorbell, then loud banging, followed by a woman's voice desperately crying out for help. After waking up her husband and making sure her children were safe, Jana immediately called 911.
911 is the location of the emergency. I was upstairs in bed and my daughter was sleeping downstairs and someone screamed and banged on our door and rang the doorbell, screaming, "I need help, I need help." It took me a second to register what was going on.
At first, Jana Walton opened the door but didn't see anyone there. While still on the phone with the emergency dispatcher, she decided to check outside one more time. That was when she noticed what looked like blood on her front doorstep, along with a trail of blood running down the driveway toward the street.
Did anyone in your home see her? No. We all heard her. But everything's pretty vacant around here. The house across the street is empty. The house next door is empty. Okay. There's only like 2 other houses on the street.
Did you only hear one voice, or did you hear more than one?
Only one. Oh, there's a whole bunch of blood outside. We need an ambulance now. Oh, shit.
Okay, I need you to lock the door and stay in the
It's locked. It's locked. It's locked. It's locked.
From the safety of their garage, the Walton family watched as police cars began flooding the street. Tyler Regakus from the Northport Police Department was one of the first officers to arrive at the scene. As he drove on to Malakote Road in his patrol car, he spotted a young man wearing a light-colored tank top and red shorts, climbing into a small black Chevrolet Sonic. Even in the darkness, the officer could clearly see that the man was covered in blood. Regakus identified himself as police and ordered him to stop, but the command was ignored. The car sped off, and a chase through the streets of Northport began. At first, Northport police pursued the black Chevy Sonic through residential neighborhoods. Over the next 30 minutes, the driver made his way onto Interstate 75 and crossed county lines. At least 3 officers, including Regakus, stayed in pursuit as the vehicle raced south and then back north along the highway. At one point, the driver even crossed into oncoming traffic and began driving the wrong way down the road. Police continued the pursuit while staying on the correct side of the highway. During the chase, officers started receiving updates from the crime scene back on Malakote Road. 2 houses down from the Walton home, inside the house where the suspect's car had been parked, officers discovered the homeowners, Robbie Tower and Jennifer Tower, dead in the middle of a horrific blood-soaked scene. Both husband and wife had suffered an unknown number of stab wounds. The only person missing from the home was the couple's 22-year-old son, Dimma Tower. Jana Walton told investigators that his black Chevy was the same car she had seen speeding away from the scene moments after police arrived. Eventually, deputies with the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office managed to stop the vehicle using spike strips stretched across the road. The tires were blown out. Dashcam footage captured Dimma jumping out of the car and taking off down the shoulder of the road. He climbed over a fence leading into a storage facility property. Behind it was a network of canals known to be filled with alligators. Officers later said they could hear animals moving in the water as they approached. They believed Dimma had jumped into the canals to hide from police. And for a while, it actually worked. The search was called off that night, and the hunt for the blood-covered son of Robbie and Jennifer Tower resumed the following morning in daylight. Robbie and Jennifer Tower had been married on October 21st, 2000. Jennifer worked first as a legal assistant before later becoming a realtor and business owner. She was a deeply devoted Christian who taught Sunday school. Both she and her husband absolutely loved animals, especially Rottweilers. Robbie Tower was known for his contagious laugh and his quirky sense of humor, which often showed through in his funny socks, graphic shirts, and ridiculous shorts. The couple was incredibly popular in their neighborhood. Robbie had even earned the joking nickname, the Mayor of Malakote Road, because he was always organizing neighborhood parties and bringing people together. Robbie and Jennifer were also deeply religious, and their faith inspired them to take part in missionary work across Eastern Europe and other parts of the world. Unable to have children of their own, they decided to grow their family another way. After visiting an orphanage in Ukraine, the Towers made the decision to adopt. The process was long, exhausting, and extremely expensive, but Robbie and Jennifer were overjoyed when they were finally able to bring their adopted son home. Dimma was 14 years old when the Towers adopted him. Dimma Tower had been born in the Luhansk Oblast, in what is now Russian-occupied eastern Ukraine. During early childhood, he suffered because of an alcoholic father who eventually abandoned both him and his mother. When Dimma was around 6 years old, his biological mother died. In the months that followed, he was passed from one relative to another. He spent time living with an older brother and later with an uncle. By the time he met the 2 Americans who would become his parents, Dimma had already spent years inside Ukraine's foster care system. At first, he lived in an orphanage in Luhansk that was later relocated farther west as the Russian invasion pushed deeper into the region. American relatives described the orphanage where Dimma stayed as basically a prison for children. They spoke about terrible living conditions and said Dimma showed visible signs of physical abuse. When the Towers finally became parents, relatives remembered Jennifer's genuine joy and Robbie's open pride over every little accomplishment their son achieved. They embraced parenthood with love and excitement. For Dimma, though, the transition was difficult. He was already a teenager by then and spoke no English when he first arrived in Northport. High school was a struggle, and by 10th grade, he had dropped out completely. Even so, the family built memories together. They traveled around the country, celebrated milestones, and proudly shared photos when Dimma became an American citizen. But more challenges were waiting for the Tower family. Arguments with Dimma became more frequent over time. At one point, he moved out of the house, staying with relatives, and later living on his own. In 2020, police were called to the Malakote Road home over a domestic disturbance, though no charges were ever filed. Relatives later described the period leading up to the murders as a time of escalating violence. By the time Robbie and Jennifer were killed, Dimma had moved back into the house and had been living there again for around 8 months. He was employed. His parents had even bought him a small black Chevrolet Sonic, the same car seen racing through the streets after the brutal murders. The medical examiner found 68 stab wounds on Robbie's body, including injuries to his neck, chest, arms, and other parts of his upper body. Jennifer suffered the same kind of attack. She had 79 stab wounds, most of them concentrated around her neck. Crime scene analysis stretching from the bedroom through the house, out into the street toward the Walton home, and then back into the Towers living room revealed the scale of a level of violence that is almost impossible to comprehend. Authorities had every reason to believe the murders were committed by the couple's own son, the young man they had rescued from horrific conditions, adopted and welcomed into their loving family. On the morning of September 1st, a Shell gas station employee in Nokomis named Kay Roses noticed a disheveled young man covered head to toe in dirt walking into the store. He grabbed a cold tea from the refrigerator. Kay immediately felt that something was wrong. At that hour of the morning, it was unusual enough to see workers stopping by the gas station covered in mud, but this felt different. She became even more alarmed when she took cash from the man's hand and noticed that the dirt on his skin was mixed with red stains. She tried speaking to him in English and then in Spanish, but he never answered. Just minutes later, police officers entered the store searching for Dima Tower. Security cameras in the back parking lot captured him calmly walking away from the building before eventually returning toward the exit. After being alerted by Kay and several other people who noticed his strange behavior, officers quickly moved in and arrested him. And once Dima Tower sat down with detectives for questioning, they asked him to explain exactly how and why the murders had happened.
Well, something happened last night. Either you guys argued. There's a lot of things that happen.
As for the first question, how exactly the attack happened, forensic investigators at the scene had already pieced together what they believed took place. The blood evidence suggested the assault was sudden and most likely began inside the couple's bedroom. Robbie Tower, who was much larger than his son, appeared to have been caught completely by surprise in his sleep.
Start. The bedroom. The living room. Yep. Was your dad sleeping? Yep. Did you guys have a fight prior to this? No.
Inside the bedroom near the north wall, investigators noticed clear signs of a violent struggle. The scene suggested that a brutal and chaotic fight had taken place there. Furniture and personal belongings were scattered across the room, blood was spread throughout the area, and the overall condition of the bedroom pointed to a desperate confrontation that likely lasted for some time. For detectives, it became one of the key pieces in reconstructing exactly what happened that night. The evidence trail then continued from the bedroom into the living room, creating a horrifying path through the house. That bloody trail helped investigators piece together the sequence of events and track the movements of everyone involved during the attack. Officers who worked the scene later described the atmosphere inside the home as heavy and deeply disturbing, even for experienced investigators. In the end, Robbie Tower was found in the living room. It was there, surrounded by the aftermath of violence and chaos, that the final moments of this brutal tragedy came to an end.
So your dad starts getting up out of bed? No, he wasn't. He was sleeping. Okay. And you stabbed him? Yep. Do you remember how many times? Countless. I'm sorry? Countless. Countless times? Did he ever get out of bed? Yeah. And then what? Did you push him against the wall? Or did he fall? Just bleeding out. Going around the house. Trying to fight me out.
Investigators believed it made perfect sense that Jennifer Tower woke up during the attack. They suspected she may have heard the noise, the shouting, or the sounds of the struggle and tried to step in once she realized something horrific was happening. Everything about the scene pointed to a night filled with chaos, fear, and panic inside the house. Already badly injured, Jennifer ran out of the home and tried to escape. She crossed the lawn near an empty neighboring house, moving through the darkness while likely in shock and desperate to survive. Despite her injuries, she still managed to reach Jana Walton's front door, clearly searching for help or some place where she could hide from the danger chasing her. Later, this part of the tragedy became one of the most heartbreaking details of the entire case because it revealed her final desperate attempt to save herself. The blood trail stretching back across the driveway showed the path she took as she was forced back toward the house. For investigators, it became one of the most chilling pieces of evidence at the crime scene, a silent but horrifying reminder of what happened that night. Jennifer's body was eventually found in the living room beside her husband. Detectives believe their son followed her to the neighbor's house and, while threatening her with a knife, forced her to go back inside. In the investigators' view, that theory explained the blood evidence and the overall crime scene better than anything else. And if true, it made the entire story even more horrifying and tragic.
What happened when she ran out? Did she go out the front door? Yeah. Did you close the door behind her, or did you?
I told her to get back inside.
And she kept on?
No, she went back inside.
At one point, did she go to the neighbors?
Yeah, that's when she went out.
Was your dad at that point?
Dad?
Did you go back out there to get her, or?
Yes.
And you yelled at her?
No, I said, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Where was she at that point? Do you remember?
He was house.
In the driveway, front door, what? Driveway.
Dimmitauer later told detectives that he ordered his mother to come back into the house, and she obeyed him. Investigators said there was something especially chilling about that detail. According to their reconstruction of events, Jennifer Tower didn't try to run or fight back in that moment, but instead returned inside after hearing the words of her own son. Later on, this part of the case became one of the most emotionally difficult aspects for the family and for everyone following the investigation. For some time, Jennifer sat on the couch while Dimma unloaded years of resentment, anger, and emotional grievances onto her. According to his own statements, it was a long and emotional monologue filled with rage and frustration that had apparently been building inside him for years. Jennifer listened to him there in her own living room while the situation around her became more and more tense and dangerous, and when he finished speaking, he killed her. That cold sequence of events would later become one of the most shocking details in the entire case, because prosecutors believed it showed a clear awareness of his actions and revealed that there was a stretch of time between the anger, the words, and the final attack itself.
You were talking to her?
Yeah.
What was she saying back?
Pretty much nothing.
She wasn't crying, pleading for her life or anything.
She was.
She was.
When detectives asked Dimmitauer what had driven him to kill his parents with such brutality, he gave several different and sometimes contradictory answers. During questioning, his explanations kept changing. They came out in fragments and often left investigators with more questions than answers. Detectives tried to understand what was behind the violence, but Dimma either could not or would not give a clear explanation for his actions. Most of the time, he insisted that everything was too complicated, that other people would never understand him anyway, or that he simply did not have enough time to explain it all. His responses sounded distant, emotionally shut down, and completely drained. At certain moments, investigators got the impression that he was deliberately avoiding any direct conversation about the real reasons behind the murders, hiding instead behind vague statements and unfinished thoughts. For detectives and everyone involved in the case, it only deepened the overall sense of tension and emotional chaos surrounding the investigation. But perhaps his most honest, shortest, and most chilling answer came down to a single word: rage. That one word, without excuses or long explanations, seemed to capture the emotion that had been building inside him for years before finally erupting into horrific violence.
Help me understand what happened.
Rage.
Rage has to come from somewhere, so there has to be some reason. It's a lot of rage to keep bottled up.
Right.
Did your parents push you into the rage?
We wanted to live like family.
They weren't family anymore?
Yeah,
Did they change?
we've been through so much shit.
Yeah.
Been arguing, going back and forth.
About what?
Family issues.
So have you had these thoughts for most of your life?
No.
No.
Just came up because of all the anger and all the. Yeah, I want to go back to the grind.
Yeah.
That's treason that.
Did you ask them? Did you say that to your parents that you were going to go back to Ukraine? And did they put up a fight with you or something?
No, it's not that.
No.
Dimatower began speaking about the United States and his life there with growing resentment and contempt. From the way he talked, investigators got the impression that over time, both his adoptive family and the country where he had spent a large part of his life had stopped meaning anything to him. His words sounded bitter, detached, and emotionally exhausted. According to detectives, more and more anger had been building inside him, and he spoke as if he wanted to completely cut himself off from everything around him. At the time, the 22-year-old had no real or concrete plan to return to his homeland, which was still in the middle of a war. Even so, he continued talking about wanting to leave his current life behind. At the same time, he could never clearly explain why he believed his parents were somehow preventing him from starting over somewhere else. His explanations remained fragmented and contradictory. Most often, he simply repeated the same phrase over and over again, that they had stopped being a family. Those words sounded especially cold and distant, considering that Robbie Tower and Jennifer Tower had spent years trying to support him and give him a stable home. According to people close to the family, Robbie and Jennifer really did argue frequently. Tension inside their marriage had been building for years, and Dimma was often at the center of those conflicts. His behavior, the ongoing family problems, and the constant emotional strain created a heavy atmosphere inside the home that gradually wore everyone down. Dimma himself said that if either parent ever took his side during arguments, it was usually Jennifer. According to him, she was the one who more often tried to understand him or calm situations down. At the same time, he claimed that Robbie blamed him for destroying the marriage. And while there is no way to know how accurate those claims truly were, they revealed just how much emotional tension and division had developed inside the family long before the tragedy happened.
What was the reason to kill your parents? Well, can you give us one reason?
I don't like him.
Dimatower had been thinking about the murders ahead of time. During interviews and conversations with detectives, he admitted that the thoughts of killing his parents first came to him earlier that same evening after he returned home. According to investigators, those statements became one of the most disturbing parts of the entire case because they directly suggested that the intent existed before the attack ever began. He said that at first he sat alone in his car outside the house, thinking about it in the darkness. Later, he went upstairs to his room, where he continued drinking whiskey. And according to his own account, the thoughts did not go away. Instead, they stayed with him. This part of the case felt especially disturbing because it showed there was a period of time between the moment the idea first appeared and the actual attack time during which he had the opportunity to stop and not turn those thoughts into reality. For investigators and prosecutors, those statements became extremely important because they strongly undermined any argument that the killings were simply the result of a sudden emotional breakdown or an uncontrollable moment of rage. Instead, based on his own descriptions, the thoughts of murder had appeared before any confrontation even started and remained with him throughout the evening until they eventually became a deliberate intention.
So were you having those thoughts when you were in the bedroom at night? Yep.
Did they start while you were in the car?
Yep.
So you start having the thoughts in the car, you go into the house, you go into your bedroom, and you continue having the thoughts, and what happens with that thing?
Well, you know.
Yeah, but did something trigger it, or did you just say, I'm doing it?
I'm doing it.
So you go over to the kitchen and you get the knife out of the The butcher block?
Yeah.
And then you went right straight to your dad?
Mm-hmm.
Did you pick your dad because you knew that you have to disable him first?
Yeah.
And was mom sleeping in bed next to dad?
Yeah. Sounds crazy, doesn't it?
Well, it's your story, so.
No, it's still a pretty easy story. Yeah.
2 knives were used during the attack. Investigators later found one of them behind a bedside table in a spot that immediately caught detectives' attention while they processed the crime scene. Dimmitauer later claimed that during the assault, the knife had supposedly slipped out of his hand and gotten lost. The way he described it sounded disturbingly calm and almost casual, considering the horrifying events that had unfolded that night. But even after losing the first knife, he did not stop. Instead of ending the attack, Dimma went back into the kitchen, grabbed a second knife, and continued stabbing his parents. Later, investigators considered that moment one of the most important parts of the case because prosecutors believed it clearly showed conscious decision-making and the opportunity to choose between stopping or continuing. And according to the prosecution, Dimma knowingly chose to continue. During their search of the home, investigators also found dirty water on the kitchen counter near the sink, along with a towel nearby. Against the backdrop of the crime scene, those details immediately raised concern. Next to the sink was a knife block, and experts later discovered Dimma's DNA on the handle of the second knife. For investigators, it became another major piece of evidence directly connecting him to the weapon used in the attack. Although it appeared someone had tried to wash the knife and place it back into the holder, blood was still found on the blade itself. That detail only strengthened investigators' suspicions that there had been an attempt to clean up part of the evidence after the murders. Even with signs of the weapon being washed, the physical evidence still preserved what would become one of the key pieces of proof in the case. After his arrest, Dimma was held at the Sarasota County Jail while awaiting trial. He remained there as investigators continued gathering evidence and building the prosecution's final case. At first, he was charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder and 1 count of fleeing law enforcement. However, based on the statements Dimma made during interrogations, along with the extreme brutality of the killings themselves, investigators came to believe that aside from any possible mental health issues, the crime showed signs of planning and deliberate intent. Prosecutors focused especially on the fact that the attack continued even after the first knife was lost. Eventually, a grand jury indicted Dimmitauer on 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder. That meant prosecutors officially viewed the killings as intentional and deliberate acts rather than a spontaneous crime committed in the heat of the moment. The trial in this high-profile and deeply tragic case began in November 2025.
He was fed up with this country and the bullshit that this country had to offer him. And his parents, they were a part of that. And he didn't like them as people anymore. And so he knew he would kill them.
Dimmitauer's difficult childhood, much of which he spent as an orphan who had allegedly suffered abuse, was ultimately ruled irrelevant to the trial. Even though his past may have explained certain aspects of his behavior or mental state, the jury was not allowed to hear detailed testimony about what happened to him before he came to the United States. The court limited discussion about his life overseas, deciding that those circumstances were not directly related to determining guilt in the murders themselves. At the same time, however, another restriction existed as well. Because details about his traumatic past were excluded, references to his aggressive behavior after moving to Northport were also largely kept out of the trial. As a result, a significant amount of information about his personality and behavior never became part of the courtroom proceedings, even though people who knew him in everyday life described him very differently. Former classmates remembered his behavior as unsettling, strange, and deeply antisocial. According to them, he kept himself isolated from others, rarely spoke to anyone, and came across as someone who intentionally separated himself from the people around him. They said he would often disappear alone into nearby woods, spending long periods of time there completely by himself, and When he did interact with other students, people who remembered him claimed he often acted like a bully, aggressive, intimidating, and harsh toward others. Long before the tragedy happened, many people said his presence alone made them uncomfortable. Relatives also said Dimma became interested in boxing, but in their opinion, it was not because of discipline or sportsmanship. They believed he simply liked hitting things and releasing his aggression physically. After the murders, those memories began to feel far more disturbing in hindsight. And against all of that, the selfless intentions Robbie Tower and Jennifer Tower had for their adopted son felt especially tragic. They tried to give him a home, support, and a chance at a different life. But in the end, none of it was enough to overcome the deep rage and inner darkness that, according to many people close to the case, he seemed to have carried inside him for years.
I'm basically a nobody coming from nowhere. That's what Mr. Tower said. This trial is going to be a little bit different. If you're expecting that I'm going to stand here and say that Mr. Tower is not guilty of anything, you would be incorrect. We talked during jury selection about different levels of murder and different levels of homicide.
Let's continue for a moment. Let's see if we can continue.
Sure.
Go ahead, Mr. Gilman.
The trial was marked by constant emotional outbursts and a level of tension that could be felt during nearly every hearing. Inside the courtroom, there was often a sense of chaos and underlying conflict, and much of the attention kept returning to the behavior of Dimma Tower himself. In many ways, he set the tone for the entire proceeding. Through his actions, he showed a clear unwillingness to follow the court's instructions or respect the rules being imposed on him. His reactions often appeared sharp, nervous, and at times unpredictable, which only added to the already heavy atmosphere in the room. Despite all of that, Dimma ultimately chose to testify in his own defense. But even during his testimony, the situation remained tense and unstable. He argued not only with prosecutors and the judge, but at times even with questions from his own attorney, giving the impression of someone unwilling to cooperate even with the people trying to build his defense. His answers frequently came across as fragmented, emotional, and strained, and the atmosphere during questioning grew increasingly uncomfortable. At certain moments, he began complaining to the judge that he was not being allowed to speak about topics he personally believed were important to the case. It was obvious that this deeply frustrated him. For much of the proceedings, he sat with his head lowered, breathing heavily into the microphone, and even that sound seemed to intensify the oppressive mood inside the courtroom. His overall behavior appeared tense, exhausted, and emotionally unstable as everyone in the room watched his every reaction throughout the long and draining trial.
Maybe I can give a little bit of my personal background or something.
Mr. Tower, the way it's going to work the same with all witnesses. You need to listen to the question and then answer only the question that's been asked of you, okay?
Well, it's important that...
It may be important, but you need to follow the rules in a courtroom, okay? Please ask your next question.
Sure. Did you go to school here in Sarasota County?
The questions that you're asking me are very complicated, and cannot be simply answered, but I'm forced to simply answer the questions, which cannot, for no right reason, can be answered simply. These are not simple questions.
Do you need a moment, Mr. Tower?
Remember the jurors, let's take a break. Leave your notepads face down, writing information on top. Please don't discuss anything related to your jury. Everybody stand, jurors exiting.
It seemed highly unlikely that Dimma Tower's testimony created much sympathy or understanding among the jurors. During his time on the stand, he tried to explain his actions by claiming he had been drunk when he confessed to detectives. He also argued that during the murders themselves, he was in a temporary state of insanity and was not fully aware of what he was doing. But his statements often sounded contradictory and seemed to raise even more questions, especially considering everything the jury had already heard throughout the trial. The defense's official strategy centered around convincing jurors that the killings were crimes of passion, meaning acts committed in the heat of intense emotion rather than deliberate, premeditated murders. His attorneys tried to frame the tragedy as the result of a sudden emotional explosion instead of a conscious decision. That became the core focus of the defense throughout the proceedings. But even from Dimma's own testimony, something very different appeared to emerge. Despite the repeated attempts to minimize the level of intent involved, his own words suggested that thoughts about killing his parents had existed before the attack ever happened. And even if, as the defense argued, he had not planned every detail in advance, the simple fact that those thoughts appeared ahead of time seriously weakened the argument that this had been nothing more than a spontaneous emotional breakdown. That likely became one of the key points the jury considered while reaching its final decision.
Do you remember talking with them about multiple times having thoughts of killing your parents?
Yeah, I only had those thoughts a couple times.
Okay. Did you ever have a plan in place to make that happen?
No, I did not.
So you said you didn't think about killing your parents.
I did not plan on it.
Mr. Tower.
It was not premeditated.
Mr. Tower, what were you thinking about between the time you took that sharp knife, walked into your parents' bedroom, and started to stab your father in the dark?
I wasn't thinking anything.
You weren't thinking anything.
What is there to think?
When you were sitting out in your car before you went into the house on the night of August 31st, did you decide to kill your parents before you walked in?
Yes.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
The jury ultimately returned a guilty verdict on every count. After a long and emotionally exhausting trial filled with intense testimony and tense courtroom hearings, the decision became the final legal conclusion in a case that left behind enormous pain and sparked deep public attention. Inside the courtroom, a heavy silence settled over the room, and the tension that had built throughout the entire process felt almost physical. During the sentencing phase, the loved ones of Robbie Tower and Jennifer Tower were given the opportunity to speak before the court and describe who they had been in life. Family members remembered countless qualities that made the couple special: their kindness, sincerity, compassion, and willingness to help others even during difficult times. They spoke about the warmth Robbie and Jennifer brought to the people around them and about the deep love that existed within their family. But alongside those memories came overwhelming grief over losing them. For their loved ones, this was never just a court case or the formal ending of a criminal trial. It was the painful reality of continuing life without the people they loved. And with every statement made inside that courtroom, the true scale of the tragedy became impossible to ignore once again.
They had a love for the Ukrainian people. And so I was not completely surprised when Jen told me about Dima. She beamed. I can promise you that she could not have loved you more, Dima, than if she gave birth to you herself.
They chose to love Dima and to bring him into their lives. They wanted to make him a somebody and gave him their name.
Robbie Tower's father used his statement in court not to speak about forgiveness or reconciliation, but to speak about revenge, about the anger and pain that had been building inside him ever since the tragedy shattered his family. His voice sounded heavy with emotion, and every word carried the despair of a man who had lost both his son and daughter-in-law in unimaginably brutal circumstances. The atmosphere inside the courtroom at that moment was intensely tense, and it was impossible not to feel how deep the wounds within the family still were. Despite courtroom rules, he wanted to speak directly to his grandson. For him, this was not just a formal statement meant for the judge or the people in attendance. It was a chance to say something personally to the man at the center of the horrific case, the person who had permanently changed the lives of everyone in the family forever.
Dima, look at me.
No, sir, you go ahead and direct your comments to me, okay?
I would like him to change his name while he's in jail. I don't want him to use my name anymore. I don't want him to be associated with us. And a lot of things I want to say to you, to him.
Take your
I
time.
don't believe you'd allow it, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't think I could go any further.
Dima Tower was given one final chance to speak in court, a moment the family had been waiting for with painful anticipation. Many hoped that this would finally be the moment when he showed even the smallest amount of genuine remorse, acknowledged the devastation he had caused, and said something that might help the loved ones of Jennifer Tower and Robbie Tower find at least some emotional closure after everything they had endured. After all the suffering, the family wanted to hear some sign of accountability, even the slightest hint of humanity or compassion, but that never happened. Instead, Dima delivered a strange, confusing, and emotionally detached statement about responsibility. His words were vague and seemed to leave behind even more confusion and tension inside the courtroom. At certain moments, it sounded as though he was trying to shift part of the blame onto his grandparents, including the parents of Jennifer and Robbie. For many people in the room, those comments felt shocking and deeply painful, especially considering everything the victim's family had already been forced to endure.
And my apology in this is that nobody want to be held accountable for their actions. And I'm being held accountable for the actions of grown men. So my apology is that I have to be responsible for what Oscar did to his children and what Phil did to his children. And how can I apologize for the mistreatment that Oscar, as a stepfather.
All right, I'm going to have the defendant removed from the stand. He's choosing not to give an apology.
The judge sentenced Dima Tower to 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. According to the court's ruling, those sentences would be served consecutively, one after the other, effectively meaning he would never have any chance of being released. The atmosphere inside the courtroom remained heavy and tense as the sentence was read, and the decision became the final chapter in a case that had drawn intense public attention and left behind deep emotional scars. In addition to that, he also received another 5 years in prison for fleeing from police. The court treated the chase as a separate crime, adding even more weight to the severity of his final punishment.
Don't know what else to say. You seem to be an evil spirit, an evil person.
Evil spirit because you're talking foolish.
Who doesn't seem to have any...
I'm full of remorse. I'm not showing it.
Jennifer Tower and Robbie Tower were remembered by the people around them as incredibly kind, genuine, and selfless individuals, the kind of people who made others feel supported and cared for simply by being around them. Friends and relatives described them as a couple filled with compassion, warmth, and deep humanity. They were always willing to help people going through difficult times or anyone who simply needed support. For many, they became an example of people who did not just talk about kindness, but truly lived it every single day. The couple spent their free time, personal energy, and their own money traveling on missionary trips to Russia and Ukraine. These were not just short trips or symbolic charity visits. They genuinely wanted to help people, support those facing hardship, and stand beside the people who needed it most. Those who knew Jennifer and Robbie often said they truly loved Ukraine, its culture, its atmosphere, and its people. That sincere compassion and desire to help others became one of the reasons they remained so deeply memorable to everyone whose lives they touched. And in the end, that is how the tragic story of Robbie and Jennifer Tower remained in people's memories, not because of loud words or attention, but because of the kindness they tried to bring into the lives of others. June 30th, early morning. Police are standing by the trash containers outside a student apartment complex. A strong gust of wind suddenly shifts direction. The smell hits them and stops everyone in their tracks. It is the smell of decomposition. Officers open one of the containers. Inside, there is a black bag. Inside the bag, there is a woman's torso. Within minutes, they already know who they are looking for. 27-year-old Lauren Giddings, a law student. She had disappeared a few days earlier from her apartment across from campus. The door had been locked. No signs of forced entry, no signs of a struggle. But in the bathroom, there was blood. A lot of blood. Someone had tried to wash it away. The last thing she did was write a message. She was convinced someone had been entering her apartment, that someone was watching her. No one believed her. Now her body is scattered across trash containers. Police begin checking everyone nearby. Friends, exes, neighbors. Everyone cooperates, except one. A 25-year-old student who lived right next door. He was among those helping search for Lauren, giving interviews to reporters, watching every move the police made, and at the same time, refusing to let them into his apartment. When they finally bring him in for questioning, he barely moves. He does not blink, he does not answer, and inside his apartment, they find things that should not be there. That is when it becomes clear. This is not a disappearance. This is something far worse, and this is only the beginning. Hey guys, I'll steal just a quick minute of your time. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love to ask you to drop your city and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for sticking with me. Go ahead and leave it in the comments, and I'll keep going. On a city in central Georgia. Today, we're getting to know 27-year-old Lauren Giddings. She was born to Karen and Bill, had two sisters, Sarah and Caitlin, and she was the oldest. They were a very close family, and they used to joke that the real star of the household was Lauren's dog, Butterbean. Lauren was always driven, and her dream was to become a public defender. In the spring of 2008, she moved from Maryland to Mon, Georgia, to pursue that goal. Locals say life there is calm and steady, people are friendly, and strangers are rare. Overall, it is a quiet and peaceful place to live and study. Lauren quickly felt right at home. She was in a long-distance relationship with David Van Diver, a corporate attorney she had met 4 years earlier at his law firm in Atlanta. Even though she was 2 decades younger than him, they had a lot in common, and David often said she was wise beyond her years. They connected instantly, shared the same work ethic, had a similar dry, slightly offbeat sense of humor, and supported each other through some very difficult personal and professional times. David described her as open, intelligent, and incredibly grounded. Lauren even managed to win over his very protective older sister, something he used to joke was a real achievement because no one had ever managed to do that before. Lauren had no idea that David was planning to propose to her. He had already chosen the perfect place, but the long distance after her move made things complicated, and for a while they went their separate ways. Lauren started seeing another student named Joe, but she quickly realized she was still deeply in love with David and truly wanted to save that relationship, so she ended things with Joe. He was heartbroken, but they remained good friends. Fast forward to June 2011, Lauren had just graduated from one of the oldest law schools in the United States, Mercer University School of Law. Of course, her dog Butterbean was there to see her receive her diploma, and so were David and her entire family. Now, Lauren was excited to put everything she had learned into practice and fully step into this new chapter of her life. The next big step was passing the Georgia bar exam, and she dedicated every free moment to studying. After graduation, she traveled back to Maryland for her sister Caitlin's wedding and told everyone that after this, she needed to focus and take her studies seriously. Her family understood that this would be the last time they would all be together for a while, which made that day even more special. Like many graduates, Lauren decided to stay in Mon instead of returning to Baltimore. She lived on the second floor of Barrister's Hall in apartment number 2. Barrister's Hall was built specifically for law students and was located prama across from campus, making it easy to keep visiting professors and use the library while preparing for the exam, so staying there a little longer just made sense. But at home, in her own apartment, her safe and quiet space soon started to feel very different. Lauren told her sister about something she could not prove, and she knew it sounded strange, but she was convinced it was happening. She felt like something was off, like someone had been entering her apartment. Whenever she came back, after being away, there was this strange energy she could not explain. She felt like someone was watching her, but there were no signs of forced entry, so she could not understand how that was even possible. That unsettling feeling would not go away. And on June 25th, 2011, late at night, she sent David an email about her concerns. David reassured her, saying it was probably just some pranksters messing around without any real intent to do harm. Besides, she had been studying nonstop and barely leaving her apartment, so it was possible she had just been cooped up for too long and was starting to overthink things. Lauren then sent out a group message where she wrote the following. Hey guys, I'm fully diving into exam prep right now, so please don't be upset if I don't respond to messages or emails. In the days that followed, there was no word from her at all. Other than going to church and occasionally working out, she really did not do much besides studying, so at first, a few unread messages and missed calls did not raise any alarms. But her best friend Katie and her sister Caitlin kept trying to reach her again and again, with no response. Caitlin was on her honeymoon, sending photos, and it felt strange that Lauren was not replying to any of them. At that point, it no longer seemed like she was just busy. It started to feel like something was wrong. A classmate named Ashley called Caitlin and asked her to go check on Lauren's apartment to make sure everything was okay. Before heading over, Ashley tried calling Lauren too, but her phone was already going straight to voicemail. Ashley and her boyfriend drove over to her building and noticed Lauren's car was still parked outside. Using a spare key, they went inside. Lauren's belongings were scattered around, but that did not seem too unusual since she had been preparing to move in with David. But when they looked at her calendar and saw the date, it hit them she was supposed to move out the very next day, June 30th. Then they found her bag, her law books, her phone, and her laptop, things everyone knew she would never just leave behind. So where was she? Ashley started calling friends and people she knew in the complex. Even Lauren's ex, Joe, began searching for her around campus, while others checked the surrounding area. Everyone agreed the last time anyone had heard from her was 4 days earlier at an end-of-year party. She had left the next morning, and everything seemed normal. Just a few hours later, she had emailed David, mentioning her concerns about someone possibly entering her apartment. The next morning, with still no answers, they decided to call the police, and her family set out on a nearly 12-hour drive to Georgia to help. At 9 in the morning, officers arrived at apartment number 2 in Barrister's Hall. Right away, it was clear, no signs of forced entry, no signs of a struggle, and nothing appeared to be stolen. But everyone agreed something was definitely off. They began carefully searching each room, and one of the first steps was using luminol spray to check for traces of blood. Everything looked clean at first, but when they used it in Lauren's bathroom, the result was completely different. Her bathtub had clearly been filled with blood. At that moment, police realized they were most likely no longer searching for a missing person, but for Lauren's body. June 30th was a hot day with strong winds. As they stepped outside to come up with a new search plan, a sudden gust of wind carried a smell straight toward them. They were standing near the trash containers, and the stench made them freeze. It was unmistakable, the smell of a decomposing human body. One of the officers said,
"When we were standing there, the wind suddenly shifted direction. In life, We all come across unpleasant smells, but the smell of a body, especially one that's decomposing, is one of the worst things you can ever experience.
Police opened the containers and made a horrifying discovery that would stay with them forever. Inside, there was a woman's torso wrapped in a black bag. Forensic testing still needed to be done, but given Lauren's disappearance and the luminol results in her bathroom, they had very little doubt that it was part of her body.
I had never seen anything like that before. Who could have done this? Because honestly, only a monster is capable of something like that.
It was absolutely horrifying. One of the detectives later said that, in a strange twist of fate, the police cars parked near the entrance had blocked the garbage truck from pulling in to collect everything. If the officers had not been there at that exact moment, if they had not sealed off the area, all of it could have been gone before the search even began. As they suspected, forensic testing confirmed it was Lauren Giddings' torso. The chief medical examiner later stated there were no signs of sexual assault, but the exact cause of death could not be determined. It was believed she had been killed and dismembered on June 26th. Lauren's apartment, especially the bathroom, was processed for fingerprints and any other trace evidence. But it looked like everything had been cleaned with extreme care, and only luminol revealed anything at all. Outside, the area was secured, and police tried to keep the discovery quiet. If this was someone from the apartment complex, they did not want it to become known that the body had already been found, so no one would have the chance to run or destroy more evidence. One officer said, "You have to look at the people closest to the victim, either romantically or geographically. Those who had taken part in the initial search, Ashley, Joe, and others, were asked to come in and give statements, they also spoke with her partner, David, but not only was he devastated, he was in California on a golf trip and his alibi checked out. It quickly became clear he had nothing to do with it. Lauren's ex, Joe, was in a similar position and was also ruled out. Authorities wanted to search every apartment in the building to begin eliminating possibilities. Everyone agreed, everyone except one person, 25-year-old Stephen McDaniel. So why was that a problem? They wondered. It's just a legal habit of mine. I always protect my personal space, he said. He explained that he was also a law student preparing for the bar exam and had been living next door to Lauren since their first year, apartment number 4. He had even been among those helping in the initial search for Lauren, walking alongside her friends, and even with someone who had been asked to come into the station just hours earlier.
With me is her next door neighbor who lives in apartment 4. Can I get your last name?
McDaniel. Stephen McDaniel.
When was the last time you think you seen Lauren?
It was either last week or the week before that. I was coming back from bar prep and I was driving back and I saw her going out to run.
Is there anything that you could tell me today or add to your statement that could help me locate Lauren?
I can't think of anything. I mean, we looked around to see if there was a note or if there was anything, but there was just nothing that we could find to try and figure out where she was.
They continued searching the rest of the building, but they kept a close eye on him. His behavior felt off. On one hand, he refused to cooperate, but on the other, he stayed nearby, almost like he was trying to keep track of everything that was happening. Stephen remained there the entire day, watching what others were doing and even following the police as they went in and out of other people's apartments. That raised even more suspicion, especially when reporters started showing up. He was one of the first to approach them, speaking on camera and even sharing his own theories about what might have happened to Lauren.
That was living there?
Yeah, Lauren was my neighbor. We're just trying to find out where she is at this point. I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday. I mean, the last time anyone heard from her was an email that she sent out, and no one's heard from her since.
Did you see her hang out with anyone at the time, anything like that?
I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday. I haven't seen anything. I mean, you always hear noise outside, but it's just people walking by pretty much. I mean, she's as nice as can be. I mean, very personable, very much a people person.
Do you know any enemies she might have had, somebody that might want to hurt her?
No, we don't know where she is. I mean, the only thing we can think is that maybe she went out running and someone snatched her. Because, I mean, we went We went over, one of her friends had a key. We went inside and tried to see if there was anything amiss, but I mean, she had a door jamb that was sitting right by it, so there was no sign that anyone broke in. I mean, the door was locked when everyone got here.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of. I think that's where they had recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body?
Had you heard any? Had you seen anything there? Had you seen anything there? I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like, they took out a body there earlier. We don't know if it's the same person or not. That's how we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there. Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
At that point, only a few people knew what had been found in the container. After the interview, Stephen sat there for a long time, just staring off into empty space.
Now, they haven't confirmed, at least not with us, that it was Laura that they found. Are you holding out any hope right now?
I hope, but
You hadn't heard anything about a body until you were talking to us earlier?
no. As far as any of us knew, they were still trying to just find her. Joe, he got onto her computer last night to see if she had said anything. She'd sent an email out to some people. There was an email that she sent out after 10 that night where she sent to, I think it was someone in Atlanta, a friend of hers in Atlanta. She was afraid in her apartment that she thought that someone had tried to break in on Thursday night, and she was afraid to stay in there. But
Where did you hear that from? From Joe?
he pulled it up and we read it off the screen.
I hadn't heard anything on Thursday night.
No.
She never came to you to tell you anything?
No, she was afraid in her apartment, then, get her out of there.
A few hours later, he finally allowed police to enter his apartment. Inside, he had stockpiled food, energy drinks, and various weapons. Officers searched through the drawers and found different items, including condoms. When they pulled them out, Stephen muttered something about being a virgin and saving himself for marriage. He went on to say he was registered on the dating site eHarmony, but admitted he had not had much luck with dates. His behavior was extremely strange. When police asked why he had condoms, he vaguely responded that he had broken into 2 neighboring apartments and simply decided to take them from there. In other words, he openly admitted to entering other people's homes just a few feet away from Lauren's apartment. Police arrested him for burglary and took him in for questioning.
Macon police say a K-9 unit from Dooley County has volunteered to help in the search for the remains of murdered Mercer grad Lauren Giddings. Macon police are following several leads in the case, but so far have no official suspects. Giddings' neighbor, 25-year-old Stephen McDaniel, remains in jail tonight on unrelated burglary charges. Police continue to gather statements from students and neighbors in what they're calling a detailed, painstaking process.
Even though he had been eager to talk to reporters earlier and seemed to want to know everything that was going on, now he completely shut down and said nothing at all.
All right. I just got to ask you a few more questions.
Okay.
You came down earlier tonight, me and you talked, all right. You don't have any weapons on you, do you?
No.
That's just you are. What's wrong? You know Detective Patterson, right?
Yes.
Do you remember? Put your hand up here. You remember us talking? I need you to know about this girl right here. You know her?
Yes.
Who is that?
Lauren Giddings.
Does she live next door to you?
Yes.
Okay. Look at me when you talk to me, son. Okay? Was you friends with her?
Yes.
I'm asking you for help. I need your help. Can you help me?
I don't know.
You don't know if you can help me?
Yes.
I need your help. Help me out. Tell me what to do.
There were contradictions in what he was saying, and he answered questions reluctantly, mostly with yes, no, or I don't know.
What do you think happened to her?
I don't know.
Do you even care that no one can find her? I mean, I don't know, do you?
Yes.
Well, you know there was a body found in the trash can next to the apartments.
Yes.
And it's a female, white female's body, right next to y'all's apartment. We don't know 100% sure it's Lauren, but we're pretty confident it is. I mean, who would do something to somebody and throw them in a trash can?
I don't know.
And you know why we've been working all day trying to find Lauren, right?
Yes.
Because her family wants to know where she's at.
Yes.
And I don't know what to tell her family. So I'm asking you, what do I need to tell her family?
I don't know.
It's all on you, brother. What do you want me to tell her family? Huh?
I don't know.
Well, I need to know.
On top of that, his behavior was extremely unusual. Officers said they had never seen anything like it during an interrogation. He sat almost completely still the entire time, barely even moving his head, and at times they had to ask him to look them in the eye. The sped-up footage of the interview clearly shows just how disturbingly motionless he was and how unnatural it looked compared to the normal behavior of the officers in the room. Even when detectives stepped out, he stayed in the exact same position, staring straight ahead. His constant no and I don't know responses began to frustrate Detective Patterson. At that point, he had no doubt left that this was the man behind what had happened to Lauren.
You got your ass on that fucking news and stood out there and gave a media report that her mother saw. You sure stood out there and ran your mouth to the news media, but now you're gonna get out here and you don't fucking know. You're just a sorry piece of shit that don't give a fuck.
Why would you not be honest with me?
I am being honest.
Stephen, it just doesn't feel like it, buddy. You know, I get the sense that there's something weighing heavy on your heart right now. Stephen, did you hurt Lauren?
No.
What'd you do, buddy?
I didn't do anything.
What'd you do to Lauren?
I didn't do anything.
But by then, it was already late into the night, and they still had not made any real progress in getting answers.
You're gonna look at this right here, this little girl right here, and you're gonna say you don't know? I know you know.
I don't know.
Yes, you know. What are you gonna say tomorrow when I say we got your hair with the body? I believe that you're a good guy, you've been picked on, girls didn't show you the respect that you deserved, you did something stupid, and I believe you feel bad about it, and that's why you're all freaked out right now. We want you to tell it so that way people understand you're not a monster. Things just, you got out of control. It's a sickness. Why'd you do it, Stephen?
I didn't do it.
Stephen, why are you going to keep telling that? You hurt that girl.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did, Stephen. I'm going to take this from me. You don't deserve to look at it. Just stay right here, okay?
Okay.
I appreciate all your cooperation tonight, okay?
Okay.
Stephen also admitted that he had 2 scratches just above his thigh. While the interrogation was ongoing, his apartment was being turned upside down. Investigators discovered that he somehow had a master key that allowed him to access multiple units within the complex. They found packaging from a hacksaw, several flash drives that later revealed disturbing and violent images and videos involving children, and a piece of underwear that, after testing, was confirmed to belong to Lauren Giddings. An analysis of his search history showed that he frequently viewed her social media profiles, often at the same time as consuming violent pornography. It also came out that he had been writing blog posts about torturing and killing women, sharing his disturbing fantasies on online forums. All of this painted a deeply troubling picture, and given how often he searched her name, it was clear he had become obsessed with Lauren. One of his most recent searches was for the trash collection schedule in Macon.
It's all over anyways. The game's over. I mean, we know what you did to her, so we just want to know if you were going to tell us or not.
I didn't do anything.
Well, that's what you say. But we know different, so you're fucked either way. So you can sit there with that dumb look on your face. But it's over.
I don't know what you want me to say.
I want you to say nothing. You're fucked either way. I thought you were smarter than everybody. Somebody always leaves something at a crime scene. You fucked up. First, I didn't really believe you had anything to do with it. They said, man, it couldn't have been him. He used to work down the DA's office with us. He's a good guy. He used to help us out. Friendly guy and everything. Couldn't be him. He couldn't have done something like that. The sad thing about it is you probably could have made something with your life. But you chose a different route because, one, you don't have a girlfriend, and two, you're never going to get a girlfriend.
In a utility room inside the complex, they found a hacksaw that matched the packaging from his apartment, and it had blood on it. Surveillance cameras confirmed that he was the one who had purchased that hacksaw. They also found a blood-stained bedsheet, and it belonged to Lauren Giddings. The maintenance worker had already been ruled out, and the only other person with access to that utility room was Stephen McDaniel. That was the man who killed Lauren. But who really was Stephen McDaniel, and why the hell did he do it? His classmates said it was uncomfortable being around him. He was socially awkward, strange, and difficult to talk to. He would ask people unsettling questions about death, obsess over topics like a zombie apocalypse and the perfect murder, and often push others to explain how they would hypothetically kill someone and get away with it. Back in school, he had even been voted most likely to become famous. His law school classmates said he clearly saw himself as the smartest person in the room, smarter than everyone else, and he carried himself with that kind of confidence. He was always ready to argue, even when he was completely wrong, constantly debating with everyone, including Lauren, and other students said he actively sought out confrontation. He wasn't there to make friends. That was obvious, one of them said. Both classmates and professors described him as an average student, nothing particularly special, even though he spoke as if he were. By that point, he was nearing graduation and had no idea what to do next. He was finishing school with no friends and no real plans for the future. He was just drifting. From the very beginning, after they became neighbors in 2008, Lauren had genuinely tried to be kind to him and include him. At one point, she even stopped to introduce him to her mother, Karen, after noticing him walking alone around the complex. Karen met him again shortly before graduation. There was just something off about him, she said. After that second interaction, she could not shake the feeling that he was living right next door to Lauren. I remember thinking it was strange that he always kept his windows and curtains closed. You never really saw him, she recalled. But no matter how hard Lauren tried to be kind, he had the same effect on her as he did on everyone else. He made her feel uncomfortable. In one of her emails to David back in 2008, the same year she moved there, Lauren wrote about Stephen's behavior and mentioned the conflicts they had during classes. He looks at me with hostility. It feels like he's against me, she wrote. At the same time, Stephen had clearly taken an interest in Lauren and asked her out several times, but she was already in a relationship, and more importantly, she simply did not feel that way about him. From that point on, she remained polite when they crossed paths, but she made sure to keep her distance. Based on all the evidence that had been gathered, on August 2nd, 2011, Stephen McDaniel was charged with the murder of Lauren Giddings. He was later also charged with 7 counts of child sexual exploitation.
Stephen, how are you, buddy?
All right.
May I ask you a few more questions?
I had nothing to say without my attorney.
You don't want to hear what we have?
Yeah. I want my attorney.
Even though his attorneys requested bail be set at $100,000, it was set at nearly $1 million. A grand jury indicted him on 1 count of murder, and after full analysis of his devices, he was also charged with 30 counts of child sexual exploitation.
The case building against Stephen McDaniel in the murder of his neighbor Lauren Giddings is getting stronger.
Today, a grand jury announced there's enough evidence to prepare for trial.
1 count of murder and 30 counts of sexual exploitation of children. Those are the heavy charges stacked against McDaniel, who's been in jail since July 1st on unrelated burglary charges. More than 20 grand jurors heard from the district attorney's office this morning before deciding there's enough evidence to let this case go to trial. This indictment says evidence shown today leads the grand jury to believe Stephen McDaniel did kill, murder, and cause the death of Lauren Giddings, a human being, by inflicting bodily harm in a manner unknown to the grand jury at this time, including decapitation of said victim. Since the grand jury has decided there is enough probable cause in this case, the next step is arraignment. That's when McDaniel will enter his plea, and according to his attorney, Floyd Buford, it'll be not guilty.
Even though the evidence against him was very strong, the prosecution acknowledged that the case was largely built on circumstantial evidence. Aside from the underwear that had been found, there was nothing directly linking his DNA to hers. No trace of him was found in the bathroom, and none on the hacksaw either. As for the underwear, he could have tried to explain it the same way he did with the condoms, by claiming he had stolen it. They also could not determine the exact cause or time of death. Still, despite all of that, the prosecution remained confident in their case and was ready to go to trial. Not long after, new evidence emerged that confirmed everything, and it was deeply disturbing. On a memory card recovered from his apartment, investigators found a video proving that Stephen had been watching Lauren for a long time. Her fears that someone was observing her and trying to get into her apartment were completely justified. On the very night she was killed, he was filming her apartment through the window. He had taped a camera to a wooden stick and lifted it up to peek inside through the blinds. Prosecutor David Cook said that the moment he saw that footage, his first thought was,
"There he is."
A few days later, hundreds of people gathered at St. Mary of the Mills Church for Lauren's funeral. Despite all the efforts, only her torso had been found, and that was what was laid to rest that day.
Today, the Bibb County District Attorney's Office announced it plans to seek the death penalty against Stephen
McDaniel pleaded not guilty, and his defense began pushing the claim that police had framed him and repeatedly entered his apartment to plant evidence. In another unexpected twist, one of his attorneys who worked with him for a time had previously been one of Lauren's instructors, teaching a course on transitioning from law school into legal practice. He said he admired Lauren Giddings and enjoyed teaching her, but remembered one important detail: she was against the death penalty. So, knowing that prosecutors were pursuing that punishment, he tried to have it taken off the table. As everyone prepared for what was expected to be a difficult trial, the prosecution agreed to drop the child exploitation charges and offered a plea deal. And that meant Stephen, after consulting with his attorneys, changed his position. In April 2014, just 1 week before the trial was set to begin, Stephen McDaniel finally pleaded guilty to the murder and dismemberment of Lauren.
For nearly 3 years, 2 huge unanswered questions hung over the death of Lauren Giddings. What happened the night she died, and what happened to the rest of her body, since only her torso was found after the murder. Today, Stephen McDaniel spelled out the answers to those questions in chilling detail. As part of his plea deal with prosecutors, McDaniel agreed to write an allocution, a document detailing what he did and how.
Stephen McDaniel is a psychopath who cowardly allowed darkness and evil to consume him. He should never be permitted to prowl the streets of this world again.
That is the voice of Karen Giddings, the mother of Lauren Giddings, the Mercer Law grad who was killed almost 3 years ago.
Today, Stephen McDaniel entered a guilty plea to the murder of Lauren Giddings. His guilty plea provides finality to this case and assures justice that cannot be undone. Because of this guilty plea, Stephen McDaniel will never again be able to deny that he and he alone is responsible for Lauren Giddings' death.
One of his former attorneys said that things took a sharp turn for McDaniel once evidence from his computer started coming in, and there was more and more of it. Investigators kept uncovering additional material connected to his computer and camera, and eventually he agreed that it was enough to secure a conviction. Before sentencing, the prosecution presented evidence that reflected his character. They showed video footage from Lauren's apartment and read out some of his alleged posts from online forums. In one of them, it said,
I graduate from law school. I celebrate by drinking alone in front of my computer. I see my sexy neighbor and classmate come home late. I invite her over for one last drink. I make her a special cocktail, a Mickey Finn, a drink meant to knock someone out. She loses consciousness. I finally lose my virginity. Oh no, she overdosed and died. I cooked her arms and legs to celebrate losing my virginity. I don't like organs, so I threw the torso away. I put on a dramatic show on TV while the police find her remains. So what? Are you mad losers?
However, the authenticity of that post was questioned. Some believed it could have been internet trolling. And while the prosecution was convinced he was the one who wrote it, the issue remains debated to this day. As part of the plea agreement, he was required to give a detailed account in court of what happened that day, and this is what he said. Around 4:30 in the morning, he used a master key to unlock her door. He was dressed entirely in black, wearing gloves and a mask. He said he stood there watching her as she slept, but she must have sensed something was wrong and suddenly woke up. Before she had a chance to get up or understand what was happening, he rushed at her and wrapped his hands around her throat. They struggled and fell to the floor. He said Lauren grabbed his mask and pulled it off. When she realized who it was, she called him by name and screamed for him to stop. She cried and fought back for nearly 15 minutes while he strangled her until she stopped breathing. He dragged her into the bathroom and placed her in the bathtub, where she remained through the night and into the next day. On the evening of June 27th, he returned with tools, including a hacksaw, and began dismembering her body, which he described in detail. He placed the body parts into separate bags and, according to him, disposed of them in trash containers around the university area. He left the torso in a container near the apartment complex, believing it would be quickly taken away. He cut up his mask, gloves, and t-shirt and flushed them down the toilet. The medical examiner had previously stated there were no signs of sexual assault, and Stephen claimed he did not commit any.
She was wearing pink running shorts when she died, and I didn't remove them. They were found on her torso exactly the way I left them, he said in court.
Even nearly 3 years later, people still found it hard to believe. From the very beginning, Lauren had only ever been kind and friendly to him, and even Stephen himself admitted that. He claimed that after that night, he was in a state almost like a dream or a haze, convincing himself that Lauren was still alive.
It's hard for me to explain why I killed Lauren and tried to cover it up the way I did. I know it was deeply wrong. I'm not insane, and I'm not without morals or decency. I guess it's something in my nature, in my psychology, something neurological, something in my own pathology, he said.
He told her family that he was sorry and that he thinks about Lauren every day, but that he does not expect their forgiveness. I will never be able to deserve it. If I could take it all back, I would. According to him, the only reason the prosecution ultimately did not pursue the death penalty was because Lauren herself had been strongly against it. Her family respected that and said they hoped he would live a long life under the worst possible conditions in prison. Stephen McDaniel was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole until 2041. After the sentencing, he wrote a long letter from prison claiming he had been pressured by police and that the case had been unfair from the very beginning.
Continue to get new glimpses into the psyche of Stephen McDaniel. In a neatly handwritten 2-page document filled with small lettering, Stephen McDaniel outlines his experiences with Macon police. He complains that police yelled at him and intimidated him in an interrogation room for hours during the early stages of the investigation and wouldn't even let him go to the restroom without permission. McDaniel details being so upset he suffered a seizure and required medical help, but was only told that the EMT could look at him if he'd allow police to search his apartment. He says even after they got into his apartment, police never gave him medical care.
He demanded a new trial, one he believed would be fair. 4 years later, he filed an appeal representing himself and called more than 10 witnesses to testify, including his former attorney from whom he also sought compensation. The situation took a dramatic turn later that day when McDaniel began questioning his former lawyer, Floyd Buford. He waived attorney-client privilege, allowing Buford to speak openly about their conversations.
On top of that, you possess the most horrific child pornographic photos I've ever seen.
Now, in McDaniel's habeas, he claims that Floyd Buford, Frank Hogue, and the rest of his defense team failed to represent him effectively. Here's what Buford had to say today about that.
Started off facing a death penalty. It ended up with life and possibility of parole. You could get out one day, Stephen.
In his complaint, Stephen demanded that the court order his attorney to repay $50,000 in legal fees and an additional $250,000 in punitive damages for alleged negligence. He also filed a motion against Bibb County Judge Howard Sims claiming bias. That appeal was denied. In 2022, at the age of 37, he filed another appeal arguing that the prosecution had taken documents, his rights had been violated, and his attorneys had been ineffective. He demanded that his conviction be overturned and that he be released from prison. His father, Mark, supported him, saying, "We just want the truth to come out. That's all we want." However, the judge refused even to consider the appeal because it had been filed more than a year past the deadline. If McDaniel had exercised due diligence instead of blaming the Georgia Supreme Court, he would have realized the motion was filed too late, the judge added. That appeal was also denied. Stephen has since filed another appeal, which is still pending. Some of his relatives and friends continue to believe in his innocence. His father even created a GoFundMe page to raise money for legal expenses, but it received no donations and was quickly taken down. Lauren's sister Caitlin called it pathetic and completely out of touch with reality. His grandfather, Hollis, who has since passed away, once gave an interview about visiting his grandson in prison.
If everything the police are saying is true, then I'm just a broken grandfather. You go to see him, and he sits there quietly. You can't get a word out of him. You just want to take him to a doctor, but he's a grown man now, and it breaks your heart. You have to accept reality for what it is, whether you want to or not. I did what I thought was right. I hired him a lawyer right away. I thought I'd be able to post bail and bring him home, but God, when I saw him, he was different.
On September 9th, 2022, construction workers were putting up a fence near a medical complex in Wausau. Just a few yards away from a golf course, they noticed a strong smell. In the tall grass, they found the remains of a woman. Because of the condition of the body, investigators couldn't determine exactly how she had died. There was no obvious cause of death and no visible signs of a struggle. The only things found nearby were a vape device and a scalpel that showed no signs of being used. The woman was identified as 44-year-old Stephanie Pavlons. No one had reported her missing. No one was looking for her. The last time Stephanie was seen alive was on August 23rd. That morning, she left her apartment with her boyfriend, Matthew Paul. Surveillance cameras captured them driving to an orthopedic clinic. Stephanie never went inside the building. About an hour later, the cameras picked up Matthew again, but this time he was alone. He returned to the apartment holding Stephanie's pink water bottle, and then he carried her black bag back inside. And for the first time in a long time, he didn't hold the door open for her. Almost like he already knew she wasn't coming back this time. But the most disturbing part came later. Because while police still hadn't even found Stephanie's body, Matthew Paul was already searching Google for her obituary. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now let's keep going. In September of 2022, the remains of 44-year-old Stephanie Pavlons were discovered by construction workers in a wooded area near a large medical center in Wausau, Wisconsin. Her body had gone unnoticed there for weeks. By the time she was found, investigators could no longer determine exactly how Stephanie had died. Detectives could only speculate about how she ended up there, hidden in plain sight out in the open. Still, they strongly suspected foul play. Piece by piece, investigators began putting Stephanie's story together. And the picture that slowly emerged became a story filled with secrets, deception, and murder. On September 9th, 2022, 3 construction workers in Wausau, Wisconsin were installing fencing around a vacant lot on Gulf Road. The area was overgrown in places and bordered a small wooded section tucked between a large medical building and a golf course. As the workers walked toward the tree line to put up no trespassing signs, they were suddenly hit with a strong and disturbing smell.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
It's the Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin on Gulf Road.
Okay, is that the Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin?
Yep, it's behind it. It's in the vacant lot next to it.
And tell me exactly what happened?
We found a dead body in the woods when we were putting up stakes for no trespassing signs. We smelled something and then saw there's a dead guy back there. He's for a long time, so he ain't coming back from it. So
okay.
In the tall grass near the tree line lay the remains of an adult woman who had clearly been dead for quite some time. Later, she was identified as 44-year-old Stephanie Pavlons. Investigators couldn't determine exactly how long her body had been in the woods, but based on the level of decomposition, they believe she had been there for at least several weeks. Stephanie had never been reported missing. Stephanie was not married. She was the mother of a daughter, 19-year-old Isla, whose calls, texts, and voice messages to her mother had gone unanswered since late August. Stephanie also stayed in fairly regular contact with her parents, especially her mother, Georgianne, and over the previous 5 years, she had periodically lived at their home in Delafield. It wasn't until September 12th, 3 days after the body was discovered, that Stephanie's parents were informed of her death. During the previous 2 weeks, Georgianne had continued sending messages to her daughter. Stephanie not responding felt unusual, but it didn't immediately raise serious concern. According to Georgianne, her daughter was a very private person who handled her life on her own terms. There was no obvious trail leading to Stephanie's body in the woods, although investigators did notice signs that people had been in the area before, mostly empty alcohol cans and scattered trash. Within about 15 feet of the body, detectives found 2 important items: a vape device and a scalpel. The vape belonged to Stephanie. She had been trying to quit smoking. The scalpel showed no signs of use. No other personal belongings were found on or near the body. Stephanie was wearing dark jeans, white sneakers, and a loose black long-sleeve shirt. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy faced major challenges because of the condition of the remains. Due to the advanced decomposition, it was impossible to determine either the cause or the manner of death. Toxicology testing was performed, but that process was also limited because there was not enough tissue available for a complete analysis. The results showed traces of several prescription medications in Stephanie's system. Stephanie had been taking medication for seizures. She had also been prescribed oxycodone for neck pain following a car accident. In addition, she was taking Xanax for anxiety. Whether Stephanie's death was natural, related to a medical condition, caused by medication, or the result of a crime, was something the autopsy simply could not answer. When investigators notified Stephanie's parents about her death on September 12th, they learned that she had not been living full-time at their home during the previous few months. Instead, Stephanie had been staying with her on-again, off-again boyfriend, 55-year-old Matthew Paul. Matthew lived in an apartment at the Willow Park Apartments complex on Delafield Street in Wausau. He was also the father of Stephanie's adult daughter, and despite their complicated relationship, the two had remained connected for more than 20 years. Interestingly, Matthew had never reported Stephanie missing either. Instead of speaking with Matthew immediately, detectives first contacted the management at Willow Park and requested surveillance footage covering the previous several weeks. They hoped to track Stephanie's movements and build a timeline leading up to her death. Matthew, who was slowly recovering from a broken leg, appeared on the cameras throughout late August, limping as he exited through the north entrance of the building. He regularly came in from the parking lot side and stopped to hold the door open behind him. Detectives quickly realized why he kept doing that. Stephanie was usually walking right behind him, and she clearly didn't have her own key. The two often entered and left the apartment separately, although usually only a few minutes apart. Under the terms of Matthew's lease, he was not allowed to have another person living there. But the surveillance footage made one thing obvious: Stephanie had been living with him. The last day Stephanie was seen on the Willow Park cameras was August 23rd, 17 days before her body was found in the woods. At 8:39 that morning, she walked out the north side of the building wearing the same jeans, sneakers, and oversized shirt she would later be found in. She was also carrying a black purse with a chain strap and a large pink water bottle. At 8:40, Matthew appeared on camera, leaving through the side entrance carrying a plastic bag. Investigators couldn't clearly tell what was inside. Footage from Matthew's dash cam captured only a few seconds from that morning, showing him driving around the apartment building to pick Stephanie up. The couple then drove to a quick trip on Grand View, where Stephanie went inside to buy breakfast for both of them. Matthew stayed in the vehicle while she shopped. At one point, Stephanie briefly stepped out of the car to throw away some trash. That was the last time surveillance cameras captured her alive. Around 9:10 that morning, the couple finished breakfast and got back on the road. Their destination was Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, known as OAW, where Matthew had an appointment related to his leg injury. By 9:34, Matthew was sitting in the clinic waiting room. He even took a photo of himself there and sent it to a friend. 4 minutes later, he was called in to see the doctor. Stephanie never entered the building. She was not with Matthew during the appointment. Investigators believe she most likely stayed behind in the vehicle waiting for him. Cell phone data from both Matthew and Stephanie showed that their phones were in the area of the OAW building starting around 9:20 that morning. Connections to nearby cell towers suggested that both phones remained together in or near that same area. Matthew's appointment ended at 10:33. At 10:52, both phones moved east toward the wooded area. That leaves roughly a 20-minute window during which the couple was most likely somewhere together on the property before both devices later appeared heading back toward the Willow Park apartments. When detectives reviewed the surveillance footage from later that day, they found video of Matthew returning, but not Stephanie. 17 days later, she was found dead in the woods east of OAW. Matthew was brought in for questioning on September 17th. While he answered questions, a team of investigators searched both his truck and his apartment. By that point, it had already been 5 days since Georgianne and Rich Pavlons were informed about their daughter's death. No one else had been told. There had been no press release confirming that the body found in the woods belonged to Stephanie. The Pavlons had not shared the news with Matthew either. They had never been close with him. Throughout the entire interview, detectives in Wausau never once told Matthew that the mother of his only child was dead.
Some real basic questions, and you can answer whatever questions you choose to. If you don't want to answer a question, don't answer.
But I'm not.
Do you have any? Are you curious at all about why we want to talk to you?
Well, of course I am.
Right?
Something that happened yesterday. I went right over by the police. Nobody.
We're not here about anything yesterday, okay? Let's talk about Stephanie. What is she to you?
Oh my God. Stephanie is the mother of my daughter. And you guys already know that.
Yeah. Did you guys have a current relationship?
We've always had some type of relationship with helping each other.
Yeah.
When Matthew was asked to talk about Stephanie, he explained that she had been helping take care of him lately because his foot and ankle injury made it difficult for him to get around. But he also said that he had been helping her too. According to Matthew, Stephanie was constantly battling what he described as demons in her head. And he added that the side effects of some of her medications could create a dangerous combination.
Do you know where she is? Do you know when's the last time you saw her?
No.
You don't know where she is? Do you remember the last time you saw her?
No, weeks ago.
Weeks ago?
And I'm sick to my stomach.
Why is that?
Because I have a bad feeling.
Walk me through the last, when you said you saw her a few weeks ago, where were you guys?
I can't recall the exact time that I saw her. She, do you want to go to that, or do you want to stick on the antidepressants? And the few times I had to go to the hospital with her because she was in such poor condition.
We'll come back to that.
According to Matthew, Stephanie had previously overdosed on prescription medications. He also said she struggled with depression, even though he still claimed he couldn't remember the last time he had actually seen Stephanie. Matthew was able to tell detectives about past occasions when she would suddenly disappear for long periods of time without giving him any explanation. Eventually, investigators managed to steer the conversation back to the last confirmed time Stephanie was seen alive, the morning of August 23rd, when she rode with Matthew to the OAW building.
You went with her to an appointment at orthopedics.
You guys know something you're not telling me.
No, we're trying to figure out where she is or who last saw her. So I guess you just told me you said you guys went to orthopedics to get there.
Yeah. Oh, I've been going to orthopedics since.
Right, this is the day after
May.
Right, this is the day after though you guys went mattress
shopping. I can't recall the exact dates, but she went there with me a few times.
Okay. This would be the last time that you would have seen her though, in the last few weeks you said. This one would be kind of I would if you're thinking back, you haven't seen her since this day. And you said you guys went out there.
I believe so.
You went into your appointment, so this is the last time you would have seen her, it sounds like, okay? Did she come in the building with you, do you remember?
No.
She stayed in the truck?
Yeah, she stayed in the truck.
You finished your appointment?
Yeah.
Come out to your truck, 10 and 1.
She's gone.
She's not in the truck anymore?
She's gone, yeah.
Did she have the keys or no? Do you remember?
Oh, no, I had the keys.
Matthew told investigators that when he returned to the car and realized Stephanie was gone, he started driving around the area searching for her. He said he couldn't call her because, according to him, he already knew she had left her phone behind at the apartment. While Matthew continued talking with detectives, officers searched his apartment. Inside, they found 2 items that immediately raised serious suspicion. The first was the large pink water bottle Stephanie had been carrying on the morning of August 23rd, the last time she was ever seen leaving the building alive. Now, that same bottle was sitting on the floor inside Matthew's apartment. The second item was Stephanie's black purse, the one she had been carrying in the days leading up to her disappearance, including the final day she was seen alive. Detectives found the bag hidden inside a bedroom dresser. Matthew claimed he first became concerned about Stephanie when he discovered her purse in the back seat of his pickup truck. According to him, he found it more than a week after the last time he had seen Stephanie, while cleaning out his vehicle at a car wash.
When I really got worried and didn't understand what was going on is she put her purse in the back of my truck, in the back seat. I didn't notice that the purse was in the back seat until I went to the car wash about a week ago. Yeah. And I took out my car mats and I started cleaning everything, and lo and behold, I see her purse, and then that's when I was like thinking, well, this is strange.
Surveillance footage from a car wash on September 6th does show Matthew Paul cleaning out his pickup truck. But the video never shows him pulling out a purse, cleaning floor mats, or reacting as if he had just made some alarming or unexpected discovery. Of course, detectives in Wausau already knew that, because they also knew Matthew had not found Stephanie's purse a week later. In reality, he had brought it back into his apartment on the afternoon of August 23rd, only a few hours after leaving the OAW building. At around 11:10 that morning, Matthew entered through the north doors carrying Stephanie's pink water bottle tucked under his arm. What stood out to investigators was that, for the first time in many days, he did not stop to hold the door open for Stephanie. He simply walked inside and let the door close and lock behind him, almost as if he already knew she would not be coming back this time. About an hour later, surveillance cameras captured him leaving the building again. And when Matthew returned a few minutes later, he was carrying a plastic bag. Detectives believed Stephanie's black purse was inside it.
Okay, this is where we need to figure out something because it doesn't make any sense. All right? That's you coming back the same day at 11:14. Okay? Hold on, listen, Matt. You're holding her water bottle, and Matt, this is the same day. And at 12:29, so less than an hour later, you walk in, and that's her purse in the bag. Okay? So this whole story, Matt.
That's her purse in the bag.
Yes, Matt. So the whole story about finding the purse in the truck later makes it wouldn't have happened. Because
No.
Matt, that's her purse in a plastic bag, okay, that you carried inside after you carried her water bottle in. That she walked, Matt, look. You see? That's her water bottle, and that's her purse, okay? You walk in with her water bottle. You go upstairs.
What time is this?
Oh, when you got home, Matt.
Yeah, that's when I came back from my appointment.
Right.
Matthew claimed that 2 of Stephanie's bags had been left behind in his pickup truck, the black purse with the chain strap, along with another gray bag. He wasn't exactly lying. Instead, he was telling detectives about a different bag that he said he had found later at the car wash. There were also contradictions in his statements about Stephanie's phone. At first, Matthew said she had left it at the apartment that day. Later, he changed his story and claimed he found the phone in the apartment afterward, and that was supposedly what first made him concerned about her.
Not too long ago, I asked you what property she left in the truck, and you said nothing. She didn't leave anything. You said she left her phone at home, okay? You said she left nothing in there. You went looking around, nothing, okay? And then a week later, or 2 weeks later, you found her purse.
I honestly don't recall everything. I don't know. The phone might have been in the car.
You told her when you went to your appointment that I'll text you, and she said, no, I left my phone in the house. That's what you told us a little while ago.
If you're going to charge me. I didn't do anything. I
You're the only one who can give us info about her.
I can't be
so
honest.
we can get answers to her family.
I can't be honest anymore.
What do you mean you can't be honest? You've been honest?
I can't be
You
honest
haven't been honest
because
with us, Matt.
you keep everything that I
We're
say.
not twisting anything you say.
keep twisting.
All we're doing is pointing out the inconsistencies on what you're saying.
Because I can't remember everything.
Stephanie's bags, or rather multiple bags, and her cell phone were not the only things Matthew claimed to have discovered after she disappeared. During that same cleaning of his truck, Matthew said he also found a note written by Stephanie on a piece of yellow paper. According to him, the note had been hidden underneath a floor mat. The message seemed to offer an explanation for why Stephanie was suddenly gone, whatever that reason may have been, because the note was filled with anger and frustration. Part of the note read, "I hate you. I hate being blamed for stuff I didn't do. I'm tired of being used, put down, and taken for granted. All you care about is yourself and how you can use other people. My parents are the same way. I'm not allowed to speak my mind around you, drive a car, spend money, or even just feel okay." The note seemed to support Matthew's claims that Stephanie had been unhappy with her life and may have decided to leave on her own on August 23rd. But at the same time, it also painted a picture of a controlling and emotionally abusive relationship. At the Pavlons' home in Delafield, where Stephanie occasionally stayed, officers discovered a collection of journals. Investigators became especially interested in entries written between the summer of 2020 and the spring of 2021. In those writings, Stephanie described arguments with Matthew when he would lose control of his temper. She wrote about how he monitored her prescription medications, took pills for himself, and often became angry if she tried to take her own medicine. She described his eyes as being filled with hatred. Later that same year, she compared him to Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. There were periods, sometimes days, and sometimes entire weeks, when things seemed calm and she even felt happy. But those stretches never lasted long. Eventually, the journals would return to describing Matthew's behavior once again. During some of her lowest emotional moments, Stephanie wrote harshly about herself. She said she felt lonely and that her partner treated her like a doormat. The fact that Matthew Paul had been a terrible boyfriend to Stephanie was never really in dispute. But by itself, that did not prove he murdered her. In some ways, it actually supported the defense he was trying to build. Matthew claimed Stephanie may have chosen to leave him because of how unhappy she was, and then either became the victim of a crime or suffered a medical emergency somewhere in the woods. He also suggested that because of the pain and emotional struggles in her life and relationship, she may have made a tragic decision on her own that day in the woods. Before long, detectives discovered that Matthew was also involved with 2 other women. There was evidence that Stephanie knew about at least one of those relationships. Both women lived in the Philippines. Matthew mainly communicated with them through Skype, but investigators believed he was planning to take those relationships further. Even before injuring his leg, Matthew had been planning a trip to meet one or possibly both of the women, and apparently Stephanie had originally been expected to go with him. After Stephanie's death, investigators came to believe that Matthew only wanted her around long enough to take care of him while he recovered before starting a new life in the Philippines without her. Matthew Paul was eventually arrested and charged with the murder of Stephanie Pavlons. He pleaded not guilty, and his trial began in late October 2025. The prosecution's case relied almost entirely on circumstantial evidence. Physical evidence was not just limited, prosecutors could not even say with certainty how Stephanie had died. Her official cause of death remained undetermined. Even the theory of how Matthew may have killed her near the OAW building that day remained unclear. Was she killed inside the vehicle and later moved? Or did the 2 of them walk into the woods together? A cadaver dog trained to detect the scent of human remains around vehicles alerted to the trailer attached to Matthew's pickup truck, but investigators still could not fully explain under what circumstances Stephanie's body might have ended up there. Much of the prosecution's case focused on Matthew's behavior before and after Stephanie disappeared. He had been a controlling partner. His relationships with 2 women in the Philippines gave prosecutors a possible motive, and one fact remained impossible to ignore. Matthew and Stephanie had arrived together at the exact area where she was later found dead. That was also the last place Matthew admitted seeing her alive, something detectives believed he desperately tried to hide from them. Prosecutor Sue Opper then delivered the opening statement for the state.
During these 2 gaps, the 16-minute gap before the appointment and the 20-minute gap after the appointment, we have no idea where Mr. Paul is or what he's doing. There's no activity on his phone. He's not moving anywhere. There's nothing that we could find that tells us what he's up to during these gaps of time.
The defense, meanwhile, tried to cast doubt on how believable the prosecution's theory really was. Matthew's attorneys repeatedly argued that the case was built mostly on circumstantial evidence and assumptions, not on undeniable proof of what actually happened that day. Throughout the trial, they worked to draw the jury's attention to what they described as major gaps in the prosecution's timeline, and to convince them that too many important questions still had no clear answers. How could Matthew have committed a murder in broad daylight in such a busy area near a large medical complex, a golf course, and surrounded by people without anyone noticing something suspicious? The defense emphasized that the area around the OAW complex was not isolated or deserted. Patients, clinic employees, visitors, and people moving around the golf course were constantly nearby. The attorneys asked the jury to consider how such a serious crime could have happened without anyone hearing a disturbance, noticing unusual behavior, or seeing any kind of struggle. They also stressed that no witnesses ever reported screams, a fight, or any obvious signs of violence that day. According to the defense, the prosecution's theory required the jury to believe that everything happened quickly, quietly, and completely unnoticed, despite the open surroundings and the presence of other people nearby. They also focused heavily on another question. How could Matthew have moved Stephanie's body and hidden it in the woods while dealing with a broken leg and trying to navigate rough, overgrown terrain? The defense returned to that point again and again. Attorneys reminded jurors in detail about Matthew's physical condition during that period. They argued that his leg injury made it difficult for him to move normally, let alone drag a body through thick vegetation and uneven ground. The defense tried to paint the prosecution's version of events as physically unrealistic. According to them, the state's theory depended on Matthew carrying out a task that would have required major physical effort at a time when he himself was struggling just to get around. Those contradictions became the foundation of the defense strategy as they tried to convince the jury that the case was far less clear-cut than prosecutors claimed.
Keep in mind, her body was found in a wooded area that is bound by a heavily traveled frontage road and interstate, a very busy health center, a golf course, and homes. Ask if Matt carried Stephanie into that wooded area, when would he have done that? Keep in mind, the government has hundreds of hours of camera footage and cell phone mapping. Keep in mind, Matt was still dealing with a broken foot. Finally, ask, what proof does the government have that Stephanie was even killed by another person? It could have been suicide, it could have been medical issues, it could have been anything.
The data recovered from Matthew Paul's cell phone looked extremely suspicious. During the trial, prosecutors repeatedly directed the jury's attention to the digital evidence, arguing that it painted a disturbing and highly revealing picture of his behavior after Stephanie disappeared. Search history, messages, and device records became a major part of the state's case because, according to investigators, they did not reflect the actions of someone worried about a missing loved one. Instead, they looked more like the actions of someone who already knew what had happened. From late August into early September, Matthew repeatedly searched Stephanie's name online, apparently looking for any news connected to her. The searches happened over and over again. Detectives determined that he kept checking for information related to her possible discovery, almost as if he was waiting for the moment the case would suddenly become public. What stood out even more was how often he searched her name alongside words like obituary and the names of funeral homes, and all of those searches happened before Stephanie's body was ever found. In court, that detail landed heavily with the jury. Prosecutors argued that it was difficult to explain those kinds of searches as simple concern or coincidence. To the state, it looked as though Matthew already knew Stephanie was dead long before authorities officially discovered her body. Prosecutors also pointed to the fact that Matthew suddenly began communicating with his father far more often than usual. Investigators noticed a sharp increase in calls and contact between the two men immediately after Stephanie disappeared. According to the prosecution, that sudden change in behavior seemed unusual and raised even more questions. Search history recovered from his father's devices contained similar searches as well. Investigators believed Matthew may have performed some of them while visiting his parents' home. Those searches included the same disturbing phrases related to Stephanie's death and possible funeral notices. For prosecutors, it became yet another piece of a larger picture that, in their view, suggested Matthew already understood exactly what had happened. In one message to one of the women he was involved with in the Philippines, Matthew wrote, "I'm really worried about something, but I can't tell you through messages. Some things just can't be talked about in texts. I called my father and he's really worried too. Something happened, baby. I can't explain it over text." In court, that message became one of the strangest and most unsettling details in the entire case. Prosecutors emphasized that Stephanie still had not officially been found at that point, which made Matthew's words seem even more suspicious. The message gave the impression of someone who already knew a serious event had taken place, but was afraid to discuss it openly. After sending that message, Matthew spent roughly 2 hours talking with his girlfriend over Skype. The contents of that conversation were never revealed, but investigators were still interested in both the length of the call and the timing of it. Detectives also recovered dash cam footage from Matthew's pickup truck while searching his father's home. For investigators, those recordings became another important source of information that helped reconstruct Matthew's movements during those days. Although no additional footage from the morning of August 23rd was ever recovered, detectives did find video showing Matthew driving to the OAW building on September 9th, the same day Stephanie's body was discovered. That recording became especially important to prosecutors because of Matthew's strange behavior near the scene where investigators were actively working. That day, Matthew was supposedly heading to a medical appointment, but when he arrived, he saw police vehicles and crime scene investigators all over the parking lot and surrounding area. The footage showed law enforcement activity, official vehicles, and visible commotion near the exact area where the investigation was unfolding. What stood out was that instead of pulling into the complex for his appointment, Matthew simply drove past the parking lot. He then took a long detour through a nearby residential neighborhood farther down Gulf Road before slowly circling back toward the OAW building. Prosecutors argued that the behavior did not look natural for someone who supposedly had no idea what was happening there. According to the state, the most obvious explanation was that Matthew saw the police presence and panicked. Prosecutors claimed his reaction looked far more like the behavior of someone who suddenly realized investigators were getting close to a terrible truth. Because unlike every other patient there that day, Matthew allegedly knew exactly why police were at the scene and what, or rather who, had been found near the golf course. That was how prosecutors explained his unusual driving pattern and nervous behavior that morning. Matthew ultimately chose not to testify, and the only time he addressed the courtroom directly, he used the moment to make a sarcastic remark toward prosecutor Sue Opper. After weeks of evidence and disturbing testimony, the moment left many people in the courtroom with a deeply uneasy impression, especially since many had expected some kind of explanation or emotional response from Matthew himself.
Have you discussed your decision whether or not to testify with your attorneys?
Yes.
Have you made a decision?
Yes.
What is your decision, sir?
Well, I think Opper's too good at fabrication, so I don't think it would be a good idea for me to testify.
Okay.
The defense's key witness was a toxicologist who reviewed the autopsy report prepared by the medical examiner. Her testimony became a major part of the defense strategy as attorneys tried to challenge the prosecution's theory and offer jurors an alternative explanation for Stephanie's death. The atmosphere in the courtroom remained tense throughout her testimony because the defense was clearly trying to convince the jury that the case might not be as straightforward as prosecutors claimed. Dr. Stacey Hale carefully walked through the purpose and possible side effects of each medication Stephanie had been taking. She explained how the drugs could affect a person's body, mental state, and overall condition. Much of her testimony focused on how certain medications might interact with one another, especially in someone dealing with physical pain or emotional stress. During her testimony, the toxicologist also pointed out that some side effects could include disorientation, weakness, and other potentially dangerous conditions. The defense used those explanations to strengthen doubts about the prosecution's theory and to emphasize that Stephanie's official cause of death had never been conclusively determined. Dr. Stacey Hale suggested there were still other possible explanations for Stephanie's death, including accidental causes, natural causes, or scenarios somewhere in between. According to her, the available evidence did not completely rule out alternative possibilities. That became a central part of the defense strategy as they tried to convince jurors that too many unanswered questions still remained. Her testimony was ultimately meant to create doubt about whether Stephanie's death was truly the result of an intentional killing, as prosecutors insisted.
In this case, a seizure a possibility.
Yes.
There's reports in her medical records about depression.
Yes.
In this case, was an overdose a possibility.
Yes.
Do you believe a natural cause of death is a possibility?
Yes.
In June of 2022, Stephanie posted a heartbreaking message on her Facebook page about feeling alone and unwanted. Even in just a few sentences, the post carried a sense of exhaustion, emotional pain, and deep disappointment that she no longer seemed able to hide from the people around her. To those who knew Stephanie, the message felt like a cry for help from a woman going through an incredibly difficult period in her life. That post eventually reconnected her with an old friend named Andy, who was also struggling through a hard time in his own life. Their conversation started almost by accident, but it quickly turned into something honest, supportive, and deeply personal between two people who understood loneliness, emotional burnout, and the need to find comfort in someone else. Over the following weeks, their conversations remained encouraging, hopeful, and sincere. They exchanged messages about life, personal struggles, and hopes for the future. There was no sense of hopelessness in those conversations. If anything, the messages showed Stephanie as someone trying to find the strength to keep moving forward despite everything happening around her. In direct contrast to the defense's claims that Stephanie was completely miserable, those messages painted the picture of a woman searching for happiness, friendship, and a fresh start. Prosecutors specifically highlighted that contrast to the jury. According to the state, the conversations did not sound like the words of someone who had given up on life. Instead, Stephanie's messages reflected a desire to change her circumstances and leave behind the things that were making her unhappy. Prosecutors also showed jurors one of Stephanie's final Facebook messages to her friend, including a photo she had taken inside her parents' garage. It became one of those small but emotionally powerful pieces of evidence that stayed with people long after the trial ended. In the photo, Stephanie looked toward her friend with a slight smile on her face. She did not appear defeated or emotionally empty. In their messages, the two talked about plans to meet up and have dinner together. It was a simple, ordinary conversation, but prosecutors argued that details like that showed Stephanie was still making plans for the future and thinking about the life ahead of her. According to the prosecution, this was the face of a woman who was ready to move on and search for a better life. Prosecutors insisted that Stephanie had been trying to leave behind a toxic relationship and begin a new chapter for herself. The state argued that the yellow note left in the vehicle was Stephanie's way of telling Matthew she was leaving him. Prosecutors believed it was not just a random emotional message, but a clear sign that she intended to end the relationship for good. According to investigators, Stephanie got out of the vehicle that day on her own, trying to get away from Matthew, but he followed after her. That became one of the most disturbing details presented during the trial. Prosecutors claimed Stephanie was trying to distance herself from him and leave the conflict behind, but she never made it far enough. The prosecution also suggested that the cadaver dog later picked up Stephanie's scent from the trailer attached to Matthew's pickup because that was where he had discarded evidence after the murder, including Stephanie's black purse. For prosecutors, it became yet another piece of the larger picture they carefully laid out before the jury while reconstructing the events of those tragic days step by step.
She says, "I hate you. I hate being with you. All you care about is yourself. I'm not allowed to speak my mind around you, drive, spend money, or even feel good. Karma came back to you because your foot injury, not me. Go be with your virgin, because I'm done, and keep the fucking money." She can't just sit there any longer. So she decides to walk towards that wooded area. She's probably thinking, hey, maybe I can go into the woods for some cover. Maybe I